Wang Yongli opened his eyes, and the throbbing pain at the back of his head made him grimace. Then in astonishment, he surveyed everything before him. The courtyard buried deep in his long-forgotten memories, a ramshackle adobe house, and windows covered with old newspapers. The scene was painfully familiar. Time and again he had awakened in the middle of the night because of this memory etched deep into his mind. But something was wrong. Wasn't it 2026? Wasn't he lying in a hospital bed surrounded by his son, daughter, grandson, and granddaughter? Hadn't he died peacefully of old age? Moreover, he could feel something else stirring in his mind. A cacophony of neighbors' voices from the past reached him. Zhao the cripple had been drinking and hurting people again. Wang Yongli was mocked as a coward who never resisted his mother's daily suffering. Voices continued around him. Resistance was useless, they said. A boy barely into his teens could never overcome Zhao De and Zhao Dashan, the two brothers. The neighbors lamented that Xiuji had been cursed with a bitter fate. After bringing her child into a marriage with Zhao the cripple, she had never known a single day of happiness and was beaten constantly. Their murmuring drew Wang Yongli back from his thoughts. A rough voice demanded that he get up. As the shout rang out, a thick wooden club came swinging toward him. Wang Yongli instinctively rolled aside, and the club struck the ground, frozen solid by winter. Looking up, he recognized the disabled man with a fleshy, menacing face, his stepfather Zhao De. Zhao De's body reeked of alcohol, and his reddened eyes seemed ready to spill blood. He raised the club again, roaring that he would not rest until Wang Yongli was dead. Only then did Wang Yongli truly awaken. He had been reborn, returning to the 12th lunar month of the year. He turned 16 in the small village of Erdeaguzi at the foot of the greater Xing'an Mountains. Long-buried memories awakened within him. His biological father had died early, and his mother Li Xiuji had brought 4-year-old Wang Yongli to this village. To make a living, she married Zhao De, a disabled man more than 10 years her senior. 2 years later, she gave birth to a daughter. Over the years, Zhao De's entire family treated Wang Yongli's mother like a servant and Wang Yongli like a beast of burden. Zhao De, habitually drunk, cursed and struck the three of them at the slightest provocation. When Wang Yongli was young, his mother often told him to take his sister into the inner room and not come out no matter what sounds they heard. When they saw each other again, his mother would return with a bruised and swollen face. As for Wang Yongli, years of Zhao De's discipline had reduced him to a listless laborer who knew only work. Every time he was beaten, he endured it without resistance. That day, he had eaten only one bowl of thin cornmeal porridge from morning until night. Zhao De ordered him to chop wood. Wang Yongli had only said that he was too hungry before Zhao De had knocked him down with one blow. In his previous life, it was this brutal beating that left him with recurring headaches. His mother tried to protect him, but Zhao De broke 3 of her ribs. Wang Yongli's 12-year-old sister rushed forward to help and was kicked hard in the chest, collapsing to the ground. Late at night, his mother endured the pain and fled with Wang Yongli and his sister. In an era when people struggled to find enough food, his mother and sister died one after another. He alone survived. Heaven had given him another chance to live. Having lived 77 years in his previous life, he now knew that when action was necessary, one should act without hesitation. Wang Yongli's eyes reddened, fury rushing to his head. This scene from his previous life had been the regret of an entire lifetime. He would never allow the tragedy to happen again. Li Xiuji rushed forward and threw her frail body over him, shielding Wang Yongli from the blows. Holding his mother, Wang Yongli rolled again, narrowly avoiding the club. He sprang to his feet and grabbed his younger sister, who was rushing forward. His nominal grandmother stood at the doorway, pointing at Wang Yongli and scolding him for being disobedient, claiming that chopping more wood was a trivial request. His nominal grandfather Zhao Changshui crouched by the wall, smoking a dry pipe. He chimed in that a growing boy ate him out of house and home and had no right to complain about doing some work. Zhao Dashan joined in, while Chun Suihua stood nearby with her hands tucked into her sleeves, watching the spectacle. Outside the courtyard, a crowd of neighbors pointed and whispered, but no one stepped forward to stop the conflict. Wang Yongli stared at Zhao De and calmly uttered his name. Zhao De was stunned. The boy who had always been timid now dared to address him directly. Zhao De demanded how Wang Yongli had addressed him, raised his club, and struck again. Wang Yongli stepped forward, caught the club with his left hand, and drove his right fist into Zhao De's face. Wang Yongli's 16-year-old, severely malnourished body was not robust, but years of labor had given him considerable strength. More importantly, he had carried the fury of his previous lifetime for decades. With a heavy thud, Zhao De was driven backward, blood streaming from his nose. He stared in disbelief, touched his face, and saw blood on his hand. Zhao De's disbelief turned to rage. Before he could recover, Wang Yongli kicked the disabled man's right leg. Wang Yongli seized the club and struck Zhao De across the back. He declared that this blow was for all the years his mother had suffered. Another blow followed, this time for every time Zhao De had hurt Wang Yongli himself. The final blow was for his sister. As each strike landed, Zhao De collapsed onto the ground and cried out. Silence fell across the courtyard. Zhao De's mother was the first to scream, claiming that Wang Yongli had become a murderer. Zhao Dashan rushed forward. Wang Yongli struck him across the knee, and Zhao Dashan fell to his knees. Wang Yongli gave a cold laugh. He struck Zhao Dashan's shoulder and accused the family of tormenting his mother and him, adding that Zhao Dashan had dared to interfere. Zhao Dashan cried out in pain. Zhao Changshui, enraged, seized a shovel leaning against the wall and swung it at Wang Yongli. Wang Yongli sidestepped, avoided the shovel, and pushed Zhao Changshui to the ground. Zhao Changshui's wife sat on the ground, slapping her thighs and calling for help. The neighbors outside exchanged uneasy glances, but none entered. Everyone in the village knew how Zhao Dai had treated the mother and her 2 children. Wang Yongli looked coldly at the 3 men lying on the ground. He turned to his mother, helped her up, and brushed the dirt from her clothes. Seizing the moment while Wang Yongli was distracted, Zhao Dai picked up the shovel and swung it down. Li Xiuji tried to push her son away, but Wang Yongli moved her aside. As Wang Yongli pushed his mother away, he bent backward and kicked Zhao Dai hard in the abdomen. The force sent Zhao Dai crashing to the ground, curled in pain. The shovel clattered to the ground as Zhao Dai collapsed. Wang Yongli picked up the wood-chopping axe and quickly approached him. Wang Yongli seized Zhao Dai's hair with his left hand and raised the axe in his right, preparing to strike at his neck. Zhao Dai's reddened eyes stared at the axe raised in the air, his mouth agape in disbelief. He seemed to want both to breathe and to scream. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably, especially beneath his right eye, and at the corner of his mouth pure terror shot through his nerve endings. A brand new corpse was about to be born. Yongli, don't. Li Xiuji rushed forward, reaching out to grab Wang Yongli's arm. Zhao Changshui scrambled over on hands and knees, trying to snatch the axe away. Just as his hand was about to grasp Wang Yongli's wrist, the axe fell heavily. Thud. Oh my, someone's really getting killed. Inside and outside the courtyard, several screams and gasps rang out at the same time. The old Zhao woman collapsed on the ground and fainted. Zhao Changshui lay on the ground staring at where the axe had fallen. Whether from fear or from the pain of the beating, Zhao Dashan's entire body trembled uncontrollably. Zhao Dai felt an untimely warmth rising from his crotch. Feeling the cold chill of the axe blade pressed against his neck, his body shook violently beyond his control. Wang Yongli had not actually killed Zhao Dai. The axe had struck the ground right beneath Zhao Dai's chin. Among the watching crowd, someone went to fetch the brigade party secretary. What's going on? What are you all doing here? Brigade Secretary Zhang Chuanxing's loud voice carried into the courtyard before he even appeared. Old Zhang, this little bastard is trying to kill someone. Seeing the brigade secretary, the old Zhao woman immediately began wailing and accusing Wang Yongli through her tears. You ask everyone. Hasn't our family treated him well over the years? Fed him, gave him shelter, and in return this ungrateful wolf not only beat us, but wants to chop us up. You have to stand up for us. Zhao Changshui chimed in, Secretary Zhang, this boy's heart is crooked, he's an ungrateful wolf cub. He must be properly dealt with today, or there'll be hell to pay later. Zhao Dashan seized the chance to raise his voice, clutching his shoulder and crying out in pain, repeating over and over that he was being beaten to death. The 3 of them performed in harmony, as if Wang Yongli had committed some heinous crime. Anyone hearing this without knowing the truth might really think Wang Yongli was a defiant, utterly wicked young man. Zhang Chunxing was around 40, dark-skinned and solidly built. He now stood before Wang Yongli, reaching out to take the axe. What's going on? Xiuji, you tell me. Zhang Chunxing ignored the old Zhao woman and looked at Li Xiuji, whose face was stained with tears. Li Xiuji raised her hand to wipe her tears, and between sobs began, Zhao Dai hit Yongli with a stick, so Yongli just. Bullshit. You jinx, if you hadn't brought that wild seed here, our family wouldn't. The old Zhao woman's words were cut short as she was silenced by Wang Yongli's icy stare. Wang Yongli stepped forward, shielding his mother and sister behind him, looked at Zhang Chuanxing, and spoke in a steady voice. Secretary Zhang, everything must be reasoned. They say I'm defiant, that I'm utterly wicked. Well, I'd like to ask how the Zhao family has treated the 3 of us over the years. The village wasn't large. How could Brigade Secretary Zhang Chunxing not know what sort of people the Zhaos were? Zhao Dai's drinking and domestic violence, his laziness, Zhao Changshui, and his wife's bias and shielding. None of this was a secret in the village. But Li Xiuji and her 2 children were timid by nature, enduring everything in silence. Although he was the brigade secretary, this was after all a family's private matter, and it wasn't easy for him to interfere. He hadn't expected the usually cowardly Wang Yongli to dare fight back. Seeing the tear-stained faces of Li Xiuji and her daughter, he said in a heavy voice, You speak. I'm listening. Today, in front of all these neighbors, let's get things straight. Good. Wang Yongli nodded, his gaze falling on the old Zhao woman. You say you've treated us well over the years. Where exactly have you been so generous? Was it making my mother serve as your maid all year round? Was it letting the 3 of us go hungry and cold? Was it Zhao Dai cursing us the moment he opened his mouth and raising his hand to beat us? Every word Wang Yongli spoke struck at the hypocritical mask of the old Zhao woman. Her face went deathly pale. Locked in Wang Yongli's stare, she instinctively stepped back and stammered. You. Nonsense. You slander me. Whether I'm talking nonsense or slandering, every uncle, aunt, and neighbor here has seen it all with their own eyes. Wang Yongli suddenly raised his voice. What else can that Zhao Dai do besides drink and hit people? The work points were all earned by my mother and me. The housework was all done by my mother and me. What has Zhao Dai ever done? In this household, he's a bad element, who drinks, causes trouble, beats his wife and children, takes more than his share, and does no work. Drunk, he beats his own wife and children. Isn't that the behavior of a landlord tyrant from the old society? We poor peasants don't stand for this. Some among the watching neighbors couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up in agreement. Secretary, what Yongli says is true. We've all seen the suffering Li Xiuji and her children have endured over the years. Zhao Dai drinking and beating people is nothing new. Anyone wouldn't be able to stand it. Exactly, this isn't living a life, this is plainly trying to force Li Xiuji and her children to their deaths. Those broken corn kernels at the Zhao house. They'd rather let Zhao Dai make liquor with them than let Li Xiuji and her children eat. The tide of opinion turned decisively in favor of Wang Yongli and his family. The Zhao family members stood there red-faced and silent. The moment Wang Yongli heard about Zhao Dai using corn kernels to make liquor, he immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Secretary Zhang, Zhao Dai has always claimed he picked acorns to brew liquor, but pure acorn wine isn't fit for human consumption. Drinking it year after year. I suspect he's been stealing the brigade's corn to brew liquor. When the corn was being harvested, Zhao Dai would often sneak out alone in the middle of the night. This is sabotaging production, sabotaging socialist construction." Everyone, including Zhang Chuanxing, stared at Wang Yongli in astonishment. That was no small accusation to pin on someone. In an era where grain was the lifeline, sabotaging grain production was tantamount to going against the people. In truth, Wang Yongli knew Zhao Dai had always been drinking acorn wine, because since childhood, he had been forced to go up the mountain to gather acorns for Zhao Dai to brew liquor. Looking at Zhao Dai now, his fingers trembling, sometimes his eyes can't even focus on people. These are typical after effects of drinking too much acorn wine. Formaldehyde. That stuff isn't good for anyone. As for whether Zhao Dai actually stole corn, how much? Wang Yongli says, "I don't care about that. Anyway," he said, "it's just suspicion. You're full of it, secretary. I've always used acorns to brew my liquor. I've never stolen any grain from the brigade." Panic spread across Zhao Dai's face. If this got pinned on him for stealing grain, that would be. Zhang Chunxing didn't take Wang Yongli's word alone. He turned to Li Xiuji and asked, "Xiuji, is everything Yongli said true?" Li Xiuji looked at her son, who blinked at her, then at the sympathetic eyes of the villagers around her. The grievances of many years finally burst forth. Tears streaming down, she choked out, "Secretary, it's all true. I really can't take it anymore." Zhang Chunxing let out a heavy sigh, his gaze sweeping over the Zhao family, and said in a heavy voice, "Then what do you want to do?" Li Xiuji said nothing, her eyes turning to Wang Yongli. "Break off all ties." Wang Yongli shouted without hesitation, "My mother and Zhao Dai are not legally registered. If my younger sister stays here, she'll eventually be beaten to death by Zhao Dai, so I'm taking her with me too. You damn brat. For all these years, if our family hadn't scraped together a mouthful of grain from our own ration to feed you, you'd have died somewhere long ago. And you have the nerve to talk about breaking ties." "That's right," Zhao Laotai retorted. "All these years you've eaten our food, drunk our water, and worn our clothes, and you think you can just take it for free. Want to live separately? Dream on." Zhao Changshui bellowed at the top of his lungs. "All these years it was me and my mother who did the work. The work points belong to us. Since my mother came to this family, have you two old fossils, and Zhao Dai, ever worked a single day?" After saying this, Wang Yongli looked at Zhang Chuanxing. "Secretary Zhang, after being bullied for so many years, I can't stay here anymore. If you can't let me take my mother and younger sister away, none of them from this family will walk out alive today. I'm risking it all." With that, Wang Yongli picked up the axe from the ground again and glared coldly at everyone in the Zhao family. Looking at Wang Yongli's young face, Zhang Chunxing felt threatened, but the fire in his heart had been stoked by the Zhao family members. Wang Yongli's words were true. Since he dared to strike the Zhao family today, if truly provoked, this boy might indeed cause him a huge trouble. Thinking of this, Zhang Chunxing sighed heavily. His gaze swept coldly over the Zhao family, finally settling on Zhao Changshui's tone, leaving no room for argument. "The facts are clear. Zhao Dai has been beating his wife's stepson and daughter for years. Zhao Changshui, you and your wife bear inescapable responsibility for indulging your son in mistreating his wife and grandchildren. As for whether Zhao Dai truly stole grain to brew liquor, we will investigate thoroughly." Pausing, Zhang Chunxing glanced at the panicked Zhao Dai and said solemnly, "Since Li Xiuji and Wang Yongli both refused to stay with the Zhao family, I decide to allow Wang Yongli to live separately with Li Xiuji and the girl. Go to the brigade office now to sign and seal the document." The Zhao family wanted to continue arguing, but upon meeting Zhang Chuanxing's authoritative gaze and seeing the villagers pointing and gossiping around them, they ultimately dared not speak. Seeing no one spoke, Zhang Chunxing led the way out of the courtyard. Wang Yongli told Li Xiuji and the little sister to follow Secretary Zhang, while he himself grabbed Zhao Dai by the collar and dragged him out. Zhao Dai, who had wanted to struggle, was intimidated by Wang Yongli's glare and stumbled along behind them toward the brigade. Zhang Chunxing had the accountant write a simple statement of severing kinship. Li Xiuji and the three would leave the Zhao family to live independently with no further contact and no obligation of support. After everyone pressed their fingerprints, Zhang Chunxing handed the document to both Zhao Dai and Wang Yongli, then said, "Yongli, from now on you live separately with your mother and sister. Your family must still participate in collective labor." "Yes, Secretary Zhang, but I'd like to temporarily stay in the abandoned forestry station house at the foot of the mountain." Wang Yongli wasn't worried about starving his mother and sister. He had gained something in his mind, likely a benefit from his rebirth. It just hadn't been studied yet. Worst case, he could go into the mountains to trap rabbits and wild pheasants. He was someone who had lived to be over 70 in his past life. How could he not even feed himself? Hearing Wang Yongli's words, Zhang Chuanxing's eyes filled with compassion. That abandoned forestry house leaked wind from all sides, and it was already the 12th lunar month. The three of them had no grain. How would they survive this winter? Alright, I can make that decision. You may live there. Additionally, I'll discuss with the workers to see if we can lend you some grain first, and you can exchange it through labor. Thank you, Secretary Zhang. Wang Yongli bowed deeply and respectfully to Zhang Chunxing. Regardless of whether this would come to pass in this era of food scarcity, Secretary Zhang offering to help was a tremendous favor. With his mother and younger sister, Wang Yongli returned to the Zhao home. Wang Yongli picked up the axe again and gathered what remained: half a bag of cornmeal, pickled turnips, dried sweet potatoes, salt, oil, tableware, bedding matches, kerosene lamps, and the three's clothing. He even pried off the iron wok and packed the lid together. When the Zhao family tried to intervene, Wang Yongli raised his axe without hesitation and brought it down. The Zhao men dared not approach again. By the time they left the Zhao house, the sun was already leaning westward. Wang Yongli carried the large iron wok on his back and a sack over his shoulder. Li Xiuji's eyes were still red, but no longer crying. She held her daughter's small hand with one hand and carried a bundle and an enamel kettle with the other, following behind Wang Yongli. An indescribable feeling filled her heart, concern for the future mixed with an overwhelming sense of liberation. Mom, we're here. Wang Yongli's voice snapped Li Xiuji out of her daze. Before them stood a solitary mud brick house built against the mountainside with a crude outhouse nearby. There was no courtyard. Large cracks ran across the walls, and the thatched roof was torn in patches by the wind. The crooked door creaked ominously with every gust. Brother, are we really going to live here? The little sister, who barely had a proper name, asked timidly. Wang Yongli set down the wok and sack, then turned to look at his sister. 12 years old, she was as thin as a firewood stick, no taller than a child of 8 or 9 in his past life. Severe malnutrition. His heart tightened, but he immediately suppressed the ache. What was there to be sad about? In his past life, it was his weakness that led to his mother and sister's early deaths. What, think it's shabby? Wang Yongli grinned and ruffled his sister's hair. Brother promises you by next summer at the latest you'll be living in a proper house. Hearing her son's words, Li Xiuji's eyes filled with tears once more. It's all Mom's fault for being useless, dragging you and little Ya into this suffering. Before she could finish, Wang Yongli interrupted. Mom, please don't worry. Your son is no longer that good for nothing from before. From now on, I'll support you and your sister. Let's hurry and get things settled before it gets dark. His tone was calm, but Li Xiuji heard certainty in it. Not comfort, but absolute assurance. Her son had become someone entirely different. 2 rooms, 1 bedroom, 1 kitchen. In the kitchen corner stood a cracked water jar. Wang Yongli put down his things, first repaired the door hinge, then said to Li Xiuji, Mom, I'll go fetch some soil and set up the stove. You tidy the Kong, and sister gather some dry grass to lay on the bed. The three worked separately. Wang Yongli split a small dead tree behind the house into firewood and placed the wok on the stove to start a fire. Smoke poured from every crack, quickly filling the room. He threw some snow into the pot to melt for water, then went out to dig soil. Li Xiuji and the little sister continued gathering dry grass. An axe worked well for chipping frozen earth. By the time the stove was finished, it was completely dark. Li Xiuji re-washed the pot and began cooking. The enclosed stove finally stopped leaking smoke. Brother, where are you going? Seeing Wang Yongli walking out with an axe in hand, the little sister who was tending the fire asked, I'm going to fetch more firewood to build a bigger fire. The house hasn't been lived in for a long time, so the Kong needs to be thoroughly heated. Li Xiuji was reluctant to use too much cornmeal. After boiling the snow water, she made a small pot of batter. The batter, along with dried sweet potatoes, was the first meal for the three of them in their new home. Yongli, what are we going to do now? Li Xiuji, whose emotions had calmed down, was filled with worry about their future. Mom, didn't Secretary Zhang say we could borrow some grain and repay it with our work points? Wang Yongli tried to comfort Li Xiuji with a light tone. With me around, I won't let you and little sister be bullied again. Tomorrow I'll go into the mountains and set some snares. Maybe we'll catch a rabbit or a pheasant, and then we'll have meat to eat. Brother, can we really eat meat? Little sister's eyes lit up at the prospect of meat. She looked at Wang Yongli with full expectation. Haha, definitely. Yongli, I'm not afraid of hardship. From now on, I'll work harder on the farm and earn more work points to exchange for grain. Seeing Wang Yongli's relaxed demeanor and thinking that they were no longer bullied by the Zhao family, Li Xiuji began to feel a sense of hope for life. Wang Yongli smiled, but said nothing. How could it be that easy? The brigade might not even agree to distribute grain to them. After the meal, Wang Yongli checked the doors and windows again. He stuffed the cracks with dried grass. The walls inside the room had no gaps, the chimney was clear, and the temperature of the heated wall was gradually rising. The Kong was already quite hot. The bedding was spread over the dried grass. The thick cotton quilts of the northeast were weighty, making the inside of the bedding relatively warm. The three of them lay on the Kong, chatting in the dark. Brother, I'll work hard on the farm too to earn grain for the family. Without Zhao Dai around, the girl was in a cheerful mood and had a peaceful meal. Her thoughts were simple, focused on the fact that she would no longer be beaten. As long as she could be with her mother and brother, anywhere was fine. Alright, little sister, you just follow Mom and work hard on the farm to earn more grain for the family. Hearing her brother's encouragement, little sister giggled. They chatted desultorily until the girl fell asleep. Li Xiuji, exhausted after a day's work, gradually breathed evenly. Wang Yongli, on the other hand, began to study the strange thing that had appeared in his mind. As soon as he focused his mind on that thing, he found himself inside a space. Fortunately, he had been an avid internet novel reader in his past life, so his emotions didn't fluctuate too much. Silently reciting the command to exit, Wang Yongli returned to the Kong. As he had expected, he could control his entry and exit from the space using his will. After carefully listening to the breathing sounds of his mother and sister confirming they were in deep sleep, Wang Yongli entered the space again. The space was about 100 square meters. 3 glowing orbs, each the size of an adult man's palm, floated in the air above his head, illuminating the entire space. The borders and the air above were shrouded in purple mist. Wearing only a vest and shorts, he didn't feel cold here. Can you speak? System, say something. After shouting a few times with no response, Wang Yongli grew puzzled. Nothing here. What's the use of this? The soil looked very fertile. Was it only for farming? Where was the newbie gift pack? In those farming novels, there was at least a spiritual spring. He muttered as he walked to the edge of the space and reached out to touch the purple mist. Can't touch it. Wang Yongli felt his palm touch something like glass. He could see the purple mist, but couldn't feel it, nor could he step into it. He tried all 4 sides with the same result. He crouched down and thrust his hand into the soil. The soil was very loose, and his hand sank in easily. He scooped up a handful of soil. It was standard black soil, incredibly fertile. Is it really only for farming? What about water? There's no sunlight here. He looked up at the 3 orbs. What are these things? He reached out one hand to grab an orb. Just as his fingers were about to touch it, the other 2 shot upward into the air. Wang Yongli quickly withdrew his extended hand. The moment he did, the 2 orbs that had been about to fly away descended back to their original positions. Seeing the 3 orbs aligned in a row, Wang Yongli now reached out both hands toward the orbs on either side. This time the result was different. The middle orb flew straight up, while the 2 on the sides also tried to escape, but seemed to be resisting something, struggling slightly. Wang Yongli withdrew his hands, and the orbs once again lined up. When I reach out with one hand, that orb doesn't resist. Trying to grab 2 seems forbidden. He stared at the 3 orbs, pondering. Is this the newbie gift pack? A choice of 3. Unconvinced, he reached out both hands again, this time aiming for the 2 on the left. The result was identical. The rightmost orb flew away swiftly, while the 2 on the left struggled upward. It was indeed a choice of 1 out of 3. After confirming this, Wang Yongli was unwilling to accept it. Usually newbie gift packs either gave items or skills. Was he supposed to just watch the other 2 fly away? No way. He was not picky. Items, skills, weapons. He wouldn't mind having more, but he would be unhappy with less. How could he let the bird in hand slip away? But how could he grab all 3 orbs at once? A sack. Yes, there's a sack at home. With this thought, Wang Yongli withdrew his consciousness from the space. He quietly got off the Kong, went to the outer room, grabbed the sack, and re-entered the space. He spread the sack open with both hands and measured a few times. He found that as soon as he extended both hands, the orbs would fly away. What the hell was he supposed to do? He exited the space, picked up 2 tree branches, and re-entered. He poked the branches toward the orbs didn't move. But when the branches touched the orbs, there was no reaction. Wang Yongli looked at the sack on the ground, then at the branches in his hands, and an idea popped into his mind. He poked a few holes in the mouth of the sack with the branches, inserted the branches into the holes, and spread the sack open, forming a large net. He swung the branches again to measure, and this time the orbs didn't react. Huh, it works. They're all mine, not one will escape. Excited, Wang Yongli swung the 2 branches, and the sack flew from the right toward the orbs, scooping all 3 inside. Once the orbs were inside the sack, Wang Yongli forcefully pressed the sack mouth against the ground, pulled out one branch with his right hand, and quickly tied the sack tightly. Seeming to sense Wang Yongli's hand or body, the orbs began to struggle inside the sack. But they couldn't break through the sack, so they could only fly upward with it. Wang Yongli quickly pulled out the other branch with his left hand and grabbed the sack mouth with both hands. He crouched down and started a tug-of-war with the 3 orbs. Well, they've got quite a bit of strength. Wang Yongli simply sat down on the ground and yanked the sack downward with force. He wrapped his legs around the sack while rolling over, using his full body weight to suppress the restless sack. Taking advantage of his legs trapping the sack, he loosened his left hand slightly and quickly thrust his right hand inside. Sensing Wang Yongli's hand reaching in, the 3 orbs darted around inside the sack, trying to escape. Not a chance. Wang Yongli grabbed one orb, but before he could feel it, the orb vanished. The other 2 spheres of light struggled more fiercely. With a boom, the space quaked violently, expanding outward considerably as a fissure split the ground not far from him. In moments, a small stone hill sprouted from the earth, and beside it a pool of water emerged. Holy shit! A spirit spring. As Wang Yongli shouted, his body began to transform. Body enhancement. 4 glowing purple characters flashed in his mind. Wang Yongli felt his once lean physique rapidly growing. Yes, growing. His muscles, bones, and meridians were all developing. A surge of powerful energy coursed chaotically through his body, bringing excruciating pain to every place it touched. The sudden change nearly made him lose his grip on the sack. After about 10 minutes, the pain subsided slightly. A thick layer of black impurities covered his skin, just like the marrow cleansing and meridian purification described in cultivation novels. At the same time, he felt an incredible lightness in his body, and his breathing became exceptionally smooth. Of course, the stench emanating from his body was also much more pungent. He ignored the filth on his body, staring wide-eyed at the hill and the spirit spring. It resembled the ornamental rockeries in the villas or estates of the wealthy in his past life. The rockery rose in jagged peaks, the highest about 3 meters tall. At its top, a spring gushed forth, cascading down the entire structure and into the pool below, where the water level slowly rose. "Huh, the golden finger. I finally caught your tail." The appearance of the spirit spring and the body enhancement filled Wang Yongli with confidence regarding the other 2 spheres of light. He eagerly grabbed another sphere. As it vanished, he felt an itch in his brain. A new kind of intelligence was beginning to grow. Wilderness survival. With the 4 purple characters appearing in his mind, a vast flood of knowledge about terrain, climate, water sources, flora, and fauna poured into his gray matter, as if he had grown up in the wild. From simple knots to complex shelter structures, from plant and animal identification to wound first aid. From water procurement and purification to fire making and firekeeping, from weather forecasting to navigation and observation. Even tracking and counter-tracking. Holy shit. The golden finger is truly amazing. This single skill alone lets me roam the old forest with ease, even if I spend a lifetime in the deep woods. After digesting the knowledge, Wang Yongli's mind was filled with nothing but awe. What's this sphere? Without hesitation, he reached for the last one. With a boom, the space expanded once more, and a wooden warehouse materialized behind the rockery. Simultaneously, 4 characters flashed in his mind: apparatus mastery. From tool usage and repair to self-made devices and modifications. From the mechanical structure of vehicles to the principles of electronic devices. From the construction of firearms and light weapons to trap placement, explosive yield, and blast radius. Every knife, stick, or even stone revealed countless uses in his eyes. Center of gravity, angle, and force application materialized automatically. The structure of devices disassembled in his mind. Parts, faults, and repair steps were all crystal clear, as if he had dismantled them countless times, as instinctive as breathing. The warehouse also possessed a special ability: anything stored inside experienced no time flow. That meant if you put something hot in, no matter how long it stayed, it would still be hot when you took it out. Holy shit, that's ridiculously overpowered. Wang Yongli dropped the sack and sat on the ground, appearing completely dazed to an outsider. After a brief darkness, when the 3 spheres vanished, the space lit up again. Wang Yongli looked up at the glowing object. A 9-bead bracelet was spinning and floating above the spirit spring. 3 beads shone with dazzling purple light, while the other 6 were a misty gray. Isn't this the bracelet I had in my past life, for over 50 years? He recognized it instantly, never expecting his golden finger to be this very bracelet. 3 beads are lit now, so the others should be lightable too, meaning there are more skills to learn. But how do I light them? Wang Yongli tried every method, even biting his finger and dripping blood, but the beads remained unresponsive. You can't even talk, can you give me a hint? Deciding to leave the puzzle for later, he figured he might stumble upon the solution one day. Wang Yongli, stripped naked, stood under the rockery and let the spring water wash over his body. Cupping his hands, he drank the water. It was sweet. After drinking the spirit spring water, the injuries from Zhao Day's beating and the pain from the body transformation vanished. Just like in the novels, the spirit spring water had healing properties. Humming a nonsensical tune, Wang Yongli scrubbed the dirt off his body. The lyrics were a jumble of gibberish, but he sang them with gusto. After cleaning himself and his underwear, he ran naked into the warehouse. The entire space was now about 1 mu in size, with the warehouse occupying 100 square meters. Inside, several areas were partitioned off with shelves of different sizes against the walls. Outside, the spirit spring pool was about 60 square meters. The remaining 500 square meters were his farmland and vegetable garden. Gazing at the spirit spring and the warehouse with the newly acquired knowledge in his mind and envisioning fields full of crops and vegetables, Wang Yongli was overjoyed from the very core of his being. Exiting the space, he found his mother and little sister still sleeping. He went to the outer room and replaced the water in the broken water vat and the pot with spirit spring water. He added more firewood to the stove and held his underwear and vest over the flames to dry. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family's place, chaos erupted that night. Wang Yongli had taken so much that Zhao Day's household had nothing left, not even a cooking pot. Zhao Changshui and his wife lived with Zhao Day, and now the whole Zhao family sat on the Kong in Zhao Dashan's house. Zhao Dashan's wife Chun Tsuhua pouted with a long sour face because the old folks and her brother-in-law were eating her family's grain. Zhao Day, who had been beaten the worst, groaned intermittently. An ungrateful little bastard, that heartless thing. He took all our grain, even the pot. How are we supposed to survive? Old Mrs. Zhao, seeing her youngest son in pain, wept and cursed with tears and snot streaming down her face. Zhao Dashan rubbed his lower back and muttered, "That little runt is like a different person. When I tried to grab the stuff, he swung the axe without hesitation, right at my head." Chun Tsuehua shot him a look. "What do you mean? Getting cold feet? He beat all 3 of you today, and we just let it go. How will we ever hold our heads up in the village?" "That's right. Tsuehua is right. We can't let it slide. Dashan, go find Xiangzi tomorrow. He knows people at the logging camp. Have him bring a few guys over and break that little bastard's legs." Zhao Changshui pointed at Zhao Dashan with his pipe and said, Xianzi, whose real name was Zhao Chong, was Zhao Dashan's son. He was a street idler from the forest farm, hanging around with a few layabouts. Right, drag that jinx and the worthless girl back. The family needs someone to do the work. Old Mrs. Zhao followed with a vicious expression. The more they talked, the more excited they became, as if they could already see Wang Yongli beaten to his knees begging for mercy. Old Mrs. Zhao had already begun to scheme about how to torment Li Xiuji and the girl once they returned. How to make them do the dirtiest and hardest work, withholding food, completely forgetting the time that afternoon when they were too scared by Wang Yongli to utter a word. The night deepened, and the kerosene lamp in Zhao Dashan's house was still lit. The family was still discussing how to torment Wang Yongli and his mother and sister. At the first light of dawn, Li Xiuji and her 2 children all got up. Usually at this time, she had to get up to cook for the Zhao family. Wang Yongli and the girl also had to start working. Over the years, their biological clocks had long been set. Mom, girl, you two go back to sleep. When it's light, we'll tidy up the house properly. Wang Yongli said while putting on his clothes to Li Xiuji and the girl. I'll add some firewood. Once it's light, I'll go into the mountains. Girl will definitely have meat today. Hearing there would be meat, the girl lying in bed raised her head to look at Wang Yongli, her eyes full of craving for meat. I'm not sleeping anymore. Mom, go down and make some porridge and heat up the dried sweet potatoes. Li Xiuji quickly dressed and got off the Kong to the outer room. The pot was full of water, which was the spiritual spring Wang Yongli had brought from his space. The family lacks too many things. At the very least, we need a thermos. We must hurry to earn money. Wang Yongli looked at the water in the pot and began to think about ways to make money. In 1965, a thermos was a rare item. Only the families of forest farm cadres could use one. In rural homes, having an iron kettle was already good enough. Hot water was usually boiled on the spot. The girl also got up and pushed open the door. A blast of cold wind rushed in immediately. The snowfall last night was heavy, and now a few snowflakes were drifting sporadically. Brother, the snow has stopped. The snow has stopped. The sky is clear. Girl, from now on you will be called Xueqing, Li Xueqing. Hearing her son's words, Li Xiuji's busy hands paused. Yongli, what are you? Mom, the girl doesn't even have a proper name. When we register for the household registration later, we'll record her as Li Xueqing and let her take your surname. Wang Yongli patted the girl. Li Xueqing's head. Li Xueqing, brother, this name sounds so nice. Li Xueqing murmured softly, looking at Wang Yongli happily. But the Zhao family surely won't agree. Li Xiuji muttered after a moment of hesitation. I'll make them nod, Wang Yongli said. Wang Yongli rubbed his face, his gaze firm. Mom, stay home with Xueqing, bar the door. Don't go out until I come back. After drinking a bowl of cornmeal porridge, Wang Yongli took his axe and prepared to go into the mountains. Li Xiuji was not overly worried about Wang Yongli going into the mountains. Which child at the foot of the mountain hadn't snared rabbits in the mountains? She just told him not to go too deep. As for Li Xueqing, she only felt that this morning's porridge was quite sweet. Taking a deep breath, the cold air poured straight into his lungs, instantly awakening his whole body. The winter forest was silent, snow up to the ankles. Every step required effort. In winter, pheasants and wild rabbits hid in wind-sheltered bushes or snow dens. When hungry, they scratched the snow to eat roots and seeds. Their tracks on the snow were impossible to hide. Wang Yongli didn't rush to find prey. Instead, he first found a tussock meadow. Brushing aside a thin layer of snow, he saw clusters of withered yellow grass with very fine leaves. This was ula grass. A bit of this properly processed and stuffed into shoes could keep warm. Ula grass shouldn't be used directly, it needs to be dried and pounded soft to achieve the best effect. But at this moment Wang Yongli didn't have the time. He could only give it a simple treatment and stuff it into his shoes. Having something was better than nothing. After dealing with his shoes, Wang Yongli walked along the sunny wind-sheltered slope foot. These areas were overgrown with dense thickets of shingen rhododendron and Rosa divurica bushes. In winter the leaves had all fallen, leaving only slender twigs half buried in snow. This was both a hiding place for pheasants and rabbits and a necessary route for their foraging. After walking a short while, Wang Yongli crouched down and gently brushed aside the thin snow. A trail of footprints appeared on the snow surface, neatly pressed, forming a narrow little groove. Hey, knowledge is power. It works. Without iron wire, Wang Yongli cut some ledum vine. This vine was very tough, dried. It was more wear-resistant than hemp rope. Without a knife or sickle, Wang Yongli struggled with the axe. Making rabbit snares required a certain skill. Even a slight difference wouldn't work. Wang Yongli's fingers moved swiftly, twisting the vines together. He made a slipknot loop, the mouth the size of a fist. The snare must be round 1 fist away from the ground, the stake driven firmly, and the rabbit won't escape. Wang Yongli chose the narrowest part of the rabbit trail with bushes on both sides and no other way to go. The rabbit had no choice but to run into the snare. He cut a branch and drove it hard into the ground as a stake, then fixed the slipknot to the stake. After adjusting the height, he covered the snare with twigs and snow, making it very well concealed. After making this, Wang Yongli continued forward. Where he found pheasant tracks, he began to make a spring snare. Pheasants fly low but jump high. The pheasant snare had to be made higher and with elasticity, or it could easily be broken free. In just over an hour, relying on the knowledge in his mind and nearly instinctive operations, Wang Yongli deftly made 4 rabbit snares and 5 pheasant snares. The positioning was accurate, the craftsmanship exquisite. If an old hunter saw this, he would never believe it was the work of a 16-year-old boy. He also sprinkled a circle of spiritual spring water around each snare, thinking that this stuff might also attract animals. Wang Yongli found a wind-sheltered spot and rubbed his face with his red frozen hands. Damn, what am I doing freezing my ass off here? After cursing softly, Wang Yongli entered the space where the temperature was a world of difference from outside. I almost forgot to enjoy the blessings. Sitting by the edge of the pool, he began to think about how to live from now on. Staying at the foot of the mountain was the most correct choice. After the new year, it would be 1966. After the spring, a great storm would sweep across the country, lasting 10 years. Life outside would be much harder than at the foot of the mountain. At this time, the country had just begun large-scale development of the forest areas. The development tasks were heavy, the environment relatively isolated, and the struggles much weaker than in the interior. In another 2 years, a large number of educated youth intellectuals, sent down cadres, and demobilized soldiers would come here. Once they arrived, most would transform into builders. Here production was paramount. By then, Wang Yongli had to do two things. First, find his wife back. In his past life, he met his wife when he was 18. At this moment, even if he wanted to find her, he couldn't. Second, he had to make as many connections as possible with the sent-down cadres, who knew one of them might be a powerful backer. If only I could see outside directly from here. After waiting for over 2 hours, Wang Yongli exited the space. He went to the place where he had set the traps, only to be disappointed. Both the rabbit snares and the pheasant snares were completely intact. Don't just wait around. Let's gather some firewood and collect some sedge grass. Wang Yongli walked far away from the traps and began picking up dead branches and splitting wood. As he worked, he discovered another advantage of the warehouse. As soon as he placed items into the space, the warehouse automatically arranged them neatly. Before he knew it, the firewood in the warehouse had piled up, and he had also gathered a considerable amount of sedge grass. Wang Yongli looked up at the sun and estimated it was around noon. He headed back to where the traps were set. Before he even got close, he heard a flapping sound. Wang Yongli quickened his pace. One of the pheasant snares had caught something. A male pheasant was caught by the snare around its neck, flapping wildly in the snow, but the more it struggled, the tighter the snare became. Alive, nice. I'll keep it in the space for now and take it out whenever I want to eat it. Wang Yongli calculated, cleverly walked over and tossed the pheasant directly into the space. Then he sensed that the pheasant inside the space had died with a snap. What's going on? Wang Yongli quickly entered the space to check, and indeed the pheasant was dead. Can't keep living things. This wasn't mentioned in the rules that came into my head last night. This damn golden finger can't even speak. After leaving the space, Wang Yongli continued checking the snares. The second one was empty. The third one was empty. The fourth one had caught something. A female pheasant smaller than the male before. But it was very plump. When he touched its chest, it was all meat. He tossed it into the space, and it snapped dead again. It was confirmed the space could not hold living creatures. Wang Yongli quickly bled and cleaned the carcasses. The fifth snare caught a male pheasant. After resetting the snares, Wang Yongli headed toward the rabbit traps. From a distance, he saw the bushes shaking. Got one. What a great start today. Wang Yongli was genuinely excited. Such a harvest on his first day in the mountains was quite impressive. Approaching, he saw a rabbit caught by the snare around its hind legs, spinning in the snow. The rabbit was not small, weighing at least 5 gene. Its thick hind legs kicked and kicked, causing the stake to start shaking. If Wang Yongli had come any later, it might have broken free. It was uncommon to catch a rabbit by the hind leg instead of the head. Perhaps the rabbit had leaped, and its hind leg had landed right into the snare. He threw it into the space, reinforced the stake, restored the snare, and continued checking the next one. The subsequent snares had caught 2 more rabbits. 3 rabbits and 3 pheasants. An absolute bumper harvest. Chicken returns to Uncle Cold and hard. 3 ants come to pound the bottom. Hit the White House wagon classics. I am the first to settle the bottom. Wash the injustice. Wash the pig bottom. Good men crawl to 3 bottoms. Ming family. Red Ming family. Hard 5 pounds. 5 ants. Oh, good duck bottom. The sunlight reflected off the snow, blinding to the eyes. Wang Yongli hummed a little tune as he walked home. These game meats would be enough for his mother and siblings to eat for several days. He would also send one to Secretary Zhang to curry favor. Little did the cheerful Wang Yongli know that chaos had already erupted at his home. Zhao Dashan had gone to the forest farm before dawn and found his son Zhao Chong. He embellished the story of Wang Yongli beating people and stealing things yesterday, emphasizing that Wang Yongli had become utterly ruthless, even daring to beat his own grandfather, and looked like he was ready to kill. His goal was to get Zhao Chong to find more people to beat up Wang Yongli. Zhao Chong had sworn brotherhood with several hooligans at the forest farm and often got into brawls. Hearing that his father and grandfather had been beaten by Wang Yongli, he was outraged. As the eldest son and grandson of the Zhao family, he was used to bullying others, so how could Wang Yongli be so insolent? Zhao Chong immediately went to find 3 sworn brothers. Together with the 4 hooligans and Zhao Dashan, the 5 of them swaggered toward Daegu. When they arrived at the ramshackle house, Wang Yongli was still in the mountains. Zhao Chong walked to the broken door, gathered strength in his right leg, and kicked the door panel with full vicious force. Bang! He had intended to show off, expecting this powerful kick to send the wooden door flying. But he never imagined that Li Shouji, following Wang Yongli's advice, had propped the door shut with a thick wooden stick. The dilapidated wooden door did not open. Instead, it rebounded all the force back at him. As anyone familiar with kicking doors knows, at that moment, Zhao Chong felt a piercing pain in the sole of his foot. Then his leg bones went numb, and the reaction force surged up through his thigh straight to his lower back. Zhao Chong lost his balance, his body uncontrollably tilting backward. He flailed his arms wildly but grasped nothing. With a thud, he fell heavily onto the snow-covered frozen hard ground. As anyone who has taken a hard fall knows, at that moment, Zhao Chong felt a violent jolt to his tailbone. Sourness, numbness, swelling, and pain surged through his body in a single breath, making him grimace and howl. Though the winter weather was bitterly cold, Zhao Chong still felt. His chrysanthemum had bloomed. "Xiangzi, are you okay?" Not surprisingly, as his father Zhao Dashan was the first to react, stepping forward to help Zhao Chong up. "Damn, Xiangzi, how did you get bounced back by the door?" One of the street idlers scoffed, seeing Zhao Chong's misfortune. "Fuck off, big stutterer. Break the door down." Zhao Chong, helped up by his father, shouted at a tall guy. Big stutterer was over 1.8 meters tall, and even in his padded jacket one could see he was broad-shouldered and thick-backed. He planted his feet, charged to the door, turned around, and slammed his back against the wooden door. Crack! The wooden stick bracing the door was snapped cleanly. The wooden door swung inward with a harsh creak. Big stutterer stepped into the room with momentum, bringing a gust of wind. A formidable sight. Inside, Li Xiuji held a wooden stick, shielding Li Xueqing behind her. Her face was pale, her voice trembling. "Zhao Chong, what do you want?" Zhao Chong limped into the room, eyeing Li Xiuji askance. "What do I want? Where is that bastard Wang Yongli? He beat up my father and grandfather and stole my family's things. I'm here to get justice for them. Yongli will be back soon. If you don't leave now, he'll make you pay when he returns." After years of oppression, Li Xiuji was terrified, and her trembling words carried no intimidation. "Make us pay. I'll be waiting right here to see how he does it. Dad, take everything." Hearing his son, Zhao Dashan walked straight into the inner room, intending to take the betting. Li Xiuji raised her stick as if to strike Zhao Dashan, but a nearby street idler kicked her in the stomach. She and Li Xueqing behind her both fell to the ground. As soon as she hit the ground, Li Xiuji struggled to get up, swinging the stick wildly. Another street idler struck the stick in her hand with his own. A sharp crack. The two sticks collided hard. Li Xiuji, already weak and frail, had little strength. The force shuddered through the stick, numbing her arm, and the stick was knocked out of her hand. She staggered back a few steps, both hands hanging down, trembling. Li Xueqing was also frightened and at a loss for what to do, her small hand tightly clutching the hem of Li Xiuji's clothes. Zhao Dashan pushed the mother and daughter aside and began rolling up the bedding on the calm. "I'll fight you to the death." Li Xiuji's eyes turned crimson as she shrieked hysterically. She charged forward, recklessly clawing at Zhao Dashan's head and face like a madwoman. Li Xueqing also rushed forward, grabbing Zhao Dashan's clothes and pulling him backward. Zhao Dashan swatted away Li Xiuji's hands with one arm and shoved her hard, sending her stumbling to the ground. Zhao Chong raised his foot and kicked Li Xueqing. "I'll kill you, you little brat," daring to fight back. Li Xueqing's occiput struck the ground with a heavy thud, and she curled around her head, wailing loudly. "Girl, my girl." Li Xiuji scrambled over to Li Xueqing in a fluster, pulled her into her arms, and wailed uncontrollably. "Zhao Dashan, Zhao Chong, you're courting death." Just then a thunderous roar rang out. On his way back to the village entrance, Wang Yongli had taken a pheasant and a wild rabbit from his spatial storage, tied them together with vine fiber, and slung them over his shoulder. From Zhao Chong's perspective, he saw Wang Yongli toss aside the game from his shoulder, his bloodshot eyes blazing, wielding an axe as he charged straight at him. "You bastard finally came back. Today I'll break your legs." Zhao Chong barely believed that Wang Yongli, who had cowered for so many years, could stir up trouble, and furthermore, they had the numbers on their side. The advantage was his. The three street hustlers who had followed Zhao Chong also raised their sticks and swung at Wang Yongli. In their eyes, Wang Yongli was easy prey. What they didn't know was that Wang Yongli's enhanced physique made him both immensely strong and remarkably quick-reacting. His weapon mastery allowed him to unleash the full destructive power of his axe. Wang Yongli sidestepped a wooden club and, using the torque of his waist, split his axe straight into the man's buttocks. Crack! An agonizing scream erupted as the street hustler collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. Exploiting the momentum, Wang Yongli's axe smashed into another man's leg. Another cracking sound echoed. The second hustler also fell to the ground, writhing and wailing. The big stammerer seemed utterly terrified by Wang Yongli. He dropped his stick and retreated several steps, standing frozen in place. Wang Yongli glanced at him dismissively, then marched toward Zhao Dashan and Zhao Chong, his axe still dripping blood. Panic seized Zhao Dashan. The image of Wang Yongli chopping Zhao Dai's neck the day before flashed through his mind. Why were his legs going soft? Zhao Chong was also shaken. In their usual brawls, injuries never went beyond bruises and swelling. When had they ever seen an axe cleave into a human body? Those two cracking sounds clearly indicated bones snapping. "Wang Yongli, what do you think you're doing? Let me tell you, murder carries the death penalty." Zhao Chong gripped his wooden stick with both hands, holding it defensively, and shouted at Wang Yongli. Wang Yongli raised his axe and swung it down. "Oh!" Zhao Chong wildly waved his stick in a desperate attempt to block, but his strength paled in comparison Yongli's. The stick was knocked flying. Wang Yongli discarded his axe and rained blows and kicks upon Zhao Chong. He did not forget Zhao Dashan either. In no time, Zhao Dashan and his son were rolling on the ground, battered. Wang Yongli leaned down close to Zhao Chang's ear and whispered softly, I can't kill you, but if you bully my mother and my little sister, death would be the lesser punishment. He then picked up his axe again, twirled it once in his hand, and slammed the blunt side against Zhao Chang's hand. Ow! A more heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Seeing his son's hand ruined, Zhao Dashan was about to fly into a rage when Wang Yongli delivered a kick to his head, knocking him unconscious. Wang Yongli grabbed a bowl, scooped water from a cracked water vat, and approached Li Xueqing. Witnessing Wang Yongli's brutal beating, both Li Xueqing and her daughter had forgotten their own pain. Xueqing, drink this water. Mother, you drink some too. Although the spiritual spring could not instantly heal injuries, its two proven effects, relieving fatigue and pain and accelerating recovery, had been thoroughly validated by Wang Yongli himself. After watching his mother and sister drink the spiritual water and confirming they were unharmed, Wang Yongli helped them onto the Kong. Then, axe in hand, he stood before the big stammerer, locking eyes with him. He didn't move. My hands, the big stammerer stammered, both hands raised defensively before his chest. Wang Yongli remained silent, his bloodshot eyes continuing to stare him down. It was Zhao Chang who called. I really didn't move, he blurted out. What exactly are the rest of you lot? Just as the big stammerer began to lose his nerve, Wang Yongli finally spoke. We're all street hustlers. Our dad, mom, both died. Just as Wang Yongli was about to respond, footsteps sounded from outside. What's going on here? Zhang Chunxing arrived at Wang Yongli's house accompanied by militia captain Zhang Yong. Secretary Zhang, these street thugs took advantage of my absence to team up with Zhao Dashan and Zhao Chang to assault and humiliate my mother and younger sister. If I hadn't returned in time, God knows what would have happened. Upon seeing Zhang Chunxing, Wang Yongli immediately deployed the tried-and-true tactics of the older generation. Zhang Chunxing surveyed the two men writhing and moaning on the ground. One man's buttock was still bleeding, while the other clutched his knee and rolled about. He then fixed his gaze on the big stammerer standing nearby and barked sternly, What are you doing here? I. Before the stammerer could finish his stutter, Wang Yongli interjected, They are street thugs from the forest farm summoned by Zhao Chang to beat me and rob my home. When Zhang Chunxing continued to stare at him, the big stammerer nodded repeatedly, Why yes. Sitting on the Kong, Li Xueqing quietly disheveled her, and Li Xueqing's hair even more than tugged harshly at her cotton-padded jacket. Zhang Chunxing entered the inner room, glanced at Zhao Dashan and his son lying on the ground, then turned to Li Xueqing and her daughter on the Kong. Xueqing, are you two oi? Li Xueqing wiped her tears and sobbed. If Yongli hadn't returned in time, the two of us. Her voice trailed off, and she covered her mouth, breaking into sobs once more. Wang Yongli noticed Zhang Chunxing's gaze settling on Zhao Dashan. He picked up the bowl and splashed a mouthful of water from the pot onto Zhao Dashan's face. Oh! Zhao Dashan jolted awake, shaking his head groggily. Secretary Zhang. Wang Yongli, this little punk, has committed murder. Recognizing Zhang Chunxing's face, Zhao Dashan wailed and lamented, Look at what he did to Qiangzi's hand, and those two in the outer room were slashed by Wang Yongli's axe. They've lost so much blood, someone will surely die. Report it to the police, put him on trial. Militia Captain Zhang Yong had finished examining the three men's injuries and approached Zhang Chunxing, saying, Secretary Zhang, none of the three have obvious bone displacement. Fractures are ruled out. At most there may be hairline cracks, but the Forest Farm Clinic cannot confirm whether their bones are actually fractured. Hearing Zhang Yong's words, Zhang Chunxing quickly looked up. Are you sure? Absolutely. I carefully palpated the injured areas of all three, and I am certain there is no bone displacement. Zhang Yong was approximately 28 years old, a demobilized soldier who had acquired some first-aid knowledge during his military service. Upon receiving Zhang Yong's affirmative response, Zhang Chunxing breathed a long sigh of relief. As long as there were no fractures, Zhang Chunxing was fully confident he could protect Wang Yongli, and in doing so protect himself. If a serious injury, such as a fracture, had occurred, the brigade secretary would undoubtedly face disciplinary action. In an era when a major incident equated to cadre incompetence, poor leadership, and insufficient vigilance, this was precisely what Wang Yongli had deliberately engineered. He had restrained his force and had not truly fractured any bones, though a hairline fracture was certain. However, the medical facilities in the Xinyanling region were incapable of detecting such subtle fractures at the time. Although he was a minor, and strictly speaking his actions constituted justifiable defense, the criminal law was still in draft stage, and the criteria for determining justifiable defense were extremely strict and heavily biased. If he had truly fractured the bones of all three, even as a minor acting to protect his mother and younger sister, he would very likely bear criminal responsibility. A fracture meant grievous injury. It meant he had struck too viciously with excessive force, crossing the boundary of necessity. And Zhang Chunxing, as a leading cadre seeking to protect himself, needed first to protect Wang Yongli. Zhang Yong, have someone harness a large sled and take these three to the Forest Farm Clinic first, then report to the police station. Zhang Chunxing waved to Zhang Yong, then turned a sharp gaze toward Wang Yongli. Boy, you must come with us to the police station. This matter is rather serious. Understood, Wang Yongli replied promptly. He walked to the doorway, brought the rabbit and pheasant inside, and smiled at Li Xueqing as he raised his hand. Mother, I trapped these today. Help your younger sister get things ready. We will have meat tonight when I return. Zhang Chunsheng had been observing Wang Yongli closely. He noticed only calmness in the young man's eyes. No panic after having struck others, nor the menacing aggression of a bully. Watching Wang Yongli carry the pheasant and rabbit, Zhang Chunsheng's eye twitched. Strictly speaking, wild animals were state resources. Hunting rights belonged to the collective, and only hunting teams and forest rangers were permitted to hunt according to plan. Of course, this was merely a technicality. In this era of food scarcity, hardly anyone drew such strict lines. Near the foothills, which household did not occasionally venture into the mountains to trap rabbits or pheasants. Yongli, won't you get into trouble? Upon hearing that Wang Yongli was to go to the police station, Li Xiuji was thoroughly panicked. I will be fine, mother. I am merely going to explain the situation. They broke the law, not me. Wang Yongli comforted Li Xiuji with a reassuring smile. Approximately half an hour later, Zhang Yong returned accompanied by 2 militia members. He led a horse with a large sled hitched to it, a sturdy wooden frame fitted with thick planks, and 2 iron-shod runners gliding effortlessly through the snow. On flat ground, following well-trodden snowy paths, the horse pulled the sled swiftly and steadily. Zhang Yong and the 2 militia members lifted the 2 men lying on the ground onto the sled. Each time a body was moved, a heart-rending wail erupted. Zhao Chong did not need to be carried. Zhao Daqiang helped him sit slowly onto the sled. Before departing, Zhao Chong cast a hatred-filled glare at Wang Yongli. Just you wait. This is not over. Wang Yongli met his gaze calmly, silently echoing, indeed it is far from over. Shut your damn mouth. Hearing Zhao Chong still hurling threats, the anger Zhang Chunsheng had been suppressing finally erupted. This scoundrel might be attempting to implicate him in responsibility, yet he dared to threaten Wang Yongli to his face. His uncle might tolerate it, but his aunt certainly would not. These street vagabonds needed to pay a price. He suspected Wang Yongli had deliberately held back. Striking a hand with the flat of an axe at full force would certainly ruin it, not leave it unfractured. At this thought, he glanced at Wang Yongli again. How has this kid become such a different person? Zhao Dashan and the stutterer were escorted by 2 militia members alongside the sled. Zhang Chunsheng and Wang Yongli brought up the rear. Even after traveling far, Wang Yongli could still see Li Xiuji and Li Xueqing standing at the doorway. Though no snow was falling, the afternoon temperature remained bitterly low. Whether from pain or frost, Zhao Chong and the other 2 hooligans shivered uncontrollably. Serves them right. Wang Yongli muttered, his hands tucked into his sleeves, following Zhang Chunsheng at a leisurely pace. After approximately an hour and a half, the group arrived at the forest farm. The Hongxing Forest Farm was modest in size, consisting of several rows of brick buildings, an office, a dining hall, and storage facilities. In the adjacent large yard, several tracked bulldozers and tractors were parked. The clinic stood at the easternmost end, a single-story building with 3 rooms and a wooden sign above the door reading Hongxing Forest Farm Clinic. Zhang Yong and 1 militia member guided the sled to a stop at the clinic entrance. A middle-aged man in a white coat emerged. What happened? Where are they hurt? Upon seeing the occupants of the sled, his expression darkened instantly. Have these street ruffians been fighting again? Dr. Liu, please check whether these people have any fractures, said Zhang Chunxing, clearly familiar with the man stepping forward. Dr. Liu first examined the hooligan whose crotch was soaked through with blood. This one is the most severe. He has lost too much blood. Carry everyone inside first. Several people helped carry the men indoors. Then Zhang Chunxing said, you take these 2 to the police station first. I will join you once I have the results. Zhang Yong led the militia members, escorting Zhao Daqiang and the stutterer toward the police station. Once the group had disappeared from view and the doctor was busy in the consultation room, Zhang Chunsheng whispered to Wang Yongli, when we arrive at the station, just tell the truth. You are in the right, and I will speak on your behalf. Hearing Zhang Chunxing's words, Wang Yongli removed his hands from his sleeves and bowed respectfully. Internally, however, he was calculating which details to disclose and which to withhold. The Zhao family would certainly not let this drop quietly. He needed the officers to understand the full sequence of events, to put the Zhao family on record at the station, so to speak. After a short while, Dr. Liu emerged from the consultation room. No bone displacement. Fractures are ruled out, though San Mao's wound requires stitches. He bled so profusely and so much time has passed. Could his life be in danger? This concern had weighed on Zhang Chunxing throughout the journey. It looks frightening, but major blood vessels were not damaged. Once the wound is stitched and he rests for a few days, he will recover. Hearing Dr. Liu's words, Zhang Chunxing turned to look at Wang Yongli once more. Perhaps he was fortunate, Wang Yongli said coolly. In truth, he himself was uncertain how he had avoided striking an artery. He had simply controlled his force. He possessed no knowledge of human vascular anatomy whatsoever. He's got good fortune, and so do we, Zhang Chunxing thought to himself. Let's go head to the police station. As the 2 stepped into the station, they spotted a man in his 40s emerging from the inner room. He was of short stature but broad-shouldered, clad in a dark blue police uniform. His face bore the lines of hardship, yet his eyes were sharp and bright. Spotting Zhang Chunxing, he quickened his pace. Chunxing, I heard from Zhang Yong that these hoodlums went to your village and beat up women and children. That's exactly what happened. Sorry to trouble you again, Director Li. Zhang Chunxing stepped forward, pulled out a pack of Tianmen cigarettes, and handed one to Director Li. After lighting the cigarette for Director Li, he turned and pointed at Wang Yongli. This boy is Wang Yongli from our village. Those idlers went to his house and beat his mother and sister. Li Changhai was the newly appointed director of the Hongxing Forest Farm Police Station established in the second half of the year. Though the station was still young, he had previously served as the public security commissioner for the farm. He was therefore familiar with the residents of the surrounding villages, especially the brigade cadres. Come follow me for a statement. Director Li led them back inside and pointed to the stools. Sit down. I'll pour you some hot water, it's too cold out here. Zhang Chunxing cupped the large bowl, took a long sip of the hot water, and recounted the entire sequence of events. He recounted how the Zhao family had bullied him, his wife and daughter for years. The household division had only been finalized yesterday, yet today Zhao Dashan and his son Zhao Chong had already hired street loafers to break and beat them and steal their belongings. After Zhang Chunxing finished, Director Li remained silent for a moment before turning his gaze to Wang Yongli. Secretary Zhang is done. Tell me yourself, what exactly happened? Wang Yongli sat up straight. Speaking with clear logic, he laid out every hardship he had endured at the Zhao household over the years. Director Li, when I got home, I found those hoodlums beating my mother and sister. Zhao Daqiang was rolling up the bedding from the Kong. Panicking, I just charged at them. Director Li's eyes never left Wang Yongli's. He noticed the boy's gaze held no evasion or fear. And those three injured, how are they? Serious. Not serious. Dr. Liu has already examined them. No fractures. Aside from San Mao's bleeding wound, the other two are fine. Zhang Chunxing picked up the conversation. I don't know the other three aside from Zhao Chong. What do they do for a living? A flicker of disgust crossed Director Li's face. They're all loafers from the forest farm. They take occasional day labor with the logging crew, but mostly they scam, cheat, and brawl. Nobody likes them. Director Li, throw them all in jail, Wang Yongli said angrily. Whether they get sent to jail isn't decided by you or me. It requires a proper investigation. Director Li lifted his enamel mug and took a sip of water. Director Li, their actions show blatant disregard for the law. They've banded together to commit violence, disrupting public order and undermining the bond between cadres and the people. This is reactionary and degenerate conduct directly opposing the masses. We must resolutely strike down such corruption. As he spoke, Wang Yongli's voice grew louder, his posture straighter, his gaze more resolute. He piled on every ideological label from the era he remembered, pinning them onto his opponents. Director Li's enamel mug froze mid-air, his eyes wide with astonishment, mouth slightly agape. Zhang Chunxing turned his head, watching Wang Yongli blink rapidly again and again. Secretary Zhang, what's wrong with your eyes? Yongli, where did you learn to talk like that? Zhang Chunxing broke the silence in the room. I learned it from the loudspeakers. They say labor is the most glorious thing, and those who shirk production and refuse to participate in collective work, those lazy idle loafers, must be firmly opposed. The loudspeakers also teach us to obey the law, uphold rules, and support one another. Their act of kicking down doors and assaulting people is a direct defiance of the law. Zhang Chunxing's lips parted, then he closed them and looked toward Director Li. The corner of Director Li's mouth twitched. He had spent many years in public security work. He had seen his fair share of people throwing tantrums, wailing to the heavens, and playing the fool. But this was the first time a 16-year-old boy had stood before him, shouting slogans and reasoning with him. The crux of the matter was that not a single word the boy said could be faulted. How could you argue with him? To do so would mean... Director Li, Secretary Zhang, though I can't read, I understand principle. I've memorized every word the party and government speak through those loudspeakers, and they also said, enough, stop talking. Seeing Director Li struggling to suppress a laugh, Zhang Chunxing quickly cut in to stop Wang Yongli. Director Li set down his enamel mug and pointed at Wang Yongli. You kid, your political awareness is surprisingly high. He then turned to Zhang Chunxing. Chunxing, we will launch an investigation into this matter. What's your take? Zhang Chunxing rose from his seat, walked to the table, and offered Director Li another de Qianmen cigarette. Director Li Yongli is still a minor. He acted to protect his mother and sister. Beating them up is understandable under the circumstances. Isn't there a principle of legitimate self-defense? Director Li caught Zhang Chunxing's meaning and pondered for a moment before replying. How about this, you take him back for now? We'll decide once our investigation is complete. In the meantime, Wang Yongli isn't allowed to leave your village. We may need to come question him at any time. Understood. If anything else is needed, I'll bring the kid over. We'll head back now. Zhang Chunxing waved his hand, signaling Wang Yongli to follow him out. While Wang Yongli and the others were at the police station, news had already spread through the village. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Chong and the others were escorted to the station by the brigade secretary and the militia platoon leader. Zhao Chong's hand was ruined by Wang Yongli. His palm was smashed by an axe. Only bone shards are left in his fingers. The rumors grew ever more exaggerated. The senior Zhao household also received the news. The family had been puzzled as to why Zhao Dashan had been gone so long without returning. Now they finally understood why. Old man, what are we to do? Xiangzi is the only heir to the Zhao family. Yes, father, both Dashan and Xiangzi are in the police station. What do we do? At the Dashan household, Grandma Zhao and Shun Tsawa were wailing as if in competition, each louder than the last. Stop your damn wailing. I'm going to the station to find out what's going on. Dake, you stay here and watch over your mother and sister-in-law. Zhao Chongshui's brows knitted into a Chuan character. He glared viciously at the two women, slammed the door, and stormed out. Zhao Dai wiped his face roughly, then kicked the wall hard with his leg. Bitches fucking bastards. I'm going to kill them. Finishing his threat, he walked into the courtyard, hoisted a shovel onto his shoulder, and limped briskly toward Wang Yongli's dilapidated house. Day. Grandma Zhao tumbled and scrambled off the Kong. By the time she reached the doorway, Zhao Dai was already far in the distance. Secretary Zhang, my family has run out of grain. Last time you mentioned the brigade might lend us some. Any word on that? On the large sleigh, Wang Yongli asked Zhang Chunxing. Oh, I've discussed it with old Zhou. We can lend your family 20 jin of grain. Come with me to the brigade to pick it up. Zhang Chunxing flicked the ash from his cigarette, noticing Wang Yongli's gaze linger on it. Want a drag? Zhang Chunxing pulled out a pack of economy brand cigarettes, 8 cents a pack, along with matches, and handed them to Wang Yongli. This brand was the standard issue for rural cadres across the Xinjiang region. Give me one. Give me one. Hee. Wang Yongli was genuinely craving it. In his past life, he'd never managed to quit, even on his deathbed. After lighting up, Wang Yongli performed an impressive drag. Head tilted back slightly, eyes half closed, a look of pure bliss on his face. Oh, you're quite the seasoned smoker. Are you sure this is your first time? Zhang Yong stared at Wang Yongli's display, genuinely surprised. Cough, cough. Whether it was the harshness of the filterless cigarette or Zhang Yong's words, Wang Yongli burst into a violent coughing fit. Brother Yong, of course it's my first time. I just thought you grown-ups looked cool smoking. Kind of tough and stuff. Wang Yongli suppressed his cough and looked at Zhang Yong. In truth, he was eyeing the rifle slung across Zhang Yong's back. A Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, the standard weapon for militia mass issued starting in 1960. It fired 6,239mm ammunition with a 10-round magazine and an effective range of 400 meters. The rifle was known for its accuracy and ease of maintenance. The two militia members carried Type 53 carbines, Soviet Mosin-Nagant copies. Locals called them water pellet guns, shorter and lighter, ideal for use in the forest regions. Though they also used 7.62mm ammunition, the cartridges were not interchangeable. The Type 56 fired 6,239mm rounds, while the water pellet gun used 6,254mm. Brother Yong, can I touch your gun? Wang Yongli asked with a grin. Zhang Yong glanced at Zhang Chunxing, then took the rifle into his own hands. He flipped up the small lever in front of the trigger guard and handed it to Wang Yongli. Sure, take a look. You didn't shame the village today. You protected your mother and sister. Good work. As he spoke, the rifle was already being passed over. Wang Yongli tucked the cigarette between his lips, tilted his head, and took the rifle with both hands. The moment he touched it, the mechanical expertise from his past life kicked in. Every secret of the rifle laid bare before him. There were numerous ways he could enhance its performance. Of course, right now, he could only pretend to be a boy simply admiring a gun. Nowadays, aside from ethnic minorities whose livelihoods depended on hunting, ordinary citizens were not permitted to privately own firearms for hunting. Though regulations were one thing. The horse-drawn sleigh moved quickly, and before long the group had entered the village, chatting and laughing along the way. Throughout the journey, Zhang Chunxing had been closely observing Wang Yongli. He had far too many questions. At the brigade headquarters, Zhang Chunxing had the accountant Zhou Deming hand Wang Yongli 20 jin of cornmeal. Carrying the cornmeal home, he spotted Zhao Dai's lumbering figure from far away. Clearly headed straight for their house. It was just around the corner. Wang Yongli broke into a sprint toward Zhao Dai, shouting as he ran. Zhao Dai, what the hell are you fooling around for? The shout startled Zhao Dai. He turned to see Wang Yongli charging at him. Without hesitation, he raised his iron shovel and swung it down. Fuck you, I'll kill you, you worthless bastard. Wang Yongli dodged the shovel, dropped the cornmeal to the ground, and effortlessly took Zhao Dai down. Then he proceeded to beat him mercilessly. I was looking for an excuse to give you a thrashing, and here you come volunteering. I'll smack you around. He still held back enough force to make Zhao Dai feel the pain without causing real injury. Wang Yongli's house was about 1.5 leagues from the village, and it was dinner time, so no one came by. He had originally been planning to lure Zhao Dai out with a sack and give him a good beating. Since the man came knocking, he might as well satisfy himself first. He pounded away for nearly 20 minutes until Zhao Dai's initial wailing faded into weak groans. Yongli, stop. Lu Xiuji's voice suddenly came through. Wang Yongli paused and looked up. Mom, what are you doing here? Yongli, are you alright? I'm fine. The police station, said Zhao Dashan, and Zhao Chong acted in a gang, disturbing the peace. They're going to jail, no doubt about it. Wang Yongli deliberately spoke loudly, and at the same time delivered a hard kick to Zhao Dai. From now on, every time I see you, I'll beat you. He grabbed the flour sack from the ground, slung it over his shoulder, and picked up the iron shovel. Mom, I gene of cornmeal from the brigade. Let's make corn pancakes tonight. Li Xiuji took the sack with trembling excitement, eagerly opening it to check. 20 jin. We can make do for several days if we're careful. She spoke softly, forcing the corners of her mouth upward, but her tears arrived at her lips before her smile could. Mom, I told you. With me around you and Xueqing will eat well from now on. I'll take care of you both. Wang Yongli swept his arm across his chest and declared with grand bravado. He good. We'll eat well off our son from now on. Touched by Wang Yongli's words, a great weight lifted from Li Xiuji's heart. Around the bend, they saw Li Xueqing standing at the doorway, gazing anxiously in their direction. Spotting Wang Yongli and Li Xiuji, she called out clearly, brother, yeah. Entering the house, Wang Yongli noticed the pheasant and rabbit still lying on the ground untreated. He said to Li Xueqing, go boil some water. Help your mother clean up the pheasant. We're having chicken soup tonight. Okay. Wang Yongli turned his attention to repairing the wooden door. Old lady Zhao finally spotted Zhao De lying on the ground. De, what happened to you? Ah, damn that bastard son, may he die a wretched death. Stop crying. Help me up, I need to get home. My brother and Xiangzi are truly in trouble. Zhao De struggled to his feet through the pain, teeth gritted. That little bastard just said my eldest brother and Xiangzi are going to jail. I'll explain when father gets back. What? Going to jail? Old lady Zhao panicked, instantly forgetting she was supposed to be supporting her son. Zhao De, who had just managed to stand, reached out and grabbed her to keep her from toppling over. Let's go home and wait for father. What a pointless trip, beaten and stripped of their shovel. The mother and son supported each other all the way home. Chen Suohua saw the state of things and immediately understood Zhao De had been beaten by Wang Yongli. Noticing they had returned empty-handed, a wave of resentment rose within her. She cursed inwardly, useless bastard. All that bluster and he gets wrecked and loses the shovel. Did you go deliver the damn shovel to him yourself? Suohua, that little bastard says Dashan and Xiangzi are going to jail. What are we going to do? Having helped her son onto the Kong bed, old lady Zhao began wailing at her daughter-in-law once more. Going to jail? Oh my god, is this true? If he and his boy end up inside, what am I supposed to do? Very well, now Chen Suohua had joined the wailing chorus. Zhao De lay on the Kong with his eyes shut, playing dead. On Wang Yongli's side, the pheasant had been cleaned and chopped into pieces. The chicken pieces were put into cold water and blanched to remove the blood foam. Li Xueqing was tending the fire while Li Xiuji was busy at the stove. Mom, I'll go out and gather some more firewood. Wang Yongli stepped out and turned onto the path leading into the mountains. He wanted to check if the traps he had set that morning had yielded anything. Luck was on his side. He caught 2 more rabbits and a pheasant. He also picked up some dry branches and ula grass along the way. Twisting a rattan rope, he tied the firewood and grass together and dragged it through the snow. When he returned home, the chicken and cornbread were ready. Seeing Wang Yongli enter, Li Xiuji lifted the pot lid. Yongli's back, let's eat. A rich, savory aroma filled the nostrils of the three. Wang Yongli waved away the steam and peered into the pot. The first thing he saw was a drumstick, its skin golden brown. A layer of oil glistened on the surface of the broth. Delicious, so delicious. He smacked his lips. Mom, your cooking is amazing. Li Xiuji felt a bit shy from her son's praise. It's not about skill. The pheasant itself is fragrant. Mom, I want a big bowl of chicken and a whole piece of cornbread. Today I'm going to eat my fill. Li Xueqing's eyes were fixed on the chicken in the pot, and her words made Li Xiuji's eyes redden again. From childhood to now, Li Xueqing had never eaten meat, and even a full meal was rare. Wang Yongli's nose also tingled. He reached out and stroked Li Xueqing's hair. Eat as much as you want. From now on, your brother will make sure you have meat every day and can eat your fill at every meal. At 12 years old, she should have been a lively, delicate little girl, but his younger sister was thin, her skin sallow, and her hair dry and brittle, comparing her to his granddaughter from his past life. At 10 or so, she refused to eat fatty meat. When making steamed buns or dumplings, they either avoided pork filling or made a separate batch just for her. She wouldn't even touch the pork in stir-fried dishes. Over decades, with so many people, the country must have put in tremendous effort. Just the vegetable basket project alone is a blessing for generations. Wang Yongli had always been a patriotic man. In his past life, he had endured hardship, but also enjoyed blessings. Here, take the 2 drumsticks, one for Mom and one for you. When serving the chicken, Wang Yongli placed the drumsticks into Li Xiuji's and Li Xueqing's bowls respectively. Before Li Xiuji could decline, he added, Xueqing, in a couple of days I'll go into the mountains and bring back a roe deer for you. The meat is tender and delicious. Really, brother? Li Xueqing mumbled through a mouthful of chicken. Of course it's true. We'll stir-fry it, stew it, roast it, switch it up. I'll even make you barbecue. That's the real treat. Wang Yongli ate heartily, gobbling down chicken and cornbread while painting a rosy picture for Li Xueqing. Li Xiuji, seeing her daughter's delight, placed her own drumstick into the girl's bowl. Slow down, there's more in the pot. Wang Yongli slurped a spoonful of broth. Oh, his eyebrows danced with delight. The Spirit Spring water works wonders. This flavor is absolutely perfect. The family had no table or chairs, so the 3 of them ate with gusto, standing around the stove. Yongli, I want to go to work tomorrow. Don't rush, Mom. Tomorrow you and Xueqing can process the ula grass. After breakfast, I'll visit the secretary to see if we can settle the household registration. After the meal, Wang Yongli told his mother to bolt the door, then left carrying a rabbit. Zhang Chuanqing's house was in the row behind the production brigade. When Wang Yongli arrived, they had just finished dinner. Seeing Wang Yongli, Zhang Chuanqing's wife Wang Hohot invited him inside. Yongli, come in and sit on the Kong. Zhang Chunsheng was sitting on the Kong smoking. When he saw the rabbit Wang Yongli carried, he said, you should keep it for your family. Why bring it here? Third uncle, you've been good to me. It's the least I can do. Zhang Chunsheng was the 3rd child in his family, so Wang Yongli didn't use his official title at home. What's the matter? You didn't come just to deliver a rabbit. Zhang Chunsheng pulled out a cigarette and tossed it to Wang Yongli. 3rd uncle, we've cut ties with the Zhao family. I want to set up a separate household as soon as possible, and I want my sister to take our mother's surname, Li, so she'll have nothing to do with the Zhao family from now on. Setting up a separate household is easy, but changing the surname. The Zhao family will definitely not agree. Zhang Chunxing frowned, indicating that it was not an easy matter. In the rural areas of this era, if a child took the mother's surname, the father's side would lose face. Third uncle, our household registration is still under the Zhao family. Even if we go to work, the work points go to the Zhao family, and the grain distribution goes to the Zhao family. Over the years, we've never had a full meal in that household. That's indeed a problem. Now household registration is tied to food rations, and work points follow the household registration. Exactly, third uncle. Only when we have our own household registration can the three of us stand tall and live with dignity. Third aunt, you know what kind of life we've had under the Zhao family. You're right, dear. Xiaoji and the others were forced to do the hardest work in the fields, and they had no say over the work points they earned. The Zhao family is truly wicked. Wang Hohat's eyes reddened as she spoke of Li Xiaoji. As a woman, she truly understood Li Xiaoji's hardships. The main difficulty for Zhang Chunxing was the surname change. Wang Yongli continued, third uncle, my sister may bear the surname Zhao, but the Zhao family never treated her as one of their own. They scold her at will and beat her whenever they want. For so many years, she hasn't even had a proper name. On the household register, it's still Zhao Xiaoya. I've given her the name Li Xueqing. After the surname change, she'll be completely cut off from the Zhao family. Li Xueqing. Yongli, that's a beautiful name. Wang Hohat repeated the name with a beaming smile. Zhang Chunxing exhaled a puff of smoke and flicked the ash onto the ground. Changing the surname isn't explicitly prohibited by policy, but it requires a valid reason. The main thing is that Zhao Dai has to agree. For a minor to change the surname, both parents must be present. I can issue the introduction letter and the surname change certificate anytime, but the Zhao family. Thank you, third uncle. I'll make Zhao Dai agree. Seeing Wang Yongli's calm expression, Zhang Chunxing suddenly became serious. Wang Yongli, tell me honestly, why have you changed so much in the past 2 days? You're like a completely different person. Zhang Chunxing's question caught Wang Yongli off guard. He couldn't very well say he had been reborn. Even if someone believed him, it was his deepest secret. He didn't even plan to tell his own mother. Third uncle, that day, when Zhao Chang'e hit me on the head with a stick, I thought I was dead. When I woke up, I told myself I couldn't go on living so spinelessly. If I didn't toughen up, the three of us would eventually be beaten to death by Zhao Dai. Zhang Chunxing exchanged a glance with his wife, and they both sighed. If you need my help with the surname change, just tell me. But don't go causing any trouble with weapons. Don't worry, third uncle. I won't cause you any trouble. When Wang Yongli left Zhang Chunxing's house, Wang Hohat wrapped 2 white flower buns in newspaper and pressed them into his hands. Now all that's left is to get Zhao Dai's approval. Might as well take a stroll to his place and see if I can catch him off guard. Leaving Zhang Chunxing's house, Wang Yongli tossed the buns into his spatial storage, tucked his hands into his sleeves, and headed toward the Zhao residence. At the Zhao family residence, Zhao Changshui had barely returned from the forestry farm when he sat slumped on the Kong, smoking in silence. Old Madame Zhao was beside herself with anxiety. Say something. How are your eldest son and Xiangzi? When will they be coming home? Zhao Changshui hung his head and let out a long sigh. Go home. This time they might really end up behind bars. What? Behind bars? Both of them. Upon hearing that both her husband and son might end up in jail, Chan Sohua immediately grew frantic. Father-in-law, what did the police station say? Zhao Dai, who had been drinking heavily, also sat up and looked at his father. Zhao Changshui took a hard drag from his cigarette and spoke in a gruff voice. The police said their actions constitute gang assault and disturbing public order. They labeled them as politically reactionary and habitually unruly. Especially Dashin and Xiangzi. They are the ringleaders and principal offenders. They'll be doing at least 2 years. 2 years. Old Madame Zhao wailed again. My son. My grandson. What sin have we committed? Chen Cuihua collapsed onto the Kong. Zhao Dai mumbled incoherently. Dad. This won't do. If brother and Xiangzi end up in jail, who will handle the farm work? Our family won't be able to survive. Zhao Changshui shot him a sharp glare before turning to his wife. Stop wailing. I've been pleading and bargaining for hours, and the police have pointed us toward a way out. What way, father-in-law? As long as Dashin and Xiangzi don't have to go to jail, I'll do anything. Upon hearing her father-in-law's words, Chen Cuihua perked up immediately. The police said, first, actively compensate the victims. Second, if the victims agree to issue a letter of forgiveness and drop the matter, they won't need to serve time. They'll just receive criticism and education instead. The victims? Isn't that just Wang Yongli, that little beast, and Jinx? Old Madame Zhao ground her teeth. Those cursed wretches. We have to compensate them. Keep dreaming. You don't know damn shit. Zhao Changshui kicked his wife on the Kong. If Dashin and Xiangzi go to jail, do you think you'll have it easy? Without the pillars of this family, what will you survive on? Pay the compensation if it means getting them out first. Spending some money is nothing. That's right, Mom. Dad is right. Money we can earn again. But if they actually go to jail, Xiangzi won't even be able to find a wife when he gets out. Chen Cuihua joined in persuading her mother-in-law. Old Madame Zhao sat up straight and wiped her tears. Then how much do we need to compensate? That little bastard Wang Yongli will surely be asking for an arm and a leg. Now is not the time for tricks. Tell me, how much can we gather? Zhao Changshui looked sharply at Zhao Dai and Chen Cuihua. I only have over 30 yuan here, Zhao Dai muttered. Zhao Changshui then stared at Chen Suihua. Father, the money Dashin and I saved for Qiangzi's wedding is over 120 yuan. Adding ours we can gather a bit over 200. That's all we have in the family. Old Madame Zhao calculated it and told Zhao Changshui the total. Tomorrow the police station will come to investigate. We'll all go to Wang Yongli's place, and with the police present, that despicable fellow won't dare ask for too much. Zhao Changshui tapped the ash from his cigarette on the edge of the Kong, speaking with confidence. Wang Yongli, who had been eavesdropping at the wall, felt his manhood shiver with excitement. After searching high and low, it turns out to be so easy. Now there's no problem about little sister changing her surname. Speaking of whether Wang Yongli wanted Zhao Dashin and his son to go to prison, of course he did. But little sister's matter was more pressing. As for whether Zhao Dashin and Zhao Chong would cause trouble again, Wang Yongli couldn't care less. Once they got out, he planned to beat them whenever he felt like it until they were afraid. Violence was sometimes quite useful. Uncle Chi, are you asleep? Arriving at someone's door, Wang Yongli knocked and called out. Who is it? An old voice came from inside. Uncle Chi, it's Yongli. Hearing someone come out, Wang Yongli took a wild rabbit from his spatial storage. Boy Yongli, what do you need me for? The courtyard gate opened, revealing a hunched old man in his late 60s standing before Wang Yongli. Wang Laochi was nearly 70 years old, having hunted his whole life, and remained a lifelong bachelor. Hee, I snared a rabbit today, bringing it for Uncle Chi to taste. Wang Yongli bent slightly and offered the rabbit to Wang Laochi. Wang Laochi remained silent, staring at him with sharp, piercing eyes. Cough, cough, it's like this, Uncle Chi. I've separated from the old Zhao family, and am starting my own household with my mother and younger sister. From now on, I'll need to venture into the mountains for food, so I was thinking of borrowing some proper tools from you. Seeing Wang Yongli being honest, Wang Laochi stepped aside and opened the door. Come in and talk. Wang Yongli carried the rabbit and followed him inside. Uncle Chi, I'd like to borrow your hunting rifle for a few days. I mainly want to hunt something big to sell for money. We've run out of grain, oil, and salt at home. If I don't figure something out soon, we'll starve. The rifle. I sold it. My body can't go into the mountains anymore, so keeping it would be useless. I sold it. Wang Laochi lit his pipe near the kerosene lamp, took a deep drag, and looked at Wang Yongli through half-closed eyes. He hadn't had much interaction with this young man before, only knowing that he had been quite cowardly and nearly beaten to death by Zhao Dai. However, the affairs of the Zhao family had become common knowledge throughout the village these past couple of days, and everyone was discussing how Wang Yongli had finally started showing some backbone. Wang Laochi's words left Wang Yongli dumbfounded. The gun was turned in. Then what was the point? Uncle Chi, do you have any other tools? There is a crossbow, but I haven't used it in a long time. Not sure if it still works. Can I see it? Wang Yongli's eyes lit up. If it was broken, it didn't matter. He had his brain now and could fix it. That was much simpler than making one himself. Besides, he had no tools or materials. Even if he wanted to build one, he couldn't. It's in that box over there. Help yourself. Wang Laochi pointed with his pipe stem toward a half-sized rattan chest in the corner. Wang Yongli opened the chest. Under the dim light, he could see various tools inside, with a black crossbow resting on top. He picked it up and weighed it in his hand. It was substantial, crafted from hardwood. The bowstring was made from twisted deer sinew. 8 arrowheads were forged from rebar tips, those slightly dulled with age. The only issue was that the crossbow mechanism was jammed and couldn't be pulled. Excellent piece. Wang Yongli examined it with evident delight. Uncle Chi, did you make this yourself? This is incredible. Wang Laochi glanced at him with a faint smile. I made it when I had nothing better to do. If you sharpen those rebar tips properly, it'll work perfectly for hunting roe deer. The sinew is deer sinew, right? Should be able to take down a young wild boar weighing 100 or so jin without any issues. It can pierce clean through at 50 paces. Wang Laochi said this with absolute confidence. Uncle Chi, lend me these tools too. I'll bring you some thigh meat later. Wang Yongli pointed to the chest on the floor with a flattering smile. Haha, alright. Since I stopped going into the mountains, I haven't had proper meat in ages. Just take the chest and go and bring me 2 more. As Wang Laochi spoke, he reached into the Kong cabinet and pulled out 2 knives. A leg knife and a waist knife. Both for your use. Good heavens. Wang Yongli set the crossbow on the Kong and took the 2 knives. One long, one short. The long blade about 30 centimeters, the short about 20. The handles were both crafted from birch bark, offering exceptional grip when handling game. Slippery no more. One long, one short, one for the waist, one for the leg. The classic dual short blades of an old hunter. Primarily used for close quarters combat with beasts, delivering the final blow and butchering. Thank you, 7th Grandpa. Rest assured, even if I catch just a piece of meat, I'll bring it to you. I'll be happy with just the broth. Ha ha. Cough, cough. Hearing this, Wang Laochi, who had just taken a puff of his pipe, choked and coughed. He lived alone. His own bowl full, the whole family fed. At his age, having a younger person occasionally visit to keep him company was truly a pleasure. Wang Laochi began to teach Wang Yongli the techniques of hunting in the mountains. Though the knowledge in Wang Yongli's mind was far more detailed than what Wang Laochi imparted, he still listened attentively. Lastly, there are 3 things you must remember. Go on. First, don't be greedy. Hunt enough to eat and return before dusk. Don't venture deep into the mountains. The Xingyanling forest is treacherous. Wang Yongli nodded. Second, don't show off. If you encounter a large beast, fight if you can, if you cannot, don't provoke it. Run as far as you can no matter what. Always put your life first. Alright. Third, Wang Laochi took a drag of his pipe and slowly exhaled. When you catch something hand over what's due to the production brigade share with the neighbors, don't hog it all. Hearing the old man's words, Wang Yongli replied with utmost seriousness, "Seventh Grandpa, I've taken everything you said to heart." "Good. Alright, you go back now. I'm old and go to bed early." "Alright, I'll head back now, Seventh Grandpa." Wang Yongli placed the knives and crossbow, properly hugged the box, and left Wang Laochi's home. When Li Xiuji and Li Xueqing saw him carrying a large box, they couldn't help asking curiously, "Yongli, what's in the box? Where did it come from?" "Mom, I borrowed some gear from Seventh Grandpa. I'll head into the mountains and bag a roe deer or something. I promised Xueqing after all." Lu Xueqing giggled. Seeing her son's excitement, Li Xiuji said softly, "Yongli, be careful when you go into the mountains. Don't go deep. It's good enough if you occasionally get a pheasant or a hare." "I know, Mom." Third grandma from the party secretary's family also gave me 2 white flour steamed buns. Wang Yongli took out the newspaper-wrapped buns from the box. "Wow, white flour steamed buns." Li Xueqing's face lit up with a smile at the sight. "I'll give them to you for breakfast tomorrow. Let's all go to bed." Li Xiuji patted her daughter's head and ended the chat with a smile. The next day, Wang Yongli went out early to chop trees. With tools, the first order of business was to make some furniture for the home, at least a table and stools. Just as he was busy working up a sweat, the forestry station police arrived. "Yongli, the comrades from the police station are here to investigate." Zhang Chunsheng led 2 young men in police uniforms to Wang Yongli. Behind them trailed a crowd of curious villagers. Seeing the police, Li Xiuji and Li Xueqing quickly came out of the house. "This is Deputy Chief Sun Disheng, and this is Comrade Zhou Limin. And this is Wang Yongli, his mother Lu Xiuji, and his sister Zhao Xiaoya." Zhang Chunsheng made a brief introduction. "Let's talk inside. It's too cold out here." Wang Yongli gestured for everyone to enter the house. There were no stools, so everyone stood by the Kong and chatted. Li Xueqing was visibly frightened, hiding behind Li Xiuji, revealing only half her face, her eyes timid. "Don't be nervous. It's just a routine investigation. Is it true that yesterday Zhao Dash and Zhao Chong and others laid hands on you too and tried to rob you?" Seeing the nervous and uneasy mother and daughter, Sun Disheng asked gently. "Yes. They kicked the door open and came in hitting." Li Xiuji recounted everything that happened yesterday in detail, even more detailed than what Wang Yongli had said. Wang Yongli inwardly regretted that the spiritual spring water had worked so well. The bruises on his mother and sister's faces were almost invisible. If they still looked swollen like yesterday, it would be more convincing. Sun Disheng asked very carefully, while Zhou Limin beside him scribbled rapidly in his notebook. Seeing Li Xiuji and Li Xueqing already in tears, Sun Disheng stopped the questioning. "This matter will be resolved soon. Our public security organs are determined to crack down on such unhealthy tendencies." Before Sun Disheng could finish, a voice rang out from outside the house. Comrade police, I have something to say." Wang Yongli and his mother and sister all recognized it as Zhao Chongshue's voice. Li Xueqing pressed closer to Li Xiuji, her eyes turning fearful. "That's Zhao Chongshue, Zhao Dashen's father." Zhang Chunsheng promptly explained to Sun Disheng. "Let's go out and see." Stepping outside, a dozen villagers were huddled together whispering. "Comrade police, we request a settlement. We're willing to pay compensation." Seeing the people come out, Zhao Chongshue quickly stepped forward and said loudly, "Yongli, this time it was your uncle and your cousin who were wrong. We're willing to pay compensation. We're all family. Don't let them go to jail." Wang Yongli looked up. Zhao Chongshue wore a harmless smile. Zhao De glared at him with resentment, and Chun Suo's face was full of pleading. "What compensation are you offering?" Wang Yongli fixed his gaze on Zhao Chongshue's face. "We're willing to pay 100 yuan, and we'll fully cooperate when you set up your own household registration." "Wow, 100 yuan. Old Zhao is really bleeding this time." "Nonsense. His own son and grandson are about to go to jail. Would he hold back now? Look at that old face. When have you ever seen him talk to Yongli like this? He has no choice. His son and grandson are in Yongli's hands. In that era, 100 yuan was no small sum. A family of 3 couldn't save 100 yuan in a year. It must have taken the Zhao family years to scrape together 200 yuan. Zhao Chongshue's words stirred murmurs among the villagers. The police officers and Zhang Chunsheng all turned to look at Wang Yongli. "If you want a settlement, first pay 200 yuan in compensation. Second, I want to change my sister's surname to Li, and Zhao De must provide a written consent." "You damn bastard, you're dreaming. That useless girl is my flesh and blood. Even if she dies, she carries my surname." Before anyone could speak, Zhao De jumped out first. "Zhao De, stop your nonsense here. Shit. A dung beetle sneezes, spewing filth everywhere. Look at your crooked, pathetic face. It's disgusting to even see you. If you piss me off, I'll break that good leg of yours too, you hear me?" Wang Yongli cursed back, without hesitation, his finger nearly pointing at Zhao De's nose. Seeing Zhao De's face redden and him stay silent for a long while, Wang Yongli turned to Zhao Chongshue. "Compensation of 300 yuan, not a cent less. Your family provides the document to let my sister change her surname to Li. If I don't have the money and the document by noon, I'll go to the police station this afternoon. Zhao Dashen and Zhao Chong will be waiting for the jail cell." Having said that, Wang Yongli retreated to the doorway, his eyes still fixed on Zhao Chongshue. Zhao Chongshue shot a furious glare at Zhao De. You useless piece of trash, go stand aside. Then his weathered face broke into a forced smile. Yongli the child can't change her surname. If she does, how will I ever have the face to live in this village anymore? Zhao Changshui, do you think the things your family has done are anything to be proud of? Everyone in the village knows what kind of people you are. There's no room for negotiation. Agree and I'll drop the case. Refuse and you can all get lost. Comrade Police, Secretary Zhang, please judge for yourselves. This can't be handled this way. Seeing Wang Yongli's unwavering stance, Zhao Changshui turned to the police officers and Zhang Chunqing, hoping they would intercede on his behalf. Since you want a settlement, it's only natural that the victim sets the terms. If you can accept them, settle. If not, then we'll proceed according to the law. Sun Dishing showed Zhao Changshui no kindness at all. On the way over, Zhang Chunqing had already told Sun Dishing and Li Limin about the grievances between Wang Yongli and the Zhao family. Both of them felt a deep disgust for the Zhao family. Yongli, we're all family. Your uncle and your brother may have been wrong, but you hit them too. This matter. Chen Suihua finally spoke up. Family. Did Zhao Dai think of family when he hit me? Did you think of family when you bullied my mother? Did Zhao Dashan and Zhao Chong think of family when they kicked down my door and came in to beat people? I fought back in self-defense. It's lucky I didn't kill them. Chen Suihua was left speechless. Wang Yongli, I can agree to let the girl change her surname, but I can't give you 300 yuan. I'll give you at most 150. Seeing things had come to this, Zhao Changshui didn't want to waste any more time. 200, not a cent less. Agree and we'll go to the brigade to sign the papers and pay up. Disagree and get the hell out. Wang Yongli was certain that Zhao Changshui would never let Zhao Dashan and his son go to prison, and that the Zhao family truly couldn't come up with 300 yuan. The villagers gathered around, pointing and whispering. Some said Wang Yongli was being greedy. Others said he was going too far by making his little sister change her surname. Some said the Zhao family deserved it. Hearing the villagers' murmurs, Zhao Changshui's old face alternated between red and white. Finally, he closed his eyes and rasped. All right, let's go to the brigade to sign the papers and go through the procedures. So the group went to the brigade. Under the witness of the two police officers, the letter of understanding dictated by Wang Yongli and the statement dictated by Zhao Dai were both written down by the accountant Zhou Dexian. Zhao Changshui paid the money and the brigade issued Wang Yongli the certificates for establishing his household registration and grain ration. After everything was done, Zhao Changshui walked away without looking back, with Zhao Dai and Chen Suihua hurrying after him. Comrade Police, I see you came on a sled. Could you give me a ride to the forest farm? I need to go register my household. Wang Yongli said to Sun Dishing after Zhao Changshui and his family had left. Sure, we'll go together then. Oh, thanks. Let's stop by my place first. I need to grab something. Li Limin drove the sled back to Wang Yongli's house. Mom, I'm going to the forest farm to register my household. I'll be back in the afternoon. After saying goodbye to Li Shouji, Wang Yongli grabbed a burlap sack, ran behind the woodpile, took 3 pheasants out of his space, and stuffed them into the sack. Brother Sun, when we get to the forest farm, you and Brother Li take the stuff home first, then we'll head to the station. The horse-drawn sled left the village, and Wang Yongli pointed to the burlap sack for Sun Dishing. What's that? Sun Dishing curiously opened the sack. Oh, nice stuff. I won't be polite then. Shao Li Yongli gave us pheasants. Let's drop them off home before going to the station. Got it. Hearing Sun Dishing, Li Limin was also all smiles. We can't take your pheasants for free. I'll give you 3 liang of oil coupons and a jean of flour coupons. I'll give you 3 liang of oil coupons and a jean of flour coupons too. In those years, every household was short on food, especially meat. No need to thank me. Things went so smoothly today. Oh, I should be the one thanking you two brothers. Only this one here is for our station chief, right? Sun Dishing pulled out a pack of economy cigarettes and offered one to Wang Yongli. Yesterday Secretary Zhang took me to meet Chief Li. Chief Li didn't make things difficult for me. He just asked about the situation and let me go home. Wang Yongli lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and said with a grin, You're a sharp kid. If you ever need anything, just come to your big brother. In Hongxing Forest Farm, my word carries some weight. Seeing Wang Yongli like that, Sun Dishing also smiled. There was something strange about human chemistry. Sun Dishing just found Wang Yongli likable. Sure thing, brother Sun. I'll definitely speak up if I need anything. Wang Yongli nodded with a smile. If you get more of these mountain goods, your brother can help you deal with them. Sun Dishing glanced at Li Limin, who was driving the sled, then leaned in and whispered to Wang Yongli. Brother, that's great. I'll prioritize you whenever I have anything. Wang Yongli understood the implication in Sun Dishing's words. Originally, he had intended to latch onto Li Changhai's support, but that didn't stop him from walking on multiple paths. After each dropped off their things at home, they returned to the police station. Sun Dishing reported to Li Changhai and then took Wang Yongli to go through the procedures. Soon Wang Yongli obtained his household registration and grain ration certificate. After leaving Sun Dishing's office, he thought for a moment, then took another hair out of his space, put it into the burlap sack, and carried it to Li Changhai's office. Chief Li, I hope I'm not disturbing you. After knocking and entering, Wang Yongli closed the door behind him. All done with the procedures. All done, Officer Sun, help me. Chief, I got some mountain goods. I'd like to give them to you for a little treat. As he spoke, Wang Yongli reached into the sack and took out the pheasant and hare. Oh. Seeing the plump pheasant and hare, Li Changhai's eyes lit up. Good on you, Yongli. I won't take them for free. Pick out some of these coupons. He pulled out a stack of coupons from his drawer and placed them on the table. Wang Yongli was overjoyed. He stepped forward and began to pick. In those days, coupons were more important than money. Those who controlled the money were less powerful than those who controlled the coupons. That's why the Grain Management Office and the Supply and Marketing Cooperative were such powerful departments. I need to buy cotton shoes for my mom and little sister. I'll take 3 shoe coupons. I'm going into the mountains, so I'll take a cadre's coupon for a pair of heavy-duty boots. I also need to buy them new cotton padded jackets, so I'll take a few cloth coupons. Food coupons, meat coupons, cigarette coupons. Oh, chiefly, I've taken too many. Counting them, even Wang Yongli felt embarrassed. Haha, it's fine. Use them for now. Next time you get some mountain goods, just remember to bring them to your uncle. Li Changhai couldn't quite explain it, but he just found this young man likable. Sure, thanks, Uncle Li. Next time I'll definitely bring you something big. Wang Yongli tucked the coupons away with a beaming smile. Ha, good. Bring me something big, and I'll have the canteen buy it at a price higher than the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. It'll add a hearty dish for the comrades. All right, Uncle Li, when the old Zhao family's father and son are released, what about those 3 street loafers? We'll deal with them severely. Make an example of them to rectify the unhealthy atmosphere in the forest farm. Uncle Li, you're brilliant. Haha, well, I'll be off then, Uncle Li. Wang Yongli said his goodbyes to Li Changhai and left the police station. Wang Yongli folded the gunny sack neatly and tucked it under his arm, then strolled toward the cooperative with both hands buried in the sleeves of his tattered cotton padded jacket. The cooperative at Hongxing Forestry Farm was modest. Upon entering, a long counter stretched across the room, behind which stood 2 sales clerks, a man and a woman, both wearing protective sleeves on their arms. The woman was in her 30s with a gaunt face, prominent cheekbones and corners of her mouth turned downward, radiating an air of unwelcoming sternness. The man was a lean young fellow who was attending to a customer, though his expression plainly screamed, "I've been wronged." Shelves behind them were stacked full with various goods, and the smaller items filled the glass counter to overflowing. As soon as Wang Yongli stepped inside, the female clerk cast a sidelong glance at him and ignored him completely. He bore no grudge, approached the counter, and began looking at shoes. Only 1 pair of thick-soled boots sat in the display. Comrade, give me 3 pairs of winter boots, 1 pair each in size 7, 6, 7, 8A and 8, and let me see that pair of thick-soled boots as well. We need tickets for those. The thick-soled boots also require a cadre ticket. Do you have one? The female clerk continued to eye him sideways. Yes. Wang Yongli took the tickets from his pocket and laid them on the counter. The female clerk picked up the tickets and examined them back and forth. Her eyes narrowed suddenly, and she slapped the cadre ticket onto the counter. Where did you get this cadre ticket? Did you steal it? How could a street idler like you possibly have a cadre ticket? At these words, the young male clerk and the male customer both turned to look. Wang Yongli's face turned cold instantly. Comrade, words should not be spoken so carelessly. Are you accusing me of stealing? Do you have evidence? Without evidence, you are framing me. I just find you suspicious. The female clerk stuck out her chin. Cadre tickets are allocated to forestry farm officials. Look at your clothes. How could you possibly have one? If it wasn't stolen, where did it come from? Wang Yongli snatched the tickets from her hand, his voice carrying a dangerous edge. Chiefly at the police station gave these to me. If you dare frame me again, I'll go outside and shout loudly. Let's see how the cooperative bullies ordinary citizens. The female clerk remained stubborn. Don't try to frighten me. This ticket of yours is clearly problematic. You can't buy those thick-soled boots. What's wrong with them? I have tickets and money. Wang Yongli walked toward the door and raised his voice. Everyone, come judge for yourself. The cooperative sales clerk is bullying a common citizen. I have tickets and money, yet she refuses to sell me boots and calls me a thief. His loud voice not only drew people passing by outside, but also roused the management in the back room. A middle-aged man in his 40s strode out quickly from the inner room. What's all this noise about? What's going on? Director Chin, this fellow is using stolen cadre tickets to buy thick-soled boots. The female clerk pointed at Wang Yongli and turned to her supervisor. Bullshit. Just because you say it's stolen doesn't make it so. I've already told you this came from Chiefly. Director, she's framing me and deliberately making things difficult for ordinary people. Wang Yongli fired back without restraint. Oh, are you trying to reserve these boots for an acquaintance and using me as an excuse? The female clerk's expression shifted instantly. She glanced at Director Chun. Director Chun, he's spouting nonsense. Look at him. Does he look like someone who would possess cadre tickets? Why would Chief Li give a cadre ticket to someone like him? Director Chin studied Wang Yongli for a long moment, then spoke. Young man, did Chief Li really give you those cadre tickets? Absolutely. You can go ask Chief Li yourself if you don't believe me. Just as they were at an impasse, a familiar voice came from outside. What's all the commotion about? Wang Yongli turned around and saw Sun Dishing pushing through the crowd. Officer Sun, Chief Li just gave me these cadre tickets, and this sales clerk is accusing me of stealing them. Seeing the newcomer, Wang Yongli winked and said to Sun Dishing. Oh, I see how it is. Director Chin, these cadre tickets did indeed come from Chief Li. A couple of days ago, he assisted us in apprehending several troublemakers. This was the chief's reward for him. Accusing someone of stealing a cadre ticket is no small matter. Sun Dishing understood Wang Yongli's wink and gave a plausible explanation, half serious and half joking. The female clerk's face went completely white, standing frozen and at a loss. Section Chief Chin shot her a fierce glare, then turned to Sun Dishing with a smile. Des Shen, what a mess we've made of this. How about having Xiao Zhao apologize to the young man? He then turned to the female clerk. What are you standing there for? Apologize to him at once and fetch the boots. The female clerk had no choice but to grit her teeth and say to Wang Yongli, I'm sorry I was wrong. I shouldn't have made things difficult for you. Wang Yongli ignored her and said to Director Chen, Director Chen, today, I'd like to buy 3 cotton padded jackets, 3 pairs of winter boots, 1 pair of thick-soled boots, and some daily necessities. I have both the tickets and the money. Very good, very good. Xiao Zhao, hurry and get everything for him. Director Chen had noticed the subtle exchange between Sun Dishing and Wang Yongli earlier. The onlookers, finding no drama left to witness, naturally dispersed. The items Wang Yongli purchased filled the entire gunny sack, including but not limited to clothing, rice flour, cooking oil, vegetables, and more. He also bought a large quantity of things that didn't require tickets, such as matches and kerosene. And he picked out a few hair ties in different colors for his mother and younger sister. Looking at the bulging gunny sack and the wash basin and thermos flask sitting on the ground, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Having been reborn for only a few days and already able to give his mother and younger sister a better life. Nothing compared to this. The cotton padded jackets cost 5 yuan 50 cents each. He bought 3 pairs. The cotton winter boots cost 5 yuan a pair. He bought 3 pairs. The thick-soled boots were 18 yuan a pair. These accounted for the bulk of his spending. He also bought 3 pairs of the thickest winter mittens. For Old Man Zhao's family, the mother and her 2 children had never had decent mittens before. For cigarette tickets, he only bought 2 boxes of Peony brand cigarettes, 5 mao per box. Yongli, I'll drop by Chief Li's office to let him know and borrow a sled to bring your things back. Just make sure to return it before dark. Outside, the cooperative Sun Dishing looked at Wang Yongli, who was carrying the large gunny sack on his back, and said, No need, brother Sun. These things look like a lot, but aren't heavy at all. I'll carry them back myself. With that, he freed one hand and quickly slipped a box of Peony cigarettes into Sun Dishing's pocket. Hey you. All right, brother Sun, I'm off. Before Sun Dishing could protest further, Wang Yongli had already quickened his pace and walked out. Touching the cigarettes in his pocket, Sun Dishing watched Wang Yongli's retreating figure with a smile, then turned and walked back into the cooperative. Wang Yongli, meanwhile, headed home carrying the sack on his back. As he passed the forestry farm office, he noticed someone emerge from the corner of the wall. The stranger wore a worn military coat and a dogskin hat. Although his head was bowed, Wang Yongli noticed the man kept glancing left and right as he walked. When they brushed past each other, Wang Yongli noticed a distinct scar on the man's face. In his past life, he hadn't exactly been a virtuous man either, so he quickly assessed that this individual was no pushover. More likely he was involved in something serious, perhaps no minor matter. In this era, the Hingan Ridge was just beginning its great national development campaign, drawing people from all walks of life to the area. This meant the region was a mixed bag. Development crews, poachers, fugitives, refugees, fleeing famine, and even spies. All in all, life here was still somewhat easier than in the inland provinces. In summary, this place offered better prospects than the interior regions despite its rough edges. One thing was certain: compared to the hardship he had endured in his previous life, this new beginning in the Hingan Ridge felt like a second chance worth grasping. He walked to a secluded spot, threw the sack from his shoulder and the items in his hands into his spatial dimension. Then he tucked both hands into his arm warmers, humming a little tune, and quickened his pace back home. Mom, it's Yongli. Open the door. Li Xiuji strictly followed her son's orders. Whenever Wang Yongli was not home, she would wedge a large wooden stick firmly against the door. Running her fingers over the new cotton shoes, padded jacket, and hat that her son had taken from the sack, Li Xiuji's hands trembled slightly. Yongli H, how much did this cost? Old Zhao's family compensated 200 yuan, and I borrowed some ration tickets from the police station chief. Mom, our family's going to get better from here on. Good, good, good. Li Xiuji raised her hand to wipe away tears, then looked at Li Xueqing sitting on the Kong, her face full of excitement. Little girl, come try on your new clothes. Li Xueqing quickly shed her patched up old padded jacket and eagerly slipped into the new clothes and shoes, topping it off with the new hat. Mom, it's so warm. Brother, I have new clothes too. Wang Yongli smiled at Li Xueqing. From now on, we won't wear old clothes. We'll only wear new clothes and new shoes. Li Xiuji pressed down on the toe of the shoe with her hand. They're a bit large. Stuff them with more woolly grass next time. Take them off now so you don't dirted them. Save them for the new year. Li Xiuji neatly folded the new clothes and placed them by the edge of the Kong. Wang Yongli took out the household register and handed it to her. Mom, I've sorted out our household registration and food rations. Don't call her Little Ya anymore. Your sister has a proper name now. Her name is Li Xueqing. Li Xueqing, who had just tied her new hair ribbon, snatched the household register and stared at it with wide eyes. Brother, which one is my name? This one, Li Xueqing. Wang Yongli pointed to the 3 characters. Yongli, you can read. Li Xiuji looked at her son in bewilderment. I know all our family's names. The police officer told me. Also, Mom, here's 50 yuan. Keep it for your expenses. I've got uses for the rest, so I'll hold on to it for now. Wang Yongli smoothly sidestepped the question. Mom doesn't need to spend money. If you need it, you can take it all. Li Xiuji couldn't quite fathom why her son had changed so drastically, but there was no denying that whoever he had become was far better than who he had been before. Once his mother and younger sister were fast asleep, Wang Yongli quietly slipped out of bed, stowed the chest he'd acquired from Wang Laoqi into his spatial dimension, and got to work. Tomorrow he planned to venture deeper into the forest. He needed to bag some larger game. He also needed to get his sister enrolled in school. It was winter break now, and he had to sort out the paperwork before classes resumed. He also needed to figure out how to obtain some seeds. The black soil in his spatial dimension was sitting idle. After the great winds came next year, individual land reclamation would be classified as the tail of capitalism and strictly forbidden. So he needed to think carefully about how to explain the origin of their vegetables and grain to Li Xiuji when the time came. With his expertise and mechanisms, the moment the crossbow was in his hands, he knew exactly which parts were loose, which were tight, and where adjustments were needed. In addition to those 8 rebar pieces, he'd also carved several wooden crossbow bolts for hunting small game. The sky was just beginning to lighten when Wang Yongli climbed out of bed. He told Li Xiuji he was heading out, tucked 2 flatbreads into his coat, and pushed open the door. Snow was still falling outside, though the wind was light. Wang Yongli first checked his snares and found 2 frozen pheasants and a wild rabbit. He reset the snares, sprinkled some spiritual spring water around them, and continued deeper into the forest. Drawing on his wilderness survival knowledge, Wang Yongli searched for a roe deer gathering area. About half an hour later, he arrived at a valley. The valley wasn't large, 3 sides bordered by slopes, one side opening into a ditch. Wang Yongli cautiously crept closer to observe. On the opposite side was a medium to large herd of roe deer totaling 18. 6 were large males with antlers, their grayish-brown fur and round bellies marking them as mature. Their distinctive heart-shaped white rumps suggested each weighed around 70 to 80 gene. 8 were females of medium build, roughly 40 to 50 gene each. 4 were fawns, heads bowed as they nibbled grass, peeking through the snow. Wang Yongli's heartbeat quickened. The crossbow's effective range was limited. If he wanted accuracy, he needed to get within 50 paces. Though roe deer were mockingly called foolish roes, they were swift runners and high jumpers. Once spooked, they'd vanish in moments. Once he brought one down, the rest would surely scatter. But given the terrain, the deer could only flee up the slope, and no human could chase them through deep snow. Wang Yongli slowly moved to intercept the deer's escape route, setting 5 large snares along the way before creeping back toward the herd. Anyone who'd hunted roe deer before would point out that although the rest of the herd bolted, when one fell, their strong curiosity would likely draw them back to investigate. That outcome was highly probable, but who knew how long it would take? If he could finish the job in one go, he should. In this bitter cold, why not get done and head home sooner? Wang Yongli tested the wind direction using the brush for cover as he stooped and advanced step by step. He was now roughly 20 meters from the nearest deer. Close enough, but no closer. He raised his crossbow, aiming at the farthest buck. Shoot the distant one first, then the near ones. If he started with the close target, the far one would bolt out of range. But if the far one went down first, he'd still have a chance to score another hit. He focused, steadied his aim, and pulled the trigger. The bolt flew true, striking the buck squarely in the eye. It stumbled a few steps, collapsed, twitched once, and lay still. While the remaining deer stood stunned, Wang Yongli swiftly nocked a second bolt and loosed it as the herd erupted into chaos. The arrow pinned itself into the hind leg of a doe, severing a major blood vessel. She wouldn't get far. True to his expectation, the stampeding herd headed straight for his snares. Wang Yongli drew another bolt from the quiver at his waist, set it, and fired. The third deer took the arrow in the neck. The fourth bolt struck a fawn in the chest. The rest had already burst beyond effective range. Wang Yongli approached the fallen buck, slit its throat to drain the blood, and gut it, then stashed the carcass into his spatial dimension. Any seasoned mountain hunter knows that even in the dead of winter, failing to quickly bleed and gut game means it will spoil from the inside within an hour. He then tracked the direction the deer had fled. As expected, the doe with the arrow in her thigh had collapsed not far off, her body twitching. He retrieved the third and fourth targets as well. At the snare site, 5 traps had caught only 2 roe deer. Wang Yongli hoisted them one by one, bled and gutted them, and hung one set of entrails on a tree branch. Old customs demanded it, a token offering left behind. After finishing, Wang Yongli returned to his original position, washed away the blood trails with spiritual spring water, then retreated into his spatial dimension to see if the remaining deer would return. He didn't just wait idly inside. He roughly processed the 2 fawns, then resumed crafting tables, chairs, and stools. Approximately every 15 minutes he'd emerge to check the situation. On his third emergence, the roe deer had indeed returned. He held back, waiting until their guard lowered, and they began grazing once more before drawing his crossbow. This time he bagged 5 more. 9 roe deer in total, 3 bucks, 4 does, and 2 fawns. He left 1 buck behind, covered it with dry branches, then constructed a makeshift sled and hauled the does back toward the village. The ascent had been easy, but the descent, especially dragging a sled, was treacherous. Wang Yongli didn't dare linger. Even in the forest's outer edges, the scent of blood could draw hungry wolves. He had to get out of the woods as quickly as possible. Pulling the sled across the snow was not particularly exhausting, but it often got caught on tree branches and stones, so Wang Yongli's descent down the mountain could be described as quite slow. When deep winter set in, collective labor rarely involved heavy work. Most tasks consisted of clearing snow, weaving baskets, collecting fertilizer, and repairing and maintaining farming tools and sleds. As the sun began to dip, work typically came to an end. Wang Yongli arrived at the brigade just as everyone was wrapping up. Yongli, what's that you're dragging behind you? Zhang Yong was the first to spot Wang Yongli. His exclamation drew everyone over. Holy crap, a roe deer. It's a female roe deer, quite large. Must weigh 40 or 50 jin. The villagers gathered around the deer discussing it. Yongli, you hunted that? Zhang Chunxing pushed through the crowd, pulling out cigarettes and offering one to Wang Yongli as he asked. Yes, I borrowed Grandpa Chi's crossbow. I shot two, but there's still a male up on the mountain. I can't bring it down alone. Wang Yongli took the cigarette, lit it, and said, get 2 people to help me drag that big one back. Zhang Chunxing understood immediately. Wang Yongli wanted to share the meat with everyone, which would give him, as the brigade's secretary, considerable face. Zhang Yong, take 2 men and follow Yongli into the mountains. All right. Zhang Yong called 2 militia members, and they headed into the forest with Wang Yongli. With more people helping, they returned before sunset. The female deer had already been processed. Damn, this one must weigh over 80 jin. This one's been feeding well in the mountains. Look how fat and strong it is. Everyone had brought pots and pans from home, waiting to divide the meat. When they saw the larger deer being dragged back, smiles spread across every face. People from the mountain foothills were skilled at processing game. Within no time, both deer were completely cleaned and prepared. Yongli hunted these deer, so according to the rules, he keeps the hide and takes 30% of the meat. The rest gets divided among everyone. We'll stew the organs right here. Women get cooking. We're having dinner at the brigade hall tonight. Fine, Yongli's a generous kid. Hunted deer and shared the meat with all of us. I've been into the mountains several times and haven't even caught so much as a wild chicken. You can't catch these without proper equipment. Traps don't work for this kind of game. With Zhang Chunxing setting the tone, the villagers had no objections. They hadn't eaten meat in a long time, and not everyone who went into the mountains came back with a catch. Not giving the Zhao family any. Wang Yongli called out loudly when he saw Chun Cuihua standing in line with her basin. It was divided by the village. Why shouldn't our family get some? Chun Cuihua, who had been happily waiting for meat, immediately switched to a shrill, combative demeanor. Then you don't get any. Go wherever you damn well please. Wang Yongli took a puff of his cigarette, watching Chun Cuihua with satisfaction. After exchanging words for a while, Chun Cuihua eventually left with a dark expression, basin in hand. The meat was quickly distributed. Steam rose from the brigade kitchen. Yongli, take the meat home first, then bring your mother and sister over for dinner quickly. Zhang Chunxing pointed to the reserved meat and called out to Wang Yongli. When Wang Yongli returned with Li Xiuji and Li Xueqing, the brigade room was already full. The older women gathered around Li Xiuji, praising Wang Yongli loudly. Zhang Chunxing's wife Wang Hohat pulled Li Xiuji and Li Xueqing to sit beside her, her compliments flowing without cease. Li Xiuji couldn't stop smiling as she watched Wang Yongli sitting next to Zhang Chunxing. She'd already heard from others that her son hadn't given so much as a hair to the Zhao family. After all these years, she finally had people praising her son. Once the villagers had eaten their fill, they headed home. Wang Yongli took out cigarettes and offered them to Zhang Chunxing and Zhang Yong. Holy shit, good cigarettes. You kid, don't get arrogant just because you made some money. As they lit their mutant cigarettes, the uncle and nephew looked at Wang Yongli with satisfied smiles. Zhang Yong was indeed Zhang Chunxing's nephew, while his own son served in the military elsewhere. Third uncle, brother Yong, what did you want to talk to me about? Wang Yongli studied the smiling faces before him, trying to read their thoughts. Yongli, our village militia is small. Third uncle has a quota available. Would you like to join the militia? Zhang Chunxing exhaled smoke as he spoke. In most rural areas, militia members also served as forest rangers. Joining the militia meant joining the ranger team. A weapon would certainly be assigned. The question was merely which type. Their ranger team possessed 3 Type 56 semi-automatic rifles, though most were Mosin Nagants. Xiao Yong told me you have a fondness for firearms. If you join the militia, I can arrange for you to be issued a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle permitted for hunting purposes. I'll coordinate with superiors for ammunition, but use them sparingly, or find your own supply. Wang Yongli's eyes brightened instantly. With a gun, his safety in the mountains would be greatly enhanced, and he'd feel more confident facing dangerous animals like bears. Third uncle, brother Yong, I'll join the militia. Don't get ahead of yourself yet. There are conditions attached to using a firearm for hunting. You need to share more meat with the village. You understand our situation here. We have many elderly residents and can't organize proper hunting parties like other villages do. Ever since Old Seven had his guns confiscated, we haven't distributed meat in a long time. I just heard him mention that he's been teaching you various hunting techniques. Have you and the others never been into the mountains, eh? Wang Yongli asked Zhang Yong inquisitively. Before his rebirth, he'd never paid attention to the forest patrol team's activities. We've been in but haven't encountered anything substantial. Zhang Yong admitted, sheepishly scratching his head. He found it frustrating himself. His marksmanship had been decent during his military service, yet he couldn't seem to track down large game in the mountains. The village militia consisted of only 3 people, neither of the others being veterans. It's too late tonight. Come to the brigade tomorrow morning to complete the paperwork. Zhang Chunxing concluded the conversation and gestured for them to leave. Wang Yongli didn't head straight home. Instead, he retrieved a small roe deer from his spatial storage and made his way to Wang Laoqi's house. Good shots, lad. Precise aim. You didn't damage the hide at all. After hearing Wang Yongli explain where he'd shot and where he bled the animal, old Seven smiled approvingly while stroking the deer. It's all thanks to your teaching, Seventh uncle. Oh, don't give me credit for this. These are your own skills. Today when you divided the meat, you didn't give the Zhao family a thing. That was well handled. I used to get angry seeing you so cowardly and weak, but this is the real you. Seventh uncle, whenever I get good game in the future, I'll bring some to you as well. Haha, excellent. Whenever you're unsure about something in the forest, come find me. After leaving old Seven's house, he made his way to the Zhao family's residence. Peering through the back window, he could see the flickering oil lamp casting shadows of several people on the Kong onto the walls. That damn bastard didn't leave us a single piece of that roe deer meat. He's deliberately trying to spite us. Old Mrs. Zhao's voice was loud enough to be heard clearly not only by Wang Yongli beneath the window, but also by the neighbors next door. Exactly, and he took 200 yuan from us too. That little brat actually dared to take it. Once my hand heals, I'll break his legs. Zhao Chong echoed his grandmother, his voice dripping with resentment. That money was meant for his bride price, saved up by his parents over many years. If we hadn't forked out that 200 yuan, you two would be behind bars by now. Chen Suihua shot her husband a disdainful glance. Her daughter-in-law's words gave old Mrs. Zhao a new target for her fury. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Chong, you two are utterly useless. With so many people going after him, you still got beaten by that bastard, and then had to pay him compensation. You've disgraced the Zhao family. Zhao Dashan remained silent, but shot a glance at Zhao Dai. Resentment began to fester in his heart. If it weren't for Zhao Dai's daily drinking and violence, they wouldn't have ended up in this feud with Wang Yongli. If Wang Yongli could bag 2 roe deer today, he could certainly catch more in the future. If they hadn't fallen out, wouldn't their family have been able to enjoy meat regularly? More importantly, Wang Yongli had instilled a deep fear in him. The image of Wang Yongli swinging an axe at people had been haunting his mind for the past 2 days. Especially the scene where he smashed Zhao Chong's hand with the axe. Just thinking about it made him shudder. Zhao Chong, hearing his grandmother curse him, and his father felt both anger and impatience. As he was about to retort, his injured hand accidentally bumped into the corner of the table. Once my hand heals, I'll make him cough up every penny with interest. Enough, let's lie low for a couple of days. Going after him now would be too obvious. We need to come up with a good plan, one that doesn't point back to us. Zhao Chongshui exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice laced with bitterness. Grandpa, you got any ideas? Zhao Dash and Zhao Chong, find out Wang Yongli's route into the mountains. Once you know the pattern, we'll deal with him in the woods. Great idea, Grandpa. We'll break his legs in the mountains. The scent of blood will lure the wolves to devour him, and no one will ever suspect us. Hearing Zhao Chongshui's words, Zhao Chong's mind automatically conjured a vividly satisfying scene. The image of wild wolves tearing Wang Yongli apart already played out in his eyes. Only one thought now occupied his mind: kill Wang Yongli. This brat must not be allowed to live. Little did they know someone was eavesdropping right outside the window. Great idea. I'll break the legs of those Zhao family bastards in the mountains. The scent of blood will attract the wolves, and they'll be devoured. No one will ever suspect it was me. Listening to the scheming inside the house, Wang Yongli also conceived a similar thought: this brood must not be allowed to live. The next morning, Wang Yongli arrived at the village brigade headquarters. Zhang Chuanxing, Zhang Yong, and the accountant Zhou Dexiang were already waiting there. He received his assigned Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, about 70 new with noticeable scratches on the stock. But the barrel was gleaming, well-maintained. With practiced ease, he pulled back the bolt, inspected the chamber, and closed it in one fluid motion. Zhang Yong had been watching Wang Yongli closely. You've handled a gun before. No, brother Yong, where would I have learned to shoot? I just picked it up from watching you guys. But you'll have to teach me how to fire it properly. Wang Yongli explained with a smile, then changed the subject. Come on, let's go to the back of the village, and I'll teach you how to shoot. Call Mao Jun and Su Guang too. Wang Yongli played along with Zhang Yong's charade all morning, then returned home amid the trio's amazement. After lunch, he told Li Xiuji he'd be sleeping at the logging camp and not to wait for him. He slipped out to a secluded spot, entered his space, and skinned all the roe deer and hares. He'd nearly forgotten. Rabbit fur could also be made into gloves and hats. By the time he reached the vicinity of the logging camp, the sun was already slanting westward. Wang Yongli took a small roe deer from his space, stuffed it into a burlap sack, and buried it in the snow. Then he retrieved a large roe deer and a simple sled and dragged them to the police station. Holy crap, this roe deer must be 70 or 80 gene. Where's the hide? Hearing the commotion in the yard, Sun Dushing handed Wang Yongli a cigarette, his eyes gleaming at the large roe deer. I'm keeping the hide to make a mattress for my mother. Wang Yongli took the cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Li Changhai, who had been called out, was also brimming with excitement. He waved his hand. Old Zhang, weigh it. Yongli, come inside for a drink of water. Wang Yongli followed Li Changhai into the room. After closing the door, he whispered, Uncle, I saved a small roe deer separately. It's buried in the snow outside the logging camp. Take it home for Auntie. Li Changhai, who had been about to sit down, paused, and then his whole face crinkled into a smile like a walnut. He pointed a finger at Wang Yongli, then pulled out a stack of ration tickets from the drawer and placed them on the table. You kid, why go to all this trouble? Keep it for yourself. Here, take a few more. Wang Yongli grinned and stepped up to the table. Chief, it weighs 74 gene and 3 liang. Just as he pocketed the tickets, old Zhang came in to report the weighing result. The supply co-op usually pays 3 to 5 mao per gene, depending on the cut. I'll give you a flat rate of 5 mao per gene. That's 37 yuan and 1 mao 5. I'll round it up to 37 yuan and 2 mao. Li Changhai did the math, then led Wang Yongli and old Zhang to the police officer's office. In those days, the police station didn't have a dedicated accountant. All accounts were handled by the internal affairs officer. After completing the paperwork and collecting the money, Li Changhai turned to old Zhang. Old Zhang, process it. Divide the meat among the men, and keep some meat and bones for the station's meals. Got it. Old Zhang cheerfully went to handle it, and the rest of the station staff followed to watch the fun. Wang Yongli led Li Changhai to the spot where he'd buried the small roe deer. By now it had already frozen fairly solid. He loaded the sack onto the sled and accompanied Li Changhai home, where he was warmly received by the chief's wife. In the end, the hospitable chief and his wife insisted he stay for dinner before he finally left. By then it was completely dark. Wang Yongli stowed the sled and sack into his space and slipped inside himself. He still had 1 male roe deer, 3 females, 2 pheasants, and 1 hare. He had given Li Xiuji 50 yuan, and with the 22 yuan and 3 mao from the police station, he now had exactly 85 yuan in hand. He planned to sell the 3 female roe deer at the black market and keep the rest for his family. After all, there was no guarantee he'd always get a haul from the mountains. His reincarnation sheet didn't come with a scanning or game detection feature. The location of the black market and the contact person were given to him by Wang Laoqi. The 3 female roe deer yielded about 60 jin of pure meat. He had neatly separated the tenderloin ribs and leg meat, and thoroughly cleaned the 3 sets of offal. According to Wang Laoqi, the black market opened around dawn and closed by noon, with strict management overseeing the proceedings. Those who violated the rules would never be allowed to leave unscathed. Nearby were 2 forestry farms, Qianjin Forestry Farm and Zhuangji Forestry Farm. Since Hongxing Forestry Farm lay in the middle, the black market was established in the mountains near Hongxing Forestry Farm. Feeling the timing was right, he emerged from his spatial dimension, covered his face with a cloth, and carried the dismantled roe deer to the forest at the foot of the mountain. Covering one's face was a requirement imposed by the black market authorities. As long as you entered, whether buyer or seller, you had to conceal your face. Once outside, nobody knew anybody else. Following what Wang Laoqi had told him, Wang Yongli found his guide without difficulty. She was a lean, middle-aged woman, also masked, yet her eyes burned with sharp intelligence. The woman scrutinized Wang Yongli and the surroundings repeatedly. After confirming there were no undercover officers nearby, she spoke in a raspy voice. First time here. 2 yuan to sell. After handing over the fee and entering the small woodland, Wang Yongli took in the entire black market under the moonlight reflecting off the snow. The entire area spanned roughly the size of a basketball court. Buyers and sellers were clearly divided. The sellers lined the edges in 2 rows while the buyers occupied the center, browsing through the wares. A few burly masked figures patrolled the perimeter. These were the overseers keeping watch. There were quite a few people present, all masked, only their alert eyes visible. Despite the large crowd, barely any noise was made. Besides the crunch of cotton shoes on snow and the whispering wind, almost nothing else could be heard. Buyers and sellers leaned in close, whispering prices. If the terms suited both parties, a deal was struck, otherwise the buyers simply walked away. The entire transaction process was remarkably efficient. Wang Yongli found an empty spot, opened the sack, and carefully laid out different cuts of roe deer meat and offal. Among the tools Wang Laoqi had given him was a scale, which suggested he frequented this black market often. On his way in, Wang Yongli had noticed that besides himself, there were only 3 other meat vendors at the entire market. However, those 3 were selling pheasant and hare. So when he displayed his sizable cuts of meat, buyers quickly flocked to his stall. "Young brother, what kind of meat is this?" "How much?" someone whispered. "This is roe deer, still fresh." Before Wang Yongli could respond, a knowledgeable man had already explained it to the crowd. As more people gathered, voices grew louder. Wang Yongli held up his hand and spoke softly. "Rib meat is 7 mao per gene with coupons, or 1 yuan without. Front leg is 8 mao with coupons, 1 yuan 10 without. Rear leg is 9 mao with coupons, 1 yuan 2 without. Tenderloin is 1 yuan with coupons, 1 yuan 3 without. Offal is sold as 3 sets for 2 yuan, no individual pieces." Hearing the price, some buyers walked away immediately, but others still pulled out money and coupons to trade. By the time the sun rose high and the sky turned bright, all of Wang Yongli's 60-odd jin of meat had been sold. His total income consisted of 63 yuan in cash, 42 jin of grain coupons, and 4 jin of meat coupons. Having sold his goods, Wang Yongli now became a buyer. After strolling through the entire black market, his sack contained seeds of potatoes, turnips, cabbage, wheat, and corn. He hadn't seen anyone selling ammunition. Just as Wang Yongli was about to leave, the guide stopped him. "Brother, may I have a word with you?" Wang Yongli followed her gesture and saw 2 men standing together, their heads close, as if sharing a private conversation. Following the guide, Wang Yongli approached the 2 men. One of them, a burly figure, spoke up. "Brother is a newcomer, I see. Judging by your harvest today, you've done well." Wang Yongli narrowed his eyes and stepped back, his gaze fixed warily on the 3 men before him. "Easy now, we're not here for trouble. Earning good money is a sign of your skill. Anyone brave enough to venture into the mountains during the bitterest winter is a true man of steel." The other, a slighter man, noticed Wang Yongli's posture and expression. With a smile in his voice, he said, "We wanted to ask whether you'd be interested in a long-term partnership." "What kind of partnership?" Wang Yongli had already guessed their intentions. "Some mountain men have worked with us before, but their meat supply was too small and inconsistent. What you sold today came from at least 3 roe deer, which means either the mountain god favors you or you're the leader of a hunting party." The lean man continued, "I go by Qiandazi. This one is Peizhang, and he's Haozi. As you can see, we're responsible for this territory. From now on, you can sell your meat directly to us. We'll give you a discount of 2 mao per gene compared to your retail price today. You can take cash or coupons, whatever you prefer. If you have special needs, feel free to tell me." After hearing Qiandazi's proposal, Wang Yongli's mind raced. A 2 mao discount per gene was perfectly acceptable. After all, wholesale and retail were entirely different concepts. The supply and marketing cooperative only paid 3 to 5 mao per gene for meat, so this offer was quite reasonable. This man, calling himself Qiandazi, was apparently the local operator of the black market, which meant there must be bigger bosses above him. He was essentially the head steward for the big bosses. Pao Zhang was clearly the muscle, the enforcer of the black market. Haozi was the one with extensive connections and sharp market instincts. After a moment's thought, he said to Qiandazi, "The price works, but I can't guarantee meat every day. After all, I don't enter the mountains daily, nor do I always encounter large game. That's perfectly fine. As long as you have goods, come find us here. Haozi and Pao Zhang are basically here every day." Seeing Wang Yongli agree, Qiandazi was pleased. Though 2 mao per gene didn't seem like much, their markup when reselling far exceeded that amount. Suppliers who could consistently deliver were always highly valued. "Brother, are you looking for something in particular?" With the matter settled, Qiandazi shifted into casual conversation. "Do you have 7.62 ammunition? For the Type 56 carbine?" Wang Yongli didn't bother hiding his intent. "Those aren't cheap, 1 yuan per round. But if you take 50, I'll do you for 90 cents each." Qiandazi's eyes lit up as he gave the price, without hesitation. "I'll take 50 rounds." Wang Yongli reached into his pocket, counted out 45 yuan, and held it in his palm. "Haozi, go fetch Xiantu." In no time, Haozi returned, leading another person forward. The man wore a military coat in near-new condition and carried a bulging backpack. Xiantu didn't say a word upon arrival. He pulled out 2 paper-wrapped bundles from his backpack and handed them over. 50 rounds. Count them yourself." Wang Yongli took them, counted the ammunition, handed over the money, and stuffed the rounds into his sack. "I'm off. I'll come again if I have goods." Turning around with his sack on his back, he walked away. Watching him leave, Qiandazi chuckled. "With a Type 56 in hand, we should be able to get our hands on plenty of good stuff in the future." The other 3 laughed along. It had been a sleepless night, and his mother and sister must have been worrying. Wang Yongli didn't stop to tend to his spatial farm. He hurried straight home. Sure enough, Li Xiuji had barely slept all night, consumed by worry. Li Xueqing served as a witness. "Brother, when you didn't come home, Mom tossed and turned all night. It kept me awake too." "And weren't you worried about your brother?" Wang Yongli teased. "Do not worry, I am a changed man now. I feel nothing can stand in my way." Thanks to the recent days of ample food and even daily meat, Li Xueqing's complexion had improved greatly. "Haha, you are right, nothing can stand in my way." Seeing his sister becoming more and more ladylike filled him with immense joy. That afternoon, Wang Yongli did not go into the mountains, but continued making tables and chairs at home. When his mother and sister were not paying attention, he took out the small stools he had crafted in the space. Although Wang Laoqi's toolbox lacked a carpenter's plane, with his equipment mastery skill, Wang Yongli managed to combine an axe and a knife to achieve the effect of a plane. The surfaces of the tables and stools were all smooth and polished. To exaggerate, they were not gleaming, but smooth they certainly were. Besides the household items, he also made a single bed and a rocking chair and placed them in the space. "My eyes are the ruler, my hands are the machine tools. This is just too awesome." Gazing at the fruits of his labor, Wang Yongli promptly provided himself with excellent emotional satisfaction. He then began tanning the roebuck hide. As the old saying goes, a hide cannot be tanned without the animal's brain, and hides tanned with animal brains became soft and supple, ideal for making bedding. The roebuck hide he had was enough to make 2 bed pads for his mother and little sister. That night, after Li Xiuji and Li Xueqing fell asleep, Wang Yongli entered the space. He planted all the seeds he had bought from the black market and watered them thoroughly with spiritual spring water. Then he crouched beside them, watching. "Dig a hole, bury the soil, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. According to the plot in novels, spiritual spring water could accelerate growth. In a little while he should be able to see the seeds sprout." "Damn, why are you so different from what I expected? What's missing?" After about an hour, the seeds and the ground showed no reaction at all. Looking at the bracelet floating above the rockery, Wang Yongli launched into a nagging monologue. "Look at other systems and golden fingers. Some have scanning infrared time acceleration mechanization, they can raise animals, they even have fertilizing functions, and at the very least they can chat. But you, are you a lie-flat system? And another thing, how do I light up the remaining beads? What am I supposed to get? At least give me a hint." "You're nothing." The bracelet still floated quietly in midair, the 3 lit beads illuminating the entire space. The purple mist beside it remained untouchable, and he had no idea what purpose it served. "Where can I get some steel wire? I'll make some barbecue for Mom and sister to enjoy." Looking at the clean male roebuck, Wang Yongli's thoughts turned to grilled meat. The black market might have some. I'll go into the mountains at dawn, get some meat, and find rat. In the morning he pushed open the door to find a vast expanse of white outside. Though the wind had weakened compared to the night, large snowflakes still fell steadily. Yongli, with such heavy snow, you're not going into the mountains today, are you? Li Xiaoji glanced outside and consulted with Wang Yongli. It's fine, Mom. Heavy snow is actually good. Gay moves slowly, tracks are clear and easy to follow. He fastened his hat, shouldered a sack, and plunged into the forest. The rifle and crossbow were inside the sack. When he came home, he usually took these items out of the space. The 50 bullets he had bought yesterday were just waiting to be used. How could he not have some fun? The snow buried his ankles as he trudged unevenly toward the roebuck herd from yesterday. The snow in the mountains was too deep, making every step laborious. It took him about 2 hours to reach the valley. The valley was sheltered from the wind, so the snow was slightly shallower. After a careful observation, he found no obvious footprints on the ground. The remaining roebucks had not returned here. He looked deeper into the valley. Beyond lay the deep mountains. Entering the deep mountains in such heavy snow was too dangerous. A gust of wind carried the sound of howling wolves mixed within. Wang Yongli turned toward the source of the sound, his Type 56 rifle already in hand. A wolf pack. Let's go check it out. After a moment's deliberation, he crept toward the sound. Deep in the valley, the wolf howls grew more urgent, interspersed with the grunts of wild boars. Hiding behind a large tree, Wang Yongli took in the scene before him. A small wolf pack was attacking an adult female wild boar estimated to weigh over 300 g. 2 piglets followed the mother, while 2 more lay dead on the open ground. The snow on the ground was churned into chaos with bloodstains everywhere. The mother boar was already covered in wounds, and one of her ears was missing half. There were 6 wolves in the pack, 1 black and 5 gray. The alpha wolf, a black one, stood opposite the boar, its eyes gleaming green as it stared at the prey. The other wolves took turns attacking, some biting the hind legs, some tearing at the neck, and retreating when the boar turned. A gray wolf seized an opportunity and lunged toward a piglet. The mother boar sensed the danger, swung around, and slammed into the gray wolf. Her tusks, shorter than a male's, clamped onto the wolf's belly and pinned it to the ground, grinding fiercely. The gray wolf's agonized screams seemed to intimidate the other wolves. Then the alpha wolf moved its target, also a piglet. Seeing the alpha charge, the mother boar dragged the gray wolf and rushed forward, knocking the overextended alpha flying. The impact was severe. The alpha struggled to its feet, fixing its gaze on the boar and panting heavily. This is my chance. Seeing the wolves and the boar locked in a stalemate, Wang Yongli raised his rifle, aimed at the alpha wolf's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the alpha wolf's head precisely. The moment the alpha fell, the other gray wolves scattered. But they did not flee far. After the gunshot faded, they turned back toward Wang Yongli. 2 of them began charging at him. Bang! Bang! 2 precise shots dropped the 2 wolves, which twitched a few times and lay still. The remaining 2 finally turned and tried to escape into the woods. Wang Yongli was not about to let them get away. He was only 70 or 80 meters from the battlefield, and the Type 56 rifle packed serious punch. Another 2 shots. One hit a wolf in the belly, the other shattered the hind leg of the last one. The mother boar was also staring in Wang Yongli's direction, grunting menacingly. He carefully shifted his position. The boar was now facing him directly, and at this range of nearly 100 meters, the Type 56 might not be able to penetrate a wild boar's skull. The ideal shot was the triangular area behind the ear, the junction of the skull and cervical vertebrae. A hit there would bring instant death. So he needed to move to the side of the boar. Perhaps because of her injuries, the boar seemed unaware of Wang Yongli's movement. No surprise, after the shot the boar collapsed. The 2 surviving piglets nuzzled against their mother. Moving closer, Wang Yongli used his crossbow to kill both piglets. He then quickly ran to the battlefield, bled, and gutted the wolves and the boar and stowed them all in the space. He turned and headed back out of the mountains. Today's harvest was tremendous. Truly the heavens do not disappoint those who strive. He hummed a tuneless song, the lyrics a jumble of nonsensical syllables, as he made his way into the space after leaving the battlefield. First to warm up, and second to process his spoils. What he did not expect was that entering the space gave him a huge shock. Fuck, where's my wild boar? Where did that massive boar go? Wang Yongli turned over the intact wild boar hide on the ground with his gun. The flesh, blood, and bones had vanished without a trace. The pack leader wolf was the same. Only its pelt remained with all flesh and blood gone. Who's there? Who's hiding? What the hell is this? Wang Yongli swept the area with his gun, but found no sign of any other person or creature. Strange. Where could it have gone? What creature could devour such a massive wild boar and an equally large wolf in such a short time? Just as he raised his head and thought, a flicker of red light caught his eye. Holy shit. The gun slipped from his grip as Wang Yongli stared wide-eyed at the bracelet floating midair. The 4th bead had lit up. No, not all of them. The first 3 beads emitted a purple glow, while the 4th bead now radiated a faint red light. Wang Yongli glanced at the bracelet, then looked down at the 2 pelts on the ground, and back up at the bracelet. You ate them. There seemed to be only one explanation. Wait a minute, why didn't you eat the pheasant, rabbit, and roe deer I put in before? You looked down on them. That's it. He set down his gun, sat by the pool, and lit a cigarette. So what, you only want large game? And they have to be carnivores. Should I bring you a bear or a tiger next? Would that please you more? He exhaled a long stream of smoke. Let me get this straight. If I bring in large game you absorb it, and then reward me, right? But after finishing the cigarette there was no response. You just consumed a giant boar and a massive black wolf, so where's my reward? What, you weren't full? Do you have any idea what I could get for these at the black market? You should at least show some appreciation. Even after Wang Yongli finished processing 5 gray wolves and 4 young boars there was still no response. Useless. He gave the bracelet the middle finger and left the space. Walking around the bend, he checked his snares and caught 2 more rabbits. Back home Wang Yongli pulled out a pheasant, a rabbit, and a young boar from the sack along with a skinned wolf. Mom, I'm going to the forestry farm to sell meat, won't be back for dinner. After finishing his meal, Wang Yongli shouldered the sack and headed out again. Li Xiuji watched her son disappear into the night, a faint smile touching her lips. Wang Yongli didn't go straight to the forestry farm. Instead, he stopped by Wang Laoqi's house first. Uncle Qi, I brought you a little piglet. Oh, you should keep it for yourself to eat, I can't finish much. After smoking a pipe, Wang Laoqi smiled warmly and saw Wang Yongli out the door. It's so comfortable sleeping in the space, the temperature is just right. Estimating the time was right, Wang Yongli emerged from the space with his sack on his back and headed toward the black market. Brother Hausi, I've got about 200 gene of wolf meat plus bones and offal. Make me an offer. Finding Hausi, Wang Yongli got straight to the point. Not bad, young brother, quite a haul. Wait here for a moment. Saying this, Hausi turned and left, likely to fetch Qiandazi. Young brother, follow me. Soon Hausi came over to call Wang Yongli. Following him into a wooden cabin, he pushed open the door to find Qiandazi and Xian Tutor sitting inside. Young brother, not bad. Let's see the goods. Qiandazi didn't waste time with pleasantries, gesturing toward Wang Yongli's sack. He poured out the processed wolf meat from the sack. I kept the rest somewhere else. This is about 50 gene. Hausi and Xian Tutor crouched down to examine the meat. Adult wolf meat, the quality is excellent. Xian Tutor stood up and reported to Qiandazi. Brother, wolf meat doesn't fetch as much as roe deer meat. We won't separate it by cuts. I'll buy it at 5 cents per gene and the offal is 2 yuan per set. You can also take value tickets if you prefer. Does that work for you? Qiandazi pondered for a moment before giving Wang Yongli his offer. He wasn't wrong. Wolf meat wasn't as popular as roe deer meat, and it was more troublesome to prepare. Families with better circumstances wouldn't touch wolf meat. It was only those with many children at home who hadn't eaten meat in a long time or couldn't get meat ration tickets who would buy it. Alright, I'll go with your offer, Brother Qian. I want cash. Wang Yongli replied without hesitation. Brother Qian. The 3 of them froze at the address. You call him Brother Qian, what do you call me? Xian Tuer asked amused. Brother Xian, I'm the youngest among us, so it's only right to call you brother. Ha! Wang Yongli's words made all 3 of them laugh. Alright, I accept you as my younger brother. But I need to know what to call you, or maybe you should pick yourself a nickname. Qiandazi stopped laughing and looked at Wang Yongli. Then just call me Mountain Lord. Holy shit. You've got some nerve calling yourself that. Hearing Wang Yongli call himself Mountain Lord, the 3 men laughed again. Wang Yongli's favorite animal was the tiger. Mountain Lord. That was the most classic and evocative alias for a tiger in his opinion. I make my living in the mountains, so I need to boost my prestige. Haha, good. Hausi, follow Lord Jun and bring the meat over. No need, Brother Hausi. I brought a small sled. I can drag it over myself. Arriving at the pre-hidden location, Wang Yongli pulled his small sled back to the wooden cabin. After weighing everything, there was 218 gene of meat and 5 sets of offal. Amazing, you took down 5 wolves. Xian Tuer couldn't help but give Wang Yongli a thumbs up at the sight of all the meat and offal spread on the ground. Just good luck. Heavy snow slowed them down. Qiandazi counted out the money and handed it over. Wang Yongli took it and counted through it. Then he pulled out another 45 yuan and handed it to Xian Tuer. Brother Xian, I'd like to buy 50 more rounds. No problem. Xian Tuer reached into his backpack, pulled out 2 paper-wrapped packets and handed them over. Wang Yongli took them and tossed them into his sack. Leaving the black market, Wang Yongli headed straight into the mountains to see if he could find anything. But being too close to the logging camp, he walked a long way without even spotting a single animal track. The loud noise from the logging crew's heavy machinery had likely driven the animals deep into the forest. Just as he was about to change direction and head home, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. Wang Yongli studied the figure more closely. It was the same man who had emerged from the corner of the forestry office that day. The dogskin hat was distinctive enough to recognize, with a rifle slung over one shoulder and a sack over the other. From a distance, he couldn't make out the man's expression, but his movements suggested he was doing something clandestine. His path was unusual. He moved from tree to tree or rock to rock, pausing to scan his surroundings before continuing onward. Suddenly, the sound of fluttering wings erupted. Instantly dropping to one knee, the man raised his rifle and carefully surveyed the area. He quickly shouldered the gun and observed his surroundings with keen attention. WTF is going on? Someone's coming. Seeing the man raise his long gun, Wang Yongli quickly dropped to the ground and carefully peeked up to observe him. From his distance, he hadn't heard the rustling sound, only saw the man's movements. A pheasant jumped out from the bush to the man's right side. The dogskin hat man carefully scanned the area once more before rising to his feet again. He hefted the hemp sack on his shoulder and continued into the mountains. It was this motion that allowed Wang Yongli to glimpse someone inside the sack, a person of short stature. From a biological perspective, curiosity is the instinct of both humans and all animals. He quickly accessed the forensic traces and anti-tracking knowledge stored in his mind from the bracelet. Wang Yongli trailed behind at a distance, moving low and cautious from the side and rear. He maintained a steady rhythm, using cover just like the dogskin hat man. After walking for over an hour, the dogskin hat man stopped and scanned his surroundings before cupping his hands to his mouth and issuing a series of bird-like calls. Moments later, similar bird calls echoed back from around them. Then he saw a bush being pushed aside, revealing a tall man. Wang Yongli finally realized it was a cave, with the bush perfectly concealing the entrance. The two exchanged a few words before entering the cave together. A Russian. As Wang Yongli took in the man's features, his heart sank. If his memory served correctly, by this period relations between China and the Russians had already deteriorated. Based on their mannerisms and behavior, there was only one conclusion: spies. Damn it. They're playing covert ops now. What should I do? Wang Yongli contemplated whether to return and inform Li Chonghai, asking him to send someone. I'll go check first. If I alert them, I'll retreat into my space. Considering the time it would take to round up reinforcements, by the time he returned, the opportunity would have passed. Gripping his gun, he moved cautiously toward the cave entrance, inching forward through the bushes to peer inside. From his vantage point, he could only see a fire burning in the cave, with the dogskin hat man and the Russian sitting across from each other by the flames. The hemp sack had been tossed on the ground with a rifle leaning against it. How weren't you supposed to bring 3 people this time? The dogskin hat man lit a cigarette and glanced at the Russian. Yes, the other 2 went out to hunt for game. Don't be nervous. This is deep in the mountains. Hardly anyone comes here. The Russian's Mandarin was surprisingly good. Where's the money we agreed on? The dogskin hat man kept a watchful eye on the Russian opposite him. It's here, 1,000 yuan in total. The Russian pulled out a bundle of bills from his coat and handed them over. At that time, the largest denomination was 10 yuan, commonly known as Great Unity. The dogskin hat man took the money and began counting. Relax, I wouldn't deceive you. We've cooperated so many times. Don't you trust us? Ignoring the Russian's words, the dogskin hat man continued to count the money carefully. Finally satisfied, he tucked the money away and spoke. This boy is the grandson of Jiang Hongliang, director of the Forestry Administration Bureau. Jiang Hongjun is responsible for the forestry production and resource management across the entire region, giving him direct access to upper-level intelligence. You can use him to blackmail Jiang Hongliang and obtain the information you want. Blue Wolf, you've done well. However, what we really need to know is the commander of the Battle Command Center, the Russian said calmly. Luo Kaiman doesn't stay here year-round. Jiang Hongjun handles most of the specific work. The dogskin hat man's implication was clear. Whatever Luo Kaiman knew, Jiang Hongjun knew as well. Outside, Wang Yongli's mind raced. Forestry Administration Bureau Director. Goodness, Wang Yongli was genuinely impressed. Those who lived in the Xing'an Mountains in 1965 knew that the region operated under a unified party government system, making the Forestry Administration Bureau Director a remarkably high position. If you had to compare it to modern positions, it would be equivalent to the party secretary or mayor of a city with independent planning status. He couldn't just ignore this matter. It wasn't about him being noble, but rather the chance to align himself with someone powerful, someone with substantial influence. This was far more valuable than hunting 100 roe deer. But this involved killing. After living 2 lives, he had never taken a human life. Was he supposed to pass up such an opportunity? That wouldn't align with his self-serving, greedy nature. At this thought, Wang Yongli carefully aimed his gun through the bushes. Bang! The dogskin hat man fell to the ground immediately, while the Russian reached for the rifle leaning against the sack. Before his hand could touch the gun, a bullet struck the Russian in the chest. Seeing both men dead, Wang Yongli didn't rush into the cave, but instead ran to a bush on the opposite side to hide. The Russian had mentioned there were 2 others out hunting. They would surely return upon hearing the gunshot to investigate. After remaining motionless for over 10 minutes, 2 heads cautiously emerged from behind a nearby tree and a rock. Truly careful, Wang Yongli stayed still, his gun trained on the direction from which they came. The 2 Russians moved cautiously toward the cave with their backs to each other, rifles raised. As they approached the entrance, one of them called out several times, presumably calling the dead Russian's name. When no answer came, they became even more cautious. Suddenly, one of them pointed at footprints near the cave entrance. Bang bang. Wang Yongli fired without waiting for them to turn toward his hiding spot. At the sound of the gunfire, both Russians collapsed. Wang Yongli emerged from the bush, taking cover behind a large tree, while keeping his gun trained on the fallen men. After a while, with no movement, he finally approached the 2 bodies. He kicked their guns away first, then searched them, finding only 2 daggers and 2 packs of cigarettes. Returning to the cave, he found 156. 8 yuan along with food and meat ration coupons on the dogskin hat man. Combined with the 1,000 yuan from the Russian, Wang Yongli had just made over 1,100 yuan. From the Russian, he recovered 100 yuan, some Soviet currency, a compass, a pair of binoculars, and a wristwatch. What Wang Yongli didn't know was that this watch belonged to the Soviet Eastern Commander series. Wang Yongli stored everything in his space before examining the cave interior. On the right side, upon entering, there was a bend leading to a fairly large open area. The ground was covered with woolly grass, and on top of it were 3 beds with bedding. Along the wall, 2 slightly larger boxes were stacked with 6 smaller boxes of varying sizes. Instead of immediately inspecting the boxes, he first opened the hemp sack. Inside was a boy of about 7 or 8 years old, whether unconscious from a blow or drugged, he couldn't tell. He was breathing but slept so deeply that Wang Yongli couldn't wake him. With no other options, he retrieved some spiritual spring water from his space and slowly fed it to the boy. Approaching the boxes, he used the rifle, but to smash open the lock on the larger one. Lifting the lid, he froze. Holy shit. The first thing he saw was a layer of oil paper, and upon lifting it, his hand remained suspended. Inside the box lay 5 AK rifles with bayonets, slings, cleaning oil, and other accessories beneath them. Hidden in the gaps were pistols wrapped in leather. The pistols were Makarov PMs, the standard Russian sidearm at the time. Wang Yongli then opened the smaller box beside it, revealing a complete tin container with a wooden handle at the top right corner. Gripping the wooden handle and pulling the tin lid slid open to reveal neatly arranged boxes of ammunition. The larger small box contained 7 62mm rounds, while the smaller one held pistol ammunition. The box on the far edge at the top had already been opened, containing several cans of food. I've hit the jackpot, I've hit the jackpot. Wang Yongli placed all the large and small crates from the upper layer into his spatial dimension, leaving only those on the ground floor. In other words, there remained in the cave 1 crate of AK rifles, 1 crate of 7.62 ammunition, 1 crate of pistol ammunition, and slightly more than half a crate of canned goods. With so many firearms and ammunition, what the hell were those Russians up to? It was clear they intended sabotage. The Xinjiang region bordered the frontier, and the distribution of military targets was key intelligence. Once they grasped vital information, they would strike hard at the critical moment, which would truly be catastrophic. He took out cigarettes confiscated from the Russian, lit one, and squinted, pondering how to handle this matter. Handing the child over to Li Changhai was a given. Wang Yongli had no connection with Director Jiang. It was beyond his reach, so Li Changhai still deserved a share of the credit. Then bringing Li Changhai and the others here would earn Li Changhai another portion of credit. This is all appropriate. Director Li has been kind to you. However, the scene needed simple cleanup, so no one would notice he had taken items. He vigorously wiped the top of the wooden crate with his sleeve, erasing all pressure marks, then scooped up a handful of soil and gently blew it over the crate. His previous life spy thrillers had not been watched in vain. Here it proved useful. Mainly, it was the traceology and counter-surveillance knowledge from the bead bracelet. He then went out to drag the corpses into the cave, lest the wolves devour them. As he was dragging the last corpse, the shrubbery where he had crouched shook violently. Startled, Wang Yongli casually tossed the corpse into his spatial dimension and raised his gun toward the shrubbery. A large roe deer stumbled dizzily out from within. Good heavens, you nearly gave me a heart attack. With a bang, he shot the roe deer dead, then entered the spatial dimension to drain its blood and clean the carcass. Damn it. The moment he entered the spatial dimension, Wang Yongli saw the Russian corpse visibly collapsing. A crimson thread stretched from the corpse to the 4th bead of the bracelet. In no time, like the wild boar and black wolf, only the intact skin remained slumped on the ground. The difference was that clothes were still draped over the human hide. Gagging, Wang Yongli felt his stomach revolting at the sight. He retched several times, but brought nothing up. He hurried to the rockery beside the spiritual spring and drank directly from it. Suppressing the nausea, he looked up at the bead bracelet. The 4th bead had grown somewhat brighter. Many crimson threads swam across the bead's surface, gradually seeping into it. As the threads disappeared, the bead turned a brilliant red. At the same moment, 2 crimson characters appeared in Wang Yongli's mind combat. Then he realized something. He could fight now? Joint locks, counter-ambush techniques, disarming with bare hands, and more. He felt he could take on 10 men by himself now. Wait, eating the wild boar and black wolf didn't teach me anything. After practicing some stances in his mind, he looked up at the bracelet and said, since the wolf gave me its iron bones and copper head, why not give me something too? After simply draining the roe deer's blood, Wang Yongli used a stick to carry the human hide and clothing out of the spatial dimension. He threw the hide and clothing onto the fire to burn completely, then used shrubbery to block the cave entrance and shouldered the child walking out of the mountain. Now he had over 1,000 yuan in his pocket of fortune in this era. Thinking of the money in his spatial dimension, he hummed cheerfully, Hey Fu Mei. Li Sua Zhang, Li Sua Zhang. As soon as he entered the police station gates, Wang Yongli called out loudly. Hearing the commotion, the police station officers rushed out. Sun Dishing saw Wang Yongli carrying a child and a sack and hurried forward to ask, what's going on, Yongli? Where's Director Li? I need to speak with him. Wang Yongli continued toward Li Changhai's office with the child on his back. Sun Dishing quickly walked ahead and opened the door to Li Changhai's office first. Li Changhai had already heard the noise outside and appeared to be preparing to step out. After entering, Wang Yongli placed the child on a chair, took several deep breaths, and finally spoke. Brother Sun, go fetch Dr. Liu from the health clinic. The child hasn't regained consciousness. All right. Sun Dishing responded and ran out. What's going on? Who is this child? Only after seeing Sun Dishing exit did Li Changhai get a chance to ask. Uncle Li, do you want credit? Huge credit. Wang Yongli took out cigarettes and handed one to Li Changhai, smiling. Stop beating around the bush, speak quickly. What's happening? This child is the grandson of Director Jiang from the Forestry Administration. I encountered spies in the mountains. Wang Yongli recounted everything to Li Changhai. This truly startled Li Changhai. This matter was far too serious. Carry the child and follow me. No, wait, stay here with the child. I'll go fetch the party secretary and the farm director. Li Changhai hurriedly ran out. Before he finished his cigarette, Sun Dushing returned with Dr. Liu. It seemed both had run the entire way. Dr. Liu wasted no words and immediately examined the child. The child is indeed in a coma, likely caused by mild poisoning from accidentally consuming poisonous wild vegetables or mushrooms. Come on, that's nonsense. This should be from a long-acting sedative injected by the spies. Wang Yongli thought to himself, but certainly did not say it aloud. Soon after, Li Changhai led two middle-aged men into the office. After inquiring about the child's condition, Li Changhai dismissed Sun Dushing and Dr. Liu. One of the middle-aged men looked at Wang Yongli. You must be Wang Yongli. Tell us the details. Wang Yongli glanced at Li Changhai, who quickly said, these two are Secretary Gao and Farm Director Sheng of our forest farm. You must recount every detail clearly. So Wang Yongli reported the situation in detail to the Secretary and Farm Director again. I will immediately return to make a phone call to the Forestry Bureau to verify and explain the situation. After hearing Wang Yongli's report, Gao Ding hurriedly ran out. Sheng Lin said to Li Changhai, order all police officers to hold their positions and be ready to deploy at any time. Yes. After saluting, Li Changhai also ran out. Yongli, you said you killed all three of them. How did you defeat three professionally trained spies? Sheng Lin stared intently into Wang Yongli's eyes, his tone serious. Farm Director Sheng, I am a member of the Erdugu village militia. Our village secretary Zhang and militia captain Zhang often tell us to keep our eyes sharp, grip our rifles, and never let a single villain escape. Wang Yongli sat up straight and answered loudly. The loudspeakers also say we must strengthen training, heighten vigilance, defend the motherland, and eliminate all spy elements. Everyone is an observer, every household is a sentry post, making it impossible for spies to hide. The forest farm also emphasizes prevent fires, theft, and spies manage people, forests, and borders. Sheng Lin widened his eyes looking at the youth before him, who seemed radiating righteousness. Lao Sheng. Just as he was about to question Wang Yongli again, an urgent voice called from outside. Gao Ding, the forestry farm secretary, burst into the room, panting heavily. Old Sheng, we've confirmed with the Forest Administration Bureau. Director Zhang's grandson has indeed been missing since yesterday. The district police have been searching for a full day and night. Director Jiang and his officers are on their way to our forestry farm. They should arrive in about an hour. Several people sat in Li Changhai's office. During the wait, Li Changhai had someone take Yongli's statement. By the time the smoke in the office had become so thick it stung their eyes, everyone had moved outside to wait. The roar of engines drew nearer, vehicles speeding toward the police station's courtyard. 2 GAZ jeeps, 2 sidecar motorcycles, and a Jiefeng truck arrived with several armed police officers seated in the truck bed. A man in his 50s wearing a Zhongshan suit stepped out from the first jeep. Following him was a woman in her mid-50s. Where is Xiaolei? Where's my child? The woman began calling out anxiously as soon as she stepped out of the vehicle. Inside the room, Gao Ding quickly stepped forward and led the group toward Li Changhai's office. Xiaolei, my dear Xiaolei, what has happened to you? The woman's voice cracked as she clutched the child and wept. Step aside. Let the doctor examine him first. The man in the Zhongshan suit reprimanded gently, then gestured for the accompanying doctor to approach. Just as the doctor reached them, the child opened his eyes and called out in a faint voice, Grandma. The slightly hoarse tone brought visible relief to everyone present. The doctor conducted a brief examination. Initial checks show no major issues, but it would be best to go to the district hospital for further evaluation. After delivering his assessment, the doctor stepped back. Grandma, I'm hungry. Zhang Lei had been well-behaved throughout, cooperating patiently until the examination was complete before mentioning his hunger to his grandmother. Deshing, have old Zhang prepare something to eat for the child as soon as possible. Hearing the boy's words, Li Changhai instructed Sun Dishing to escort the woman and child to the cafeteria. I am Jiang Hongliang. You must be the young comrade who saved my grandson. Seeing his wife and grandson leave, Jiang Hongliang turned his gaze toward Wang Yongli. Hello, Director Jiang. I am Wang Yongli. Yongli appeared exactly as one would expect from a rural youth, slightly nervous and ill at ease. I hear you are a militia member who killed 3 spies. Young comrade, you have rendered a great meritorious service. Yongli scratched his head and, pretending to be modest, repeated the familiar slogan, once more prompting everyone in the office to burst into laughter. Excellent, excellent. Truly heroes emerge from the youth. Director Zhao, please begin your work. Jiang Hongliang patted Yongli on the arm and spoke to the middle-aged man in police uniform standing behind him. Hello, comrade. My name is Zhao Gang, Director of the Xinhe District Public Security Bureau. Please describe the incident in detail once again. The police officer beside him immediately sat down, opened his notebook, and began taking notes. This time he had to recount everything once more. So he started from how he entered the mountains, how he encountered the man in the fur hat, how he followed him to the cave, how he overheard their conversation, how he fired his gun, and how he rescued the child. The entire account flowed like reciting from memory, clear and organized. Even the parts that required careful lies came effortlessly off Yongli's tongue. You said there were weapons and ammunition inside. I'm not certain they were guns and bullets, but the crates looked just like the ones we use in our village to store firearms. Are you certain both Russians and the Chinese spy are dead? Yes, I confirmed they were dead before carrying the child away. Do you shoot often? Not really. Aside from routine training, I barely ever fired a weapon. But during training the squad leader said, I have quick reflexes and good aim. Can you find that cave again? We need you to lead us there. Yes, I enter the mountains frequently. I can find it. Zhao Gang studied the quick-witted youth before him, his eyes holding something indistinct. A 16-year-old rural boy who had single-handedly killed 3 spies, yet carried himself as casually as one who had simply hunted 3 roe deer. Seeing the public security officers finish their questioning, Jiang Hongliang addressed the leaders of the Hongxing forestry farm. Your forestry farm has produced an outstanding young talent. Young, sharp-minded, brave, and an accurate shot. Director Jiang, if there is nothing else, I would like to take this opportunity to enter the mountains while there is still time and exit before dark. Very well. Go ahead. Thank you for your hard work. Yongli, familiar with the terrain, led more than 10 officers from the District Public Security Bureau to the cave with ease. Songlong. You're saying this fellow is called Songlong? Zhao Gang pointed at the Chinese man. Yes, that Russian called him Songlong. Yongli pointed to the lead Russian. Director Zhao, how did they get these crates into the deep mountains? And how did the Russians get in? Pardrop. The Russians choose days with bad weather to airdrop personnel and supplies into the forested area. Look at this cave. There are bedding and clear signs of prolonged habitation. You haven't touched anything here, have you? No. I haven't even touched those crates. Yongli shook his head firmly. They likely have other hideouts. At the very least, they must have a radio station. Zhao Gang did not press further with Yongli, but instead bowed his head in thought. It would have been better if you had left one alive. Director Zhao, how dare I leave anyone alive? They all had firearms. I was alone. To ambush and eliminate them. I consider myself blessed just to have survived. A bitter smile appeared on Yongli's face. What you say is reasonable. I was overthinking it. You have already done remarkably well. Seeing Yongli's expression, Zhao Gang smiled. Don't you know this one called Songlong? They have cooperated many times before. Never seen him. He is likely an undocumented person, a fugitive, or someone who fled famine. Anything is possible. With more hands on deck, they made 2 sleds and dragged the crates and bodies out of the mountains. Upon returning to the forestry farm, Jiang Hongliang was still waiting. The child and the woman had been sent by vehicle to the district hospital for examination. Zhao Gang reported the scene findings to Jiang Hongliang. Jiang Hongliang addressed the assembled officials. Comrades, this incident fully demonstrates that the cadres and masses of our forestry farm are vigilant and capable. In the future, we must continue to mobilize the strength of the people and eliminate all sabotage elements. Your forestry farm reported this promptly, and everyone deserves credit. Upon return, we will immediately launch a campaign to learn from Hongxing Forestry Farm. As for specific commendations and rewards, they will be distributed collectively after a meeting to deliberate, including individual recognition and rewards for Comrade Wang Yongli. Having finished speaking, he turned to look at Yongli. Yongli, on a personal note, thank you for saving Xiaolei. If you ever need anything in the future, you may come to the district and find me. After seeing off Jiang Hongliang and his party, Gao Ding asked Yongli to accompany him to his office. Yongli, I won't waste words on thanks. I heard from Shanghai that you sold a roe deer to the police station. From now on, send us some meat whenever you have it. I will make the decision myself. The price will certainly be higher than the supply and marketing cooperatives. Thank you, Secretary Gao. Once I bag something worthwhile, I'll bring it over. Feeling that Gao Ding had something else on his mind, Yongli spoke directly. Secretary Gao, is there anything else? That's right. We've been studying your reward these past few days, and we'll distribute it together with the district's allocation. You'll have to wait a few days. Wang Yongli, seeing Gao Ding's expression, suppressed a laugh. Secretary Gao, just say what you need to. Gao Ding did have something he wanted Wang Yongli's help with, but he felt a bit embarrassed after all the other was just a half-grown kid. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. It's almost New Year's. I visit my old chief every year to pay respects. He's getting on in years. Do you have any good ginseng, or a way to get some? I'll pay for it. Secretary Gao, in winter it's basically impossible to dig ginseng. First, the leaves and stems have rotted, leaving only the root, which is hard to find. Second, the ground is frozen solid, so you can't dig it up without damaging the fibers. Wang Yongli understood what Gao Ding was implying. This matter might allow him to move up a step. Secretary Gao, I'll head into the mountains more often lately, and see if I can find something else worthwhile. Good. Thank you in advance. After a few pleasantries, Wang Yongli left Gao Ding's office. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a young man standing not far away. Seeing Wang Yongli emerge, the young man quickly approached and said, Comrade Wang Yongli, Director Sheng requests your presence. Following the young man to Sheng Lin's office, the conversation started similarly and soon turned to the same topic. Wang Yongli again made no promises, only saying he would go into the mountains more often and see what luck brought. He harbored no resentment toward Gao Ding and Sheng Lin's approach. It was only human nature. From the first emperor of Qin and Emperor Wu of Han to the founding emperors of Tang and Song, from the 17 reigns of Ming to the 14 of Qing, hadn't it always been this way? Overall, the people of this era still possessed a strong sense of righteousness. Returning to the village, Wang Yongli strolled past old Zhao's doorstep. He happened to bump into the neighbor's Annie coming out to dump dirty water. Auntie eaten yet? Not yet. Yongli, where have you been? I'm heading into the mountains at dawn tomorrow. I wanted to say hi to brother Yong. We haven't even finished the meat you shared last time. Looks like we'll be getting more. Annie, that depends on luck. I can't bag something every time. True. Wang Yongli deliberately raised his voice about going into the mountains at dawn, meaning for the Zhao family to hear. Better to settle this matter sooner rather than later. Li Xiaoji had grown accustomed to her son often staying out overnight, but worry was inevitable. Yongli, what do you eat out there? Can the flatbreads I packed keep you full? Mom, plenty. I can even roast meat in the mountains. Brother, is roasted meat tasty? Li Xueting's eyes lit up at the mention of roasted meat. Delicious. We'll have roast meat tonight, and I'll give you something even better. Wang Yongli pulled a cleaned little wild boar and 10 cans from his burlap sack. Yongli, did the big boar hurt you? Li Xiaoji's first thought upon seeing the little boar was whether her son had been injured. No, the boar was scattered by a wolf pack. This little one got separated. What's this? Li Xueting had never seen a can before. It's a can. You can open it and eat it, but cold isn't tasty. Go heat some water, and we'll warm it up. If he roasted the whole thing, it wouldn't be ready until midnight. Wang Yongli gathered some stiff branches, trimmed them into makeshift skewers. He blanched some meat before roasting, and roasted some raw directly. Brother, this is delicious. Li Xueting ate roast meat and canned food, her mouth glistening with grease. What's so good about this? If you could brush on chili powder and cumin and have a glass of draft beer now, that would be delicious. Wang Yongli missed barbecue and draft beer terribly. After the meal, he gave Li Xiaoji 100 yuan and 20 jin of food coupons, saying he had traded game for them on the black market. When he left in the morning, Li Xiaoji wrapped several large flatbreads and stuffed them into his burlap sack. Wang Yongli told her he was going deep into the mountains and might have to stay a couple of days. He was heading into the old forest to find a bear's den. First, he had promised Gao Ding and Sheng Lin, but most importantly, he had learned how to light the fourth bead. If he could really take down a black bear with the fourth bead fully light up. He didn't take the gully he usually used. Instead, he turned and headed deeper into the old forest. He hadn't gone far before he realized there was a tail behind him. Zhao Dashan and his son, Zhao Chong, with Zhao Chong carrying a rifle. Damn, where did he get a gun? Like the dogskin hat man, Wang Yongli moved from cover to cover. After observing a few times, he confirmed that Zhao Chong carried a single-barrel break-action shotgun. He just didn't know if it was loaded with a slug or buckshot. If it was buckshot, it would scatter beyond 50 meters and wouldn't hit anyone. Zhao Dashan and his son still thought Wang Yongli hadn't noticed them. After all, in their view, he had been plodding along with his head down. Bringing a gun, huh? Looks like you two have to die. Afraid the father and son might lose him, Wang Yongli kept a distance of about 50 meters, stringing them along. Even so, the two were exhausted. Black bears hibernate in very particular spots, sheltered from the wind, facing the sun, and hidden. Using his wilderness survival knowledge, Wang Yongli deliberately headed for such places. He checked his watch. It was almost 10, and he still hadn't found the bear's den. Suddenly, a rank musky odor drifted on the wind. Following the direction of the smell, he spotted a large snow mound at the base of a big tree. Circling it from a distance, he indeed found a fist-sized breathing hole in the back. Icicles hung around the hole. The bear's breath had frozen. Closer, he could hear the bear's low snore and the grinding sound of its teeth. Wang Yongli circled to the top of the den, hiding behind a large tree while observing the Zhao father and son. They hadn't found the den and were still following him. Sons of bitches, time to send you off. Wang Yongli slowed his pace, letting Zhao Dashan and Zhao Chong close the distance. When the father and son were near the bear's den, and Wang Yongli was within the shotgun's range, Zhao Chong hid behind a tree, raised his gun, and aimed at Wang Yongli. Suddenly, Wang Yongli dodged behind a tree, raised his gun, and fired 2 shots at the bear's den. The gunshots were piercing in the silent forest, and the bear inside was instantly startled awake. With a roar, the den burst open, and a black bear weighing over 200 jin charged out. Damn, you've been eating well for winter. Seeing the bear's size, Wang Yongli muttered mockingly. An adult black bear fattened for winter, reaching over 200 jin, was already at the king level. If it were a brown bear, the biggest could reach over 400 jin. But those were usually found deeper in the old forest and rarely encountered. He was upwind, so the bear couldn't smell him. But Zhao Dashan and his son were downwind. The black bear shook its head and fixed its eyes on Zhao Chong, who was holding the gun. Seeing the huge black bear charge out, both father and son were terrified. Chong, run. Zhao Dashan pulled a cleaver from his cotton coat, trying to protect his son. Zhao Chong also snapped out of it, aimed the gun at the black bear, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The powder shot flew out, the recoil so violent that the barrel nearly stood upright, completely missing the black bear. But this only served to thoroughly enrage the beast. Good. An enraged bear yields the finest gall. Behind the tree, Wang Yongli couldn't help but mentally give Zhao Chong a thumbs up. The black bear accelerated its charge, and Zhao Chong, clutching his single-barrel shotgun, had no time to reload. Zhao Dashan had already surged in front of Zhao Chong, his knife flashing wildly. Xiangzi, run. Before he could do anything else, the bear closed the distance and dealt a devastating blow to Zhao Dashan's head. Bang! Zhao Chong watched in horror as his father's head spun around, half his face torn open. The body was thrown several meters away and lay motionless on the ground. Zhao Chong collapsed completely, his body going limp. The black bear approached him, its massive jaws pressing almost against Zhao Chang's face as a foul stench overwhelmed him. Ow! Zhao Chang fainted without a sound. The bear sniffed Zhao Chang, then followed the scent of blood to Zhao Dashan's corpse. A bear roused from hibernation rarely eats people. It is far more likely to vent its anger, beating victims to death. By then Wang Yongli had already scrambled up a tall tree, hands and feet moving in practiced coordination. The old hunting maxim echoed in his mind: aim for the head and heart, never the legs. Strike the ribs and belly, but spare the back. A bear's skull was extremely thick, but the eyes, ears, and nose were vulnerable points. Though accuracy was low, a direct hit could instantly stun the beast. With an AK rifle at distances beyond 50 meters, a poor angle could cause the bullet to deflect off the skull. But at close range, the AK's damage was more than enough to penetrate a black bear's cranium. Too late to worry about Zhao Chang's survival, Wang Yongli's immediate concern was the reversal of bile. During hibernation, bile settles at the bottom of the gallbladder, and once enraged, all the blood surges upwards, swelling the gallbladder to its limit. Why does the old saying go, an enraged bear yields the finest gall? When a hibernating bear is thrown into a rage, its heartbeat accelerates, blood pressure spikes, and all the gall concentrates into one mass. Coupled with the autumn fat layer, there was a high probability of producing a golden gall. The gall of a prime adult bear surpassed that of an older one, and a male's gall was superior to a female's with richer bile. From his position in the tree, Wang Yongli fired 2 shots at the ground beside the bear. His goal was simply to maintain the bear's state of fury. Sure enough, the black bear looked up, spotted Wang Yongli, and charged with ferocious roars. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Wang Yongli aimed between the bear's eyes and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck dead center on the forehead. The bear stumbled forward, carried by inertia for several steps, before collapsing motionless. After waiting a moment, and confirming the beast was truly dead, he climbed down from the tree. First he secured the unconscious Zhao Chang to a tree with rope, then brought the black bear into his spatial dimension. This time he had watched clearly. The moment the bear entered, the 4th bead responded. The red bead flared once, and a crimson chain emerged from the bear's body, streaming toward it. As the chain thickened, the bear's form gradually withered and shrank. Wang Yongli smoked, his eyes never leaving the spectacle. Before he had finished a few puffs, the over 200-gene black bear had completely deflated. Then a golden gallbladder the size of a woman's fist was drawn into the air by the bead. The red bead seemed to relish the gall. The crimson chain between them grew impossibly fine. To Wang Yongli, it felt as though the bead were savoring a precious delicacy. So my guess was right. Only something excellent can make the bead grow brighter. Several minutes later, the gall was fully absorbed, and the surface of the red bead had begun to shift toward purple. Tempering. 2 characters, red interwoven with traces of purple, appeared in Wang Yongli's mind. They signified that his strength, endurance, and resistance to physical trauma had increased substantially. In a state of fury, the enhancement could double. His wound recovery speed also increased significantly. Wang Yongli felt that he now possessed strength capable of rivaling the Forest King himself. If he were to punch his pre-rebirth self right now. Thanks to the protagonist's mercy. Holy shit, this gave me a passive skill. Hey 4th brother, judging by your appearance, you're still not full, huh? Look at the eldest, 2nd, and 3rd brothers. They're all so purple they gleam. You've barely started turning purple. What more do you want? I'll get it for you. After understanding the reward, Wang Yongli gazed expectantly at the 4th bead. The bear hide was pristine, not a trace of grease left. No need to bother cleaning it. Once he'd satisfied his hunger roasting meat inside the space, he finally exited. He first checked Zhao Dashan's body, which was clearly beyond saving. Then he moved to Zhao Chang, who had just come to. But something was terribly wrong with his condition. The whites of his eyes had visibly expanded. His gaze lacked focus, drifting aimlessly ahead as he mumbled through tears, "Bear demon, don't come closer, please don't come closer." Wang Yongli stepped closer for a better look, but suddenly Zhao Chang's gaze locked onto his face, his voice sharpening shrilly. "You son of a bitch, you killed my father, I'll kill you. Shit, you nearly scared the hell out of me." Wang Yongli was startled by the sudden outburst. Zhao Chang continued struggling violently, his hands reaching for Wang Yongli, while his mouth chanted endlessly about the bear demon. "Are you truly mad, or are you pretending?" Wang Yongli delivered several heavy slaps to Zhao Chang's face, but the man seemed to feel no pain, continuing his frantic screaming and thrashing as if lost in his own world. "Truly mad. Mad is good. When you're mad, go torment the Zhao family then." Wang Yongli bound Zhao Chang's hands first, then untied the rope around his body. He stuffed the single-barrel shotgun and the ammunition found on Zhao Chang into the spatial dimension, then led the man toward the mountain's exit. As for Zhao Dashan, he would leave him to the mountain god. Along the way, Zhao Chang struggled and muttered, almost constantly convincing Wang Yongli further that the boy was genuinely unhinged. They dawdled along, and only reached the village after dark. At the Zhao family gate, Wang Yongli untied the rope and kicked the wooden door several times. Then he quickly stepped aside and hid behind the wall corner, watching the entrance. "Who's there? What the hell are you doing?" Zhao Day's grumbling voice rang out. The moment the courtyard gate opened, Zhao Chang spotted a figure and let out a wild roar, charging forward. "Son of a bitch, you bear demon, killed my father, I'll kill you." "Who's there? What the hell do you want?" Before the unsuspecting Zhao De could make out his attacker, Zhao Chong had his hands around his throat. Zhao Chongshui and the others, hearing the commotion in the courtyard, rushed out immediately. By then Zhao Chong was already swinging his fists wildly at Zhao De. Xiangzi, what's wrong with you? Zhao Chongshui moved in to pull him off, but received a punch straight to the face from his own grandson. Recovering his senses, Zhao De helped his father restrain Zhao Chong. Between the two of them and Chun Suihua, it took enormous effort to subdue him. Son of a bitch bear demon, you killed my father, I'll kill you. Even pinned to the ground, Zhao Chong continued struggling and screaming. When Zhao Chongshui and the others finally heard what Zhao Chong was chanting, their minds went blank with shock. In that frozen moment, Zhao Chong almost broke free. Old Madame Zhao and Chun Suihua collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Stop your damn howling. Go find a rope and tie Xiangzi up first. Zhao Chongshui, as the head of the family, could steady the situation in critical moments. He bound Zhao Chong tightly and dragged him into the house. The cries and shouts had drawn the neighbors to the Zhao family's doorstep. What's wrong, Chongshui? What happened? Zhao Chongshui ignored the neighbors' inquiries, abruptly shut the courtyard gate, and returned inside. Wang Yongli had slipped around to the back window while the neighbors were still emerging. My son, how could you die? How am I supposed to live? Old Mrs. Zhao's cries were heart-wrenching. Xiangzi, tell me clearly what happened. I'm your mother, Xiangzi. Chun Suihua shook Zhao Chong, who was still bound with rope, her voice as loud as her mother-in-law's. Zhao Chongshui walked over, crouched down, and looked at his eldest grandson. Zhao Chong's eyes were vacant. He didn't recognize anyone and kept repeating the same words. Dad, did big brother really get killed by the black bear? Could Xiangzi be mistaken? Zhao De glanced at his mother and sister-in-law and said in a low voice. Zhao Chongshui didn't answer his son. His lips trembled and he slumped to the ground. He felt that Zhao Dashan must already be dead, or else his grandson wouldn't have gone mad. But what about Wang Yongli? The two of them had gone to kill Wang Yongli. Could that little bastard be dead too? The next day, Wang Yongli didn't rush into the mountains. Instead, he first strolled around the village. The Zhao family showed no reaction. Those who had heard the commotion the night before were gossiping, but no one knew what had actually happened. After making sure as many people as possible had seen him, Wang Yongli headed back into the old forest. With such an incident at home, he believed the Zhao family wouldn't bother his mother and sister for a few days. Wang Yongli didn't go back toward the direction of the black bear. Bears had a strong sense of territory. Within a few kilometers of one bear's hibernation spot, a second hibernating bear was unlikely to appear. So this time he chose a different direction. The most urgent task now was to fill Old Four's belly. As he walked, Wang Yongli sensed something was off. The forest was eerily quiet. Apart from the moaning wind, there wasn't even a bird's chirp. Could there be something nearby? Wang Yongli muttered, gripping his rifle tighter. He crouched by a tree and looked around. There were no footprints in the snow, no droppings, nothing unusual within sight. He stood up and slowly took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, a faint rustling came from above, like the sound of a branch being pressed down and springing back. Without looking back, he instinctively rolled to the side. A grayish-brown figure pounced from the branch overhead, its claws grazing past his ear, stirring a gust of air. Wang Yongli rolled on the ground, got up on one knee, and raised his rifle, aiming at the creature that had scrambled back onto a thick branch. A lynx. A massive lynx. The beast crouched on the branch, its body larger than a dog, covered in grayish-brown fur with black spots. 2 tufts of black hair stood erect on the tips of its ears, and its amber eyes were filled with malice, fixed on Wang Yongli. This creature was more cunning than a wolf, more sly than a fox, swift in movement and sharp in claws. It hunted alone and was extremely crafty. Just as Wang Yongli was about to fire, the lynx coiled its body and sprang. The movement was lightning fast, a gray blur shooting straight at him. Unable to aim, and with no time to dodge, Wang Yongli swung the rifle, but upward. The rifle but slammed into the lynx's belly, halting its momentum. The lynx let out a yowl, tumbled in midair, landed on the ground, arched its back with fur bristling, and bared its teeth at him. Damn, if Old Four hadn't given me a new skill, I might have died here. Wang Yongli didn't give the creature another chance. Without taking careful aim, he raised the rifle and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive shots. The lynx collapsed, its limbs twitching a few times before going still. Wang Yongli stepped forward and carried the lynx into the space. Same old routine, same old scene. Old Four quickly absorbed the lynx, leaving behind the pelt with 2 bullet holes. Lynx fur was valuable, even more expensive than fox fur. Old Four, what's the reward this time? After waiting a while without receiving anything, Wang Yongli looked up at the bracelet. The purple glow of Old Four had deepened slightly. Nothing. Do I need to bring you something bigger? Before he could finish, 2 words appeared in his mind's spiritual sense. A lynx's sight, hearing, and smell far surpassed those of ordinary beasts. Old Four's gift to Wang Yongli was the enhancement of his 5 senses. First, his vision improved dramatically. In the dim forest, he could clearly see prey within 50 meters. Even in the darkest night, he could make out the outlines of objects within 30 meters. His hearing could now detect the faintest sounds within 50 meters, such as footsteps or the snap of a twig. His sense of smell allowed him to distinguish the scents of different prey, track their trails, and sense danger. Holy shit. I was hoping to get a good dog someday, but now I've become a dog myself. No, this is even better than a dog. After fully understanding the passive skill set, Wang Yongli felt a mix of joy and sorrow. Hey old for how much more do you need to fill your belly? Though he knew he wouldn't get a response, Wang Yongli seemed to have grown accustomed to this one-sided conversation with the bracelet. He ate the corn cakes his mother had made along with leftover roasted meat from yesterday and drank the spiritual spring water. After a full meal, he just stepped out of the space and froze. The forest was the same forest, the trees the same trees, but everything looked completely different. Sunlight filtered through the branches onto the snow. Through the gaps between the trees, he could clearly see a hare in the distance and icicles on the branches. A faint crunching sound reached his ears, as if some animal was gnawing on something. He followed the sound. A squirrel perched on a branch holding a hazelnut in its paws was crunching away at the shell. He took a deep breath. The air now carried a scent of pine resin and the earthy smell of humus beneath the snow. Damn, better than a dog. After savoring the new skill, he lifted his foot and continued walking. He had only just entered the depths of the old forest, a place long untouched by human footsteps. He hadn't gone far when he heard a faint rhythmic tapping, gentle and steady. Following the sound, he spotted 5 hazel grouse perched on a sunny birch branch. The branches were covered with dense brownish bud scales, hard and dry on the outside, enclosing already formed tender leaves and flower buds inside. These were the birch's winter buds, also known as overwintering buds. When spring came and the weather warmed, these winter buds would sprout fresh green leaves. But during the heavy snow season, they were the grouse's favorite and main food source. All 5 grouse were plump, looking like a good amount of meat. Wang Yongli drew his pistol, aimed at the fattest one. Bang! At the sound of the shot, one grouse fell, while the others flapped their wings trying to escape. Wang Yongli's reaction speed was now very quick. With his keen vision, he locked onto a slightly slower grouse and pulled the trigger without hesitation. As expected, he bagged another one. Just as he was about to continue, the hairs on his body stood on end. A dangerous presence was approaching. Wang Yongli's vigilance reached its peak. His eyes swept the surroundings, his ears caught every faint sound, and his nose constantly analyzed the scents in the air. A peculiar odor, a mixture of sulfur, rotting flesh, and musk, drifted into Wang Yongli's nostrils. The pungent smell made him cough sharply. He had never encountered such a smell in 2 lifetimes. It was overwhelmingly intense. His wilderness survival knowledge told him only one animal in this area could produce such an aroma. The wolverine, scientifically known as Gullo Gullo, nicknamed the adamantium wolf. It served as the inspiration for Marvel's Wolverine precisely because of its formidable combat prowess. Legend had it that the honey badger was its distant cousin, and their behaviors were strikingly similar. No matter the opponent, they treated life and death with indifference, ready to fight to the death at the slightest provocation. This creature was bold enough to snatch food from the mouths of wolves and lynxes. In his previous life, Wang Yongli had developed a particular fondness for honey badgers. He had watched numerous videos of honey badgers online, including many featuring wolverines. The most memorable one showed a wolverine deciding to teach a black bear a lesson after taking a disliking to it. The result? Even the black bear that fled up a tree couldn't escape a sound thrashing. Sharp claws, tremendous bite force, and thick fur gave this creature remarkable combat abilities. Wang Yongli raised his AK rifle and slowly rotated his body, scanning everywhere with his eyes. About 10 meters to his left beneath a tree, he spotted a wolverine nearly camouflaged against the tree bark. Normally this creature's meat was inedible, its pelt was of poor quality, and its gall wasn't as valuable as a badger's. There was truly no reason to recklessly provoke it. But judging from its current state, the wolverine had clearly designated Wang Yongli as an intruder. This animal possessed extremely strong territorial instincts and maintained a vast domain. The reality was that even if Wang Yongli left now, the wolverine would most likely chase after him and attack. So there was only one outcome: fight. He raised his gun and aimed, just about to pull the trigger when the wolverine darted behind a massive tree. Simultaneously, an even more acrid stench rolled toward him, likely shrouding a 100-meter radius. Damn it! Even a chemical plant explosion couldn't produce a worse smell than this. At this moment, Wang Yongli found himself wishing he hadn't obtained the lynx skill. His enhanced olfactory sense made it impossible to hold his breath. As the putrid odor overwhelmed him, the wolverine moved. It was incredibly fast, gliding across the snow as though walking on solid ground. Fighting through the nausea, Wang Yongli aimed and fired. With the gunshot, the wolverine lurched forward a few more steps on inertia before collapsing. Its body convulsed violently, and it seemed to release every last drop of biochemical weapon from its scent glands. The concentration of stench in the air multiplied several times over. Ugh! Unable to hold it back any longer, Wang Yongli vomited profusely, nearly retching his gallbladder. Suppressing another wave of nausea, he flashed into his spatial dimension, rushed to the poolside, and gulped down the spiritual spring water in large draughts. Cough, cough. After finally settling his stomach, Wang Yongli sat by the pool, still coughing. Old four, are you really going to eat this thing? If I bring it in, won't the entire space reek? After all, this was a beast with considerable combat strength, and Wang Yongli worried he might miss out on acquiring a skill if he didn't feed it to old four. Wait a bit longer. Let the smell dissipate before we go back out. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and built a fire to roast the last wild boar on a spit. Then he entered the warehouse to take inventory. 10 AK rifles, 1 complete case of 7 6,239 millimeters ammunition, totaling 660 rounds. 10 Makarov PM pistols, but the 918 millimeters ammunition far exceeded his expectations. Each cardboard box held 16 rounds, and a single galvanized tin seal container contained 80 boxes, 1280 rounds. This small wooden crate contained 2 sealed containers, meaning 2560 pistol rounds. Holy shit. From now on I'll use pistols whenever possible. I won't have to worry about ammunition for at least 2 years. A single case of canned goods held 48 cans. He took 10 for his family, leaving 38. The only varieties were beef and pickled cucumbers. 2 roe deer, 2 hares, and 1 wild pheasant remained. Damn it, there were 2 wild swans outside that I forgot to bring in. They won't have absorbed that stench will they, eh? Wang Yongli hastily wrapped a cloth around his nose and mouth, meant for black market use, and exited the space. The odor was still incredibly intense. Holding his breath, he quickly retrieved the 2 wild swans, deposited them in the space, and administered the serum to flush their systems. Good, no stench in the space. After casually cleaning the wild swans, he skewered one and placed it over the fire to continue his inventory. 1 wild boar pelt, 1 black wolf pelt, 5 gray wolf pelts. The roe deer pelts had been nearly finished tanning and were already given to Li Xiuji. The remaining task was stitching them into quilts. Cash 1345. 45 yuan. Grain coupons 52 jin. Meat coupons 16 jin. Not bad. Thank you for a hat, and the old Russian. Wang Yongli felt his family's reserves were quite respectable. There was still the reward for killing the spy that hadn't been distributed. Surely it would amount to 3 or 5 heads of livestock at minimum. So how am I supposed to get chili powder and cumin? Puffing on his cigarette and turning the small wild boar and wild swan over the fire, Wang Yongli found himself craving barbecue and draft beer once more. Holy shit, I could dig a pit here. Pit roasted pork or meat would be absolutely delicious. Without hesitation, he set to work, first excavating a hole 9 decimeters to 1 meter in diameter and 2 to 2.5 meters deep. Before his rebirth, Wang Yongli had also had a fondness for watching those bizarre social news reports. So how long would it take to dig such a hole? Half a day. Half a damn day. Dig your ass, it'd take the whole damn day without a doubt. But Wang Yongli was different now. His body had been enhanced. Moreover, the spiritual spring water relieved fatigue, and the soil in the space was exceptionally loose and easy to dig. By the time the small wild boar was roasted, the pit was already complete. He glanced at his watch. Yes, it had taken just over 3 hours. Much faster than Teacher Zhang and the others. Roasted wild boar, roasted wild swan eaten with flatbread and accompanied by spiritual spring water. Another splendid meal. Covering his nose and mouth, he exited the space. The harsh winter wind had scattered much of the stench. He brought the wolverine into the space. Old for, eat up quickly. After you finish, I'll toss it back out. Damn, it still smells terrible. As if understanding Wang Yongli's words, or perhaps merely disgusted by the odor, Old Four absorbed the wolverine's bones, flesh, and blood within half a minute. Damn it. Using a stick, he prodded the wolverine pelt and tossed it out of the space. Old Four hadn't granted him any reward. All that suffering for nothing. I can't stay here any longer. This stench won't dissipate for at least 2 or 3 days, and it's not yet time to sleep. Truth be told, what skill could Old Four possibly give him for eating this thing? Flatulence. Though honestly, if he did have that ability, it could come in handy for annoying people. For instance, sneaking into Old Zhao's house in the middle of the night and releasing several blasts right by the door crack, making their home uninhabitable for days. Then once the smell lightened slightly, going back for more. Wait, this ability was indiscriminate. If he actually did something like that, the neighbors would suffer too. Poor control could potentially affect the entire village. The sky had grown dim. Thanks to the night vision skill granted by the lynx, Wang Yongli's vision was barely impaired. Heading upwind, holding his breath, he broke into a run and quickly departed from the area. The deep mountain forests at night were alive with activity. Beneath the faint moonlight, the old forest stood utterly still, broken only by the whispering wind. The ground had long since lost its paths. Not even the narrow trails left by small animals could be found. After walking for quite a while, Wang Yongli was just about to enter his space to sleep when a strange odor drifted into his nostrils. The scent was unmistakably the droppings of a herbivore, though he couldn't tell whether it came from a roe deer or something else. Following the direction of the scent and climbing a small slope, Wang Yongli couldn't help but smile. At the bottom of the slope lay a small valley where roughly 30 red deer were grazing peacefully. Some were stripping bark from trees while others dug through the snow to find grass. This was quite a sizable herd with stags, does, and fawns all present, though only a few were males. The largest stag's antlers branched like tree limbs. Heaven truly provides for those who seek. Even if he only took 7 or 8 of these red deer, it would sustain him for a long time. And there were so many valuable parts on a deer. Unfortunately, it wasn't the season for harvesting deer antlers. The stag's antlers had already hardened by now. But deer penis was also a prized treasure. Greed stirred in Wang Yongli's heart, but he didn't rush to act. First, he surveyed the terrain. The small slope was surrounded by forest on 3 sides, while his side faced a steep incline. The red deer herd was clustered together about 70 to 80 meters away. Can't block them off. Being alone, one gunshot would scatter the entire herd, and he could only manage 5 or 6 at most. Red deer were swift runners, and once they disappeared into the forest, hunting them would be nearly impossible. Get closer. Moving to about 30 meters, Wang Yongli first checked his AK and ammunition in his space. Previously, he had loaded magazines into every gun, so he could grab and fire instantly when encountering a herd, saving precious time swapping magazines. Just as he aimed at the stag and prepared to fire, the sound of a dry branch snapping echoed from somewhere, followed by another noise from his right. At the same time, he sensed a dangerous presence drawing nearer. Turning toward the source of the sound, his eyes widened. Holy shit! Wolves. And not just one, a whole pack. Now both he and the red deer were surrounded by the wolf pack. What should I do? Retreat into my space. Don't you want these red deer? Even the wolves alone would fetch a good price. And with all these guns and ammunition in your hands, what are you afraid of? Two voices argued fiercely in his mind. Fight it out. Anyway, I have my space as a safety net. I won't die. Making his decision, Wang Yongli carefully observed the wolf pack's movements. Their target was clearly the red deer herd. Only 3 or 4 wolves were positioned at the steep slope, while the rest spread through the forest, effectively cutting off all escape routes. Wang Yongli counted, spotting more than 20 wolves. Good lord, a massive pack. As the wolves drew closer, the vigilant stag sensed something was wrong. It raised its head, breathing visible vapor from its nostrils, pawing at the snow with its hooves, and letting out short, urgent alarm calls. One by one, the wolves emerged from the forest, forming a curved line across the snow. Meanwhile, the 3 wolves on the hillside had also spotted Wang Yongli. Damn it! Without hesitation, he aimed and fired. 3 nearly simultaneous gunshots rang out, and all 3 wolves collapsed. Then, kneeling on one knee, he sprayed rapid fire at the panicked red deer, each shot finding its mark. After emptying one magazine, he quickly switched to his second gun. The wolf pack below the slope, startled by the gunfire, retreated into the forest. Then a long, powerful wolf howl echoed through the night. The wolves that had hidden in the trees quickly charged back out, coordinating their efforts to chase the fleeing red deer. But what Wang Yongli saw was 4 wolves charging toward his position. From the forest emerged a particularly massive white wolf, walking slowly and sitting upright, its gaze fixed on Wang Yongli. The white wolf measured nearly 2 meters in body length, stood about a meter tall at the shoulder, and weighed close to 200 g. It was far larger than the ordinary wolves around it. As it sat, Wang Yongli could see its chest and belly fur were pure white. Its eyes were a pale blue, gleaming like gems. Holy shit! You must be some kind of spirit beast, to grow this large and look this majestic. It would be a pity if Lao Si ate this one. The wolves charging at him drew closer, and with his visual enhancement, Wang Yongli could clearly see every movement. Bang, 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 bang. After dispatching those several, he aimed at the white wolf and pulled the trigger. But the moment he pulled the trigger, the white wolf moved. Wang Yongli had missed. Holy shit. What kind of trick did that thing just pull, eh? Not only did his weapon expertise make him intimately familiar with firearms, but the skills Lao Si had given him should have guaranteed absolute accuracy. This was the first time he had ever missed. The white wolf was now standing upright, head held high, looking at Wang Yongli with what appeared to be a grin. Damn my temper. Wang Yongli was thoroughly provoked by this creature. Deciding to act decisively, he stood up and ran about 10 meters along the slope toward the wolf pack, then lay flat behind a large boulder, leveling his gun to aim at the white wolf. But as he moved, the white wolf moved with him, emitting low growls as it shifted. The entire valley floor below had descended into chaos. Several red deer lay on the ground, some killed outright, others mortally wounded. A dozen wolves continued pursuing the remaining deer. The white wolf mingled within the pack, making it difficult for Wang Yongli to lock onto it. Just as he was about to shoot at another wolf, the white wolf stepped forward. The distance was much closer now, and Wang Yongli could clearly see the white wolf's expression, cold, calculating, and ruthless. You damn thing, you dare show yourself again. Instead of shooting at the white wolf, Wang Yongli suddenly rolled over, sitting atop the boulder and raising his gun to look behind him. 3 wolves stared at him from nearby. Holy shit, feinting left while striking right. You actually know tactics. Bang, bang, bang. 2 shots killed 2 wolves, while the third, reacting swiftly, dodged the bullets and sprinted into the forest. Now the situation was dire with wolves on both sides. Wang Yongli jumped down from the boulder and ran toward a large tree on the mid-slope. Climbing into the branches, he found a good angle and began searching for the white wolf once more. If I can't find it, I'll shoot the other wolves and deer first. The deer herd was still surrounded, and once they scattered, they would be impossible to hit. After emptying 2 magazines, nearly every bullet found its mark, and the valley floor was littered with corpses. Blood had stained the snow crimson. Damn it, what a waste of all that deer heart blood. Those bastards. Deer heart blood was far more valuable than ordinary deer blood. It possessed nourishing and calming properties, making it an ideal gift for elderly recipients from Lao Gao. The white wolf and the remaining wolves had retreated into the forest. Wang Yongli couldn't be certain whether they had truly left or were lying in ambush among the trees. But with his superior skills, he dared to be bold. The wolf pack had been significantly reduced, and even if danger remained, he believed he could react in time. With his gun in hand, he descended to the valley floor. Not bothering to clear his weapon, he moved from carcass to carcass, tossing both wolves and deer into his space. Soon the valley floor was cleared. The white wolf and the remaining wolves failed to reappear, and he sensed no further danger. Returning to the large tree on the mid-slope, Wang Yongli flashed into his space. Lao Si, nothing here caught your fancy. Entering the space and not seeing Lao Si eating, he joked as he walked into the warehouse. The warehouse floor was covered with the corpses of red deer and wolves. I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich. Steel oil and residual waste are reckless squandering. A laser shatters jade. Plump, always running on residual oil. Amongst footsteps more hesitant, a clatter of doubt. Base life deserves to end, never to return. The gate may have a way, but it's but a narrow path. Singing a classic song, he processed the mountains of game. Wang Yongli's mood was exceptionally bright. After everything was processed, the data was also compiled. For male red deer, 18, female red deer 6, subadult red deer, 26 in total. 14 gray wolves. For sets of deer penis, 4 sets of ossified antlers. 26 deer tails. 52 deer sinews from the hind legs. 14 wolf pelts. A large basin of wolf fat. As for the wolf fangs and patellas, there was no need to count them. He glanced at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. He washed up, got clean, and went to sleep. The next day, Wang Yongli woke up to find it was already past 8. What a satisfying sleep. After eating, he dressed warmly in all his gear and exited the space. Outside, the wind and snow were fierce, nearly blowing Wang Yongli off. He clung to a branch, carefully observing his surroundings. Nothing unusual. After climbing down, Wang Yongli walked into the forest where the white wolf had vanished. He was too tempted by that white wolf. It was damn handsome. A pelt that large and white could easily be a family heirloom. So his current task was to find the white wolf and kill it. The footprints were all buried under heavy snow, so Wang Yongli rummaged through the snow searching for any clue. But even after he passed through the forest and climbed onto another large slope, he found no trace of the white wolf. Only scattered footprints of ordinary wolves and red deer. Probably survivors from the battlefield last night. Ow! Cree! A deep, rough roar and a piercingly sharp cry rang out almost simultaneously. Damn! A brown bear! A golden eagle! Sounds like they're fighting. How could they be fighting? Wang Yongli was excited at the sound. In both his lives, he had never seen a wild brown bear or golden eagle. The sound came from the mountain. He continued climbing upward. He could only regret that Lao Si hadn't given him the skills of a wolverine. Those creatures had big paws with fur between their toes, walking on snow as if on flat ground. After a struggle, he finally found the place where the sounds originated. The two creatures were already locked in combat. Halfway up the mountain, there was a flat, sunny leeward spot, with a large area of rocky crags on the shady side. A brown bear weighing about 300 genes stood on its hind legs, staring at the golden eagle circling in the air. At the bear's feet lay the remains of a red deer. Wow, this brown bear has made a stone den here. The rocky crags were weathered rock faces, walls, and cliffs full of crevices and caves. Bears usually hibernated here. It was warmer and safer. About 50 or 60 meters from the battlefield, Wang Yongli climbed a large tree as an observation post. Neither of the forest's apex predators considered him a threat, continuing their standoff. Perhaps the brown bear was hungry and came out looking for food, encountering the red deer. Or maybe last night some wolves had chased the deer here. Now the golden eagle wanted to steal food from the bear. At that moment, the golden eagle folded its wings and dove straight at the bear's face. The bear covered its face with one paw and swung the other mightily at the eagle. But the golden eagle was too agile. It veered in midair, grazing the bear's paw, and seized the opportunity to rake the bear's shoulder. Caw-caw. Wang Yongli thought those two cries were the eagle mocking the bear. Ow! The wound was deep. The bear bellowed in pain at the eagle. The golden eagle dove again, this time not at the bear's face, but attacking its side. The bear turned to face the eagle, raising both paws in the air, as if saying, "Come at me." The eagle banked in midair, its talons scoring another gash on the bear's other shoulder. Ow, ow. Whether from pain or rage, the bear spun around twice, slapping the snow with its paws. Thump, thump. The eagle dove once more, this time pecking the bear's ear. The bear shook its head, nearly toppling itself, wobbling like Air Zhao in a drunken stupor. Seeing the bear on all fours with its head down, the eagle launched another attack. This time it aimed for the bear's eye. But this time it underestimated the bear. Just as the eagle swooped in front of the bear suddenly lifted its head, opened its massive jaws, and let out a roar of ow. The sound shook the eagle, causing it to falter. In that instant, the bear's huge front paw swung over. The eagle strained with all its might to fly away, but it was too slow. The bear's paw struck the eagle's wing. Crack! A sharp snap echoed, and the eagle fell to the ground, stumbling sideways several steps. It tried to take off again, but it couldn't fly. The bear, seeing its enemy right in front, strode over. As the bear raised its front paw, the eagle leaped up and pecked it right in the eye. The bear's paw slammed solidly into the eagle, sending it crashing to the ground, its body convulsing. Ow! Cree! This time both cries were filled with agony and pain. Haha, both wounded and exhausted. Wang Yongli laughed heartily. This was the outcome he most desired. Ah, damn no. The bead only absorbs prey. I kill myself. I almost forgot something important. With that thought, Wang Yongli quickly raised his gun, first aiming at the brown bear. The bear was now standing on its hind legs, paw covering its eye, exposing all the best shooting spots. Bang! Bang! Afraid one shot wouldn't kill it, Wang Yongli fired twice, hitting the side of the torso along the midline, piercing both lungs and the heart. But the bear's vitality was tenacious, especially in its rage. The eagle was clearly startled by the gunshots, its body shuddering violently. After confirming the bear was down and motionless, Wang Yongli approached the two beasts with his gun. He sent the bear into the space, then came to the eagle. "I'll give you a quick death." He sent the eagle into the space as well and followed it in. The moment it entered, the eagle stiffened and died. Lao Si was already absorbing the bear. Wang Yongli lit a cigarette, sat in the rocking chair, and watched Lao Si eat. I wonder if Lao Si will be full this time. These two are practically the top of the forest hierarchy. Damn, another golden gallbladder. Lao Si, tell me how much money you've cost me. If my waist weren't thick enough, I'd never be able to afford feeding you. When a golden bear gallbladder floated out, Wang Yongli was utterly exasperated. If he sold these two golden gallbladders on the black market, he could get at least 1,000 or even 2,000 kwai. The bear's golden gallbladder was visibly larger than the black bear's had been. What a waste. Lao Si leisurely savored the gallbladder, though the bead's color had turned entirely purple, just not as bright as the first three. After finishing the gallbladder, Lao Si began absorbing the golden eagle, and this time it was much faster. Wang Yongli stared intently at Lao Si, sensing that this time it would definitely be full. As expected, the fourth bead did not disappoint Wang Yongli. After absorbing the golden eagle, it radiated with dazzling light, its brilliance surpassing that of the previous three. A rumbling sound echoed through the space once more. Wang Yongli lifted his gaze and surveyed his surroundings. Centered around the spirit spring, the space had expanded many-fold, revealing a vast expanse of grassland. It wasn't entirely grassland, though. There was also a small grove and a sizable pond. A ditch connected the pond to the spirit spring pool. The spirit spring, the land, and the warehouse were now enclosed by a wooden fence. 4 words instantly surfaced in Wang Yongli's mind: all beast communion. Simple summary: first, the space now had a pasture capable of housing living creatures, but only beasts. Second, he could form contracts with up to 3 beasts provided he personally defeated, rescued, or gained their recognition through interaction. Only then could they enter and have Lao Si complete the contract. Lao Si could also enhance the contracted beasts, granting them a chance to acquire special skills. Third, he could send commands directly to his contracted beasts through his mind, effective within a radius of 5,000 meters. He could also sense their health and emotions. Fourth, his previous skills were enhanced. For instance, the tempering ability from the black bear and the spiritual perception from the lynx had both been upgraded. Additionally, a new skill, awe, was granted. It released an instantaneous pressure that intimidated beasts, lasting 2 minutes, and usable only once per day. Holy crap, this is insane. Wang Yongli pushed open the small fence gate and stepped into the pasture. The entire pasture looked as beautiful as a spring meadow, except for the absence of a blue sky and white clouds. Among all the rewards Lao Si had bestowed, the one that truly stirred Wang Yongli's excitement was the contract. His mind was filled with thoughts of the white wolf. Once he contracted it, with its massive size, it could serve as his mount through the forest. Just imagine riding a white wolf galloping through the woods. And from then on he would no longer be alone in the forest. He would have a powerful enforcer by his side. A certain rogue met a demon ant, a big soybean, thrashing too easy. That is Yao Sin sang, pour the squeeze to the remains, sui yong ding nu hui wa lao ding nu sang zong di uzeo, ji xiang kao ling, so hung li sing fei so. The snow outside had stopped. Wang Yongli strode toward the grove where the white wolf had vanished. It was nearly noon. At this time, wolves that were not particularly hungry usually rested in sheltered spots. So he deliberately searched in those leeward areas. Arriving near the battlefield from last night, Wang Yongli finally made a discovery. There were wolf tracks in the snow, ordinary wolf tracks. This still delighted Wang Yongli. This area was likely the white wolf's territory. Following these tracks might lead him to the white wolf. After following the tracks for about 20 minutes, he found a second clue. A few grayish-white wolf hairs clung to a large tree trunk. No doubt about it, this was definitely from the white wolf. Half an hour later, he spotted his target. Beneath a large sunlit leeward rock, the white wolf lay curled up at the very back. 3 gray wolves surrounded it. Wang Yongli approached slowly, rifle in hand. Once he entered shooting range, the white wolf noticed him. The 3 gray wolves advanced in an attacking formation. Bang, bang, bang. With his spiritual perception enhanced by Lao Si, Wang Yongli smoothly fired and shot the 3 gray wolves dead. Bang, bang, bang. This time the white wolf tried to flee, but Wang Yongli blocked its escape route with gunfire. It stood on 4 legs, back arched, pale blue eyes fixed on Wang Yongli, a low growl rumbling from its throat. How about this? I'll put down the gun too, and we'll fight mano a mano. I'll just do this. I'll throw a hip toss and slam you down, you believe me or not. Wang Yongli tossed the rifle into his space, assumed a stance, and slowly approached the white wolf. He also wanted to test just how strong his body had become. Seeing Wang Yongli make the lethal weapon disappear, the white wolf suddenly felt emboldened. It lunged at him with astonishing speed, almost as fast as a lynx claws aimed at his neck. Wang Yongli sidestepped to the right, dodging the claws. As he twisted his waist, he threw a solid right punch that landed squarely on the white wolf's ribs. Ow. The white wolf hadn't expected the seemingly weak 2-legged creature to pack such a painful punch. It dropped its contemptuous attitude and began circling Wang Yongli slowly. The white wolf lunged again with increased speed, but Wang Yongli advanced instead of retreating. As the white wolf's upper body rose, Wang Yongli bent his knees, squatted, drew back his arm, stepped forward with his left foot, and drove his elbow forward. A textbook heart-striking elbow strike sent the white wolf flying. To bring down a wolf, you hit its waist. This blow dealt heavy damage. The white wolf struggled on the ground for a long while before slowly climbing to its feet. It resumed its arched-back, bared teeth posture, ready to attack, its pale blue eyes gleaming with malice. Is that all you've got? I was taking it easy on you earlier. Otherwise, after that elbow strike, I'd have followed up with a few hard slaps to your neck and a barrage of punches. Wouldn't you have been finished? Wang Yongli was genuinely exhilarated. A wolf king this massive, and he could overpower it with his bare hands. Would any legendary hunter dare to do the same? He was undoubtedly the toughest man in the Xing'an Mountains. The white wolf stared at Wang Yongli for a long time without attacking, its small eyes darting restlessly. Wang Yongli raised his rifle. Little guy trying to outsmart me, huh? If you dare to run, I dare to shoot. Let's see if my bullet is faster, or you. He circled to the white wolf's side, gun raised, and the white wolf shifted to follow his movements. They were back to the initial standoff. The white wolf was positioned near the gap in the large rock. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Yongli fired at the spots where the white wolf might try to escape, then tossed the rifle back into his space. Today I'm going to beat you into submission with my fists. With that, he charged forward, relying on his formidable physique. Fist and foot he tangled with the white wolf. Wang Yongli's padded jacket and trousers were torn by the wolf's claws. Just as he wrapped his arms around the white wolf's neck and prepared to spin into a rear naked choke, the wolf's thick tail lashed across his back. Damn, that hit stung, but Wang Yongli had expended considerable effort to get a hold of the white wolf. He wasn't about to let go and start over. Little guy, you think I can't pin you down, huh? The white wolf thrashed violently, but Wang Yongli locked his legs tightly around its waist. Man and wolf rolled together in the snow. After about half a minute, the white wolf's struggles grew weaker. Crap, don't choke it to death. Wang Yongli loosened his grip slightly. No sooner had he loosened than the white wolf twisted its head to bite his arm. Ah, damn it. Wang Yongli instantly tightened the choke, simultaneously driving his knee hard into the wolf's ribs. Finally, the white wolf let out a low, mournful whine. Wrestling with a 200-plus-pound alpha wolf for so long had drained even his enhanced body. He released his hold, and the white wolf collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. You give e. Wang Yongli crouched opposite the white wolf, a teasing look in his eyes. Wang Yongli placed his hand on the white wolf, attempting to send it into the space, but failed. Grr. The white wolf raised its head weakly, baring its teeth. Oh, you're stubborn, aren't you? He delivered a dozen hard slaps left and right until the white wolf's eyes went unfocused. After the beating, Wang Yongli took out a large basin of spirit spring water, red deer meat, and offal from his space, and placed them before the white wolf. Follow me, and I'll guarantee you eat well and drink well from now on. What do you say? The white wolf did not so much as glance at the horse deer meat, plunging its head straight into the water basin, as though the spiritual spring water held an irresistible allure for it. Glug glug. The white wolf's tongue worked like a wind-up mechanism, darting up and down so rapidly that were it not for Wang Yongli's keen eyesight, he would barely have been able to follow its motions. Look at you, drunk as a skunk, as if you hadn't had a drop of water for lifetimes. Don't pull that stupid act on me from now on. Half the basin of spiritual spring water was gone in no time. The white wolf lifted its head and regarded Wang Yongli, the ferocity in its eyes having completely faded. Trust? Not a chance. At best, it was simply less guarded now. Stick with me from now on, and there'll be plenty of spiritual spring water. As if it understood Wang Yongli's words, the white wolf lowered its head, seemingly weighing the offer. Wang Yongli knew this white wolf was no fool, so he made no hurry. Whine. Those pale blue eyes regarded Wang Yongli, once more, a trace of longing now lurking within them. He placed his hand on the white wolf's head once more. This time the wolf meekly bowed its head and slipped effortlessly into the space. Lousy bind it. The newly arrived white wolf warily surveyed its surroundings. Finding no danger, it instead spotted the spirit spring pool. Just as it was about to charge forward and drink its fill, a beam of purple light shot down, enveloping both the wolf and Wang Yongli. The white wolf discovered its body locked in place. It wanted to flee, but couldn't. It wanted to cry out, but no sound came. Then came the pain, blinding, excruciating pain. Its bones felt as though they had been shattered and reassembled, its muscles torn apart and regrown. Clumps of frost-white fur fell to the ground by the handful, and from every pore emerged a brilliant, pure white coat. When the torment subsided, a torrent of immense energy flooded into the white wolf's body. Its frame began to swell, not with fat like inflating a balloon, but with expanding bone structure. Its neck thickened, shoulder blades spread outward, its spine broadened, and all four legs grew substantially sturdier, its massive paws nearly the size of a black bear's. Wang Yongli stood within the purple radiance watching the white wolf, and he felt an extraordinary bond forming between them. A connection so profound that calling it telepathic would not be an exaggeration. Just like this very moment, he could sense the wolf's physical condition and emotions. From the initial agony to its current state of exhilaration, he could sense that the wolf's physical prowess had multiplied many times over. Beyond vision, hearing, smell, strength, speed, and endurance, its intelligence had risen considerably as well. You haven't developed sapience, have you? In fantasy novels, animals needed to refine their hyoid bone before they could speak. Couldn't this one manage the same thing? Wang Yongli was genuinely stunned by the white wolf's transformation. The white wolf now anywhere it went was unquestionably apex royalty. Even if it encountered a tiger, it might well stand a fighting chance. Wolf howl. Two characters in violet ink appeared in Wang Yongli's mind. This was a special skill bestowed upon the white wolf by expending a substantial amount of stamina. It could emit a howl that temporarily dispelled fear, hesitation, and other negative emotions among wolves within 100 meters, greatly heightening their aggression and battle courage, and enhancing pack cohesion and coordination. The effect lasted 5 minutes. It could be used only once per day, and afterward the wolf needed to consume a massive amount of food to replenish itself. Holy crap, that's a group buff. Absolutely insane. Wang Yongli had also gained a skill passive auditory enhancement. In simple terms, his hearing range expanded dramatically. From the normal human range of roughly 20 Hz to 20 kHz, his new range stretched from 5 Hz to 45 kHz. Hearing distance surged in quiet environments such as snowscapes or the dead of night. He could distinguish spoken words from 500 meters away. Sound localization. His two ears could pinpoint directional differences with an accuracy of 1 degree, allowing him to identify the source and distance of any sound, even with his eyes closed. Before the purple light dissipated, it condensed into two markings. The wolf-shaped mark entered Wang Yongli's mind through his forehead, while the human-shaped mark settled into the white wolf's consciousness. The reborn white wolf lifted its gaze to Wang Yongli and gently nuzzled him with its massive head. Wang Yongli sensed the wolf's emotions, excitement, joy, and a deep dependence upon him. After the transformation, the white wolf stood approximately 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder, its body nearly 2 meters in length. Standing beside Wang Yongli, it resembled a young calf. Its original pale blue eyes had deepened to a rich sapphire hue, gleaming like precious gemstones. Hungry? Help yourself in the warehouse. Eat as much as you want. I told you sticking with me means you'll live like royalty. Watching the white wolf trot into the warehouse, Wang Yongli sat down in his rocking chair to eat. What he hadn't expected was that even after his meal, and until his cigarette was finished, the white wolf was still crunching away on bones. Only a wealthy household could really afford to keep you. He tallied things up. In that short span, 3 horse deer had already vanished into the wolf's stomach. After 5 or 6 minutes, the white wolf finally gorged itself to satisfaction, glanced back at Wang Yongli, and then wandered over to the spirit spring pool to begin drinking once more. Wang Yongli followed it out, unable to resist stroking the wolf's thick plush fur over and over. From now on, I'll call you Dabai. Come, let me take a ride. He swung onto the white wolf's back. Run. Dabai, carrying Wang Yongli, cleared the fence with effortless grace and broke into a run across the pasture. Holy crap, this is amazing. Ha ha. The white wolf's back was broad and exceedingly comfortable to ride, far superior to any horse he'd ridden in his past life. As they galloped, Wang Yongli could clearly feel the rhythmic pulsing of the muscles beneath him. After circling the entire pasture, Wang Yongli now had a thorough understanding of the land size and terrain. Aside from grass and ponds, there were numerous shrub varieties as well. Essentially, every type of forage that herbivores required was present here. Dabai, this is our territory now. Let's go out and round up some roe deer, horse deer, reindeer, and the like to bring in. If only there were cattle and sheep in the forest. Returning to the forest, Wang Yongli and Dabai walked toward the mountainside, scanning for herbivores as they went. He didn't even need to lift a finger. The white wolf fully deployed its enhanced vision, hearing, and smell, locating numerous rabbits and wild pheasants. A single soft whine from the wolf was enough to freeze them in terror, unable to move. With remarkable ease, he herded over 20 wild rabbits and more than 10 wild pheasants into the pasture. Feeling good not having to trudge through snow myself. If only crops and animals in the space could grow faster. The grass is already incredible, what more could I ask for? At that moment, Dabai beneath him twitched its nose, then altered course and headed to the right. Dabai prayed. A blurry stream of information surged into Wang Yongli's mind, transmitted directly by Dabai. Not long after, Wang Yongli spotted the distinct tracks of a moose in the snow. Dabai, be careful. Don't spook it. Moose are generally solitary, especially adult males. Only females with calves tend to gather in small groups. But clearly the protagonist's aura was extraordinarily powerful. Deep in the woods, a male moose, a female moose, and 2 juvenile males were leisurely stripping and chewing on tree bark. Wait a minute, Dabai. They're only about 100 meters away. Shouldn't they be able to smell you? Gazing at the completely unguarded moose across from them, Wang Yongli looked at the white wolf in puzzlement. I don't have a scent. The emotion Dabai conveyed allowed Wang Yongli to interpret those 3 words. Right, you really don't. I can't smell you either. Go flank them while I show you how it's done. Wang Yongli patted Dabai, and the man and wolf approached the moose from 2 different directions. Once close enough facing the moose, Wang Yongli deployed his pressure ability for the very first time. The moose seemed mesmerized, standing frozen in place. Pretty effective, and no major side effects either. Aside from a slight dizziness, Wang Yongli felt perfectly fine. He strode forward, quickly moving from one to the next, and herded all 4 moose into the pasture. Dabai, keep moving outward. Not long after leaving the dense forest, the white wolf came to a halt and raised its head, gazing ahead. Wang Yongli from afar also caught sight of 2 familiar figures. Even if their silhouettes and postures turned to ashes, Wang Yongli could recognize them. It was the father and son, Zhao Chanshui and Zhao De. The two seemed to be searching for something. As they walked, they poked at the snow with sticks. They're looking for Zhao Daqiang's body, aren't they? Too bad you're searching the wrong mountain. It's been 3 or 4 days. He might have already turned into something foul. Wang Yongli got off Dabai and hugged its head. Dabai like this don't kill them. Drive them out of the mountain in that direction, and when you can see the village, stop them. Understand? Wang Yongli didn't think of himself as a good person, and he hadn't been in his past life either. His nature, cunning, suspicious, selfish, ruthless, and fiercely protective of his own, had never changed, not even until his death. After his mother and sister passed away one after another to fill his stomach, he had done many bad things short of murder. He had stolen, robbed, been imprisoned, and fought countless times. He had even crippled an opponent for profit. Fortunately, he was serving time during the crackdown period. In there he had witnessed far too many criminals who were severely sentenced and punished. This indirectly led him to live a steady, honest life with his wife after his release, finally getting on the right path. He had picked up his wife when he was 18. A rather cliché scene. Someone was bullying his wife. He hadn't wanted to get involved, but his wife clung to him as if he were her lifeline, gripping him tightly. Helpless, he stepped in and saved her. From then on, his wife followed him everywhere he went, and they eventually got married, as if it were only natural. During his imprisonment, his wife struggled alone outside, raising 2 children while waiting for him to be released. As he grew older, his longing and guilt toward his mother and younger sister deepened. Especially during those days lying in the hospital waiting to die, whenever he closed his eyes, he would recall the tragic state of his mother and sister. This also deepened his hatred for the Zhao family. In his past life, he was powerless and failed to protect his mother and sister, a lifelong regret. Fortunately, heaven granted him a chance to be reborn, allowing him to avert the tragedy. In this life, he would make sure his mother and sister lived happily and joyfully. Thankfully, heaven gave him a second chance, allowing him to take revenge with his own hands. Moreover, he had once said to Zhao Chong, bullying my mother and sister, in my book Death is too light a punishment. He had repeated those words to himself countless times in his past life, and now he finally had the chance to make them reality. Dad, let's rest a bit, my leg is starting to hurt. Walking in the snow was even more difficult for a cripple. Zhao De leaned against a tree, exhaling a puff of white breath. Zhao Chongshui leaned against another tree, pulled an aluminum flask from his cotton-padded jacket, opened it, took a swig, and handed it to Zhao De. Xiangzi couldn't tell exactly where the mountain incident happened. We need to find it quickly, can't let your brother. He didn't finish, closing his eyes and letting out a long sigh. Zhao De took the flask, tilted his head back, and took a big gulp. Dad, do you think what happened to Big Brother and Xiangzi has anything to do with that bastard? Whether it's related or not doesn't matter. The most important thing now is to find your brother and give him a proper burial. Zhao Chongshui's voice was low. He was feeling defeated. Ever since Wang Yongli severed ties, less than half a month had passed. His eldest son was gone, his only grandson had gone mad, and his granddaughter had nothing to do with their family anymore. What was to become of this family? Rely on that crippled second son who drank all day? Should he never have indulged the second son's reckless behavior back then? If he had treated that mother and her children a little better back, then things wouldn't have come to this, would they? If he hadn't let the eldest son and grandson follow Wang Yongli into the mountains, wouldn't they have avoided disaster? Dad, it's been 2 days already, freezing cold, and those hungry beasts in the mountains. Zhao De handed the flask back to Zhao Chongshui, speaking cautiously. We have to search anyway. Even if we find just a piece of clothing, a shoe, a button, we have to. Zhao Chongshui took the flask, screwed the cap tight, tucked it into his jacket, picked up his stick, and resumed poking at the snow. Zhao De followed his father, also poking the snow with a stick. Suddenly Zhao Chongshui stood still, staring fixedly ahead. Dad, what's... Zhao De, belatedly noticing his father's stillness, was about to ask, then froze like his father, not daring to move an inch. Not far in front of them stood a huge white wolf, as big as a calf, its sapphire-like eyes fixed on the father and son with chilling intent. Back away slowly, don't run. Zhao Chongshui said softly, then carefully took a step back. Zhao De also shuffled backward unsteadily, whether from nerves or fear, his forehead beading with sweat. After retreating about 10 meters, the white wolf still stood where it was watching them, but showed no sign of attacking. Go quickly. Zhao Chongshui assumed the white wolf wasn't hungry and that they had trespassed into its territory. The wolf probably just wanted to drive them out. Hearing his father, Zhao De turned and stumbled toward the mountain exit. He believed his father could definitely run faster than him, so he didn't need to wait. Sure enough, Zhao Chongshui caught up in a few strides. The two dared not look back, running with all their might, desperate to leave the white wolf's territory. Zhao De felt an excruciating pain in his lame leg, barely daring to put weight on it. Yet he didn't dare stop, staggering on behind his father. After running a certain distance, they glanced back and saw the white wolf following them at a moderate distance. When it saw them slow down, it let out a low growl, as if urging them to run faster. This confirmed Zhao Chongshui's thoughts. It should be fine. It just wants to drive us out. Let's go, don't provoke it. When did such a big creature show up in the mountains? Zhao Chongshui panted, grabbing Zhao De to speed up. Due to years of heavy drinking, Zhao De was in very poor physical condition, almost entirely dragged along by his father. They probably never imagined they had such potential, running continuously in the snow for so long. The white wolf strictly followed Wang Yongli's orders, trailing the Zhao father and son at a steady pace. Finally, just as the two were about to collapse from exhaustion, they spotted the village in the distance. Something's wrong. Dad, we're about to leave the mountain. Why is this big creature still following us? Zhao Dai, gasping for breath, said to Zhao Changshui after glancing back. By now Zhao Changshui also sensed something was off. At this point, not even wolves, let alone roe deer, would normally appear here. No, something was definitely wrong. But it was too late. Dabai had also seen the village. Wang Yongli was following not far behind, and he too saw the village. Time for revenge. Dabai, break both their legs first, then come back for me. Attack. The horrific images of his mother and younger sister from his past life flashed through his mind repeatedly, and the fire of rage in his heart burned ever fiercer. Wang Yongli issued commands to Dabai through his mind. The village in the distance came clearly into view, and Zhao Changshui finally saw hope. Once inside the village, the militia would have guns. Even if they could not kill the beast, they could at least scare it away. A surge of strength seemed to flood through his entire body, and he dragged Zhao Dai along with noticeably swifter steps. Suddenly a fierce howl erupted. The great white wolf surged forward and slammed into the pair, toppling them to the ground. It clamped its jaws onto Zhao Dai's knee. With a sharp crack, the sound of bone shattering rang unmistakably clear through the silent snowfield. A powerful toss of its massive head tore the lower leg clean away at the knee joint. Zhao Dai appeared frozen in shock, his nervous system too slow to process what was happening before his second leg was torn from his body. A piercing scream tore from his throat as he instinctively reached down to clasp his ruined legs. Dai, I'll kill you, you monster. Zhao Changshui drew a blade from inside his cotton coat and charged at the white wolf. Dabai sidestepped, extended a massive paw, and its 200-plus-pound body slammed into Zhao Changshui, knocking him to the ground. It first tore through Zhao Changshui's right arm that held the knife, then bit through both of his legs at the knees. His mouth gaped open, desperate to scream, but only ragged gasps could escape his throat. After a cold glance at the wailing father and son on the ground, Dabai turned and bolted into the forest. Moments later, Wang Yongli appeared astride the beast before them. He made certain not to leave his own tracks at the scene. Seeing the Zhao men gasping their last breaths, Wang Yongli withdrew some spirit spring water from his spatial storage and forced it down each of their throats. Don't you dare die. Death would be far too kind a mercy. The spirit spring water possessed healing and hemostatic properties. He trusted it would sustain their lives. Having consumed the spirit spring water, they gradually recovered some strength, and the excruciating pain in their wounds seemed to ebb slightly. Wang Yongli, you bastard, have the guts to kill me. Zhao Dai watched Wang Yongli astride Dabai, fully aware of what had transpired. Kill you? You wish. I want you to experience the suffering you've inflicted on my mother and sister all these years. Wang Yongli cast a cold glance at Zhao Dai, his face utterly expressionless. What do you intend to do, Wang Yongli? Upon hearing those words, dread seized Zhao Changshui without reason. Images of Wang Yongli torturing them began flashing through his mind. Old Zhao Dashan is dead, Zhao Chong has lost his mind, and you two are now crippled. Tell me, how do you think the old woman and Chun Suohua will treat the three of you going forward? What becomes of your family then? Wang Yongli's gaze shifted to Zhao Changshui, his tone devoid of warmth as he delivered the cutting words. Indeed, in this era of collectivism, every household struggled to fill their bellies. Without participating in collective labor, they would receive no grain allocation, leaving only 2 women to sustain the household. The prospect of their future filled Zhao Changshui with such terror that his entire body convulsed with trembling. Wang Yongli, you'll face retribution for this. Summoning his last reserves of strength, Zhao Changshui uttered those words before collapsing to the ground, as though his very soul had been ripped from his body. If you don't kill me, I'll report you to the police. I'll make sure you die by firing squad. Zhao Dai's eyes burned crimson, and had gazes possessed the power to slay, Wang Yongli would already have been torn apart countless times over. Report you to the police. On what grounds? That Wang Yongli rode a massive white wolf like a young bull and commanded it to bite off both your legs. Who would believe such a tale? Wang Yongli's words silenced the father and son entirely. It was absurd. No one would accept such an outlandish account. They'd simply be deemed mad themselves. Dabai howled loudly to draw the villagers over, then gouge out both their eyes. Wang Yongli spoke these orders aloud, no longer hiding his intent from the father and son. Zhao Changshui and Zhao Dai stared at Wang Yongli as though beholding a specter. 3 piercing wolf howls shattered through the heavens, rousing the villagers from their homes. Is that a wolf? Why has a wolf come to the village? Go home quickly, bar your doors. Zhang Chunxing rallied several young men, beating drums as he urged everyone indoors. Meanwhile, Zhang Yong led the militia with rifles at the ready, hastening toward the woods. The Zhao father and son lay covered in snow, both of their eyes clawed blind by Dabai's paws. When Zhang Yong and his men finally located them, the pair could only muster faint groans. Isn't that Zhao Changshui and Zhao Dai? The first militiaman to arrive recognized the Zhao father and son, his brows knitting tight at their grotesque state. Brother Yong, it's the old Zhao family. After searching the surrounding area, they found nothing in the snow except large wolf tracks. At the commotion, Zhang Chunxing and the others quickly gathered around, their faces grim as they exchanged bewildered glances at the scene before them. Carry them back immediately. Take them straight to Uncle Chen's house. Old Man Chen served as the village's barefoot physician, the one everyone consulted for fevers and minor ailments. Zhang Yong. Is that you, Zhang Yong? It was Wang Yongli. He commanded a giant white wolf to bite off both my legs and my father's. Summoning his remaining strength, Zhao Dai rasped out his accusation as the crowd's voices reached his ears. Zhang Yong and the others paused, exchanging puzzled glances before resuming their duties. Wang Yongli, commanding a wolf, particularly a massive white one. Absolutely deranged. Several men carefully carried the legless, blinded father and son back to the village. Wang Yongli observed everything from a distance, only dismounting by once the group had entered the settlement. By shall we return to the spatial dimension or venture back into the mountains? The great wolf nuzzled against him and emitted a tender rumble. Very well, we'll enter the space. Keep the living creatures safe, and if hunger strikes, feed from the warehouse stores. He gave the massive head a pat and guided by into the spatial dimension. At last I can breathe easy again. Exhaling deeply, Wang Yongli stretched his arms high above his head. While Bai drove the father and son toward the mountain's edge, Wang Yongli constructed a sled from locally sourced materials. He retrieved a large stag and a young elk from his spatial dimension, loading them onto the sled, then added 2 wild rabbits and a pheasant in a burlap sack. He was hauling the sled through deep and shallow footprints on his way home. When Li Xiuji saw her son's cotton-padded jacket torn in multiple places, her eyes immediately filled with tears. Yongli, are you all right? What happened to you? Did you go into the deep forest? Brother, are you hurt? Li Xueqing anxiously checked him over from head to toe. Mom, I'm fine. Just scratched by branches. See, I'm perfectly all right. This blood is from processing game. Wang Yongli reassured his mother and sister, then lifted the young elk from the sled. Mother, will keep the smaller one for ourselves. I'll bring this larger one to the brigade to distribute among everyone. There are rabbits and pheasant in the sack. Stay home and prepare them with your sister. I'm taking the other elk to third uncle to save him. With that, he dragged the sled toward the brigade headquarters. Delivering meat to the brigade was genuine, but his desire to witness the spectacle was equally real. How could he possibly pass up an opportunity that brought him such satisfaction? The temperature was bitterly cold. In less than 2 hours, the cicadeer had already frozen solid. He deliberately passed by the Chun family's house and noticed a crowd gathered at their doorstep. Pretending to be curious, he dragged his sled over. Before he could get close, he heard the sound of old Zhao's wife wailing from inside the house. Oh dear, Yongli has brought down another big game. Hearing the creak of the sled, a villager turned and spotted the large cicadeer on it. Haha, lucky shot, this one was limping. I figured I should bring it to Secretary Zhang for everyone to share. Wang Yongli watched the speaking villager with a grin. Why are you all gathered at Uncle Chen's place? What? You don't know yet. Old Zhao father and son were attacked by wolves. Both their legs are broken and they've gone blind. Wang Yongli put on a shocked expression. Who? Zhao Dashan and Zhao Chong. No. They say Zhao Dashan went into the mountains and never came back. Zhao Chong has gone mad. He's beating anyone he sees, screaming about bear cubs. I reckon Zhao Dashan was eaten by a bear. Whose legs are broken then? Wang Yongli continued to act far beyond his years. Zhao Chongshui and Zhao Dai. The father and son encountered wolves in the mountains. Oh, the wolves didn't eat them. No. After hearing the wolf howls, the secretary led the militia over. Maybe the wolves were spooked by the number of people and ran off before they could finish their meal. Oh, what a pity. Why didn't they just eat them? A look of regret crossed Wang Yongli's face. The villagers exchanged uneasy glances at him. Everyone understood in their hearts. Wang Yongli held nothing but deep hatred toward the old Zhao family. Where's the secretary? We should focus on distributing the meat first. Wang Yongli glanced around, as if searching for Zhang Chunqing. The secretary's inside. I'll go get him. The villager who spoke reached out and pushed through the crowd. Make way. Let me in to fetch the secretary. Yongli wants to distribute the meat for. The villagers crammed at the doorway didn't notice Wang Yongli behind them. Hearing this, they turned around and looked over. Oh, impressive, Yongli. Caught another big beast. You're lucky, kid. I've been hunting in the mountains plenty of times too. Never stumbled across anything like this. What can you possibly catch? You pant just turning manure. You think you can take down a beast like that? Damn, look at that massive cicadeer. Those things aren't easy to hunt in the mountains. The crowd seemed to have forgotten about the old Zhao family, entirely buzzing excitedly around the sled with smiles on everyone's faces. Before his rebirth, almost no one paid any attention to Wang Yongli and his mother and sister. Only Zhang Xuanqing's wife, Wang Hohat, would chat with Li Xiuji during work hours. Everyone else treated the three of them as if they were invisible. Yet Wang Yongli bore them no ill will. In fact, he shared the game he hunted with them, stirring a sense of guilt in many villagers. Wang Yongli himself held no grudges against the villagers. Everyone mends their own doorstep. Mud that can't be plastered on the wall is despised everywhere. Besides, he'd made a deal with Zhang Chun. If he bagged a big game, he'd hand it over to the production brigade. Soon Zhang Chunqing and Zhang Yong emerged from the house. Yongli, you're back. What happened with your cotton-padded jacket? Zhang Xuanqing's first words upon coming out were concern for Wang Yongli, which warmed his heart. It's nothing, Secretary Zhang. Just animal blood. Zhang Yong merely leaned in to inspect the cicadeer, then firmly patted Wang Yongli on the shoulder. Everyone go fetch your tools. Let's head to the brigade to divide the meat. Zhang Chunqing bellowed to the crowd and led the way toward the brigade. At that moment, no one cared about the Zhao father and son anymore. Everyone turned and sprinted toward their own homes. Yongli Zhao De claimed a giant white wolf attacked him and his son. Did you see it? Though Zhang Chunxing also suspected Zhao De had lost his mind, he still asked Wang Yongli. I heard the wolf howling and hid for quite a while before circling back through the big meadow. Wang Yongli exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression unchanged. Now Zhang Yong dragged the sled from behind, while Wang Yongli and Zhang Chunxing walked side by side ahead. Hearing Wang Yongli's account, Zhang Chunxing no longer pressed the matter. Zhao De must have gone mad. Who in their right mind could command wolves? That's unheard of. What did Wang Yongli summon a wolf spirit? Even if he did, it wouldn't be enough. Upon arriving at the brigade, the quicker villagers had already prepared in the courtyard. They divided and weighed the meat, everyone busying themselves with grins on their faces. In no time, the entire sick deer was distributed. Villagers headed home in pairs and groups, carrying basins and chatting, ready to enjoy their meat. Of course, they all thanked Wang Yongli before leaving. Here are 25 rounds of ammunition. Consider it a reward from the village. Zhang Chunxing retrieved a paper packet from the drawer and handed it to Wang Yongli. Oh, that's great. My ammo supply is running low anyway. This time the joy on Wang Yongli's face was genuinely unacted. What? You might ask, doesn't he already have plenty of ammunition in his spatial realm? Why care about so few rounds? Every little bit helps. The fear of insufficient firepower is rooted deep in everyone's heart. Would you refuse it if it were offered to you? More importantly, if he refused the ammunition, how could he explain future game halls? Were they shot with the butt of a rifle? For the past couple of days, Wang Yongli hadn't gone anywhere. Besides helping old Wang Chichi with odd jobs, he stayed home assisting Li Xiuji with New Year preparations and rendered some wolf fat. Actually, he was mainly waiting at home for the rewards. It's been several days now. Surely the district office or the forest farm has reached a decision by now. Hard work pays off. That morning as Wang Yongli was busy indoors, Zhang Yong's voice rang out from outside. Yongli, come out quickly. Leaders have come to praise you. Hearing the call, Wang Yongli and his mother and sister opened the door and stepped out. Good heavens, there was a massive crowd making its way toward their house. Leading the procession was Jiang Hongliang, with Gao Ding and Sheng Lin flanking him on either side. Behind them came Zhang Chunxing and other villagers. Yongli, what's all this about? Li Xiuji asked, nervously, eyes wide at the assembly of people. It's good news, Mom. They've come to celebrate your son's achievement. With that, he strode forward to greet the crowd. Haha, Yongli, Director Jiang himself came to deliver your reward, Gao Ding announced with a broad smile. Arriving before the assembled crowd, Jiang Hongliang patted Wang Yongli on the arm. Comrade Wang Yongli, after deliberation and higher-level approval, you have been awarded 3 honors. First, the title of Militia Hero and a second-class merit. Second, a work placement quota. Third, a cash reward of 500 yuan from the district office. Upon finishing, a young man stepped forward from behind, unfurled a certificate for all to see, then retrieved an envelope from his bag and presented them both. Wang Yongli offered a sharp salute before accepting the certificate and envelope with both hands. Comrade Wang Yongli, the forest farm has 2 rewards for you. First, 300 yuan in cash. Second, a housing unit allocated on the farm premises. Additionally, you may request one favor within policy guidelines. Seeing Director Jiang had finished distributing rewards, Gao Ding produced an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Wang Yongli. Gao Ding and Sheng Lin had originally planned to include a work placement quota in their rewards, only to find the district office had already claimed that honor. So they opted for an alternative, the policy-based request. Jiang Hongliang himself reached into his pocket, drew out another envelope, and passed it to Wang Yongli. This is from me personally, as a token of my gratitude. In such occasions there was nothing to decline. Wang Yongli cheerfully took the envelope from Jiang Hongliang's hand. Thank you to the organization. Thank you, Director Jiang. This honor would not have been possible without the forestry farm's guidance and the brigade's cultivation, and it was the comrades' assistance that brought about this result. The credit belongs to every comrade and worker who guards this forest, sea, and snow wilderness day and night. From now on, I will continue to work hard and together with all my comrades protect our forest resources and stand guard over the gates of our motherland. We will never betray the trust placed in us by the party and the people. Hearing Wang Yongli's words, Gao Ding, Sheng Lin along with Zhang Chunxing and Zhang Yong were all beaming with pride. This child is so sensible. Jiang Hongliang meanwhile watched Wang Yongli with a smile of keen interest. What happened? Why is Wang Yongli receiving an award? I heard he killed a spy in the mountains. The district and the forestry farm together gave him a reward of 800 yuan. Now Wang Yongli has struck it rich. What do you think? Would old man Zhao be furious if he found out about this? Hey, if only he had been kinder to the mother and son earlier, he could have shared some of that money. Hearing the villagers' murmurs behind him, Wang Yongli's lips curled up involuntarily. Yongli, tell me your requests. Gao Ding stood with his hands behind his back, his face creased into a broad smile like a blooming flower. Secretary Gao, please assign the work quota to my mother. Let her do something in the forestry farm's logistics department. As for myself, I'd like to apply for a firearm permit and a hunting license. Yongli, your mother doesn't need. Li Xiuji, whose nervousness had just begun to ease, immediately spoke up to decline, but Wang Yongli cut her off. Mom, I don't like office work. I prefer going into the mountains. The work quota can go to you. That's settled. Having grown accustomed to her son making decisions, Li Xiuji could find no words to counter Wang Yongli. What was there to gain from a fixed salary where you had to report here and there and answer to others everywhere? Wang Yongli had no desire for office work. With his spatial ability and Da Bai by his side, how wonderful it would be to roam the mountains freely. A true hero doesn't chase after predetermined wages. No problem. Bring your mother here at noon, and we'll get everything sorted out for you. Gao Ding waved his hand magnanimously and said with great generosity. After the leaders departed, the villagers gathered around. Some congratulated Wang Yongli, others wanted to know the details of what had happened, and still others flattered him to forge connections. After dismissing the villagers, the mother and children returned indoors. Mom, let's go see the house at the forestry farm this afternoon. We'll move there from now on. You'll need to start working at the farm, and after the new year Xueqing must go to school. It's unacceptable to remain illiterate. Inside the envelope Jiang Hongliang had given was 500 yuan. Across all 3 envelopes, Wang Yongli had received a total of 1,300 yuan, which he handed over to Li Xiuji. Yongli, this money must be saved for your wedding. Don't spend it recklessly. Throughout the morning, Li Xiuji felt as though she were floating on clouds. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that high-ranking officials would come to their home to award her son, not only arranging employment and providing a house, but also giving such a substantial amount of money. She had truly never seen so much money in her life. That thick stack of Detuanjia banknotes. Even if she tried to count it, it would take her a long time to get it right. Don't worry about finding me a wife. I'll bring one home in a couple of years, ha ha ha. Watching her son's jubilant expression, Li Xiuji couldn't fathom what he meant. It wasn't that Wang Yongli didn't want to find a wife right now. He simply didn't know where she was. In his previous life, Wang Yongli had once asked his wife about the circumstances of her parents, but she had brushed him off with a single phrase, they're all dead. He could only wait until he turned 18, and then go to the place where he had met his wife in his previous life and lie in wait like a fool by a tree stump. In the afternoon, Wang Yongli took his mother and younger sister to the forestry farm. This was Li Xiuji and Li Xueqing's first visit to the farm, and Li Xueqing was curious about everything she saw. After brief greetings in Gao Ding's office, the young clerk they had met earlier led Wang Yongli and the others to a small courtyard on the back street. The courtyard was enclosed by a wooden fence and was rather compact. The house was the most common type of wattle-and-daub structure with 3 main rooms and a thatched roof. The trouble with a thatched roof is that it needs to be restrawed every few years, otherwise it tends to leak when it rains. Upon entering, there was a kitchen stove, and each of the east and west rooms had a heated Kong bed. In the east room beside the Kong bed stood a 4-door cabinet in natural untreated wood, its surface smooth and oil-finished. Li Xiuji and Li Xueqing excitedly explored the house from room to room, touching everything in sight. Yongli, is this house allocated to us? It's wonderful. From the moment they entered the courtyard, the smile never left Li Xiuji's face. Watching his mother and sister so happy, Wang Yongli felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Yes, Mom. Tomorrow we'll move all our belongings here. From now on, this is our home. After viewing the house, the young clerk led Wang Yongli to the police station. Li Changhai had not only processed both his firearm permit and hunting license, but also handed him a brand new Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Director Zhao from the Public Security Bureau gave you this as a reward. He hopes you'll continue to excel. Thank you, Director Zhao. Thank you, Uncle Li. Wang Yongli took the rifle, inspected it briefly, and slung it over his shoulder. As for the permits, while they were somewhat useful now given the relatively strict controls, with a permit being better than without, it was worth noting that next year, once the fierce winter winds swept through, the bans on firearms and hunting would become little more than formalities, and having or not having permits would make little difference. Moreover, tensions here were not as severe, so possessing proper documentation provided a legitimate cover. After leaving the police station, their next stop was where Li Xiuji would begin her work. Li Xiuji was assigned to the forestry farm's cafeteria with a monthly salary of 28 yuan plus a minimum forestry area allowance of 6.5 yuan, bringing her total to 34.5 yuan. Those who lived through that era might wonder how an uneducated rural woman could earn such a high wage. Actually, during the planned economy period, the living standards in northeast China absolutely led all other regions across the country. Both employment rates and wage levels far exceeded those of inland areas and the national average. Even from the early days of reform and opening up through the 1990s, the region maintained relatively strong economic standing. Starting from the mid to late 1970s, radios, sewing machines, and bicycles gradually became commonplace. By the 1980s, black and white televisions, electric fans, and even washing machines had become standard household items for dual-income families in the Northeast. It wasn't until the late 1990s that the Northeast's economy began its downturn. Particularly after the wave of layoffs, the region was rapidly surpassed by other provinces, and the gap widened significantly, especially compared to the southeastern coastal provinces. That's a bit of a tangent. After the young clerk finished processing the paperwork with Li Xiuji and the cafeteria supervisors, he returned to report to Gao Ding. Before leaving, Wang Yongli slipped him a pack of peony cigarettes. Then Wang Yongli took his father and daughter to the supply and marketing cooperative, purchasing all the household necessities they needed. He also bought plenty of candy for Li Xueqing. In this era, the Hongxing Forestry Farms Supply Cooperative couldn't carry white rabbit milk candies. Only sorghum taffy and hard fruit candies were available. Even so, this made Li Xueqing extremely excited. He also purchased several wide-mouthed clay jars intended for storing wolf fat. Once back home and filled, he would visit neighbors the next day to build goodwill. The total came to 143 yuan, which made Li Xiuji's heart ache. Wang Yongli had paid with his own money, well aware that his mother would be reluctant to spend so much. After moving the items into the new home, Li Xiuji inspected every corner inside and out several times before finally locking the door and heading back to the village at Wang Yongli's urging. After dinner, Wang Yongli delivered the packaged wolf oil to Zhang Chuanxing's Zhang Yong's and old man Wang Qi's homes respectively. He was there to return the rifle to the brigade and also to thank Zhang Chunxing. Both Zhang Chunxing and Zhang Yong knew that the forest farm had assigned a house to Wang Yongli, so he would surely be moving there. Zhang Yong even offered to help move his belongings with his sleigh the next day. Old Wang Qi was somewhat reluctant to let him go. Alright, you've made something of yourself. Take good care of your mother and your sister from now on. Uncle Qi, I'll come back to visit often. These 2 wolf pelts. Let me make you a mattress with them. Wang Yongli took out 2 rolled-up wolf pelts from the burlap sack. Old Wang Qi's eyes lit up, and he reached out to take the pelts, spreading them on the Kong. Excellent, excellent. I'll take these, ha ha ha. After leaving old Wang Qi's house, Wang Yongli made his way to the Zhao family's window. Inside the room, apart from Mrs. Zhao's wretched weeping, there was Zhao Chong's occasional cursing. That serves him right. I'm off to live a good life. Shaking his head and humming a little tune, he made his way back home. Li Xiuji and Li Xueqing were still buzzing with excitement, chattering away as they packed the household items. The next day, the weather was generous. Bright sunshine filled the sky. Yongli, this house is really nice. Having helped Wang Yongli's family move into their new home, Zhang Yong inspected the place from inside out. All these houses were built not too long ago. We finally have a proper home now. Come visit anytime, brother Yong. Within a few days, Li Xiuji had gradually adjusted to her daily commute. In the evenings, the whole family attended literacy classes together. Li Xiuji hadn't stopped smiling since, and she looked much more vibrant than before. This was a life she had never dared to dream of before. She had also heard about what happened at the Zhao household. In her heart, this was karma. Serves them right. Wang Yongli hadn't been idle these past few days. He had taken care of all the necessary arrangements. He had distributed 3 of the 4 sets of deer tendons to Gao Ding Lin and Li Changhai. By the time school resumed after the new year, Li Xueqing would be able to attend classes normally. As for which grade she would be placed in depended on how much she had learned at the literacy classes. The Hongxing Forest Farm only had an elementary school, so Wang Yongli should have no trouble tutoring his younger sister at that level. But why could he tutor his sister when everyone else was attending literacy classes together? The answer was simple. He was smart and learned quickly. Daybreak had barely broken when Wang Yongli set off for the black market again. There was plenty of wolf meat in his spatial stash that he needed to offload. After all, Qiandazi and his crew paid better prices than the supply and marketing cooperative. As for those firearms and ammunition, he had no intention of selling them. Even if he were to sell 1 or 2, he certainly wouldn't do it at this black market. That would practically announce to everyone that he was the one who shot and killed the spy. 14 wolves yielded 602 gene of meat. Averaging between the large and small wolves, each wolf produced roughly 40 gene of meat. At 5 mao per gene, the total came to 301 yuan. Junior, you've been hunting wolves quite a bit lately, haven't you? After the transaction was complete, Qiandazi switched to casual conversation. Having such a large volume of wolf meat come through at once was quite impressive. Today, only Qiandazi and Haozi were present. Xiantu was nowhere to be seen. I didn't do it alone. I went into the mountains with a few brothers, and I still need to split the money with them when I get back. By the way, Junior, which village are you from? Brother Qian, what do you mean? Didn't we agree that no one asks where the other is from once outside the black market? I'm just curious. No one from the surrounding villages has ever brought in such a large quantity of game all at once. Qiandazi seemed somewhat embarrassed as he explained. How we were just lucky. We trapped an entire wolf pack during the heavy snowfall. Having lived over 70 years in his past life, and with a fondness for espionage thrillers and crime dramas, not to mention being deeply addicted to the internet in his previous days, Wang Yongli's acting skills were leagues ahead of the others in front of him. Hey Junior, there's this kid who killed a spy in the mountains, and the government gave him quite a reward. Have you heard about this? Wang Yongli's heart skipped a beat. Why was Qiandazi asking about this? I haven't actually. We're in the mountains every day, but when we get back to the village, nobody has mentioned it. I haven't heard of anyone killing a spy in the mountains, brother Qian. What kind of reward was it? Quickly thinking things through, Wang Yongli pretended to be curious and pressed for more details. He wanted to know whether Qiandazi was merely making small talk, or had some other purpose. A trace of scrutiny flashed through Qiandazi's eyes as he smiled. No particular reason, just finding it peculiar. Spies usually keep a very low profile, so how did a teenager manage to shoot one? I heard he took down 3 alone, each shot fatal. Really? I wish I could meet him and learn a thing or two. My marksmanship still needs work. By the way, is brother Xian around? I still need to buy 50 rounds. Wang Yongli played along with Qiandazi's words, feigning admiration for the other man's shooting skills. That kid is named Wang Yongli, only 16 years old, and he's currently staying at the forest farm. Just ask around, and you'll find him. As he said this, both Qiandazi and Haozi locked their eyes firmly onto Wang Yongli. Hearing his own name spoken aloud, and noticing the piercing stares, Wang Yongli's heart sank. Then I'll have to meet him sometime. But not today. I have to cross a vast meadow to get back to our village, and my brothers are waiting for me to distribute the money. Junior, come clean with me. Which village are you from? Qiandazi asked again, his gaze still fixed unwaveringly on Wang Yongli's eyes. I'm from Kaoshan village. It's quite remote, and it's not easy to make the trip, so I save up several days to come here at a time. Wang Yongli wasn't exactly lying. There truly was a Kaoshan village nearby, and it was indeed quite secluded. In his previous life, he had read numerous web novels, particularly favoring period dramas featuring hunting and coastal foraging. The village of Kaoshan appeared frequently in many of those stories, and the residents were either transmigrators or reborn individuals. They were either royal soldiers, special forces operatives, or agents mercenaries, each more ruthless than the last. If they wanted to dig, they could go to Kaoshan village. Let them go, one trip, and they'd never be heard from again. Hopefully this world's Kaoshan village truly had capable people. One visit, and they'd be taken care of. Kaoshan village. I've heard of it. Indeed, there are quite a few hunters making a living there. I've heard the village has quite a number of skilled hunters. Qiandazi thought for a moment before speaking, a smile evident in the crinkles at the corners of his eyes. You bet. Everyone else is far better than me. That family is quite formidable. They're probably the ones who ran into the spy. They could easily handle it. Wang Yongli spoke with great flourish, his tone carrying a touch of pride, as if shooting down a spy was hardly anything remarkable. It was just that kid who got lucky and happened to run into the spy. Oh, Brother Qian, are you also thinking of heading into the mountains to find spies and claim the reward? Ha ha ha, I wouldn't dream of it. I'm just a businessman. I'm content earning a little money. Qiandazi laughed and waved his hand dismissively. Leaving the black market, Wang Yongli did not head straight home. Instead, he walked toward the forest. Sure enough, he soon discovered someone quietly tailing him. Wang Yongli kept his head down, walking along without showing any emotion, but a suspicion stirred in his heart. For what reason? Could Qiandazi and his crew be working with spies? Or perhaps they simply want to get information about the Mountain Lord? Qiandazi's questions today left Wang Yongli with no choice but to think more carefully. If Qiandazi's group were truly working with the spies, then mother and little sister would be in grave danger. The rewards were being handed out with great fanfare, and Qiandazi's people clearly already possessed all of Wang Yongli's information. Drawing on the hazy memories from his previous life, Wang Yongli made his way toward Kaoshan village. The village was indeed quite remote, requiring passage across a vast meadow or through the mountains. He kept the black cloth covering his face the entire time, appearing to his pursuer as someone who simply kept his head down and walked. The tracker remained cautious, maintaining a distance of 40 to 50 meters behind him. After walking for over an hour, the forest grew denser. Though not ancient woodland, this place was rarely visited by humans, making it suitable for certain purposes. Seizing the moment when a large tree blocked the other's line of sight, Wang Yongli quickened his pace and hid behind a nearby tree. Unable to see Wang Yongli's figure, the tracker hastened his steps. Soon the man arrived near where Wang Yongli was concealed, looking down to observe footprints in the snow, then slowly following them toward the large tree. Hey! Wang Yongli suddenly shouted, catching the man off guard. He charged forward and struck him down in one blow. Who are you? Why are you following me? The man also had a black cloth covering his face with only his eyes visible. I'm not following you. I'm heading into the mountains too, and thought I'd catch up to keep you company. Then I lost sight of you, so I ran ahead to check. The tracker stammered an explanation in a rush. Wang Yongli smiled, raised his arm, and delivered punch after punch to the man's face. The black cloth fell away, revealing a bruised and swollen face. I'll tell you, it was Brother Hausi who had me follow you. In real pain from the beating, he struggled briefly before realizing he couldn't fight back. The tracker shouted in a muffled voice, why follow me? I genuinely don't know. Punch after punch landed with solid impact. Brother, please. Stop. Brother, I'll tell. The tracker's voice carried a pleading tone. They often have me tail people to find out where those coming to the black market stay, then gather their names. Especially those who spend generously there. That's it. That's all, really, just that, brother. Do you know anything about Hausi and his crew? No, I mainly just maintain order around here. Since I'm quick on my feet and sharp-minded, after tracking a few people, they started having me follow others regularly and paid me extra. Have you ever followed Hausi and his people? I've thought about it, but I didn't dare. I heard they're all ruthless. Brother, please let me go. Wang Yongli didn't respond, squatting there with his mind racing. Could Qiandazi's people really just be gathering information on big spenders without suspecting him? They have no connection to spies, and today's words were merely idle chatter. But their glances don't seem to match that. Looking down at the tracker, Wang Yongli struggled to make a decision. Releasing him seemed harmless enough. But what if something went wrong? What if this kid wasn't being truthful? What if Qiandazi's group really did suspect him of killing the spy? What if Qiandazi's people were truly connected to the spies? What's the point of overthinking this? With that thought, Wang Yongli summoned Bai from his spatial dimension. The tracker, who had been watching Wang Yongli closely, was startled by the sudden appearance of the white wolf and scrambled to flee. Wang Yongli struck him with a knife-hand blow, knocking him unconscious. Bai, call some of your pack to handle this. Just leave the head. Bai raised its head and let out a long, clear howl. A woo. The sound wasn't particularly loud, but carried great resonance. Before Wang Yongli finished smoking one cigarette, 4 or 5 wolves had gradually gathered around him. The wolves watched from a distance, hesitant to approach. Ow ow, after a few low growls from Da, the wolves finally moved closer to the tracker. Wang Yongli mounted Da Bai's back, observed the wolves tearing into the tracker from a short distance away, then rode off with the wolf into the forest. It was still early, so since he'd entered the forest he might as well try his luck. His coordination with Da Bai proved highly efficient, and by late afternoon the spatial pasture had gained a herd of roe deer, numerous wild pheasants and hares, and even several flying dragons. Near the forest farm, after checking with Da Bai, Wang Yongli sent the wolf into his spatial dimension. Da Bai took quite a liking to staying there. There was horse deer meat to eat when hungry, but more importantly spiritual spring water to drink. The attraction was too great to resist. Wang Yongli could sense that Da Bai's physical cultivation continued to improve slowly. Could it actually become a spirit beast? He also wanted to see what level Da Bai could reach. In his past life he'd been deeply interested in Taoist culture, and could recite the Tao Te Ching In Fu Jing and Qing Jing Jing from memory. So each evening after his mother and little sister fell asleep in the eastern room, he'd lie on the Kong in the western room, enter the spatial dimension, and recite these 3 texts one by one to Da Bai. He noticed that Da Bai had only eaten voraciously right after their contract was formed. These days it couldn't even finish a single horse deer in a day. It drank plenty of spiritual spring water though. Go ahead and drink. It's an unlimited supply. Whenever it had free time, Da Bai would chase the herbivores around the pasture, seemingly training them. Or perhaps it simply wanted their meat to become firmer. Da Bai, can they understand your commands? Ow, yes. Then if we catch some carnivores and bring them in, can you keep them from devouring all the herbivores? Ow, yes. Alright, then when we have time you and I will enter the old forest from this direction and catch more to keep. Ow, okay. Damn, you're quite aloof, woo-woo. In a small courtyard at the far end of Hongxing Forest Farm's front street, the windows were completely covered with black cloth, letting not a single ray of light escape. For people sat cross-legged on the Kong, drinking, each face flushed red, yet their eyes remained sharp and sober. Wang Yongli would never have imagined that the black market operators lived in Hongxing Forest Farm. Qiandazi had a handsome, refined face with an air of scholarly elegance, and his smile was quite charming. Haozi had lean cheeks and slightly prominent cheekbones. His small eyes were unusually bright, constantly darting around like a radar scanning his surroundings. Shintoer had a round face with a full beard, smiling with his eyes narrowed to slits. Peiyazan had a square face and crew cut, with defined facial features, broad shoulders, and a thick back, an obvious martial artist at first glance. Could something have gone wrong? Haozi had waited at the black market location until dark, but the tracker never returned to report in. Brother, do you say that kid killed Songlong and the people above? What's your proof? Line Tuer opened his eyes and asked in a leisurely manner. No proof at all, just a feeling. Qiandazi picked up a peanut and tossed it into his mouth. This kid isn't old. He should be about the same age as Wang Yongli, and his build closely resembles Wang Yongli's. The most striking thing is how composed he is. Other people's glances toward us carry a hint of fear, but his eyes show absolutely no apprehension. And the amount of wolf meat he produced was far too much. Normally hunters who encounter a wolf pack in the mountains will avoid them entirely. Hao Zhang spoke up in a deep, gruff voice. But he claimed they went into the mountains as a group and accumulated several days' worth before delivering once. Haozi felt they couldn't confirm anything based solely on the quantity of game supplied. Haozi, which direction did you see them heading? Tomorrow arrange for 2 people to follow that route and investigate. Qiandazi took a sip of liquor and said to Haozi, if that kid catches whoever's been tailing them and turns them over to the Public Security Bureau, could it implicate us? Line Tuer cast a glance at Haozi. No, that kid doesn't know anything. I merely noticed he was sharp and had him tail a few people before. Even if the kid spotted us, he'd at most think someone's looking for trouble with him. If he really hands us to the authorities, it'll only affect the black market business. We'll simply shut down for a few days and lie low. Nobody knows our true identities. Regarding this question, Haozi gave 100% assurance. Just as the 4 fell into an uneasy silence, a rhythmic knock sounded from outside. Don't move. Qiandazi drew his pistol, climbed off the Kong, pulled on his shoes, and quietly made his way to the courtyard gate. He pressed close to the door and listened for a while, then picked up an envelope that had been slid through the crack and carried it back inside. Brother Do, what did Fo say? Songlong has been killed. We planned for so long, and after so much effort we finally captured Jiang Hongliang's grandson, only for Wang Yongli to rescue him. We intended to make a grand display, but instead we exposed our entire operation. Seeing Qiandazi finish reading the letter, Haozi spoke first. The higher-ups are furious. Fo is very angry. He's likely been reprimanded. They say we failed in our duties and squandered the best opportunity to steal intelligence. If we don't complete the mission this time, they'll abandon us and release everyone's information to the public. Qiandazi's words sent a wave of panic across their faces. Fo's instructions: I will personally oversee operations at the forest farm for now. You 4 are to go to the district and expand our presence. Whether through persuasion or coercion, you must achieve something significant within half a year. Go to the district. Line Tuer widened his eyes. Brother, to the district is far more strict than the forest farm. Militia and public security officers are everywhere, especially after the incident at Jiang Hongliang's home. All the main leaders now have bodyguards assigned. Isn't it too dangerous for us to go to the district? Hao Zhang nodded in agreement. Exactly, Brother Da. The main leader's resolve is rock solid. Persuasion is basically impossible. Even if there were a sliver of hope, half a year wouldn't be enough. So we'd have to consider coercion, but that's far too dangerous. Qian Dazi waved the letter in his hand. Fo Yi said he'll provide us with detailed profiles of the key leaders in the district, including their family members' personal preferences, and so on. We'll first go to the district and lay low, making contact separately. Once we've identified our targets, we'll strike. Brother, did the higher-ups say anything about Songlong's death? Qian Dazi understood what his brothers were thinking and sighed softly. Fo Yi didn't mention it in the letter. After we reach the district, they'll arrange for us to join the supply and marketing cooperative. Also, from now on, we can't use the radio except in emergencies. We'll switch to carrier pigeons for communication. Both radio signals and electricity consumption are under extremely strict surveillance in the district. Carrier pigeons. Can that be reliable? Won't they be useless on windy or snowy days? They've been trained. Ordinary snow and wind won't affect them. Qian Dazi folded the letter and held it to the flame of the kerosene lamp until it was about to burn his fingers, then tossed it to the ground. Line 2, tonight you'll go out in the dark and remove the electric wire stolen from the timber processing plant. We won't need it anymore. Don't leave any traces. Pei is hang pack up all the equipment. At dawn tomorrow we head to the district. What about the black market and that kid selling wolf meat? How's you stay here and continue managing the black market? Keep normal contact with the meat-selling kid. Late at night, line 2 returned, and the 4 of them had finished packing. They lay on the Kong, each consumed by their own thoughts, sleepless through the night. At the Wang Yongli residence, Li Xueqing, who had just returned from the literacy class, lit the kerosene lamp. Brother, when will our family get electric lights? Soon. It shouldn't take long before we have electric lights. In 1965, the Xinjiang region had just begun its major development campaign. There was not even a power grid, let alone a power plant. Production electricity was supplied by small diesel generator sets. Power was prioritized for core institutions such as the timber processing plant and administrative offices. Surplus electricity was allocated to the cafeteria, clinic, and other facilities. The literacy class was held in the cafeteria and could only guarantee 2 hours of power supply from 6 to 8 o'clock. A low wattage bulb cast a dim glow, flickering whenever the voltage dropped. Did you learn everything the teacher taught tonight? How about I go over it with you one more time? Li Xiaoji smiled as she watched the 2 small heads bent close together under the kerosene lamp, a deep sense of contentment filling her heart. The next morning, Wang Yongli slung a sack over his shoulder and told Li Xiaoji, Mom, I'm going into the mountains for a couple of days. Tonight, make sure you and your sister lock the door before sleeping. He wasn't really going into the mountains. He needed to investigate the black market. If Qian Dazi and the others truly harbored intentions against him, he wouldn't hesitate to strike first. After all, it wasn't his first time taking a life. As for his mother and sister, he had spent these past days chatting and building camaraderie with Sun Dishing, and their bond had warmed quickly. Coincidentally, Sun Dishing's home was only 1 house away. Sun Dishing had said that whenever Wang Yongli went into the mountains, if anything happened to his mother and sister, he would help out. Wang Yongli had also, through Sun Dishing's introduction, established a connection with Director Chun at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. He had even purchased the only household appliance for his home, a flashlight. Near the small forest, he loaded a sick deer onto a sled and dragged it to the black market. He noticed that the peripheral patrol guards were fewer than usual that day. Not seeing anyone familiar, he went straight to the small wooden cabin and knocked. Haozi opened the door from the inside and froze upon seeing Wang Yongli. Wang Yongli glanced around the interior and noticed that besides Haozi, an unfamiliar person sat at the table. Brother Haozi, what's wrong? Wang Yongli acted as though nothing was amiss and asked. I was just lost in thought. Why are you back again? Got more goods? Hee, I didn't make it back yesterday. Caught a sick deer in the mountains. Want to give me a price? As Wang Yongli spoke, he pointed toward the sled outside the door. Haozi stepped out to inspect the deer. What about the hide? I'm not selling the hide, only the meat. How much will you give me? I'll calculate it at 1 yuan per gene, bones and all. Sound fair? Sure, brother. Haozi is straightforward. Haozi gestured for a few people to come over and weigh the dough. 188 gene. Come inside and I'll hand you the money. Back inside, Haozi counted out the money and handed it to Wang Yongli. Junior, did you notice anything unusual when you went into the mountains yesterday? Nothing. I just heard a few wolf howls and stayed well clear. Weren't you the one hunting wolves for meat? Why run away from them? Brother, it takes a whole group of us to hunt wolves. They travel in packs, and I'm just one person. It wouldn't be enough for them to even snack on. Oh, hey brother Haozi, where are brother Qian and the others today? I was hoping to buy some bullets from brother Qiantoa. They've gone out of town. I've got all the ammo here. How many do you need? Haozi mumbled in passing, then started digging through his bag for the bullets. Then 50 rounds it is. Wang Yongli counted out 45 yuan and set it on the table. They won't be back for quite a while, right? I've never been anywhere, grown up my whole life in these mountain valleys. The railway workers told me the outside world is enormous. Reaching out to take the bullets, Wang Yongli's longing for the world beyond was evident. Yeah, probably I don't know either. Sensing he'd let something slip, Haozi gave a perfunctory reply. All right then, brother Haozi, I'll head out. I'll come back when I've got something bigger. Noticing Haozi had no interest in chatting, Wang Yongli cast a glance at the silent figure sitting there, then departed the black market without hesitation. What's going on? Could they really have gone off on business? It seems following that person wasn't a waste of time. Once he entered the forest, Wang Yongli released Dabai and stowed the sled and sack into his spatial storage. Over the past few days, he'd picked up quite a bit of information about this forest from the logging camp people. For instance, there was a large lake at Ganfampan. There was a massive bear at Kadangling. Someone had also spotted a tiger at Pigaguzzi. Northerners had a humor carved into their bones, and the nicknames they gave based on the mountain terrain were delightfully down to earth. With the new year approaching, this would be his first one spent with his mother and younger sister. The reunion dinner table absolutely needed some proper dishes. At minimum, there had to be fish. An annual surplus after all. Furthermore, those who had helped him deserved visits and New Year greetings. That was why he'd brought ice chisels and fishing nets. This time his target was the catch. Dabai summoned one of his subordinate wolves to guide them straight to the large lake. How convenient. That worked better than any GPS. This place really is a rice bowl, huh? Wang Yongli surveyed the terrain from the slope, forced to admire the names given by earlier generations. The lake was frozen solid with ice at least a foot thick. Gripping the ice chisel in his right hand, Wang Yongli drove it straight down into the ice with each strike as he moved forward. This technique allowed him to gauge the ice thickness. A solid muffled thud meant the ice was thick and difficult to break through, but also safe. A hollow sound or sharp cracking noise along with any trembling sensation. Don't hesitate, run immediately. Generally speaking, though, the best spots for winter ice fishing were at the center of the lake, where most fish gathered during the cold months. Wang Yongli located a darker patch of water, signaling both depth and abundant fish. He rubbed his webbing between thumb and forefinger and tightened his wrist warmers. Gripping the chisel with both hands, he struck downward with full force. His enhanced physique was no exaggeration. Each blow sent ice shards flying, and within about 10 strikes a large hole had opened up. After clearing away the floating ice with a net, Wang Yongli crouched beside the hole and peered into the water. Numerous dark shapes moved beneath the surface. He quickly took out his fishing net and began deploying it. The net wasn't large, just lowered into the hole with the rope tied to a thick wooden pole waiting for fish to swim inside. Then dragging the chisel about 5 meters to the side, he started chiseling again. This hole was meant for Dabai. Some fish suffering from severe oxygen deprivation would leap from the ice opening, so he could let the dog enjoy himself. In that era, the Xinyanling region truly embodied the saying, beating roe deer with clubs and scooping fish with ladles. In his past life, he'd seen people on video platforms setting up tents on ice surfaces to fish. Wang Yongli had fished before in his previous life. After retiring when his grandchildren had grown and gone to university, he joined a group of old companions for fishing trips. But curiously enough, while people on both sides were pulling in fish non-stop, he caught nothing. Same bait, same preparation. Others bustled about energetically while he sat motionless like a statue. At first he refused to accept it, but after sitting for over a month, he snapped his fishing rod in frustration. He made this hole slightly larger so its broad head could fit inside. That was Dabai's request. It had marked the area with its claws. Once finished, he lit a cigarette and returned to his own hole. The rope was already trembling, and Wang Yongli slowly hauled the net upward. Good heavens, it was heavy. Pulling it up, he saw several large fish thrashing vigorously. Fine-scale fish. The flesh was tender with few bones, the soup milky white, and absolutely delicious. In a few decades, this would become a Class II protected species. He removed them and tossed them into the fish pond within his spatial dimension, then resumed casting the net. Over at the bison, the dog was having a great time. Its massive head was nearly in the water, its excellent vision and hearing allowing it to detect large fish approaching the opening to breathe or feed, either clawing them up with its massive paws or grabbing them directly with its mouth. Crunch, crunch. It barely took a minute before a large fish disappeared down its throat. Of course, he shared several with the subordinate wolf acting as guide. Wolf and man each went about their tasks on the ice while the guide wolf crouched and watched them. By the time the sun dipped toward the western horizon, the pond within his spatial dimension already held over 100 fish. There were fine-scale fish, tame crucian carp, common carp, and 5 large northern pike. To his surprise, he'd also pulled in a net full of siskao, easily dozens. When he first introduced the pike into the fish pond, Wang Yongli had brought Dabai into the spatial dimension as well. He worried the pike would devour all the other fish. In such a large lake, pike sat firmly at the top of the food chain. They'd even consume their own young. If not for the inflow and outflow, other fish might not survive in this lake at all. He'd originally intended for Dabai to establish some order among them. But he discovered the introduced pike didn't prey on the other fish. They were more drawn to the spiritual spring water. The same held true for the other species, which appeared noticeably more vigorous in the spiritual water. Wang Yongli tallied the animals in his spatial dimension while calculating what gifts to deliver to each family. Frankly, beyond that, all he had were large fish and meat. Every household valued such things, especially during the new year. Zhang Chunxing and Wang Hohat's couple needed to receive extra. Not only had Zhang Chunxing assisted him, but even before his rebirth, only Wang Hohat had occasionally spoken with Li Xiuji. Wang Laoqi wouldn't need a gift. He planned to bring him to the logging camp for New Year. The Zhang Yong family deserved something. Li Changhai should receive more as well, and Sun Dishing too. As for Gao Ding and Sheng Lin, Wang Yongli intended to acquire some rare items. After all, he'd promised to help them prepare gifts. Wang Yongli thought it best to get Gao Ding a bear gallbladder and 2 wolf pelts which he could turn into a blanket or mattress for his former leader. 4 Shunglin bear paws along with wolf pelts of course plus fish and meat. As for Jiang Hongliang, on one hand the man held too high a position, and on the other a trip to the district was too troublesome. So Wang Yongli still needed to ponder it. Dabai, let's go. We're heading to Kadangling to find that big bear. After running for less than half an hour they passed through a stand of birch trees. The forest was sparse with 5 or 6 meters between each trunk. Dabai suddenly stepped forward and held back the young guide, then turned his head to stare intently at the front right. What's the matter? Wang Yongli exerted his hearing vision and sense of smell, but detected nothing unusual. Dabai shook his head toward the front right using his telepathic link to signal Wang Yongli to get down. Then he crept forward with silent careful steps, his 4 paws leaving almost no trace. Suddenly the distant underbrush shook violently, and a flash of rainbow-colored light darted past. The speed was incredibly fast, yet Wang Yongli still caught sight of it clearly. A red fox. In this season the red fox's fur reached its peak condition, displaying the richest and most vibrant coloration. Its back and flanks were a brilliant scarlet. Its tail was extraordinarily lush and massive, the most splendid feature on the red fox. It also served as the animal's ultimate survival tool. When sleeping the tail would drape over its nose and paws like a thick towel. Dabai exploded into motion, swiftly giving chase. At the same time the young guide also sprinted toward the direction the red fox was fleeing. He intended to intercept it. Just as Dabai was about to catch up, the red fox made a sudden sharp turn. Dabai's massive frame compromised his agility, and the fox slipped further away. Fate was unkind. The red fox's escape route was directly toward Wang Yongli. He drew his pistol and aimed at the path the fox was fleeing. Bang bang. 2 gunshots rang out. Startled, the red fox changed direction again, but it was too late. Dabai had already arrived behind it. Dabai's paw struck the red fox squarely on the rear, sending it tumbling across the ground in several rolls. He stepped forward and pinned it down, rendering it immobile. Ah! The red fox's shrill cries were filled with pain and despair. Wang Yongli approached with his knife, made a swift incision into its throat to drain its blood, and then skillfully skinned the entire hide. He tossed the internal organs to the young guide. What? Why didn't he just shoot it? Such a fine pelt would be ruined by bullet holes. Trying to hit the eye of such a small, fast-moving red fox while it was sprinting, Wang Yongli admitted he lacked that level of marksmanship. His golden fingers still couldn't achieve such precision. This pelt would make a lovely scarf for Xueqing. After walking for a long while they finally reached Kadong Ridge. The young guide dared not venture any closer, so Dabai let him go. Wang Yongli quickly located the bear's den. It was a rocky cave, likely a brown bear's. The snoring was not loud, and the surrounding odor was not heavy. It seemed this cave was quite spacious. Sleep now, we'll deal with it at dawn tomorrow. The next day, after eating and drinking his fill inside the spatial dimension, with Dabai, man and wolf emerged from the space. Dabai, go taunt it out. Don't bite it, don't scratch it, and don't damage the pelt. Just keep provoking it. The angrier the better. Wang Yongli climbed a tall tree and instructed Dabai. A furious bear breeds boldness. Awoo! Dabai let out a loud howl toward the cave entrance, then retreated to a small clearing. A low guttural roar emanated from the cave, and a massive brown bear charged out. Holy crap, this thing must weigh 500 or 600 gene. King Bear Man, how much winter fat have you packed on? Seeing the brown bear's enormous size, Wang Yongli was genuinely startled. This was far larger than the one he had fought against the golden eagle. From where they caught the red fox to here, Wang Yongli had ridden Dabai for another full hour. One could only imagine the vast territory of this brown bear. The brown bear now stared fixedly at Dabai, the intruder who had disturbed its peaceful slumber. But it did not attack immediately. It seemed puzzled as well. Where had such a giant white wolf come from? Damn, you eat pretty well too. Dabai's deep blue eyes scrutinized the brown bear from head to tail, its massive tail swaying slowly. What? You want to fight it? After processing the telepathic message from Dabai, Wang Yongli's eyes bulged. Are you crazy? Look at its size. It could crush you 3 times over. How do you plan to fight it? But Dabai remained firm in its conviction. Fine, keep your life priority. Dodge when you can, don't get hurt, and don't damage the bear pelt. Wang Yongli ultimately agreed to Dabai's request. He also wanted to see just how strong Dabai truly was. Dabai advanced 2 steps and issued a low growl at the brown bear, the sound brimming with provocation. The brown bear exhaled a plume of white vapor from its nostrils and emitted a roar from its throat. It seemed to say, get lost, don't look for trouble. Dabai took 2 more steps forward, tilted its head, and gave a soft bark, clearly telling the bear, I'm not leaving. What are you going to do about it? Wang Yongli couldn't understand their exchange, but he thought Dabai's expression was utterly infuriating. The brown bear was thoroughly provoked. It rose to its hind legs and brandished its massive paws. Good heavens! The upright brown bear stood 2.5 to 3 meters tall. Coupled with its rotund body, it resembled a living wall. Any other wolf faced with this posture would have fled long ago, tail between its legs. Dabai, however, did not run. Instead, it sat down and scratched its ear with its hind leg. The meaning was clear, still singing. Is all you got just yapping? True to form, the brown bear flew into a rage. It dropped to all fours and charged at Dabai. A 500 or 600 gene bear running at full speed created vibrations like an earthquake. Its pace was not slow, but it paled in comparison to Dabai's. Just moments before impact, Dabai casually hopped aside and evaded the charge. Whether by coincidence or design, its tail swept across the bear's nose. Then it pulled back slightly, maintaining that same infuriating expression. The brown bear swiped at its nose with its paw and charged at Dabai again. This time Dabai did not dodge to the side. Instead, it leaped straight up from the spot. Its hind legs pushed off the bear's nose, executing a perfect backflip before landing steadily. After landing, Dabai quickly created distance, sat down, and began licking its paws, looking like a boxer who had just finished a warm-up routine. Seeing Dabai handle the situation so skillfully, Wang Yongli could not help but smile, raising his pistol to watch the spectacle. "Who taught you that? You're absolutely shameless." The brown bear was truly enraged now and decided to get serious. It stopped charging wildly and instead slowed its pace, advancing toward Dabai one deliberate step at a time. Its eyes scanned Dabai's entire body, searching for any weakness. Dabai also appeared to take the encounter more seriously, circling around the brown bear. It occasionally darted in and swatted with a paw. Through enhancement, Dabai's speed far surpassed that of the clumsy brown bear. Watching helplessly as it received several heavy swats across its sinuses, all lands on the body, Dabai strictly followed Wang Yongli's orders. When attacking the bear, it did not extend its claws, so it caused no actual injury to the brown bear. Nevertheless, the insult was immense. Any other creature that encountered this bear would either flee in terror or become its prey. Oh whoa! The brown bear rose to its feet, wildly swinging its paws in anger, its throat emitting continuous roars. Its massive paws slammed onto the ground, sending snow flying in all directions. Then at Dabai once more. The outcome was predictable. After teasing it for over half an hour, the brown bear's eyes were bloodshot, and it panted heavily. Alright, enough playing. Wang Yongli raised his pistol and pulled the trigger, aiming at the brown bear that was standing in place, panting hard. Bang bang. 2 consecutive gunshots rang out, yet the brown bear did not immediately collapse. Wang Yongli was positioned slightly to the side of the brown bear, perfectly aligned to aim at a spot just in front of the bear's ear hole and slightly behind its eye. This was the thinnest part of the skull, and an AK bullet would undoubtedly pierce straight into the bear's brain with a single shot. Given the bear's massive size, Wang Yongli played it safe and fired twice. The brown bear staggered in place a few times before letting out a thunderous crash and collapsing onto the snow. Wang Yongli leapt down from the tree and hurried over, transferring the brown bear into his spatial storage. The space contained no passage of time, ensuring the gallbladder would retain its maximum quality. Once inside the space, Wang Yongli's eyes fixed intently on Lao Si. He worried that the fully matured beast might devour whatever treasure it spotted. If Lao Si continued consuming, any valuable finds from then on would be lost. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Lao Si remained motionless. Only then did Wang Yongli feel at ease and begin dissecting the bear. Another golden gallbladder. Huh. He retrieved the gallbladder first, and as expected, it was indeed a large golden one. Slightly larger than an adult man's fist, coated in a thin oil membrane, and still radiating warmth, he held the gallbladder up to examine it under the purple glow of his wrist beads. Its golden luster carrying a faint purple hue. Beautiful. According to wilderness survival knowledge regarding gallbladder quality and the probability of golden gallbladders, brown bears have a higher chance of producing them than black bears. Their greater activity levels and larger food intake drive more vigorous bile secretion and transformation. Prime-aged bears are far more likely to yield golden gallbladders than elderly ones. There's also a seasonal saying: spring yields green, summer produces black, autumn and winter bring gold. As for the notion that an enraged bear produces superior gall, that was something Wang Laochi had told him. Just an old saying passed down through generations. He tied the gallbladder opening tightly and placed it into a prepared birch bark container. Birch bark possesses natural antibacterial properties, is breathable without absorbing odors, and maintains adequate humidity to prevent the gallbladder membrane from cracking. While this wasn't necessary within the space itself, it was essential when presenting it as a gift to Gao Ding. After exiting the space, he fed the remaining offal to Dabai and hung the bear intestines from tree branches. With the territory's dominant predator dead, other animals would soon converge on this location. A brown bear or black bear might even appear. One should never underestimate the animal population within the greater Xing'an range, particularly in this era. On the return journey, he and the wolf captured additional herbivores and released them into the pasture. Before leaving the mountains, he loaded a moose carcass onto the sled and dragged it along. His mother worked at the cafeteria, so selling the moose there would not only help improve everyone's meals, but also bring her some recognition. The moment he turned the corner into the cafeteria, he heard a commotion. A crowd had gathered at the entrance. Wang Yongli's brow furrowed, and he quickened his pace. As he approached the crowd, he overheard someone calling Li Xiuji's name. Leaning the sled against a large tree near the entrance, he pushed through to get a better look. He saw his mother standing at the center of the crowd, wearing an apron and clutching a large serving spoon. Her face had gone pale, her lips trembled, and her eyes were red, but she hadn't cried. Standing on the steps at the cafeteria entrance directly across from his mother was a rotund, middle-aged man with his hands on his hips, staring at her with resentment. "Uncle, what's going on?" Wang Yongli pulled out cigarettes and offered one to an elderly worker in his 50s beside him, asking. The old worker glanced at Wang Yongli, took the cigarette, and tucked it behind his ear. Old Wang claims Li Xiuji stole meat and white flour from the cafeteria, pure character assassination. Any truth to it? Li Xiuji was assigned here by the forest farm. She's only been at the cafeteria a short while. Apparently old Wang had reserved this position for his sister-in-law, who won't turn 16 until next spring. When Li Xiuji arrived, the opportunity naturally went to her instead. What the hell? So that's what happened. The corners of Wang Yongli's eyes, which had been curved in a smile, twitched sharply as his eyelashes fluttered. When he looked up at Fatty Wang again, his gaze had completely transformed. His eyeballs rotated slowly, tracing from the man's toes up to his hairline. That look wasn't one given to a human. It was like a predator assessing where to strike for a fatal blow. You old bastard, you're already walking the path to your death. Wang Yongli pushed through the crowd to the front just as Fatty Wang began speaking. Li Xiuji, 5 gene of meat and half a bag of white flour are missing from the warehouse, and conveniently enough, you have white flour and that much meat at home. If you didn't steal it from the cafeteria, where do you think it came from? You're lying. That flour was bought by my son from the supply and marketing cooperative, with receipts to prove it. I didn't steal it. Li Xiuji's voice trembled. But, didn't you say your son is only 16 and unemployed? Where would he get flour ration coupons? Who do you think you're fooling? Fatty Wang stepped forward, his finger nearly poking into Li Xiuji's face. I've had it with you from the start. You've only been here a few days, and already you're buying people's favor, serving extra spoonfuls to some and withholding meat from others. You really think I haven't noticed? Wang Yongli had previously warned Li Xiuji not to mention anything about the rewards she'd received, which is why she hadn't told anyone about her son. Before Li Xiuji could respond, one of the onlooking workers had had enough. Squad leader Wang, that's not fair. Sister Xiuji serves everyone equally, not like certain people who spoon extra for acquaintances and treat strangers like beggars. Wang Yongli turned to see the elderly worker in his 50s speaking. Though the words weren't directed at anyone specifically, Fatty Wang's face flushed red. He spun around and roared at the old man. Who are you talking about? Which eye did you use to see me being unfair with the food distribution? Both of mine. The old worker showed no fear of Fatty Wang, crossing his arms and speaking slowly. Every time your brother-in-law comes to eat at the cafeteria, doesn't your wife always add a few extra pieces of meat? Since Sister Xiuji arrived, she's never played these petty games, and honestly she cooks far better than your wife does. Several workers nearby chimed in. Exactly. Big Sister Xiuji treats everyone equally. Big Sister Xiuji always smiles when she serves us, unlike certain people who hand out food like they're doing us a favor. Sister Xiuji's son is capable. He can buy white flour. What proof do you have that she stole from the cafeteria? Enraged and humiliated, Fatty Wang pointed at Li Xiuji again. Let me tell you, Li Xiuji, I run this cafeteria. If you don't explain yourself about the meat and flour, I'll have you sent to the police station and report you to leadership for firing. Before Fatty Wang could finish his sentence, someone kicked him squarely in his bloated belly. He stumbled backward several steps and fell flat on his back. Li Xiuji turned her head in surprise and saw her son smiling at her. Wang Yongli placed the burlap sack into Li Xiuji's hands and said softly, Mom, I'll handle this. Li Xiuji's eyes reddened once more, and she silently retreated behind her son. Who dares to lay a hand on someone? Call the police station. Hurry and call the police station. Wang Yongli stepped forward again and began kicking Fatty Wang hard in the thighs and buttocks. What the hell, which eye did you use to see my mom stealing? I should say you're the one who stole everything. Fuck you. You little bastard, you dare hit my man. I'll fucking kill you. From the steps, a stout older woman charged toward Wang Yongli. Make way, make way. Just as Wang Yongli was dealing out violence, several voices called out from beyond the crowd. As Sun Dushing squeezed through the crowd with Zhou Limin, he just happened to see Wang Yongli kick an old woman to the ground. Stop it! Sun Dushing shouted, while Zhou Limin quickly ran over to restrain Wang Yongli, who was still trying to press his attack. What's going on? Sun Dushing winked at Wang Yongli, then turned to ask the cafeteria staff, standing on the steps. Director Sun Li Xiuji stole flour and meat from the cafeteria. This brat assaulted people. Arrest them both. Having already pulled himself up, Wang Pengzi helped his wife to her feet and pointed at Wang Yongli and his mother while speaking to Sun Dushing. Whether I arrest them or not is up to me. You say she stole things. Do you have any proof? Sun Dushing glared at Wang Pengzi. If she didn't steal them, where did the meat and flour at her house come from? She definitely stole it. Wang Pengzi's wife shrieked. What about you? Did any of you see Li Xiuji stealing? Sun Dushing asked the few cafeteria staff standing at the entrance. All of them glanced sideways at Wang Pengzi and his wife, then lowered their heads and stayed silent. Wang Pengzi was the cafeteria squad leader and held a grudge like no other. He frequently made things difficult for workers who offended him or refused to obey him, so everyone was somewhat afraid of him. I'm telling you, Wang Pengzi is deliberately framing Sister Xiuji. My family lives close to hers, so we commute together every day. I have never once seen Sister Xiuji take anything home. Just as silence fell over the scene, a young woman, wearing a faded blue cotton-padded jacket, stepped forward and spoke. You say squad leader Wang is deliberately framing Li Xiuji. Do you have proof? Sun Dushing turned his gaze toward the young woman. Before Sister Xiuji arrived, Wang Pengzi's wife said this job position was reserved for her younger sister. But her sister wouldn't turn 16 until next spring. It's because Sister Xiuji took over that position that Wang Pengzi and his wife have been making things difficult for her ever since. Hearing this, Wang Yongli shot a chilling glance toward Wang Pengzi and his wife. You damn bastards are full of shit. Cut the nonsense. Chen Tao, why you want to lose your job? Wang Pengzi and his wife opened their mouths in unison and hurled abuse at the young woman. I've long despised the two of you. You bully us at will using the power in your hands, and now you want to fire me. Try it. My husband was a martyr who gave his life for the country. The organization showed consideration and arranged for me to work in this cafeteria. Try firing me if you dare. Chen Taohua showed no fear toward the couple at all. Wang Pengzi was rendered speechless, his face cycling through red and white as he trembled with rage. Chen Taohua had publicly stood up to him many times before, but there was nothing he could do about her. A family of martyrs was precisely the kind of person a mere cafeteria squad leader could not simply fire. Director Sun, I have evidence proving my mother did not steal anything. Speaking, Wang Yongli reached into his cotton-padded jacket and pulled out a purchase receipt from the supply and marketing cooperative, handing it to Sun Dishing. This is the receipt for the flour I bought at the cooperative. Take a look. Before Sun Dishing could respond, Wang Yongli turned and walked back toward the crowd. Everyone make way. I'll haul the sled inside. Seeing Wang Yongli dragging in a massive camel deer, the onlookers burst into exclamations. Holy crap, what a giant camel deer. Did the cafeteria buy this? We're going to get to eat venison. Looks like it was just shot. It hasn't even frozen solid yet. You kid, how did you land such a huge camel deer? A deer this big will last several days. Haha, you lot are in for a treat. I've heard venison is incredibly nourishing. Single guys should eat less of it, mind you. Now hold on, who says single guys have to eat less? Not one bite less for me. Amid the chatter, Wang Yongli dragged the sled to Li Xiuji's side. He took the rifle from the sack, slung it over his shoulder, then pulled out his firearm permit and hunting license from his chest pocket and held them up for everyone to see. Take a look, everyone. These are the firearm permit and hunting license issued by the forest farm. I am a licensed hunter, and all the meat at home comes from my own hunts in the mountains. The forest farm leaders asked me to bag a big animal and sell it to the cafeteria to improve everyone's meals for the spring festival. But instead they dare to slander my mother as a thief. In that case, I won't be selling this camel deer to the cafeteria. Don't say that. Boy, you have to sell the camel deer to the cafeteria? Exactly, young man. Isn't it all clear now? Your mother didn't steal anything. Sell it to the cafeteria? Fuck you, Wang Pengzi, you rotten wretched bastard, why don't you just go die? Hearing that Wang Yongli would no longer sell the camel deer to the cafeteria, the crowd erupted. Some politely persuaded Wang Yongli, while others began cursing Wang Pengzi and his wife. The cafeteria entrance quickly turned into a bustling marketplace. Wang Yongli leaned close to Sun Dishing's ear and whispered something, then faced the crowd and loudly declared, "They've already slandered my mother. If I still sell this camel deer to the cafeteria, wouldn't that make me a fool? The supply and marketing cooperative also buys meat. Why not sell to them instead? Enough noise. Everyone stop arguing." Sun Dishing raised his hand to silence the crowd, then looked at Wang Pengzi. Wang Yongli has produced evidence proving that Li Xiuji did not steal anything. The two of you have committed defamation. In all seriousness, you could be arrested and thrown into the clink. They had already grown nervous upon seeing Wang Yongli shoulder that rifle, and now the mention of being locked up sent them into full panic. The couple collapsed onto the ground, their minds racing with terrifying scenarios of what prison life would be like when Sun Dishing's voice rang out once more. However, Wang Yongli has said that if you two sincerely apologize to his mother, I will let this matter drop this time. We apologize, we apologize. The couple helped each other stand and bowed toward Li Xiuji. I'm sorry, we didn't know your son was a hunter. We offer our sincere apologies. Li Xiuji wiped her eyes, stepped forward, and took Chen Taohua's arm. Taohua, thank you. What for? I just told the truth. Chen Taohua held Li Xiuji's hand and spoke softly. Wang Yongli then addressed the crowd. My mother has been wronged. I won't be selling this deer today. I need to think it over first. Squad leader Wang, this is the first and last time. If it happens again, I won't show any mercy. Now hurry up and distribute the meals to the workers. Everyone's been waiting. If we drag this any further, the food will go completely cold. Sun Dishing's shout finally shifted everyone's attention, and they filed into the cafeteria to line up for food. However, many could not help but cast lingering glances at the giant camel deer on the sled. Li Xiuji glanced at her son, then linked arms with Chen Taohua and also entered the cafeteria. Outside the cafeteria door, Sun Dishing accepted a cigarette Wang Yongli offered and asked, Yongli, what are you planning to do? Nothing much. They apologized sincerely, so the matter is settled. Wang Yongli took a deep drag from his cigarette and spoke casually. Give me a break. Do you really think I don't know you? Let me tell you, it's only a few days until spring festival. Don't let me see any blood. Haha, don't worry, brother son. It won't happen. After parting at the intersection, Wang Yongli dragged the sled back home, mentioned it to Li Xiuji, and then turned right back out the door. How could he let this go? His mother had been publicly humiliated so grievously. If he simply allowed it to pass, what was the point of his second life? The night had fallen completely dark and dinner time had come, yet not a single soul walked the main street. Wang Yongli arrived at the fat Wang's doorway, confirmed no one was home, and slipped through the gate into the courtyard. He let Dawei loose, instructing it to sniff around for any concealed meat. Soon Dawei paused before the firewood pile in the corner of the yard and gave a meaningful shake of its head. Wang Yongli carefully parted the wood and indeed discovered several large slabs of pork and nearly a full sack of white flour. Saves me the trouble. No need to scheme my way into the cafeteria to steal meat anymore. In lean years a cook is never truly starved, and Wang Yongli was certain the fat Wang couple would inevitably pilfer from the cafeteria stores. Even if they had not actually stolen anything, Wang Yongli intended to make them appear as thieves. By the time Wang Yongli and Li Xueqing had finished their preparations, Li Xiuji had also returned home from work. She displayed no great emotion, seemingly unwilling to burden Li Xueqing with additional worry. Upon returning from literacy class, Li Xiuji and Li Xueqing retired to rest in the eastern room. Wang Yongli released Dawei with a few whispered instructions, watched the dog leap out of the courtyard, and then returned inside for a deep slumber. Just as dawn broke the following morning, Wang Yongli was roused by successive waves of barking. Such acute hearing was not always a blessing. Yet his heart swelled with satisfaction, for the grand spectacle was about to begin. Li Xiuji had already left for work. As soon as daylight came, the cafeteria began serving breakfast to the workers. Wang Yongli dressed hastily and sprinted straight toward the fat Wang's house. By the time he arrived, a crowd had already gathered outside the fat Wang's courtyard. The wooden fence was not tall, and everyone could clearly see what was unfolding within the yard. The firewood stack against the wall had been toppled by several dogs, exposing large chunks of pork and nearly a full sack of white flour. The onlookers immediately understood the situation and erupted into uproar. This has to be what the fat Wang couple stole from the cafeteria hidden in the firewood pile. Damn it, that wretched Wang had the audacity to accuse Sister Xiuji of theft when they themselves were the thieves all along. Someone go fetch Deputy Director Sun at once. Caught red-handed with the stolen goods, we cannot let these two scoundrels escape. Agreed. Summon the police station officers and throw them behind bars. Weren't the dogs tied up securely? How did they break free on their own? They must have caught the scent of meat. Those dogs have barely ever seen a drop of grease in their lives. Soon someone raced to the police station and brought over the on-duty officer. The forest farm was not large, and with so many people making such a commotion, it naturally drew the attention of Gao Ding, Sheng Lin, Li Changhai, Sun Dishing, and others. The four men also made their way to the fat Wang's residence. Meanwhile, the cafeteria staff were puzzled as to why no one had come for breakfast and rushed out to witness the spectacle. The fat Wang's house happened to be quite close to the cafeteria. When the fat Wang and his wife saw the scene in the yard and the officials standing nearby, they embraced each other and collapsed to the ground in an exaggerated display of devotion. Arrest them. Conduct an immediate interrogation. Gao Ding spoke coldly to Li Changhai and Sun Dishing, then turned to address the crowd. Brothers, please go to the cafeteria and have your breakfast first. Once we have investigated this matter thoroughly, we will deal with it seriously. Fire them. We've long grown tired of their behavior. Exactly, Secretary Gao, you must dismiss them. Not only fire them, but send them to jail as well. Secretary Gao, yesterday, they slandered Sister Xiuji. They absolutely cannot be let off lightly. Secretary Gao, please intercede on our behalf, and have that young man sell the venison to the cafeteria. Venison? What venison? The workers' words left Gao Ding somewhat bewildered. Sun Dishing quickly stepped forward and recounted the events of the previous evening into Gao Ding's ear. Gao Ding's gaze immediately locked onto Wang Yongli among the crowd. You come here. Wang Yongli pushed the onlookers, approached Gao Ding, and called out, Secretary Gao. Where is your venison? How do you intend to dispose of it? Gao Ding looked at Wang Yongli with an expression tinged with something unspoken. I will sell it to the cafeteria. I shall return home at once and drag the deer to the cafeteria. Excellent, excellent. Hooray. Hearing Wang Yongli's words, the surrounding workers erupted into loud cheers. The matter was quickly investigated and clarified. The fat Wang couple confessed without reservation to their crimes. An investigation into the cafeteria's accounts revealed that the fat Wang couple had stolen provisions on multiple occasions, a particularly vile offense. The forest farm decided to dismiss both of them and await further processing by the public security organs. They would undoubtedly be sent to prison. After the new year, in accordance with regulations, the cafeteria staff and dining workers would renominate and elect a new cafeteria supervisor. However, Sun Dishing kept pursuing Wang Yongli, asking how he had managed it, how he had gotten those dogs to obediently dig through the fat Wang's firewood pile. In response, Wang Yongli offered only a single sentence: don't speak nonsense. Where would I have such ability? Do you take me for some kind of exorcist? The dogs simply caught the scent of meat and went searching on their own. Over the past couple of days, Wang Yongli had been utterly overwhelmed with busyness. Li Changhai and Sun Dishing each presented him with 10 jin of bear meat, 10 jin of venison, and several fish. He sold the bear gallbladder to Gao Ding for 800 yuan plus various ration coupons bundled with 10 jin of bear meat and several fish. The left bear paw was sold to Sheng Lin for 500 yuan plus coupons, also accompanied by 10 jin of bear meat and several fish. The right bear paw had originally been reserved for his own family's New Year feast, but Jiang Hongliang arrived early with Jiang Lei to pay respects to his savior. Wang Yongli simply gifted the bear paw directly to Jiang Hongliang. Learning from Jiang Hongliang's wife Zhang Defang that Jiang Hongliang frequently ventured into the mountains, which had worsened his rheumatism, Wang Yongli additionally gifted a set of bear knees for infusing into wine, along with 2 wolf pelts for crafting bedding or knee pads. This conveniently spared Wang Yongli from deliberating whether to visit the Jiang residence for New Year greetings. Those who frequently consume bear paws might remark, during hibernation, a bear uses one paw to cover its anus, and that particular paw is generally considered inedible. Furthermore, bears often lick their left forepaw since it is frequently used to extract honey. Prolonged licking promotes blood circulation in the left forepaw, resulting in the thickest collagen and the richest fat content. Veteran hunters refer to this as the honey paw or the oil paw. Another explanation holds: in winter the bear rests on its right paw while the left serves as the licking surface. Come spring they switch positions, thus producing one superior paw per year. Modern zoological research, however, reveals that bears do not defecate during hibernation. A hardened fecal mass forms at the terminal end of the intestine, functioning like a stopper that seals the digestive tract. Therefore, the notion of a bear covering its rear with a paw is entirely baseless. The following day was New Year's Eve. Wang Yongli borrowed a large sled from the police station and loaded it with a cart full of meat before returning to her daiguzi. He delivered generous portions of meat to both the Zhang Chunxing and Zhang Yong households. He then visited the old Zhao residence to eavesdrop against the wall. Aside from Zhao Chang's babbling sounds, there was no other movement. Finally, he arrived at Wang Laoqi's home, forcefully hauled the elderly man onto the sled, and brought him to Wang Yongli's own residence at the forest farm to celebrate the new year. That evening over dinner, Wang Laoqi recounted the recent happenings at the Zhao household. Old Mrs. Zhao had originally intended for her eldest daughter-in-law Chen Tsuehua to work during the day and return at night to care for the three of them. Instead, Chen Tsuehua dealt her a sharp slap that sent her flying off the calm. Chen Tsuehua made her position clear: if the old woman could not properly care for her mad son, then the two cripples and old Mrs. Zhao could go die wherever they pleased. That old hag, whether from the eastern or western village, from the northern or southern courtyard, she is the most meddlesome of them all. She stirs up trouble everywhere she goes. Serves her right. Seventh uncle, it's New Year's Eve. Let's not talk about those unpleasant things. Let's drink. Wang Yongli noticed the smile on his mother's face faded, so he quickly changed the subject. Good lad Yongli, you've done well. In such a short time you've held this family together. You're a real man. Wang Laoqi took a couple of sips of wine, a couple of bites of food, and puffed a couple of times on his cigarette, beaming with a smile as he gave Wang Yongli a thumbs up. Wang Laoqi was indeed very happy. He had lived alone all his life. When he was young, neighbors would invite him for meals during holidays. But since he'd grown old, especially after he could no longer hunt, he felt embarrassed to freeload at others' homes. It had been many years since he had enjoyed such a lavish New Year's Eve dinner. Wang Yongli also put special effort into the first New Year's Eve dinner he would share with his mother and little sister. He had started helping his mother days in advance. But there were a few elaborate dishes his mother couldn't cook, so he had to do them himself, like roast lamb leg, braised deer tail, and red braised moose nose. Moose nose is the snout and lip area of a moose, the part below the eyes. The cartilage and membrane are thin, rich in collagen. The round table for 6 was laden with food. Besides the 3 specialty dishes, there were also bear meat stir-fried with wild onions, braised roe deer meat, and sauce-braised Huchin fish. Wang Yongli's favorite was the monkey head mushroom stewed with grouse, made with spiritual spring water. It was absolutely delicious. Then there were a few home-style dishes like the northeastern staple, pickled cabbage stewed with pork ribs. The vegetables in the space hadn't grown, yet so many ingredients were bought by Wang Yongli from the supply cooperative and the black market. In his own words, he'd been spending money faster than burning paper money for the dead. Wang Yongli put down his wine glass, watching Li Xueqing eat with her mouth greasy, and his smile grew wider. Take your time, no one's going to snatch it from you. Brother, the deer tail is so delicious. We still don't have some seasonings here. Once I get them, I'll make it for you again. Wang Laoqi and Li Xueqing also watched Li Xueqing with smiles. Xueqing, you finally made it through. Your 7th uncle is happy. Have a drink too, come on. Seeing Wang Laoqi raise his glass, Li Xueqing quickly lifted her own with both hands, clinked it with his, and took a small sip. 7th uncle, thank you for teaching Yongli how to hunt and lending him all the tools. Don't mention it. Yongli is a good kid who earns his own way. I don't need those things anymore. I've given them all to Yongli. Wang Yongli exhaled a stream of smoke gently, and through the haze his eyes were slightly red. In his past life, if he wanted a full meal at this time, he had to listen to the weather forecast and see when the northwest wind would blow. He would face the northwest, open his mouth wide, and fill his stomach, but his mouth was never satisfied. He never dared to imagine a table full of fish and meat like this, not to mention the sauerkraut dumplings. Most importantly, his mother and little sister were both here. He had waited so long for this day, dreamed so long to make the dream come true. In this life, his mother and little sister would live a carefree and comfortable life, free from worries. In a few years, relying on the memories of his past life, he was confident that he could let his mother and little sister enjoy boundless wealth and honor. He had craved a V8 Prado in his past life, but in this life, he had to get one. Yongli, your mother also wants to toast you. You've grown up, and your mother and Xueqing will enjoy a good life, thanks to you. Just as Wang Yongli was envisioning the future, Li Xueqing raised her glass to her son. Oh, Mom, what are you doing? It's my duty to provide a good life for you and my sister. Wang Yongli quickly raised his glass, clinked it with his mother's, and downed it in one gulp. As Li Xueqing drank, she casually wiped the corner of her eye with her finger. After the lavish New Year's Eve dinner, the forest farm returned to the mode of a major campaign. During this period, Wang Yongli sneaked over to the Zhao family many times to check on Zhao Chang's condition. A state like Zhao Chang's could be called acute stress disorder. The patient had suffered extreme fright or mental pressure in a short period leading to intermittent mental abnormalities. This symptom could be cured within a few months through medication and psychological intervention. Although there were no medications or psychiatrists available, now Wang Yongli was still worried about Zhao Chang recovering. Not because he was afraid that Zhao Chang would expose him, but because he feared that if Zhao Chang got better he could no longer torment the Zhao family. The Zhao family's New Year's Eve dinner was the most miserable in history. Chen Suihua stayed with Zhao Chang in the east yard while the old woman Zhao Changshui and Zhao De lived in the west yard. Chen Suihua could earn some money by working, so she managed to make a batch of dumplings for her son Zhao Chang. Over at Zhao Changshui's place it was no better. Basically the same as usual, sometimes starving, sometimes barely fed. Wang Yongli even went to check on Zhao Changshui's side. Even in the dead of winter, he could smell the stench from the crack in the door like the pungent odor of a public pit latrine in summer. Time flew by and months passed in the blink of an eye. The leaders of Hongxing Forest Farm underwent a round of personnel adjustments. The former party secretary Gao Ding was promoted to deputy director of the District Forestry Management Bureau in charge of the planning, technical, and machinery departments. Sheng Lin was promoted to party secretary of Hongxing Forest Farm and Li Changhai to farm director. Sun Disheng was promoted to head of the Hongxing Forest Farm police station. Several of them came to Wang Yongli's home one after another to express gratitude, because cracking the spy case had played a relatively important role in their promotions. Gao Ding also said that from now on Wang Yongli could bring any game he caught directly to the district office, and they would take as much as he had. In about a month the passenger railway from the forest farms to the district would be open. By then traveling from the forest farm to the district would be much more convenient. In late April the snow in the Xing'an Mountains hadn't fully melted, but the earth's warmth was slowly rising. Under the daytime sun the dirt roads began to thaw. This meant winter was over. As soon as we took off our cotton pants, spring arrived. Now every forest farm was in a mode of indoor seedling cultivation combined with rush land reclamation, thawing a layer on the surface and reclaiming it. The tasks assigned by the higher authorities were tightly scheduled. Spring sowing and seedling cultivation, logging operations, and timber transport. 3 lines were all racing to meet deadlines. Just when they should be working hard, Li Changhai was so anxious that a ring of blisters appeared around his mouth, and drinking water hurt. What was he so upset about? Because the machinery had broken down, not just one machine. No one expected that the first tough battle of spring would be stalled by machinery at Hongxing Forest Farm. Especially the 2 Dongfanghong 54 crawler tractors, which were essential for plowing, road building, and hauling logs. Hongxing Forest Farm was ranked low in scale within the district. These 2 Dongfanghong crawler tractors had only been allocated by the district after the new year. Previously there was a Soviet-made KT-12 skidding tractor which originally burned wood chips, a so-called gas vehicle. Later it was converted to a diesel engine and the horsepower was slightly increased. There was also a Czech T-138 Tatra logging truck. Besides, these workers also used horse and ox teams for skidding. The lumberjacks of northeast China in those days really suffered. If Wang Yongli remembered correctly, starting in the second half of 1966, forest farms began to widely use domestically produced skidding tractors. The lumberjacks called them climbing tigers. Now let's move the lens back. The machine repair team at Hongxing Forest Farm consisted of 3 people, an old Master Meng, with 2 young apprentices. Master Meng was a seasoned veteran. He had worked on many Soviet-made tractors and repaired old winches. He had spent his whole life dealing with old machinery. Usually when equipment smoked, leaked oil, or wouldn't start, he could fix it with a simple gesture. But these 2 Dongfanghong crawler tractors were a novelty to the repair team. Master Meng couldn't even figure out where to start, let alone the 2 young apprentices. Lao Meng, what's going on? Li Changhai's booming voice could be heard even outside the yard. 3 main pieces of equipment had simultaneously broken down, nearly severing the forest farm's production chain. No wonder Li Changhai was anxious. Damn it, this is bizarre. The fuel lines are clear, the electrical circuits are live, and the components are intact. Why won't it work? After speaking, Lao Meng took a fierce drag on his cigarette, spat the butt onto the ground, and bent over tractor No. 1 again. When the engine started, it belched black smoke and jerked violently as it ran. Lao Meng figured it was a fuel supply issue, suspecting the injector nozzles were clogged. He removed them, cleaned them 3 times, but the problem recurred shortly after reinstalling them. Vehicle No. 2 emitted white smoke after starting, gulped fuel without producing power, and had no strength even with the accelerator floored. Though it wasn't a warm day, beads of sweat broke out on everyone's foreheads from sheer anxiety. Lao Zhao, what's the situation? Wang Yongli, who was about to head into the mountains, spotted the crowd gathered around the machinery. He squeezed beside tractor operator Lao Zhao and offered him a cigarette. The machines are down. Lao Meng can't figure it out. Lao Zhao took the cigarette, tucked it behind his ear, and continued smoking his own pipe. Wang Yongli lit his cigarette, walked over to tractor No. 1. He placed his hand on the engine and narrowed his eyes as he sensed its condition. His mechanical mastery skill instantly granted him a thorough understanding of the cylinder structure, fuel lines, and electrical circuits. Naturally, he also identified the root cause. Then he inspected vehicle No. 2 in the Tatra as well. Master Meng noticed his movements, but paid them no mind. Sweating profusely with anxiety, he simply assumed Wang Yongli was interested in the machinery. Yongli, can you fix this thing? Just as Wang Yongli was pondering how to speak up, Li Changhai's loud voice rang out. Director, I can give it a try. Wang Yongli smiled at Li Changhai. Yongli, you're good at hunting, but do you dare to mess with this? Don't cause trouble, kid. Yongli, your uncle wants to eat hazel grouse soup with monkey head mushrooms. Go into the mountains and shoot some grouse. Among the crowd, those familiar with Wang Yongli called out. In everyone's eyes, Wang Yongli was indeed an adept hunter. Over the past few months, the cafeteria had never lacked meat and fish, all thanks to Wang Yongli bringing in game from the mountains and selling it to the kitchen. The workers naturally treated this young man who had improved their meals with kindness. Do you understand machinery? This isn't like hunting in the mountains. It doesn't rely on luck or physical strength. Do you know fuel lines and electrical circuits? Hearing Li Changhai and Wang Yongli, Master Ming turned to look at the young man. Master Ming, let me try. I'm quite interested in this stuff, and I often watch you tinker with it. Wang Yongli smiled, pulled out a cigarette, and offered it to Lao Ming and Li Changhai. This kid can handle all the guns at the police station like a pro. He's got really nimble hands. Li Changhai took the cigarette and said to Lao Ming. He couldn't explain why, but he had a good feeling about Wang Yongli. Yongli, are you serious? Don't break it even more. Cui Mingyuan from the repair team looked at Wang Yongli with skepticism. He was only a few years older than Wang Yongli and usually got along well with him. Let me try. Maybe I'll get it working by accident. With that, Wang Yongli approached Tractor No. One eye picked up a tool, loosened the connecting bolts on the injection pump coupling flange, and rotated the pump body slightly backward. Then with swift and nimble movements, he reassembled the parts that Master Ming and his team had removed. Lao Ming was stunned by his proficient actions. This kid worked much more efficiently than his two apprentices. Master Zhao, try starting it. Hearing Wang Yongli, Lao Zhao glanced dazedly at Li Changhai and Master Ming. What are you looking at me for? Get in and start it. Li Changhai waved his hand and shouted at Lao Zhao. Lao Zhao quickly climbed into the cab, turned the ignition, and revved the engine. After the diesel engine ran smoothly, the black smoke disappeared. Li Changhai directed everyone to step back, then had Lao Zhao drive the tractor. It moved forward more than 10 meters, then reversed back. Everything worked perfectly. Incredible. You're really something, kid. Li Changhai laughed heartily and patted Wang Yongli on the shoulder. Director, I'll go check the other two vehicles. After speaking, Wang Yongli strode quickly toward vehicle No. 2 with Master Ming and his two apprentices following closely. Soon vehicle No. 2 and the Tatra were also repaired without a hitch. Well done, Yongli. You've got some real skills. When did you learn to do all this? What caused all these problems? You barely did anything, and they're fixed. At the remarks from the crowd, Master Ming felt a bit embarrassed. Haha, Uncle Wang, you wouldn't understand anyway. Better go eat now. Wang Yongli said cheerfully. Right, all of you go eat quickly. After lunch, get back to work. We've already lost a whole morning. Li Changhai waved his hand. When the crowd had dispersed, he approached Wang Yongli. Logically, Lao Ming should have been able to find the cause. Tell me what's going on. Director, these 3 vehicles were deliberately sabotaged. Wang Yongli dropped his smile, his expression turning serious as he whispered to Li Changhai. Li Changhai narrowed his eyes. Yongli, what exactly was wrong with those 3 vehicles? At that moment, Master Ming came over and asked Wang Yongli. Lao Ming, Yongli, both of you come with me. Before Wang Yongli could answer, Li Changhai spoke first and turned to walk toward his office. Master Ming, I'll tell you at the director's office. Wang Yongli pulled Lao Ming along as they followed Li Changhai into the office. Give me the details. Once seated in the office, Li Changhai took out cigarettes and offered them to Wang Yongli and Lao Ming. The 2 Dongfenghan tractors had their fuel injection timing tampered with. One had the timing set too late, the other too early, causing the smoke and lack of power. As for the Tatra, someone cut the exhaust gasket of the high-pressure fuel line, causing minor air ingress. The fuel line appeared clear, but the supply never met the standard. Wang Yongli laid out his analysis to Li Changhai in detail. Li Changhai, with years of police experience, turned to Lao Ming and asked, who had access to the equipment after it returned last night? Master Ming now understood Wang Yongli's implication. Someone had deliberately sabotaged the machines. After we got back last night, the 3 of us performed routine checks on the vehicles without disassembling any parts. Lao Ming answered without hesitation. To cause the kind of damage Wang Yongli described, someone would have needed to use tools to disassemble parts. But last night's inspection had involved no disassembly. Thus, there was only one conclusion: someone had sabotaged the 3 main vehicles in the middle of the night. Without damaging the equipment or causing casualties, the sabotage simply paralyzed the machines. Even if an investigation were launched, it would be virtually impossible to trace. Li Changhai picked up the phone and called the police station chief Sun Dushing, ordering him to rush to his office. Every forest farm had production quotas to meet, and compared to missing the target, finding the saboteur was the top priority. Do you think he'll come back to cause more trouble? After hanging up, Li Changhai took a deep drag on his cigarette and squinted as he spoke. This time the youngster Yongli has solved the problem, but they will certainly continue to cause trouble. Where should we start investigating? Old Ming took a deep drag of his cigarette, smoke billowing from both his mouth and nose. Wang Yongli was also certain that the enemy would not give up easily and would surely seize another opportunity to strike. What puzzled him was, if the enemy intended to sabotage, why did they only create such a minor issue? Wouldn't it have been more in line with their logic to simply wreck the machines entirely? Moreover, all 3 machines had been precisely tampered with. Without someone inside the forest farm acting as an accomplice, it would have been nearly impossible for an outsider to accomplish. Although no one was on night duty to watch the equipment, those big dogs were far from docile. If they had seen a stranger, they would have surely made some noise. Sun Desheng arranged for the militia to start night duty from today. Don't alert anyone. The little room at the easternmost end of the compound is rarely visited. You can keep watch from there. Li Changhai stubbed out his cigarette in the tin can and said to Sun Desheng, "Yes, farm director." Sun Desheng saluted and went back to make arrangements. "Yongli, what are you thinking about?" Seeing Wang Yongli silent and merely smoking, Li Changhai tapped the table. "Farm director Uncle Meng, I think we can set a few rules to prevent similar situations in the future." "Oh, what rules? Yongli, tell us." Before Li Changhai could speak, Old Meng chimed in. "First, all major mechanical equipment on the farm should undergo morning and evening double inspections. All data parameters must be registered. Whoever is on duty who performs the inspection and who signs off must be recorded so that responsibility can be traced if problems arise. Second, all parts, tools, and consumables in the warehouse must be registered and managed uniformly. Any entry or exit requires a signed record to prevent enemies from using tools for sabotage. Third, during operations, increase militia patrols at regular intervals and register the surrounding conditions. Any appearance of strangers or abnormalities in equipment must be reported immediately. Concealment or omission will be dealt with severely. These 3 rules precisely cut off the enemy's avenues for sabotage, the insider's aid, and the subsequent scapegoating. This way we can prevent the enemy from framing Uncle Meng and his team for maintenance errors or lack of skill. Wang Yongli's words made Li Changhai and Old Meng nod repeatedly. "Good, let's do it this way." Old Meng, start implementing these rules immediately. "All right, farm director. Yongli's repair skills are so excellent, perhaps." Old Meng looked at Li Changhai, his words trailing off, but the meaning was clear. "Yongli, join the machine repair squad as a regular worker. I'll set you as a grade 3 worker with a salary of 48 yuan. Plus the high-altitude subsidy, you'll take home about 55 yuan each month. Grain coupons, cloth coupons, industrial coupons, etc. will all be covered." Li Changhai smiled at Wang Yongli. Since Old Meng had taken the initiative, he had no objections. "Farm director, if I join the repair squad, who will go hunting? For the past few months, the workers have gotten used to eating meat every day. If we cut it off, won't they complain? I prefer going into the mountains. It's freedom." Wang Yongli picked up the cigarette pack, offering one to Li Changhai and Old Meng. In his past life, he had also worked in a factory, stuck in the workshop all day. The feeling was just 2 words: suffocating. Going into the mountains was much better. He had his space, his big white horse mountains full of prey and countless opportunities. Being tied down by rules and regulations, being managed by others, constraining both time and freedom. Why suffer that indignity? Now it was great. The sky was high and the birds could fly freely, no one controlling him. Most importantly, his income from the mountains far exceeded what he could earn working. Apart from selling to the Red Star Forest Farm Supply Cooperative and the black market, he had also found the district's black market. Riding his big white horse at night, it didn't take long to reach the district. Old Meng wanted to persuade him further, but Li Changhai waved his hand to stop him. "You're right. If we really cut off the meat, the workers won't stand for it. How about this? If there's a problem Old Meng can't solve, you come and take a look." That works. Today's issue was because Master Meng wasn't yet familiar with the 2 newly transferred machines. His skills are still very reliable. Wang Yongli said with a smile. "Oh, old age. My mind can't keep up with you youngsters anymore." Seeing that Wang Yongli had agreed to Li Changhai, Master Meng stopped trying to persuade him. After returning, Sun Desheng began to take action. He arranged for several militiamen to take turns on duty in the small room while he personally led the investigation. Within a week, Sun Desheng and his team actually found some leads. Through open and covert inquiries, and after examining everyone's social connections, the clues vaguely pointed to Chui Mingyuan from the machine repair squad. Chui Mingyuan usually appeared honest and diligent at work, but Sun Desheng discovered that after work he often hung out with a group of street loafers. These street loafers were idle, gluttonous, and easily bought by those with ulterior motives. Sun Desheng was convinced that Chui Mingyuan was a prime suspect, but they hit a critical snag: no evidence. When summoned for questioning, Chui Mingyuan showed signs of guilt and nervousness, but he claimed it was due to fear. That alone couldn't convict him. The case hit a dead end. Sun Desheng had been avoiding Li Changhai these past few days. However, no one expected that the key to breaking the case would be a reformed offender, the stutterer. Who was this person? He was one of the 3 street loafers who had followed Zhao Chong to ransack Wang Yongli's home earlier. Because he hadn't actually laid a hand, he was only sentenced to 3 months of re-education through labor, not prison. After getting out, the kid became utterly isolated. The former gang of street loafers thought he was disloyal for not joining in the beating, and also because he ate too much, so they stopped hanging out with him. Decent folks despised him as a reformed offender and a loafer, so no one wanted anything to do with him. Thus he ended up with no work and no food, virtually unable to make a living in the forest farm. In the days since his release, he had survived by stealing and snatching from other street loafers. Early one morning, he crouched outside Wang Yongli's door. Seeing Wang Yongli come out, he quickly stood up and ran over, his face nervous, his tone ingratiating. Yongli bro. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Wang Yongli stared into the stutterer's eyes for a long time, making him unable to meet his gaze. Although the stutterer hadn't laid a hand back, then Wang Yongli wasn't about to give him a friendly face. In fact, he felt like giving him a good beating. After all, seeing the person brought back the memory, and it made him deeply uncomfortable. I know. Who? Damage. The machines. The stutterer's stammering words suppressed Wang Yongli's urge to strike. You know who damaged the machines? Wang Yongli interrupted before he finished stammering. Yeah. I know. Who? How do you know? I heard. Shouho, and he, see you. Subo drinking and boasting, and then yes, Shouho received from someone 5, 5. Shouho took 50 yuan from someone, yes, he messed with the machine, broke it. Did Shouho break the machine? No, no. Shouho found shui, Shouho sought out shui Mingyuan, yes, gave, him, 2, 2. He gave Chui Mingyuan 20 yuan telling him to sabotage the machine. Yes. How did Shouho come to know Chui Mingyuan? They are from the same village Shouho often. Shouho frequently went to find him. Yes. Is everything you said true? Why didn't you go to the police station? Why come find me and tell me this? Truly, I want to follow you into the mountains. Follow me into the mountains. Yes, following you. There's food to eat. You just want to follow? Why should I take you along? I came to find. You it counts as atoning. Atoning. Making amends won't work with me. I could never take you into the mountains. I have strength. I can help you. Carry things. It won't work. I definitely will not take you into the mountains. Come with me to the police station. Let Chief's son decide whether you qualify for making amends. If everything you've said is true, you might even receive a reward. Wang Yongli had no patience left for the stutterer's dithering. He turned and began walking toward the police station. Seeing Wang Yongli leave, the stutterer hurried to catch up. Upon receiving the crucial clue, Sun Dishing immediately dispatched officers to bring Shouho and Chui Mingyuan to the police station for an unscheduled interrogation. Shouho's mental fortitude was extremely poor. Within moments of entering, he confessed the entire sequence of events. One evening, a masked figure intercepted Shouho and handed him 50 yuan, instructing him to get Chui Mingyuan to sabotage the machine. 50 yuan. A full month's wages for a third-class worker. Shouho snatched the money, his mind already drifting to feasts of meat and wine. But as Shouho took the money, the masked man issued a threat: if he failed, he would have his tendons severed. This was unacceptable. Shouho immediately wanted to return the money, but the masked man forced the deal upon him. The principle was simple: once you accept the money, you complete the job whether you wish to or not. Fail, and you yourself will be ruined. The masked man knew which village Shouho lived in, who his family members were, and, most importantly, that he and Chui Mingyuan were childhood friends. Shouho and Chui Mingyuan had grown up together since childhood, running bare-legged through the fields. After desperate pleading, and even offering Chui Mingyuan 20 yuan, Shouho finally convinced him to sabotage the equipment. However, Chui Mingyuan did not wish to completely destroy the machine, so he made only minor adjustments. He wasn't certain whether his approach would actually damage the machine, or to what extent. As long as there was some damage, he believed the task would be considered complete. He also trusted that the masked man would never truly sever Shouho's tendons. Chui Mingyuan similarly confessed to his crimes without reservation. The case was solved, the truth laid bare. Both Chui Mingyuan and Shouho were met with the full force of the law. The stutterer, having rendered meritorious service by reporting the crime, was rewarded with 100 yuan by the police station. The forest farm returned to tranquility, with workers laboring from dawn till dusk. However, Wang Yongli was indeed being watched. For several consecutive days, the stutterer loitered outside Wang Yongli's doorstep, following closely behind whenever he emerged. The stutterer claimed his parents had both passed away, leaving him as the sole survivor of his family. He refused to continue drifting idle, and with no one to teach him any other craft, he clung to Wang Yongli, hoping to learn hunting. The stutterer declared that he would do whatever was asked, any filthy or exhausting labor, so long as he was given a full meal. Wang Yongli did not hold back. Each time the stutterer followed, he beat him soundly. Yet, even battered and bruised, the stutterer reappeared at Wang Yongli's door the very next day, as if resetting. Do you possess some kind of skill? Why does my head ache whenever I see you? On the 5th day, Wang Yongli spotted the stutterer limping behind him once more. The 2 kicks to his rear the day before had been rather brutal. The stutterer remained silent, trailing behind, walking when Wang Yongli walked, stopping when Wang Yongli stopped. Only today the distance between them had grown noticeably wider. Wang Yongli harbored no ambition to build a faction. Times had changed, and moreover, he found great comfort in his solitary, carefree existence. He was earning ample money while remaining close to his mother and younger sister. Most critically, the secret of his spatial dimension must never be revealed to anyone. Therefore, it was impossible and unnecessary to bring a follower into the mountains. More importantly, Lao Si could not control human beings. Wang Yongli trusted no one, least of all someone like the stutterer. If only he could extract a person's soul as depicted in cultivation novels, ensuring absolute loyalty, then perhaps he might reconsider. Follow me one more time, and I will truly bury you in these mountains. Upon reaching the mountain's base, the very spot where the stutterer had been beaten days prior, Wang Yongli turned and growled viciously. The stutterer seemed thoroughly frightened, standing motionless and staring at Wang Yongli. A look of profound disappointment crossed his face, his Adam's apple bobbed, yet he spoke no word. Seeing that the stutterer truly would not move this time, Wang Yongli turned and strode swiftly into the forest. Spring had arrived, all things were reviving, and the mountain air carried the intoxicating scent of hormones. Over the past few days, Wang Yongli had not kept Dabai confined within the spatial dimension. Instead, he had sent it to scout the forest. Its primary mission was to locate wild Sika deer herds. Early June marked the golden window for harvesting velvet antlers. At this time, the antlers possessed lustrous fur and full plump growth. Velvet antlers are brimming with blood and collagen. By July they begin to ossify. While horse deer antlers are also usable both in terms of medicinal properties and market price, the first harvest of two-pronged velvet antlers from purebred Sika deer is undoubtedly superior. Wang Yongli not only tasked Dabai with finding Sika deer herds, but also instructed it to search for precious medicinal herbs. The ancient forests of the Xingangling range were home to numerous valuable Chinese medicines, especially ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. Ginseng could only be harvested in August or September, but Ganoderma's collection period spanned from late June to mid-July. Most other hunters relied largely on luck, whereas Wang Yongli could have Dabai scout locations in advance. When the time came, he would simply mount Dabai and head straight to harvest. As dusk painted the sky, Wang Yongli emerged from the mountains carrying several rabbits and pheasants on his back, whistling a cheerful tune. What he did not expect was that the stutterer would bring him an enormous surprise. As soon as Wang Yongli stepped into the forest farm, he ran into a lumberjack who shouted at him loudly, "Yongli, hurry to the clinic. Your younger sister was almost kidnapped and your mother is there too." Before the man finished speaking, Wang Yongli had already sprinted off. The lumberjack chuckled to himself, "Brat runs fast. Your sister is fine, you know." Wang Yongli rushed into the clinic and immediately searched for his mother and younger sister. Once he confirmed they were unharmed and calmed their nerves, he began asking about what had happened. Li Xueqing usually walked to and from school with her friends, but that day a minor disagreement with two classmates at school made her head home alone. The school sat along the main street of the forest farm. It wasn't particularly busy, but it was relatively safe. No one would have expected someone to abduct a child right on the street. Two masked, burly men lunged at Li Xueqing. One clamped a hand tightly over her mouth while the other pinned down her kicking legs, and together they carried her off toward the woods. Against all odds, they ran into Dajieba, who happened to be wandering about. He had seen Li Xueqing before and knew she was Wang Yongli's younger sister. He immediately charged forward to rescue her, catching one of the kidnappers completely off guard and knocking him to the ground. Dajieba wrestled with both kidnappers, relying purely on sheer strength. In the struggle, his arm was slashed twice and his abdomen was stabbed once. Fortunately, his thick cotton jacket absorbed much of the impact, and the wounds turned out not to be serious. While fighting Dajieba and Li Xueqing, who had managed to break free, both screamed for help at the top of their lungs. Seeing people running toward them, the two kidnappers fled into the forest without lingering. The crowd that arrived quickly escorted Dajieba and Li Xueqing to the clinic and called the police. Someone also went to notify Li Xiuji immediately. Wang Yongli turned to Sun Dishing, his voice low, but carrying a chilling aura that made Sun Dishing shudder. "Can you find them?" "It'll be tough," Sun Dishing replied. "Other than a pair of wattle boot prints, there's nothing distinctive. Based on the witnesses' descriptions, these two moved very skillfully. Yongli, I suspect the sabotage crew is retaliating against you. They were definitely after me." Wang Yongli felt a chill of fear, but also made a silent vow to destroy the unseen enemy. They wouldn't give up easily after this failure. They would surely find another chance to strike. "Don't let me find you. When I do, I'll make sure you understand what death truly means. And even that would be mercy," he murmured silently to himself. With no leads to follow, brooding here would accomplish nothing. Wang Yongli went into the inner room and looked at Dajieba lying on the hospital bed. "All 3 wounds are superficial," the doctor said. "Just a few stitches each. What's your name?" "Wang. Wang Bing. Bing Bing. Wang Bing. 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 Jia. Jia." As an ice-forming Bing. "Yeah, that's it. Wang Bing Bing. Yeah, that's it." Everyone in the room laughed at the absurd contrast between the hulking man and such a delicate-sounding name. "All right, from now on you'll follow me." A look of excitement flashed across Dajieba's face. Finally a full meal. He had been clinging to Wang Yongli precisely because he knew Wang's family never went hungry. Setting aside the rice flour and cooking oil, Wang Yongli's mountain harvests alone were famous throughout the forest farm. Seeing Wang Yongli glance in his direction, Dr. Lu spoke up, "Come for dressing changes daily, and the stitches can come out in 7 or 8 days." Sheng Lin and Li Changhai both pledged to thoroughly investigate the case and catch whoever had attempted to kidnap Li Xueqing. Wang Yongli expressed his gratitude for their commitment. After all, having both the first and second leaders of the forest farm show up in person was a significant gesture of respect. Back home, Li Xiuji held Li Xueqing in her arms and wept profusely. Wang Yongli cooked dinner that evening and specially prepared plenty of meat. The Jieba devoured more than all three of them combined. Li Xiuji and Li Xueqing showed no sign of dislike. Instead, they kept piling food into his bowl. Bing, thank you so much for today. From now on, come eat at our house, Li Xiuji said, sincerely, watching the big man stuff his face with meat. Saving her daughter was equivalent to saving her entire family. She dared not imagine what might have happened otherwise. Mom, de Jieba has no family left. He'll be living with us from now on. He'll pick up and drop off you and Xueqing every morning and evening. Just call him de Bing, Wang Yongli said, lighting a cigarette as he watched de Jieba still feasting heartily. Your job from now on is to protect Mom and my younger sister. You'll eat with us, live with us, and I'll pay you a monthly salary. Whatever the family has, you'll have too. Good. De Jieba, now de Bing, nodded with his mouth full of food. For the following days, Wang Yongli and de Bing rose early each morning to first drop Li Xiuji at work, then return to walk Li Xueqing to school. With proper nutrition and the effects of the spiritual spring water, de Bing's wounds healed completely within a week. Starting today, I'll teach you hand-to-hand combat and how to read and write. In the courtyard, Wang Yongli and de Bing stood facing each other. After several days of careful observation, Wang Yongli had decided that Wang Bingbing was a decent sort of person. Sun Dishing had also told him that de Bing had never bullied ordinary folks before. At most, he got into scraps with street idlers. He wasn't rotten to the core. Wang Yongli had absorbed combat techniques from a former Russian spy during a previous transformation, effectively turning KGB killing arts into instinct. Everything he taught de Bing focused on subduing an opponent in the shortest time possible. Of course, he also made sure to punish de Bing whenever the man slacked off during training. After all, de Bing had been a street thug. Until absolute loyalty could be confirmed, Wang Yongli felt it necessary to let the man understand his methods. Human beings are selfish and rational creatures. How could anyone possess 100% absolute loyalty? A combination of the iron rod and the sweet date remained a practically effective means of control. After 5 or 6 days, Wang Yongli came to a conclusion. De Bing was genuinely stupid. For every movement and its key points, every method of generating power, Wang Yongli taught him hand in hand, but the man still relied on instinct. However, there was one benefit: at least he now knew which parts of the body to aim for. Yongli, you home? It was Sheng Lin's voice from outside the courtyard arriving, just as Wang Yongli's head throbbed with frustration over de Bing's incompetence. Turning his head, Wang Yongli saw Sheng Lin and Li Chonghai approaching together. Secretary Director, what brings you here? Wang Yongli took out cigarettes and offered them to both men, asking with a smile. Haha, 2 matters. First, I've discussed with Chonghai that with spring coming we need to increase our logging operations. So starting tomorrow, all machinery will undergo major maintenance, and we'd like you to help at the machine repair workshop, mainly to identify and resolve potential issues with the equipment. Sheng Lin took the cigarette and explained their purpose with a smile. The second matter is, you haven't been into the mountains for several days. The meat reserves in all the farm's cafeteria kitchens are running low. Wouldn't it be time to go hunt some large game? Don't worry about Xiuji and Xueqing. When you head into the mountains, I'll have the militia escort them. Wang Yongli had spent the past half-month guarding his mother and younger sister at home, and in his spare time, teaching de Bing to fight and read. Meanwhile, none of the various cafeterias had stockpiled large quantities of meat, so it was only natural that supplies were running thin. Someone might ask, the forest farm governs so many villages with so many people. Weren't there others hunting in the mountains? Indeed there were. But no one could match Wang Yongli's record of bringing back large game nearly every trip. Most others managed only small catches. More importantly, in an era where people struggled to fill their stomachs, any meat caught was typically consumed by the hunter's own family first. Occasional large hauls were merely divided among the village. No one ever brought game to the forest farm for sale. That was simply how things worked. No problem, Secretary. Director, I'll head to the repair shop first thing tomorrow morning. We'll finish servicing these machines soon, and then I'll head into the mountains. To be fair, Sheng Lin and Li Chonghai had always treated him well. Their purchasing prices were fair, and they never lowered them just because he sold in bulk. Moreover, whenever he needed any documents, the two never hesitated. Considering that the leaders also cared about the safety of his mother and younger sister, he had no reason to refuse. Desheng has been keeping an eye on the Xueqing matter. If there's any progress, he'll let you know immediately. As he left, Li Chonghai emphasized that the police station had not shelved the kidnapping case. The next morning, Wang Yongli and Wang Bingbing arrived at the repair shop. Yongli, you just need to help us identify any hidden issues. We'll handle the rest. Time is tight, so let's speed things up. Master Meng and his team were already busy. Seeing Wang Yongli arrive, they didn't stand on ceremony and directly assigned tasks. In this era, a major overhaul was no small feat. It meant not just changing the 3 filters, but a complete vehicle disassembly and rebuild. It was a grueling battle involving full disassembly measurement, boring, and manual scraping, not to mention the scarcity of spare parts. Take the Dongfanghong crawler tractor for instance. The engine's primary task was to check cylinder liner wear. Without new liners, the only option was to sleeve the old ones. The tracks needed chain flipping. All track pins had to be knocked out to measure wear on both pins and bushings. Bearings on the road wheels, idlers, and drive sprockets had to be disassembled and cleaned, and the gear meshing clearance of the final drive adjusted. With Chui Mingyuan gone, the repair shop was left with only Old Ming and a young man named Li Ming. Relying on just the two of them for a major overhaul would take ages, so the drivers and loggers with some mechanical knowledge lent a hand. In early May in the greater Xing'an range, ice crystals still formed in the mornings and evenings, while by noon the ground turned to muddy slush. The most painful part of the overhaul was the cleaning and assembly. Hands coated in diesel and grease would stiffen in the morning cold, making it hard to even grip the screwdriver. While everyone was busy, Wang Yongli noticed something different about Wang Bingbing. He was squatting there holding a blueprint, his eyes fixed on the disassembled parts, showing a keen interest. "Dabing, can you read blueprints?" Wang Yongli crouched beside him and took the drawing. "And no, can't read. But I can look at the picture. Understand it." This piqued Wang Yongli's curiosity. Pointing at a component, he said, "Can you draw a view of this face?" Dabing studied it for a moment, then picked up a pencil and began sketching on the back of the blueprint. Before long, he had drawn a front view. Wang Yongli, who had been watching closely, was stunned. Apart from missing dimensions, the front view was remarkably well executed. "Now from this top angle and this side angle, draw those two faces." Unconvinced, Wang Yongli gave another task. After careful observation, Dabing quickly produced a top view and a left view. "Who taught you?" Wang Yongli put down the drawing and looked at him. "And no one taught me. I just see it and draw it." Dabing pointed at his own head to explain. "Do you see a single image in your mind, or the whole part?" "The whole. The whole part rotates in your mind." Holy crap, an innate mechanical prodigy. Did this kid activate some system? Dabing, when you see these machines and parts, what thoughts or urges come to you? I want to take them apart myself." "You want to disassemble and reassemble them yourself?" Follow me." Wang Yongli led Dabing to the No. 2 Dongfanghong crawler tractor and pointed at the partially disassembled engine. "Take the engine apart completely." Dabing glanced at the engine, then scanned the tools, picked up a wrench, and started working. Watching from the side, Wang Yongli felt a mix of emotions. Talented freaks like this could sometimes be really frustrating. 2 days passed. Wang Yongli not only repaired potential hazards, but also acted as a human grinder, handling nearly all the precision lapping work. Over these 2 days, Wang Bingbing's performance had been outstanding. Even Old Ming praised him, saying he didn't look like a good guy, but had surprisingly nimble hands. Yongli let Dabing join the repair shop. "I'm short-handed. He's a solid worker with a sharp mind. I'll start him at 28 yuan a month, and we'll raise it after he's confirmed." Old Ming approached Wang Yongli, watching Wang Bingbing reassemble the engine. "He's been through labor education. Aren't you afraid of taking responsibility?" "Afraid of what? Everyone makes mistakes when they're young." Old Ming waved his hand. "Besides, you're vouching for him. I'll go talk to the leaders." Wang Yongli had planned to pay Wang Bingbing 30 yuan a month to protect his mother and sister and handle other tasks. Now that Old Ming wanted him, he saw it as a good opportunity for Dabing. But would Dabing get cocky with a steady job? Would he slack off on protecting his family? Wang Yongli wasn't worried. If that day ever came, he had plenty of ways to deal with him. "All right, do as you said. Go talk to the leaders, and I'll vouch for him." Wang Yongli then turned to Wang Bingbing. "Dabing, job slots are hard to come by. From now on, study hard under Master Ming. You also need to catch up on your literacy, or an illiterate can't master a trade." Wang Bingbing turned around, his eyes reddening. He had caught every word of the conversation between Old Ming and Wang Yongli. A street loafer like him was about to have a real job, a promising one in repair work. Right now, he felt incredibly grateful that he had survived Wang Yongli's beatings. He even felt a bit thankful to those 2 kidnappers. After all, without those 3 stab wounds, Wang Yongli might not have agreed to let him follow. Originally, he just wanted to follow Wang Yongli for a full stomach. Now he had a legitimate job. "I'll work hard. Really hard." As for the job slot, Old Ming said it wouldn't be a problem. Ever since Chui Mingyuan was taken away, Old Ming had repeatedly requested more hands for the repair shop. With Wang Yongli's guarantee, there was no issue. Everyone in Hongxing Forest Farm knew that Wang Yongli had good relations with the leaders. After this major overhaul, Old Ming now knew the 2 Dongfanghong tractors inside out. With the precision work done, Wang Yongli was no longer needed. He went to find Li Changhai, first to discuss Wang Bingbing's job, and second to tell him he would be heading into the mountains for 3 to 5 days. Li Xiuji and Li Xueqing's safety needed Li Changhai's attention. With Wang Bingbing and the militia guarding them, there shouldn't be any more problems. Running with the wind, freedom is the direction, chasing the power of thunder and lightning, holding the vast ocean in my chest. Even the smallest sail can sail far. In early May, there was not much snow left on the roadside of the forest farm, but there was still plenty in the mountains. Wang Yongli, riding Dabai and singing, headed toward the Sika deer herd. Dabai had already sent its minions to scout the location, saving Wang Yongli a great deal of time. "This is awesome. My golden finger is no worse than the neighboring intelligence system, right?" After running for over 2 hours and crossing 3 ridges, Dabai stopped. At the same time, Wang Yongli noticed a wolf pack of over a dozen wolves nearby. "Did you bring them here to help me?" Wang Yongli patted Dabai's head. Wu Dabai raised its large head and let out a low howl. The wolf pack dispersed in an encircling formation ahead. Dabai also lightened its steps and followed behind the wolves. Passing through several bushes, a gentle sunny meadow sheltered from the wind lay between two mountains. Tender green grass reached above the ankles, and over 20 sick deer were grazing on the young leaves. There were adult bucks and pregnant does. They were not too alert, only occasionally perking up their ears to scan the surroundings. The wolf pack crouched at the edge of the meadow, not advancing to disturb the herd. Wang Yongli's eyes lit up. 9 male sick deer. He would take them all. When the antlers grew in June, cutting them off and selling them would bring a considerable sum. Sick deer antlers are more valuable than those of red deer. Go! Wang Yongli shouted. Bai let out a series of howls, and the ambushed wolf pack quickly rushed toward the meadow surrounding the deer herd. The deer herd reacted exactly as he had expected. The bucks raised their heads and pawed the ground, but did not flee. The pregnant does trembled all over their legs, seemingly weak. Wang Yongli rode Bai and charged forward, simultaneously releasing pressure toward the deer herd. Under the pressure, the bucks had no ability to resist. Wang Yongli jumped off Bai and quickly sent the deer herd into his space. Don't be afraid, big brother is not a bad person. I'll move you to a new place with spiritual springs and herbs, known natural enemies. Much better than here. Leaving 3 non-pregnant does for the wolf pack, Wang Yongli flashed into the space. The newly arrived sick deer were still dazed, standing on the grass in a stupor. But soon the scent of the spiritual spring in the ditch and the grass on the ground attracted them. Some lowered their heads to start munching greedily, while others ran to the ditch to drink heartily. Good heavens, you guys have been busy. As they say, you need to eat deer penis. Taking a closer look at the herd, Wang Yongli found that 12 does were pregnant. Not far away, the moose and red deer raised their heads, curiously observing the new neighbors. Grouse, pheasants, and plump hares also looked over. Hey, it's quite lively here. Wang Yongli lit a cigarette, watching the animals on the grass, some grazing, some running around, and felt a genuine sense of accomplishment. He then turned to look at the vegetable patch. After these months, Wang Yongli had figured out their growth patterns. Although he could sow any time regardless of the month, the maturity period was about the same as outside. The only difference was that the yield was much higher than outside. For instance, the neatly stacked radishes and cabbages in the warehouse each weighed about 200 gene. In another 10 days, or half a month, the potatoes and corn would be ready to harvest, and the yield would probably be substantial too. The only annoyance was that he had to do all the work himself. I'll plant less in the future, just enough to eat. Over the next 2 days, Wang Yongli and Bai roamed the mountains, focusing on finding various medicinal herbs. These herbs were not particularly valuable at the moment, but when the national economy improves, the price increase would be far from trivial. Since he could farm in the space, shouldn't he be able to grow medicinal herbs? In his previous life after retirement, Wang Yongli was very interested in traditional culture and had studied some Chinese medicine knowledge. For example, the videos of teacher in Haixia he bought from Pinduoduo. But he didn't learn anything at all. Wang Yongli did find quite a few herbs, but the result disappointed him. He couldn't take them into the space. For instance, he found a patch of Cotinopsis palacula on a shady slope with leaves just sprouting and roots not yet thick enough. He would have to wait until July or August to dig them. No matter how he adjusted his posture and angle, he couldn't get them into the space. In frustration, he could only mark the spot. At the edge of a mixed coniferous and broadleaf forest, Wang Yongli casually collected a wild boar herd into the space, including many pregnant sows. After all, spring had arrived, and everything was reviving. Just as he was about to ride Bai away, he suddenly noticed a large patch of Acanthopanax, the root bark of Aurelia alata, not far ahead. His eyes instantly turned digital. In summer, if bitten by mosquitoes or injured while trekking, old hunters often chewed Acanthopanax roots and applied them to the wounds. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The key was, this was the companion plant of Bonchui wild ginseng. If you find a large patch of Acanthopanax, there was a high probability of wild ginseng nearby. But finding wild ginseng now was very difficult, because this period, as the old saying goes, is the Fang Yachao ginseng seedlings just sprouting stage. The difficulty of Fang Yachao lies in the fact that all grasses are just sprouting, leaves are just covering the canopy, and the tender green ginseng seedlings are similar in color to the early spring weeds under the forest, making them very easy to confuse. Beginners basically had no hope of finding any. Fortunately, Wang Yongli possessed knowledge of wilderness survival. Even with knowledge, he had to search carefully bit by bit. Oh whoa! Just as Wang Yongli was bent over struggling with the wild ginseng, Bai's howl and a rush of wind reached his ears. He instantly rolled on the ground, rose to a half crouch, and looked up into the sky. He saw a large bird with a wingspan of 2 to 3 meters fly over his head and land on a prominent rock on the mountaintop more than 50 meters away. Its feathers glistened in the sunset, and its eyes fixed on him and Bai. By then, Bai had jumped to his side, arching its back and bristling, growling lowly in the direction of the golden eagle. Wang Yongli's eyesight was excellent. He saw some dead branches emerging from the crevice under the golden eagle's feet. From those dead branches, another large bird's head poked out. Holy shit, a golden eagle. Holy shit, the nesting female is also there. Wang Yongli's heart skipped a beat. Early May was exactly the time when golden eagles were nesting and raising chicks. He and Bai were very close to the nest, so close that they had crossed its red line. The male golden eagle was protecting its nest. Perhaps seeing an intruder, the eagle's call was no longer a single note, but a rapid-fire burst of harsh cries. The The sound was mixed with the hoarseness of mountain wind, exuding an unyielding fierceness. The golden eagle circled overhead, letting out a long, piercing cry, then tucked its neck and wings, diving like a golden-brown lightning bolt. When it was 20 or 30 meters above Wang Yongli's head, a short, ear-splitting shriek finally reached his ears. Holy shit, Dabai down. Wang Yongli was extremely interested in the golden eagle. He now had Dabai with him, and if he could also raise a golden eagle, wouldn't it be just like the ancient poet who, leading a white dog on the left and carrying a falcon on the right, gazed northwest and shot at the wolf of heaven? How heroic that would be. The last golden eagle was eaten by Lao Si. He had to get this family. Lao Si could still contract 2 pets. Why not build a sea land air combo? Ayo. As the golden eagle swooped down, Dabai's bulky body actually stood up. Just as the golden eagle's talons were about to grab its body, Dabai, with a swaggering twist of its waist, not only dodged the eagle's sharp claws, but also took the opportunity to slap the eagle's wing with its big paw. The caught-off-guard golden eagle, due to the momentum of its dive and the force of that slap, tumbled several times on the ground. However, it reacted quickly, and before Dabai could charge at it, spread its wings and flew back into the air. GA. The golden eagle, having nearly suffered a major loss, did not attack immediately, but circled overhead. Dabai, on the other hand, arched its back and kept emitting low growls from its mouth. Damn, I forgot to use pressure, just now wasting a good opportunity. Watching the circling golden eagle, Wang Yongli couldn't help slapping his own thigh. The pressure skill could only be used within a certain range. In the current situation where the golden eagle was in the air, it showed that the skill's reach was a bit short. Finally, after circling more than 10 times, the golden eagle launched another attack. Wang Yongli's eyes were fixed on the eagle. Just as its talons were about to touch Dabai, he instantly activated the pressure skill. In that blink of an eye, Dabai's paw had already slapped the golden eagle's thigh area. GA. A series of short cries rang out. The golden eagle was knocked to the ground, flapping its wings in an attempt to stand up, but ultimately failed. Just as Wang Yongli was about to step forward and put it into the space, the sound of whistling wind and Dabai's roar came to his ears again. It turned out that the female eagle, seeing her mate injured, swooped down from the nest toward Dabai. Dabai dodged easily, but the female eagle did not fly back into the air. Instead, she flew to the male eagle. After landing, she stood in front of the male, spread her wings, let out sharp cries, and stared fiercely at Dabai. Wang Yongli could actually detect a note of sorrow in the female eagle's cries. Dabai let out a roar and was about to charge at the eagle couple, but Wang Yongli called it back. Hey, you're a true northeastern woman, huh? Seeing your man get bullied, you don't even care about your own life. At this moment, the female eagle saw her mate trying to stand up again and again, but falling down each time. She stretched out her wing to support the male, and the couple stood there leaning on each other, watching Wang Yongli. Animals have feelings too, damn it. Having just used the pressure skill, he couldn't use it again today, so he had to think of other ways to tame the golden eagles. Wang Yongli took a ladle of spiritual spring water from the space and slowly approached the eagle couple. Don't be afraid. Your man is just slightly injured. After drinking this spiritual spring, he'll be fine. As it turned out, the spiritual spring water had a natural attraction for animals. Both golden eagles' eyes were fixed on the spiritual spring in the ladle. As Wang Yongli approached step by step, the female eagle's cries became more urgent. It's okay. I won't hurt you. At most, I'll just move you to a new place. Wang Yongli raised his other hand to show he meant no harm. Finally, he moved to the front of the eagle couple and placed the ladle on the ground. The 2 golden eagles kept their eyes on Wang Yongli, and only when they saw he had no intention to attack did they fold their wings and shift their gaze to the spiritual spring water. Getting closer, he realized that Dabai had done quite a number. The male eagle's right thigh was missing a chunk of flesh, and the bone was visible and cracked. As if sensing that the spiritual spring could heal its injury, the male eagle lowered its head and drank first. After drinking a little less than half, it gently pushed the ladle toward the female eagle with its wing. Damn, another bowl of dog food. Seeing this, Wang Yongli couldn't help rolling his eyes. There's plenty of this stuff. Just drink. Saying that, he took out a moose leg from the space and threw it on the ground. Eat. As long as you follow me, I'll provide food, shelter, and drink. Hearing Wang Yongli's words and looking at the moose leg on the ground, the eagle couple eyed him suspiciously. The effect of the spiritual spring was quite significant. After drinking, the male eagle seemed to stand with less difficulty. The female eagle seemed to sense that her mate's injury had improved, and her hostility toward Wang Yongli diminished. Let me touch you, just once, don't move. Wang Yongli reached out his hands and touched the bodies of the eagle couple. The 2 large birds trembled slightly, but did not resist. So smooth. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yongli pulled the 2 eagles into the space. Lao Si, contract with that male eagle. Wang Yongli, not yet steady on his feet, shouted at the bracelet. 2 beams of purple light enveloped Wang Yongli and the male eagle respectively. Then the male eagle's body began to change. Its golden-brown feathers all fell off, and as its body grew larger, it grew new golden-yellow feathers. Skyrend. 2 large purple characters appeared in Wang Yongli's mind. This was the special skill the golden eagle had acquired. When the golden eagle dived, a faint purple light film would appear at the edges of its feathers, instantly increasing its speed to 3 times normal for 10 seconds. A normal golden eagle's dive speed is about 120 to 150 km/h, under sky rinse acceleration, it could reach over 400 km/h, equivalent to a cannonball falling from the sky. At this speed, the eagle's talons could pierce a wild boar's skull or tear a deer's cervical vertebrae. Medium-sized prey, roe deer, Mongolian gazelle, blue sheep, etc., would be killed instantly, while large prey, moose, red deer, wild boar, etc., would suffer fatal injuries. After use, the eagle's wing muscles would heat up, requiring an hour of rest before it could be used again. Good heavens, this enhancement is a bit outrageous. Besides the male eagle's changes, Wang Yongli also gained 2 skills. First was passive vision enhancement. Simply put, his naked eye vision reached 5 times that of an ordinary person. Now he could clearly see whether a sparrow perched on a branch 300 meters away was male or female, and could detect the twitching of a hare's ears in the grass 500 meters away. More importantly, he gained dynamic vision enhancement. High-speed moving objects would appear slower in his eyes. For example, the trajectory of a bullet or the arc of a jumping prey would be clearly discernible. This would be revolutionary for his future shooting accuracy. Although he couldn't yet catch a bullet with his fingers like the fire cloud demon god in the movie Kung Fu Hustle, he still had a small chance of dodging a bullet fired from 100 meters away. As for combat, even if he faced Bruce Lee now, he could handle it with ease. Another skill was eagle eye sharing. Literally, it allowed him to share the golden eagle's vision. There was also an enhancement of the beast communication skill. Previously, although Bai could understand Wang Yongli's words, it could only communicate simple emotions like hunger, fear, or excitement. Now Bai and the golden eagle could transmit vague images into Wang Yongli's consciousness. Then 2 purple marks appeared. The eagle-shaped mark entered Wang Yongli's forehead, and the human-shaped mark entered the male eagle's brain. Wang Yongli eagerly urged the golden eagle to soar into the sky, silently invoking the shared vision in his mind. Instantly, a wondrous scene unfolded in his consciousness, the entire space laid out before his eyes. The clarity was extraordinary, akin to the pristine quality of a high-definition video, a gift beyond the reach of human vision. The water channel formed a ribbon between the pond and the spirit spring. The towering trees that once required an upward gaze now shrank into clusters of delicate green velvet spread across the meadow. The swaying grass caused by the passage of animals transformed into a flowing green wave, in his vision a sight of exquisite beauty. Ah damn, I'm going to be sick. After about 5 minutes of this, Wang Yongli felt an overwhelming nausea accompanied by dizziness. He quickly terminated the shared vision, only to find that his own eyesight had deteriorated and he was seeing double. The sika deer outside the fence, originally with reddish-brown fur, now appeared a pale purple in his eyes, while the once verdant grass had turned a muddy yellow. He hastily took a gulp of spirit spring water, and the dizziness and nausea immediately vanished, but his vision remained largely unchanged. What's going on? Wang Yongli leaned back, lying on the rocking chair with his eyes closed. After a long while, when he opened his eyes again, everything had finally returned to normal. Could this be the side effect of shared vision? Wang Yongli's guess was correct. The visual system of the golden eagle is fundamentally different from that of humans. Its retinal density is several times that of a human, capable of capturing ultraviolet spectra, and its dynamic visual capture frequency reaches up to 140 frames per second compared to about 60 for humans. The dizziness and nausea stemmed from the brain's inability to adapt to the constantly shifting perspective of the eagle in flight, while the human inner ear balance system lacks corresponding motion feedback. The double vision occurred because the pupil muscles had frozen in far-sighted mode, unable to adjust back to near focus. The color distortion arose because the eagle could see ultraviolet light, and the human brain's forced translation left lingering aftereffects. It seems I shouldn't share the vision for too long in the future. Wang Yongli called the golden eagle down, and for the first time, he carefully examined the couple before him. Damn, raising such a creature is indeed imposing. From now on, I'll call you Dejin. The creature was not the least bit humble, standing about 1 meter 20 tall, with elongated willow leaf-shaped feathers on its nape that shimmered in a golden hue. It looked exceptionally beautiful under the violet light. The golden eagle's legs were also feathered, and its toes bore thick, long, horny talons, with the inner and rear toes being particularly sharp. Its injuries had fully healed. Even if it encountered a brown bear now, it could likely handle it with ease. The golden eagle stood there, occasionally spreading and flapping its wings. The wings were also weapons of the eagle. In his past life, Wang Yongli had seen in the Return of the Condor Heroes how Yang's eagle companion could knock prey to the ground with a single wing flap. Now I have the eyes of an eagle and the ears of a wolf. Should I also acquire the speed of a leopard and the strength of a bear like that, Sheriff? Dejin chirped softly twice, nuzzled Wang Yongli with its head, then returned to the female eagle, cooing affectionately. Earlier, when the purple light enveloped them, Wang Yongli had seen the female eagle attacking the light desperately, but to no avail. Dejin, pick a tree and I'll build a nest for you. Bring your children to live here. Dejin soared into the sky, selected the tallest Korean pine, perched on a branch, and called out twice to Wang Yongli. Wang Yongli retrieved wooden planks, sedge grass, and tools from the warehouse, placed them on the ground, and laboriously climbed the large tree. He had Dejin carry the planks and tools up to him, and began hammering and constructing a nest for Dejin. Among 3 large branches, he built them a new home of about 6 square meters. Leaving the female eagle there, Wang Yongli took Dejin out of the space. Bai first rubbed against Wang Yongli, then approached Dejin, stared at it for a moment, and extended its big white head to nuzzle the golden eagle. Dejin gently pecked twice on Bai's head. How harmonious he. Let's go move Dejin's home. They climbed to the mountaintop where the terrain was too steep for a person to descend, so Dejin grabbed the 4 chicks one by one with its beak. Once they were all taken into the space, the female eagle immediately rushed over upon seeing the chicks. Wang Yongli said to Dejin, "Go check the warehouse yourself. Whatever your wife and children want to eat, take it out." Dejin dragged half a deer carcass out of the warehouse, tore the meat into strips with its sharp beak, and laid them out before the female eagle. The female eagle's movements were practiced much like a chick pecking at food, precisely picking up tender strips one by one and stuffing them into the mouths of the chicks. Watching this, Wang Yongli felt a surge of emotion. The bond between animals seemed not so different from that of humans. Dejin and its mate raised their young together and united against enemies much like people. Of course, in nature, there are also creatures that devour their own young. Suddenly a little eaglet made Wang Yongli laugh. This chick, after swallowing the meat strip fed by its mother, quickly ran to the side and used its relatively stronger body to push aside another chick that was waiting with its beak open, gobbling down the second fed strip, leaving the hungry little one squawking in protest. To Wang Yongli, the 4 little eaglets were utterly adorable. They were probably no more than a month old, covered in fluffy white down with only their eyes and slightly curved black beaks showing color. Perhaps due to their young age, the little ones were not very steady on their feet. Yet through their earlier competition for food, the harshness of nature's survival of the fittest was already evident. As they grew older, their feathers would turn golden brown or golden yellow like their parents', and their beaks would become sharp and curved. Their wings would one day soar proudly through the sky. Their claws, now unsteady, would eventually tear apart wolves and tigers. Over the next 2 days, Wang Yongli continued searching for precious medicinal herbs in the mountains, naturally also capturing some animals to raise in the space. At the same time, he figured out the pattern of sharing the golden eagle's vision. At first, the side effects would appear after just over 5 minutes. But after repeated experiments, he discovered that the duration of shared vision slowly increased with each use. For instance, now he could last up to 5 minutes and 10 seconds before dizziness and nausea set in, and the double vision and color distortion had also lessened significantly. Isn't this just like the plot in fantasy novels where one trains mental strength through extreme challenges? Having found the trick, Wang Yongli naturally practiced almost non-stop. Of course, he had the spirit spring water to alleviate the dizziness and nausea. An ordinary person, after sharing the vision, once would have to vomit for several minutes, and after a day would likely spit out their gall. He identified the direction and realized that the district was nearby, so he decided to drop by and chat with Jiang Hongliang and Gao Ding. Wang Yongli arrived at the Forestry Administration compound just before the end of the workday. As the district's campaign command center, the entrance was guarded by soldiers standing watch. After registering and communicating his purpose, Wang Yongli entered the office building. He first knocked on Jiang Hongliang's office door. A voice responded, "Come in." "Uncle Jiang." Pushing the door open, he saw Jiang Hongliang alone at his desk reviewing documents and greeted him warmly. "Yongli is here. Have a seat and help yourself to water. I'll finish reading this." Jiang Hongliang looked up, smiled, gestured to the sofa opposite, then returned to his papers. A few minutes later, Jiang Hongliang closed the file, picked up his tea mug, and sat down across from Wang Yongli. "What brings you to my place today?" Wang Yongli poured water into Jiang Hongliang's mug and said, "I spent 2 days in the mountains, and when I came out from our side, I thought I'd drop by to see you." "Haha, bringing more meat for your Uncle Jiang. What goodies did you get this time?" Jiang Hongliang asked with a smile. "I caught 2 wild boars. I'll go see Section Chief Chun to handle the paperwork." Section Chief Chun was the head of the material supply section, whose full name was Chun Mantang. He was the elder brother of Chun Matsang, the director of the Red Star Forest Farm Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Gao Ding went to Red Star Forest Farm a couple of days ago. He heard from Sheng Lin and Li Changhai that the machinery was deliberately damaged and you fixed it. Because of that, your little sister was almost kidnapped by bad guys. If you hadn't been there, Xiaolei might have. These hidden bad elements are really hard to guard against. Jiang Hongliang took a sip of tea and spoke in a serious tone. "Uncle Jiang, the bad elements will be caught sooner or later. Secretary Sheng and Director Li have also arranged for militia comrades to temporarily protect my mother and little sister. I believe similar problems won't happen again." After chatting with Jiang Hongliang for a while, Wang Yongli went to Gao Ding's office. Gao Ding was now the deputy director of the Forestry Administration, in charge of planning technology and machinery, a position of real authority. "Yongli is here. When I went to Red Star Forest Farm the other day, Sheng Lin told me about your family. Any difficulties?" "No, the secretary and the director have already arranged everything." The two sat on the sofa smoking and chatting. "Uncle Gao, how come Director Jiang never talks about Xiaolei's parents? Aren't they around here?" Wang Yongli suddenly remembered something. In all his time knowing Jiang Hongliang, he had never heard him mention Jiang Lei's parents. They were both educated youths. Years ago, when they were researching the atomic bomb, they both sacrificed their lives in the Gobi Desert. Director Jiang only has this one son. Fortunately, they left behind Jiang Lei as their grandson. When Wang Yongli asked about this, Gao Ding took a deep drag of his cigarette. Wang Yongli felt a surge of respect. Having lived 2 lives, he naturally knew about those matters. He had even visited the Malin Martyrs Cemetery. The words engraved on the stone tablets were still vivid in his memory. Due to historical reasons, records of the deceased have been lost. We will forever remember those who contributed to China's nuclear cause. The Malin Martyrs Cemetery holds only over 400 tombstones, yet how many researchers had worked in obscurity, abandoned their families, and rooted themselves in the Gobi Desert, all to forge the nation's great weapon. Wang Yongli still remembered the lines from the movie Hong Kong Chu Shi in his previous life. The Americans keep shouting they want to perform surgery on us, the Soviets look down on us. Without this thing we can't stand tall, we have no status, no peace, and we can't live our lives steadily. Because of the strict secrecy, many people never knew where their children or spouses were, what they were doing, whether they were alive or dead, or where they were buried. Besides the Malin Martyrs Cemetery, there were also other places where martyrs who sacrificed their lives in the atomic bomb research were laid to rest, such as the Qinzhou Martyrs Cemetery in Hunan. Wang Yongli did not deny that he was cunning, suspicious, selfish, and ruthless, but deep down, he was a patriot. In his previous life, his children and grandchildren were filial. His grandson and granddaughter received a good education, and after graduating from university, they had excellent jobs and incomes. What was the reason for that? He did not deny that his grandson and granddaughter were outstanding themselves, but there was a fundamental prerequisite: the stability of the nation. Only when the nation is stable can a small family live well. Yet the most ironic and heartbreaking scene occurred precisely in this era of prosperity. The Chinese nation, which foreign powers could not break with cannons, nuclear bombs, or military force, now has countless people born in prosperity and raised in comfort, willing to kneel before keyboards, self-deprecating, worshipping foreigners, and recklessly slandering their motherland and defaming the martyrs. In the confined space of the internet, a group of people denounced by netizens as big colonials, who have never set foot on the Gobi, never experienced hardship, and never understood the nation's perils, spew absurd remarks based on one-sided foreign online opinions and distorted perceptions. They sneer and mock the development of the atomic and hydrogen bombs as military extravagance, slander the sacrifices of the martyrs as meaningless. They extol everything foreign as perfect and advanced while denigrating all domestic achievements as mere imitation and patchwork. They say that developing the atomic bomb depleted national resources and was not worth it. They claim that foreign technology far surpasses China's, and domestic scientific research is negligible. They even maliciously defame martyrs like Gui Yonghui and Deng Jiaxian, questioning the truth of their sacrifices, mocking the sincerity of heroes, eroding the greater cause of the nation, and desecrating the loyal souls of the people. These people, having received the country's educational resources and enjoyed the peaceful era and stable national fortune bought by the martyrs' lives, turn around and kneel to foreign lands, taking pride in belittling their motherland, making a spectacle of defaming heroes, and glorying in self-colonization and self-abasement. They have never seen the chaos of hunger, cold, and a nation adrift. They have never experienced the despair of a country without a shield, bullied at will. They have never felt the constant fear under the threat of nuclear intimidation. They do not know that in those years China was poor and blank, surrounded by enemies with foreign powers eyeing it hungrily, ready to carve up the land again. Without that atomic bomb, without the countless martyrs who risked their lives, today's peace and prosperity would be nothing but a mirage, a castle in the air. The fact that you can freely browse the internet, speak recklessly, live securely, and stand tall among the nations of the world is not because foreign enemies are merciful, not because times are peaceful, but because in that era a group of unnamed heroes buried their bones in the Gobi, sacrificed their lives for the country, and shielded you from all darkness and storms. Yet in the 21st century, when the storms have subsided and the darkness has dispersed, the loyal bones of those who bled to defend the nation are not yet cold, and these keyboard cowards have already knelt down in haste. They kneel with no backbone, curse with no bottom line, and live with no conscience. True backwardness is never the gap in technology or national power. It is the kneeling of the spirit, the calcium deficiency of the soul, and the sycophancy ingrained in the bones. You can objectively acknowledge the strengths of other countries, face the gap, and strive for progress. That is clarity, that is vision. But you cannot completely deny the struggles of your motherland, cannot slander the martyrs who died for the country, cannot kneel while looking up to foreign lands, and cannot trample on the loyal souls of the nation to grab attention. In his previous life, Wang Yongli often argued online with those so-called public intellectuals and big colonials. Things like exhaust emissions polluting the environment, or using air conditioning too much harming the environment. Damn it. In India and Europe, people die from heat almost every summer. A high-ranking official from that most arrogant country even said that installing air conditioners could prevent fires or protect animals. Damn it. Look at us at home, we have air conditioning. Oh, when we go out, the car has air conditioning. Oh, at work, the office has air conditioning. Oh, when we eat out, the restaurant has air conditioning. When we shop, the mall has air conditioning. That a small family can live a good life is inseparable from the martyrs who used their own lives to create this prosperous era for us. In this world, there are always some people in places you cannot see, in ways you do not know, silently bearing burdens much heavier than yours. The keyboard is light, the loyal bones are heavy. Free speech is granted, reverence is priceless. The backbone must not be broken. The loyal souls must not be insulted. The nation and its people must not be betrayed. We've strayed too far. Let's bring the lens back. Enough of that. Who knew a kid like you could fix things? From now on, if any equipment in the district stumps the others, you'll have to come lend a hand. Gao Ding beamed at Wang Yongli. Uncle Gao, your word is as good as gold. Wang Yongli replied with a cheeky grin. Almost off work. Did you bag anything in the mountains? Gao Ding glanced at his watch. 2 wild boars still in the woods. Wang Yongli stubbed out his cigarette. I'll go find Chief Chun and borrow a truck to haul them over. With practiced ease, he finished the paperwork before closing time and pocketed the cash. After the forestry office closed, Wang Yongli slung a burlap sack over his shoulder and delivered 2 fish each to Jiang Hongliang, Gao Ding District Public Security Bureau Chief, Zhao Gang, and Chun Montang's home. After sleeping in the space for a night, the next morning Wang Yongli ambled over to the district supply and marketing cooperative. The red brick building had 2 wooden doors wide open. Glass countertops held bolts of cloth candies and enamel mugs. Shelves nearly reached the rafters, dwarfing the little shop at the forest farm by 3 times. The Forest Farm Supply Cooperative was a tiny patch of space, always short of goods. The district cooperative had a much wider variety. For instance, they carried White Rabbit creamy candies and orange slice candies. Quite a few people were shopping at the moment, and the sales clerks behind the counters were all busy. Wang Yongli swept his gaze around, then fixed his attention on a man at the farthest counter. He felt he'd seen those eyes and that build somewhere before, and couldn't help staring a few extra seconds. The male sales clerk seemed to sense someone watching him, and his eyes quickly locked onto Wang Yongli. Then the man turned, pushed through a cloth curtain, and walked into the back office. A moment later, he came out with a young man of about 27 or 28. The young man came directly up to Wang Yongli, smiling. Holy shit, the cash broker. Looking at the young man, Wang Yongli recognized him instantly. This was the organizer of the black market in Red Star Forest Farm. It had been a long time since they'd appeared at the market. Wang Yongli had asked Rat about them before, and Rat said they'd gone out to do business. Rat. Right. The man behind the cash broker wasn't that same guy who'd been with Rat in the shack. What were they doing here? Judging by his clothes, the cash broker seemed to be a leader. Junior, do you remember me? Come to the office for a chat. The cash broker said in a low voice. Wang Yongli quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Not going would make him look guilty, and the other party clearly knew he'd recognize them. Going in would let him find out their background and see what was really going on. With his current skills, his personal safety was definitely not a problem. Thinking this, he smiled and nodded. He followed the cash broker into the office, and the other man handed him a cigarette. Sit down. Should I keep calling you Shanjun, or should I call you Yongli? And how should I address you? Brother Qian, or? Wang Yongli didn't take the offered cigarette. Instead, he pulled one out of his own pocket and lit it. Haha, just keep calling me Brother Qian. My name is Qian Wan. The cash broker. Qian Wan saw Wang Yongli's move, smiled, and put the cigarette into his own mouth, lighting it. Yongli, you've got plenty of tricks up your sleeve. Why did you lie to me and say you were from Kaoshan village? Brother Qian, it was your rule. Outside the black market, nobody knows each other. I'm still young and I was scared. Wang Yongli replied calmly, wondering why the other man was approaching him directly. By the way, Brother Qian, how come you're here? I'm actually an employee of the supply cooperative. A big part of the meat I used to buy from you was sold right here. You know, in these times, every family is short on meat. So Brother Qian, what did you call me over for? Here's the thing, from now on you can bring any extra meat directly to me to trade. I'll still pay you the black market price. Rat told me you haven't been to the market much since the new year, and you've been selling your meat to the Forest Farm cafeteria. Sure, Brother Qian, but it's not easy for me to come all this way. Do you have any cart parts and tires for a horse-drawn wagon? Also, I'd like to get a car generator and a battery. Hearing what Wang Yongli wanted, Qian Wan thought for a moment, then said, I do, but it'll take some time. Come find Rat to trade in 2 days. Okay, what's the price? I'll tell Rat. These things aren't easy to come by, so the price might be a bit higher. Or you could trade directly with goods. Wang Yongli studied Qian Wan's expression and asked, Brother Qian, you're a regular worker, and you run a black market. Aren't you afraid of being reported? In these times. Hearing this, Qian Wan held a cigarette between his fingers and pointed at Wang Yongli. That's why I insisted everyone wear masks at the market. Only you kid can supply in bulk, and I hear you know how to fix things. You're a talent. For anyone else, even if I recognize them, I pretend not to know. Seeing Wang Yongli silent, Qian Wan continued, little brother, let me ask you, a person lives a whole life. What is it all for? Wang Yongli never expected Qian Wan to ask such a question. In his past life, this question had been fiercely debated online. I've never thought about it. I'm not much older than you, but I love reading. The more you read, the more you find the answer. So what does a person live for? Wang Yongli put on a look of eager curiosity. Just 8 words: if a man does not act for himself, heaven and earth will destroy him. Hearing this answer, Wang Yongli thought, good grief. So Qian Wan, did you also study it for 15 years? You're decades ahead of this era. Still, as long as it didn't conflict with the big picture, Wang Yongli actually quite agreed with that answer. After a few more trivial exchanges, he took his leave. He bought a number of items at the counter, then hoisted the burlap sack onto his back and headed into the mountains. After Wang Yongli left, the counter clerk walked into Qian Wan's office. Brother Qian, he killed Grey Wolf and ruined the plan. Why not just kill him? Qian Wan took a sip of water, his expression serious. The Buddha said this kid might be useful. He has good relations with the district leaders, and he might help us get close to the target. Mantis, don't act on your own. The man called Mantis clenched his fists, his face dark. He was closest to Grey Wolf and desperately wanted to avenge his brother. Since we have no chance to kidnap his sister and coerce him, we might as well make friends with him. If we can actually turn him, our job will be much easier. Qian handed him a cigarette and narrowed his eyes. The district leaders and their families are all under tight protection now. Forget gaining their trust. Even getting close to them is hard. Mantis, it's been 3 months. If we don't produce results within half a year, guess what the higher-ups will do to us? Qian's words made Mantis fall silent. Yes, if they failed to achieve anything, none of them would have a good outcome. After entering the mountains, Wang Yongli rode Dubai straight toward Hongxing Forest Farm. He wanted a generator and a battery in order to attempt building a small wind power generation system. As for widespread electrification here, who knew when it would finally arrive? He needed to purchase carriage parts and tires, because once the weather-warmed sleds would no longer be usable. Wang Yongli had no desire to spend money buying a horse. While in the mountains, he had asked Dubai to train a male Sika deer whenever possible. Ordinarily, a Sika deer's strength and endurance fell short of a fine horse. However, due to regularly drinking spiritual spring water, the Sika deer that had lived in the spatial realm for several months possessed a physical condition far surpassing that of ordinary horses, more than enough to pull a cart. Moreover, Wang Yongli did not need much strength or endurance. After all, he had his spatial ability. Acquiring a cart was merely to put on a show in front of others. As he approached the boundary of the forest farm, Wang Yongli entered his space, slaughtered a Sika deer and a wild boar, gave them a simple processing, and bound them together with rope. He released the trained Sika deer from his space, having it carry the deer meat and wild boar pork. With several hundred jin of additional weight on its back, the living Sika deer's legs trembled with each step. He himself carried a sack filled with goods on his back. Ah, Yongli, you clever lad. You fetched 2 more big game and brought back a live one as well. The mountain god truly favors this boy of Wang Yongli's. Indeed so. Every time that child enters the mountains, he never comes out empty-handed. I only wish the mountain god would favor him even more. Before he came to the forest farm, could we have eaten meat every day? Haha, old Zhao speaks sense. The old hunters in nearby villages can't match our meals. Big Head, hurry out and weigh the meat. When Wang Yongli arrived at the forest farm, the workers were having lunch, and they greeted him as he entered the courtyard. Big Head was the new person in charge of the forest farm cafeteria, an honest and simple middle-aged man. Wang Yongli led the Sika deer to the wall, tied it to the horse staking stone, and pulled the meat from its back. Wang Bingbing was the first to run over, cheerfully taking the sack from Wang Yongli's shoulders and slinging it onto her own. "Da Bing, is everything all right at home these past 2 days? No, nothing. Auntly, LL little sister is. Wang Bingbing pointed at the cafeteria with his finger, his upper and lower lips fluttering rapidly. My mother and Xueqing are in the cafeteria? Yes, that's right. Big Head, hearing the commotion in the courtyard, also emerged from the cafeteria and called 2 people to help carry the meat for weighing. Hey, don't touch the live one. I need it for something. Seeing Big Head approach the Sika deer with a knife in hand, Wang Yongli quickly called out. For the entire afternoon, Wang Yongli stayed within his space preparing the carriage and wind power generation parts. He also cured some meat on the side, since Li Xueqing loved barbecue greatly. Previously, he had built his own barbecue grill, and his little sister especially enjoyed grilled fish. Before the 3 of them returned, Wang Yongli had already finished preparing several dishes. A neat row of firewood was stacked along the courtyard wall, likely chopped by Wang Bingbing. The work was done quite splendidly. That evening, with Wang Bingbing, a true big eater, present, not a single scrap of the cured meat remained. After the meal, Wang Yongli dumped the items purchased from the supply cooperative onto the com. Wow, brother, so many notebooks and a pencil case too. What's this? These are crayons for drawing. I bought you 2 boxes to play with. Meanwhile, Li Xiuji picked up a pair of shoes and examined them, saying, these must be for Da Bing, right? He's the only one in our family who could this large. Wang Yongli took 2 pieces of clothing and stuffed them into Da Bing's hands. Yes, these are all for you. It'll save my mother the trouble of making them for you. Try them on and see if they fit. MMH. Wang Bingbing cheerfully accepted the clothes and immediately began pulling them on. They're slightly large, but Auntie will alter them for you later, Li Xiuji said with a smile, stepping forward to adjust his cuffs. MMH. Whimper. Wang Bingbing nodded, making whimpering sounds in his throat. For many years, let alone someone adjusting his clothes, he hadn't worn new garments for several years. Back when he was loafing the streets, his clothes were stolen or snatched, and not a single piece had ever fit him properly. Swallow it back, don't pull these pathetic gestures. Noticing the ache in his mother's eyes as she looked at Wang Bingbing, and fearing she would also be distressed, Wang Yongli called out sharply. You kid, Li Xiuji lightly tapped Wang Yongli with her hand. On the Kong, Li Xueqing then peeled a white rabbit milk candy and popped it straight into Li Xiuji's mouth. She then peeled another one and handed it to Wang Yongli, and yet another to Wang Bingbing. This made Wang Bingbing's eyes redden once more. Though he had followed Wang Yongli for only a short while, Li Xiuji and Li Xueqing truly treated him as a member of this family. They did not disdain him for being a reformatory offender, nor mind his hearty appetite. They always thought of him when there was anything good to eat. Wang Bingbing made a silent vow in his heart: as long as he was there, no one would dare harm Aunt Li or the little sister. This Da Bing boy is truly excellent. When you're not home, he doesn't let me lift a finger. All the household chores are taken care of. The moment he gets off work, he rushes to do them. Li Xiuji regarded Wang Bingbing with a smile. Brother, ever since the Binga started picking me up and dropping me off, the boys in my class don't dare misbehave around me anymore. Li Xueqing said, her cheeks puffed out with 2 white rabbit candies. Wang Bingbing was the same age as Wang Yongli, though his birthday came 2 months later. Seeing all 3 of them looking at him, Wang Bingbing chuckled awkwardly. Mom, I bought this face cream for you. Use this from now on, it smells lovely. Wang Yongli opened the face cream, dabbed a small amount on his finger, and gently applied it to the back of Li Xiuji's hand. An immediate fragrance filled the room. Brother, I want to use this too. Li Xueqing snatched the face cream, scooped a little onto her own hand, and brought it to her nose, inhaling deeply. It smells so wonderful. Whatever else was said was beside the point. If his mother and little sister were happy, Wang Yongli was happy. On the 3rd day, Wang Yongli took Wang Bingbing to the black market to find Haozi. This was Wang Bingbing's first time entering the black market, and his 2 eyes could barely keep up. Everything was curiously new to him. Before coming, Wang Yongli had instructed him he could only observe and must not speak carelessly. So along the way he faithfully followed behind Wang Yongli. Arriving at the small house, Haozi and the man behind the district supply cooperative counter, namely Daoling, were already waiting inside. Junior, you're not being straightforward, Haozi said upon seeing Wang Yongli enter. Haozi Gu, I'm merely observing the rules you established. Aside from this black market, nobody knows anybody else. Wang Yongli handed him a cigarette, grinning as his eyes darted toward the items on the ground. Qian Wan and his crew truly had skills. The generator was in about 7 or 8 parts new condition, and the batteries were surprisingly brand new. The tires and bearings were all new as well. No one knew where they had procured these things. In Gao Ding's hands, such items would be scarce commodities. Haozi Gu, what's the price? All told, 500 yuan for you. Good heavens, that's not cheap at all. Hearing the price, Wang Yongli frowned. Junior, these items are beyond what mere money can buy. Haozi exhaled a puff of smoke and said with narrowed eyes. Daoling beside Haozi kept his head lowered the entire time, only his eyes occasionally flicking toward Wang Yongli from the corner of his vision. What he failed to notice was that Wang Bingbing's gaze was doing the same, occasionally darting toward him as well. Wang Yongli thought it over and realized he was right, so he dropped any pretense, paid up, and walked away. The 2 of them loaded their goods onto a borrowed cart and made their way home. From the black market, Wang Bingbing kept her head bowed, silent as a sealed gourd. Wang Yongli assumed it was because he had warned her not to speak carelessly, so he did not give it much thought. Just as they emerged from the forest, Wang Bingbing suddenly yanked the reins to a halt and turned to Wang Yongli. Brother, that person looked like a kidnapper. Wang Yongli's eyes snapped wide open. The one who kidnapped Xueqing. Yes. Both of them looked alike. No. The thin one. The tall thin one looked like him. Yes, can you be sure? Very likely. Wang Yongli sat in the cart and glanced behind him. A gust of wind swept out from the forest and struck his face, making him squint. Seeing Wang Yongli say nothing, Wang Bingbing grew anxious. Brother, let's go. Catch him. Don't let him get away. Wang Yongli continued staring into the forest, saying nothing. If they charged in now and apprehended him on the spot, even the slightest commotion would set the entire black market ablaze. Every vendor and buyer would come rushing over to gawk, and Haoshu's criminal associates would swarm in, alerting their prey and preventing them from securing solid evidence. Though he was confident he could eliminate them all, he couldn't possibly massacre every witness. You go home first and tell mother I went into the mountains for a stroll. Wang Yongli hopped down from the cart and lit a cigarette. Brother, I'll go with you. I have strength too. Wang Bingbing guessed what Wang Yongli was planning to do. No need. I'll handle this alone. And if anyone asks, just say I went hunting. Stop dawdling and head back. With that, Wang Yongli strode into the forest. He wasn't certain whether Daoling would return to the district, but regardless, whoever sought to harm his family would pay a price. Arriving near the black market, he did not enter again, but instead circled around to a location not far from the cabin where Haoshu and his gang resided. De Jin and Da Bai had been released from his spatial storage, tasked with keeping watch. Whoever emerged from within would be tracked, and their image transmitted to him instantly. He himself entered his spatial dimension, continuing to craft a cart, while waiting for updates from Da Bai and De Jin. After last night's work, he had also woven a basket and filled it with fresh grass to feed the horse deer pulling the cart. By noon, after finishing his meal, there was still no word from Da Bai or De Jin. Just as Wang Yongli was dozing in his rocking chair, an image suddenly appeared in his mind, transmitted by De Jin. Daoling had emerged alone, heading back toward the district. De Jin, keep watching. Da Bai, take him down somewhere unseen. Don't kill him. Wang Yongli stepped out of his spatial storage and followed Daoling at a leisurely pace. After about half an hour's walk, they were nearing the mountain. Crossing over from here led directly into the district, a far shorter route than taking the main road. Bang! Wang Yongli had intended to close the distance before making his move, but suddenly a gunshot rang out ahead. What the hell? He immediately shared De Jin's field of vision to assess the situation. Daoling had spotted Da Bai and fired first. Da Bai, stay safe. De Jin, distract him. Wang Yongli drew his AK and sprinted forward. He couldn't bear the thought of Da Bai or De Jin being hit by a bullet. Within 3 to 5 minutes, Wang Yongli finally caught sight of Da Bai and Daoling. Bang bang! Da Bai moved with incredible speed, bounding swiftly from behind one massive tree to the next. De Jean meanwhile circled relentlessly overhead searching for an opening to swoop down, but the dense forest made it difficult. Daolong on the other hand ran for his life, occasionally glancing back to fire shots in Debai's direction. Wang Yongli pursued from the flank. Once within range of his AK, he raised the weapon, took aim, and pulled the trigger without hesitation as Daolong turned to fire. Bang! Immediately after the gunshot, an agonized cry rang out. Wang Yongli's bullet had struck Daolong in the right shoulder. Howling in pain, Daolong frantically scanned his surroundings trying to locate the unseen shooter. Before he could find Wang Yongli, Debei descended from the sky like a thunderbolt, pinning him firmly to the ground. Wang Yongli stepped forward and bound Daolong to a tree with a rope. He removed the man's face mask. Sure enough, it was the individual from the district supply and marketing cooperative. You know who I am, right? Why did you try to kidnap my younger sister? Wang Yongli lit a cigarette, stood before Daolong, and asked with narrowed eyes. Daolong spat at him, but Wang Yongli sidestepped it with ease. Then Wang Yongli picked up a branch and thrust it into the bullet wound in Daolong's shoulder, twisting it roughly. A mournful cry tore from Daolong's throat. His face flushed crimson, bloodshot, eyes glaring wildly, while veins on his temples and neck bulged dramatically. After twisting for quite some time, Wang Yongli finally released his grip, leaving the branch embedded in the wound. I have plenty of patience. Spare me the pleasantries. Tell me, who are you people? Why did you kidnap my sister? And who is the other person? Daolong's head, nearly drooping to his chest, gasped for breath in ragged bursts. Hearing Wang Yongli's words, he struggled to lift his head. He stared at Wang Yongli for a moment, then glanced over at Debei, who sat motionless on the ground not far away. Wang Yongli, you're not an ordinary hunter. Who exactly are you? As Daolong spoke, his eyes flickered toward Debei, then swept upward to the golden eagle circling in the sky. He had already understood both the white wolf and the golden eagle answered only to Wang Yongli. But how could this be possible? How could a mere human tame a massive white wolf of such size? Moreover, their intelligence was clearly extraordinary, evidenced by their ability to evade bullets. These were no ordinary beasts. This proved that Wang Yongli was not an ordinary person. At the very least, he was far from commonplace. An ordinary person simply could not achieve this. Wang Yongli was indeed no ordinary person. In his previous life, he had watched countless short videos, and one truth stood above all: a man may refuse to admit he is inadequate, but he must never allow anyone to call him ordinary. Getting no answer from Daolong, Wang Yongli retrieved a bottle of baijiu from his spatial storage. Daolong's eyes widened in shock. He had just witnessed Wang Yongli pull a bottle of wine out of thin air. This man truly was extraordinary. Wang Yongli unscrewed the cap, withdrew the branch from Daolong's shoulder, drawing another pained groan from the man. He dipped the branch into the bottle, rinsed it thoroughly, and then drove it back into the wound with precise, ruthless force, twisting it viciously. This time Wang Yongli twisted for a considerably longer duration until Daolong's cries gradually faded into silence, and only then did he stop. Use more force, you bastard. Seeing that Daolong was gasping more than breathing, Wang Yongli took out some spiritual spring water from his space and forced it into Daolong's mouth. Cough, cough. After drinking the spiritual spring water, Daolong clearly felt the pain rapidly dissipating. I kidnapped your sister because you not only killed my brother, but also ruined my plan. Daolong had no mind to wonder what Wang Yongli had given him to drink, or why it had such a powerful healing effect. He only knew that if he didn't answer, Wang Yongli would continue to aggravate his wounds. Hearing Daolong's words, Wang Yongli paused for a moment. In both lifetimes combined, the people he had personally killed were merely those 3 Russian agents and 1 spy. Was he referring to that spy named Song Lang? Is your brother Song Lang? Did you also sabotage the forestry equipment? Are you a spy as well? That's right. I had planned to kidnap your sister to lure you out, so I could take revenge on my brother with my own hands. I never expected a stutterer to ruin everything. As Daolong spoke, a faint smile lingered on his face. There was no need to guess how agonizing the situation must be for Wang Yongli in his mind. You could have come after me directly. There was no need to harm my family. Wang Yongli shook the tree branch again. While crying out, Daolong thought to himself, if I could find you and had the ability to kill you directly, why would I bother with all this trouble and take such immense risks kidnapping someone on the street? Who doesn't know you have a gun, and who doesn't know your marksmanship is damn good? Oh, right now I also know you have a large white wolf and a golden eagle. No wonder you can hunt so much game every time you go into the mountains. With these 2 helpers, you probably don't even need to lift a finger. These fierce beasts can bring the prey right to your hands. Daolong suddenly felt that pain could stimulate his potential and raise his intelligence. In the past, he only knew how to fight and kill, never once using his brain to think things through. So thinking is such a fulfilling thing. Wang Yongli, having stopped shaking, lit a cigarette, while Daolong breathed heavily in great gasps. So Qian Dazi, Haozi, Xiantoer, and Pao Zhang. They're all Russian spies, and you're all in this together. You want to sabotage production in the Lesser Xing'an Mountains. Tell me your plans. What other malicious schemes are you harboring? At Wang Yongli's question, Daolong's eyeballs moved slightly, and his Adam's apple bobbed. No, they're just people running the black market. Only Song Lang and I work for the Russians. We joined Qian Dazi and the others to conceal our identities. After listening, Wang Yongli said nothing. Instead, he picked up 5 twigs from the ground and took out a small knife to gradually sharpen them. Then he walked over, grabbed Dao Lang's index finger, and slowly inserted a twig through the nail bed. Oh, Wang Yongli, everything I said is true. The moment the twig pierced in Dao Lang's body convulsed as if struck by three-phase electricity. He tried to arch his back, but was bound to the tree by ropes. After shouting those words, short suppressed groans came from his throat. The sound was almost inhuman. Sweat beads on his forehead streamed down the wrinkles of his face. Fingers connect to the heart. This pain was entirely different from the branch Wang Yongli had thrust into his gun barrel. It was maddening, scraping at one's very soul. Only after all the sharpened portions were inserted did Wang Yongli stop and turn to look at Dao Lang. I still have 4 more twigs here. Wang Yongli waved the twig in his hand. Wang Yongli, I'll fuck your mother. I should have just killed your sister back then. Oh. Before Dao Lang could finish his threat, the second twig had already been inserted into the nail bed of his ring finger. Then the third, the fourth. Finally the thumb. Wang Yongli stepped back and quietly watched Dao Lang struggle. At this point Dao Lang's upper and lower lips trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Wang Yongli, you won't have a good end. Don't think you'll get anything out of me. If I reveal even a single word, I'm yours. Keep dreaming. You're not qualified to be my son. If I were your father, I would have drowned you at birth. Wang Yongli discarded his cigarette and crushed it underfoot, then seized the twig lodged in Dao Lang's shoulder with one hand, while gripping the 5 twigs embedded in his hand with the other, shaking them simultaneously. Ugh! Dao Lang's body began to convulse violently, as if suffering from epilepsy. The blue veins on his neck bulged strand by strand, resembling earthworms. His face shifted from crimson to ashen white, his lips turning purplish black. By the time Wang Yongli ceased, he could no longer produce any sound. He could only gasp through his open mouth, drool streaked with blood dripping down his chin in thick strands. A foul odor of urine spread between his legs as his crotch grew soaked. You're a real man, quite tough. Let me tell you the truth. I'm from the Dragon Group, codename Shanjun, specifically dealing with spies causing trouble at the border. I haven't even shown you my full capabilities yet. Wang Yongli shifted his position upwind, for the smell of urine was quite overpowering. It seemed Wang Yongli's words restored some strength to Dao Lang. He struggled to raise his head, looked at Wang Yongli, and a smile of relief spread across his face. Wait, you idiot, you actually believe that? Why are you smiling? Dao Lang's smile left Wang Yongli bewildered. How could he still be smiling at a time like this? Suddenly Dao Lang's head dropped abruptly. Wang Yongli stepped forward and lifted Dao Lang's hair, only to find his complexion had turned bluish-gray, foam bubbling from the corners of his mouth, and a faint odor wafting from his body. Fuck! He took poison to kill himself. Wang Yongli, having lived 2 lifetimes, had only seen such scenes in movies. He never imagined he would witness one with his own eyes. Seriously, are all the spies from this era this damn tough? You can't compare to Qianwan. Everyone knows that if a man doesn't look out for himself, heaven and earth will destroy him. What are you fighting for? You're Chinese. What benefit could those Russians possibly give you? You've been living in a dream. The man was dead. Nothing more could be extracted from him. Wang Yongli untied the rope, dragged Dao Lang to a large crevice in the rocks, gathered some dry branches, and cremated him right there. Can't let the animals in the forest get sick from this. They're all mine. After burning for about an hour, the smell finally dissipated. Wang Yongli took out a shovel and filled the crevice, completely covering it with dead branches and leaves. Consider this your final resting place. After finishing the work, Wang Yongli entered his space, took a bath, lit a cigarette, and lay naked on a rocking chair. When had he become like this? Not to mention torturing people. He killed with complete calmness and no psychological burden. When he killed Song Lang, he at least retched a few times, and although he appeared tough, while tormenting the Zhao father and son, his heart was actually pounding wildly. Things that cannot be figured out should be put aside. Perhaps they will simply fade from memory. In the worst case, Dao Lang had already harmed his family. No matter how he was treated, it would not be excessive. Could Qianwan and the others truly not be spies? Could Dao Lang be so loyal? Wang Yongli recalled every word Dao Lang had spoken. He was inclined to believe that Qianwan and the others were indeed spies. The only issue was the lack of evidence, though Wang Yongli did not require it. However, Jiang Hongliang, Gao Ding Shenglin, Li Chonghai Zhao Gang, and the others did need proof. He could arrest, interrogate, and even kill without restraint. But those senior officials could not. Damn it, I forgot to make him confess who the other person was that kidnapped her sister. Suddenly remembering this, Wang Yongli slapped his own thigh hard. Ouch, that hurts. Maybe we should bring the rat over and question him again. What if the rat knew who had cooperated with Dao Lang in the kidnapping? What if the rat and his associates were actually spies? What if they were not? What if the rat knew nothing at all? How could interrogation exist without some form of pressure? What if after applying measures the rat truly knew nothing? Let him go, or kill him, or bury him. Although old hunters claimed every barren mountain held bones still, wasn't this inappropriate? Dressed, he emerged from the space and summoned Dabai and Dejin. The person in the footage is called Hausi. I have never seen his face. Judge by his build. Keep watch near the cabin and report back once you have secured him. Riding Dabai back near the cabin, Wang Yongli dismounted and walked the rest of the way home. All the purchased supplies were stored in the outer room, and the cart had likely been returned to the cafeteria by Debing. With time still on his side, before nightfall, Wang Yongli began assembling the wind power system. In Xing, Anling winter winds rendered such technology useless anyway, and his wooden construction would fare even worse. A piercing northerly gale would have scattered it entirely. The current season was ideal, wind present, but gentle, posing no risk to the impeller. All components were prepared and stored in his space. The light bulbs and wiring had been purchased from the district supply and marketing cooperative, ready to assemble on the spot. Before long, a complete household wind power system stood ready with lamps and pull-string switches installed in each of the 3 rooms. The new battery was charged. Wang Yongli tested it. Every component functioned properly. Hell, when Mom and my little sister get back, they will be surprised. Then he reassembled the cart so Bing could ride it for firewood collection. Dinner was ready before his cigarette finished burning, and footsteps, plus Li Xueqing's voice, reached his ears from outside the yard. Every day Bing would pick up Li Xueqing from school. They would wait at the cafeteria for Li Xiuji to finish work and then head home together. According to regulations, both Li Xiuji and Wang Bingbing could dine at the cafeteria, but since Li Xueqing and Wang Yongli were home, they typically packed their portions to take back. That meager ration at the cafeteria left Wang Bingbing only partly satisfied, so a proper meal was still prepared at home each evening. Yongli, what are you doing? Why is the outer room so brightly lit? Before she could see anyone, Li Xiuji's voice drifted in. Now that it was completely dark, other households either had dim kerosene lamps or were shrouded in darkness. Only their family's main room stood out, blazing with light against the night. All 3, the 2 women and the child, froze when they stepped inside. Li Xiuji hurried forward to stand beneath the bulb, tilting her head back to stare unblinking at the glowing fixture above. The light revealed every detail. Gray strands at her temples she could no longer conceal, and the deep lines etched around her eyes. Yongli, how do we have electric lights? Li Xiuji turned to Wang Yongli, who wore a broad smile, and asked, where did you get diesel? How much did it cost? She knew the forestry camp had a diesel generator and assumed he had connected to one. Mom, I built a wind power system myself. Simply put, as long as there is wind, our house gets light. Wang Yongli led Li Xiuji into the yard and pointed to the windmill on the corner of the roof while explaining. Because of the darkness, none of the 3 who had just returned had noticed this addition on the roof. Li Xueqing excitedly ran back into the main room, found the pull string hanging on the wall, and tugged it carefully. The light went out. One more pull. The light came back on. Brother, you are so amazing. Li Xueqing's wide, glistening eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Wang Yongli. Haha. Of course your brother is extraordinary. Both other rooms are wired too. Xueqing, go check them out. Li Xueqing immediately ran to the east room, toggling the switch on and off. Then she dashed to the west room, flicking the light on and off again. Wang Bingbing simply stood there grinning foolishly. Bing, how many characters have you learned to read now? Wang Yongli asked during dinner. Brother Bing can already read 3 lessons, Li Xueqing answered before Wang Bingbing could speak. Good. After dinner, Bing copy out a lesson. Read it several times morning and night. When you have free time at work, pull it out and practice. Once you can read it smoothly, without stuttering, your stammer should be mostly cured. Hearing Wang Yongli's words, a smile spread across Li Xiuji's face. Yongli, can it really be cured? Wang Bingbing looked at him with intense emotion, having endured countless taunts for his stammer. Li Xueqing watched with curious expression. It cannot be completely cured, but if you control your speaking rhythm and slow down developing this habit over time, you can achieve basically smooth communication. Wang Yongli pondered for a moment before speaking. He had learned this approach from short videos in his previous life. Whether it would actually work, he had no idea. He remembered a speech impediment blogger documenting their journey, reciting the Chu Shi Biao. Starting from stuttering through phrases like, the late emperor founded the dynasty but passed away mid-campaign. Break. Break. To eventually being able to introduce himself fluently. Honestly, when he first watched this video, Wang Yongli felt his morality and conscience warring fiercely. Especially when the blogger got stuck and could not speak, someone beside them would slap them. And with that single strike, the blogger would smoothly continue with the next words. He still recalled a classic comment, knows a bit of beatboxing acts like this is some big deal. Anyway, whether or not it could truly cure the condition, regular practice would certainly bring some improvement. Wang Bingbing set down his chopsticks and said solemnly, alright, bro, I will. SSSTA start. STA start. Start practicing tomorrow. Yes, that's right. Li Xueqing smiled and finished the last word for Wang Bingbing, who smiled back at her. Bing, practice hard and aim to cure it. In another couple years it will be time to find wife, Li Xiuji said with a beaming smile, picking up a piece of meat and placing it in Wang Bingbing's bowl. After dinner the family chatted on the Kong until past 9 before turning off the light and going to sleep. Over the next 2 days Wang Yongli received no news from Dajin and his companions, so he decided to go to the black market himself to find Housie. When he arrived at the black market he noticed that no one was collecting the entrance fee, though the usual security personnel were still there. Wang Yongli made his way to Housie's small hut with practiced ease, but after knocking for a long time there was no response. Brother, are you looking for Housie too? Just as Wang Yongli was about to leave, a masked man approached him. Yeah, he's not here today. We haven't seen him for 2 days, and he still owes us money. Are you one of the security? Yeah, we get paid after the market closes. Someone said he left the day before yesterday, right after the market ended, and we haven't seen him since. Now no one's paying us. After exchanging a few words with the man, Wang Yongli left the black market. What's going on? Where did Howsy go? Did that person's disappearance spook them? The day before yesterday. That was when Dabai and Dajin were tracking Daolang. No wonder I haven't heard from Dabai and Dajin these past 2 days. Wang Yongli decided to go to the district to sound out Qianwan. If Qianwan and his crew were truly spies, then Daolang's disappearance would surely expose his vulnerability. He called over Dabai and Dajin. Dajin wanted to play in the woods, so Wang Yongli let him roam freely. Riding Dabai, he crossed the woods and headed straight for the district's supply and marketing cooperative. Director Qian is on leave. He hasn't been to work for a few days, no one knows where he's gone. The sales clerk's words made Wang Yongli's heart skip a beat. He then went to the district's public security bureau to find Zhao Gang, hoping to learn more about Qianwan. Comrade Qianwan is the nephew of Martyr Qiansong. Martyr Qiansong had no children, only this nephew. It was Qianwan who handled all the funeral arrangements for Martyr Qiansong. He came from a well-off family and received a good education. With his consent, the district arranged for him to work at the supply and marketing cooperative. His performance over the past few years has been commendable. In the director's office, Zhao Gang relayed Qianwan's background to Wang Yongli. Wang Yongli frowned baffled and asked his uncle was a martyr. What was the honor for? Zhao Gang lowered his voice and spoke slowly. A few years ago, during a border patrol mission, his uncle, a squad leader, led a team to inspect the river boundary. They encountered a team of foreign spies carrying detonators intending to blow up a border communication station. He went around alone to block the spies while his teammates reported for reinforcements. He was shot multiple times and died. All the spies were later captured. The higher authorities posthumously awarded him the title of martyr, and his family received preferential treatment. After investigation, the organization found that the only relative left of Martyr Qiansong was Qianwan, so he was tasked with handling the funeral and receiving the pension. According to policy, he was given a job. After listening to Zhao Gang, Wang Yongli fell silent. He had been 70 or 80% sure that Qianwan was a spy, but now he began to waver. A martyr's family member shouldn't and couldn't work for the enemy, right? He wouldn't use the privileged status earned by his uncle's sacrifice to side with foreign foes and harm the country's interests, would he? But if Qianwan wasn't a spy, why did he take leave? Wang Yongli exhaled smoke and asked, do you know where he went on leave? When will he be back? He's the only person I know at the district supply and marketing cooperative, and I wanted to sell a wild boar through him. How would I know? Why don't you sell the pork to our cafeteria? Zhao Gang's eyes lit up at the mention of wild boar. Our cafeteria is really short on meat too. Director Zhao, could you ask the head of the supply and marketing cooperative where Qianwan went? How long will he be away? If you find out, I'll bring you a big wild boar tomorrow. Wang Yongli said with a sly grin. Who do you think you're fooling? Did you raise that wild boar? Can you really deliver it tomorrow just because you say so? Despite his words, Zhao Gang picked up the phone on his desk. Hello Lao Song, it's Zhao Gang. Is Director Qianwan on leave? Oh, he went back to his hometown in Ji province. How long is his leave? He didn't say what for. Oh, nothing. A friend of his is looking for him and doesn't know anyone else at the supply and marketing cooperative, so he came to me. Thanks Lao Song. That's it. Hanging up, Zhao Gang took a sip of water. Lao Song, the head of the supply and marketing cooperative, said, Qianwan took leave to go back to his hometown in Ji province. He is indeed from Ji province. As for when he'll be back, even he's not sure. He told Lao Song it might take a few days. Wang Yongli fell silent again, his head bowed. According to the security man at the black market, it was likely that Qianwan and his entire crew had vanished. If it were just the black market operation being exposed, they probably wouldn't all flee. Especially since Qianwan had a legitimate job. Are you hiding something from me? Zhao Gang asked, seeing Wang Yongli only smoking in silence. Director Zhao, since the start of the new year, have any strangers approached the district leaders? Hearing this, Zhao Gang's expression turned serious. After what happened with Jianglei, the leaders' homes have all been under close protection. I haven't heard of any strangers approaching any of them. What do you mean? Nothing. Well, Uncle Zhao, if you have nothing else, I'll be off. I'll go into the mountains to hunt a wild boar for you. I'll deliver it tomorrow for sure. Wang Yongli grinned, said goodbye to Zhao Gang, and left. Once in the mountains, he released Dabai and told him to find a guide to lead them to the local wild boar herd. Since he had promised Zhao Gang he had to deliver a wild boar to the Public Security Bureau tomorrow, he'd keep the ones in his space for now since they were idle anyway. Riding on Dabai, Wang Yongli began to reason in his mind. The fact that Daolang could bite open a poison capsule to kill himself proved that the spies were trained and likely core members. If they were just peripheral figures, they wouldn't have poison hidden in their teeth. After all, such things weren't commonplace, not everyone could get them. So the question was putting himself in their shoes. If he were Qianwan, and if Qianwan's group were indeed spies, where did they go? What were they doing? What was their next move? After pondering for a long time, until Dabai summoned a guide who led them to the wild boar herd, Wang Yongli reached a conclusion. How the hell was he supposed to guess? He refocused on the wild boar herd about 100 meters away. The guide had done a great job. The herd was quite large, with over 20 boars of all sizes. To his delight, there were 5 or 6 young ones, what locals called yellow hares. These were yearlings born last spring, weighing around 100 jin, with tender meat. The term came from the fact that they had survived one winter solid and meaty, not as thin as sucklings, nor as tough as old boars. This age group had the best flavor, tender not gamey. As the old saying goes, not too big, not too small, just right for stewing. Just as Wang Yongli was about to act, the image sent by Dajin in his mind made him freeze. Holy shit. He had encountered a real mountain tiger. In the frame, a sparse woodland stretches out, with a withered tree fallen upon the ground. Beside it lies a dark, hulking shape. It is a black tiger, its hind legs and haunches drenched in a wide patch of dark crimson, as though its fur had been soaked through with blood. The black tiger's chest heaved violently, trembling throughout its body from the agony. Did Jin get closer? Wang Yongli hastily shared his golden eagle's vision, directing the bird to perch on the nearest tree to the black tiger. Holy shit. Absolutely magnificent. What a fucking majestic creature. Sensing the golden eagle draw near, the black tiger, which had been barely holding itself up, suddenly forced itself to its feet, its body arching slightly, as the coarse black fur along its neck bristled into a menacing ruff. Its jaws parted, emitting what appeared to be a warning growl. Even though its legs could scarcely support its weight, it maintained a combat-ready stance, clearly signaling that anyone who drew near would face a fight to the death. This provided Wang Yongli an opportunity to study the black tiger from every angle. Above each of its eyes ran a white stripe bordered in black, arching upward to meet at the back of its skull. A horizontal black bordered band crossed its forehead, while on each cheek a white stripe edged in deep black slanted diagonally from below the eye down toward the base of the ear. The entirety of its back was patterned with black stripes, yet its belly fur was pure white. At the base of each hind leg sat a through-and-through bullet wound, flesh torn and shattered. Classic AK rifle damage, unmistakable from any beast's bite marks. A third gunshot wound marred its haunch, still oozing blood steadily. Dajin, keep watch. I'm almost there, don't let it escape. Retracting the shared vision, Wang Yongli felt his pulse quicken noticeably. Not from nerves, but sheer exhilaration. A black tiger, truly alive. After living through 2 lifetimes, this was his first encounter with one in the flesh. Previously, his only knowledge of black tigers came from legends of them preying on hearts, and from the tale of Zhao Gongming, the god of wealth, whose mount was a black tiger. Wang Yongli urged Da Bai to close in on the wild boar herd, swiftly releasing a wolf's howl that left the herd momentarily stunned. This gave him just enough time to activate his suppression aura and swiftly transfer the entire boar herd into his spatial storage. Then he directed Da Bai to sprint at full speed toward the black tiger's location. Suppressing his excitement, Wang Yongli began to ponder. Was this black tiger merely a product of genetic mutation, or the legendary creature spoken of in ancient lore? The elders used to say, among 3 cubs born to a tiger, one will surely be a biao. The meaning is that tigers typically give birth to only 2 offspring. If a third is born, it must be a biao. The biao refers to a blackened tiger cub, entirely black in coat, possessing the fiercest temperament and greatest brutality, devouring its mother and siblings upon reaching adulthood. Elders who encountered such creatures regarded them as omens of ill fortune. Ancient texts further record a white tiger is called chi, a black one biao, and a blue-green one loa. One theory suggests that biao are born frail and discolored compared to their siblings, causing the mother to reject and abandon them in desolate mountains frequented by wild beasts. Most perish this way, but the rare survivors harbor deep resentment toward their mother and littermates. Another account holds that the mother does nurture the biao, as ancient texts state. Among 3 cubs, one will be a biao, the most vicious and ferocious, capable of devouring the other tiger cubs. I have heard hunters relate that when a tigress carries her 3 cubs across water, she fears the biao will consume the others if taken first. So, she carries the biao across initially, then returns for 1 cub, brings the biao back again, fetches another cub, and finally takes the biao last, always exercising utmost vigilance to prevent it from devouring its siblings. What this means is that when the tigress leads her cubs across a river, she proceeds with exceptional caution. To prevent the biao from devouring the other cubs, she transports it first alongside 1 cub, returns with it, then fetches another cub, ensuring each offspring crosses safely without falling prey to the biao. This careful treatment reveals the mother's particular regard for the biao and further confirms its unique status within the tiger troop. The zoological community identifies the biao as the Asian golden cat, but Wang Yongli finds this interpretation unpersuasive. Moreover, the Asian golden cat typically inhabits regions from the Qinling Mountains to the Yellow River Basin, which hardly extends past Shanhaiguan Pass. Wang Yongli leaned toward the first interpretation, as both mythology and classical texts consistently emphasize the biao's extraordinary combat prowess. Only a biao raised from youth through life or death struggles could possess such devastating strength exceeding 10,000. His vantage point was far from the black tiger, so Wang Yongli periodically accessed Dajin's vision to monitor the tiger's condition. Da Bai moved with incredible speed, the wind whipping across Wang Yongli's face, creating an uncomfortable pressure, yet the thrill of the moment overpowered any discomfort. With only 1 contract slot remaining, successfully binding this black tiger would elevate him to the true title of Lord of the Mountains. After nearly 3 hours of relentless galloping, Wang Yongli finally spotted the black tiger. The sight of man and wolf together sent the tiger into a defensive posture, a deep rumbling growl vibrating from its throat. Despite the pain making its entire body tremble and threatening to bring it crashing down, the tiger refused to lower its guard. its innate ferocity evident in every guarded stance. Wang Yongli dismounted from Da, by which panted heavily, its exertion during the rapid journey, clearly taking its toll. Here, drink some spirit spring water. Wang Yongli retrieved a large wooden basin from his spatial storage and placed it before Da. Glug glug glug. Whether drawn by the spirit spring water or captivated by the sound of Da, by drinking the black tiger's gaze remained fixed on the wolf. You want some too? Let me tell you, this is spirit spring water. One sip can heal your wounds. Here to come and try it. At this moment, Wang Yongli resembled a creepy uncle luring children with candy. His facial expression dripped with lewd intent. Given his current appearance, even in the harshest crackdown era, it would warrant a 5-minute execution sentence. Wang Yongli's words shifted the black tiger's attention to him. Pupils narrowing to slits, fangs bared wider, and the growl deepening in his throat. Don't push your luck. Wang Yongli drew his gun from storage and pointed it at the tiger as its limbs shook more violently from blood loss. Eventually, its limbs could no longer support its massive frame, and the black tiger collapsed back to the ground, its growls growing fainter. Damn it, don't you dare fall asleep. Ignoring Dubai's eager drinking, Wang Yongli strode forward with the wooden basin, positioning it at the tiger's mouth. Come on, take a few swallows so I can examine your wounds. The black tiger bared its teeth and struggled to rise as Wang Yongli approached, but its limbs refused to cooperate. Moving behind the tiger, Wang Yongli crouched to assess the injuries. The hind legs bore through and through wounds with clean-edged entry and exit points. The entrance small, the exit enlarged, flesh turned outward, bones fractured but not severed. Clearly an AK rifle's work. Earlier sharing Dijin's vision, Wang Yongli had noticed this area's proximity to the border. He concluded that the one who shot the black tiger with an AK likely came from across the border. But why hadn't the shooter pursued? Had they lost the trail? Or did the black tiger turn the tables? Yet there was no blood in the tiger's mouth. On the way here, Wang Yongli had already dispatched the Golden Eagle to thoroughly scout the area. No signs of anyone within several kilometers. The only explanation was that whoever wounded the black tiger had simply lost the trail. The black tiger labored to turn its head, glaring at Wang Yongli with bared fangs. If not for my injuries, and having run this far, you wouldn't even be worth a snack. Stop staring. I won't hurt you. Let me pat you. I know magic. A few touches will feel wonderful, and they'll heal your wounds. A lecherous grin spread across Wang Yongli's face as he placed his hand on the black tiger. Old Fourth, let's get to work. Contracted. Stepping into the spatial realm, Wang Yongli called out loudly to Old Fourth. The bead on the wrist string merely rotated lazily, showing no inclination toward the contract. Discovering itself in an unfamiliar environment, the black tiger's fighting spirit intensified even further. No good. Its hostility toward me is far too great. I can't form a contract. Old Fourth's first condition for contracting was that the target must not harbor ill will toward Wang Yongli. Mate, see all these creatures scattered across the ground. As long as you're willing, they're all your food supply. Moreover, once you bind yourself to me, your entire being will undergo a profound transformation. Your combat prowess will multiply exponentially. Then who could ever harm you again? From now on, whether on our side or the Russian side, this vast forest will be your domain. Picture it. Doesn't that sound exhilarating? With that said, he retrieved half a deer from the warehouse and placed the meat alongside the spiritual spring water before the black tiger's mouth. If you distrust me, taste it first. This is spiritual spring water. It can effectively ease your injuries and improve your condition. Go ahead, try it. As if sensing Wang Yongli posed no threat, or perhaps due to the severity of his injuries and blood loss, the black tiger lowered its entire body to the ground. With some effort, it raised its head and began drinking the spiritual water. As the pace of drinking quickened, the black tiger's vitality visibly improved. Well, I didn't lie to you, did I, eh? Wang Yongli tentatively reached out to stroke the black tiger's massive head. See that big white wolf over there? That physique only came about because it followed me. I'm certain that once you contract with me, you'll surpass it many times over. The black tiger didn't resist the touch on its head, but merely gazed up at Wang Yongli, suspicion lingering in its eyes. I'm not lying to you. Let me tell you, before Big White followed me, it was only a third of its current size. After coming with me, look at it now. Not only has its body transformed dramatically, but it never worries about food or drink, and it has spiritual spring water every single day. It's absolutely incredible. Whether the black tiger truly understood Wang Yongli's words was uncertain, but the doubt in its eyes gradually faded. Eventually, it lowered its head once more, preparing to drink. Just as its large tongue was about to touch the water's surface, the purple light Wang Yongli had been hoping for finally appeared. Gusha. Two purple characters surfaced in Wang Yongli's mind. This was a special skill that the black tiger, or rather the Biao, had acquired. Indeed, Old Fourth had confirmed that this black tiger was the legendary Biao. The Gusha skill could be described as a form of mental attack. When the Biao let out a long roar, smaller and medium-sized animals within a li radius would fall into panic and scatter in all directions. Large predators would also hesitate and retreat. If focused on a single target, the roar could induce a momentary mental disturbance, creating an opening for a fatal strike. And it worked on humans as well. Influenced by spiritual energy, theoretically, as long as there was mana available, the ultimate ability could be unleashed continuously without any cooldown period. Beyond the Gusha's special skill, the Biao's divination function was also enhanced. You're not seeing things. The comprehensive records of various things records, the Biao knows of collisions and ruin, and can divine by drawing on the ground. The Biao is naturally gifted with the ability to sense impending disasters, whether from collision or decline, and can predict fortune or misfortune through divination using odd and even patterns traced on the earth. The Biao's various physical parameters saw substantial enhancements, growing even larger than Dabai. Wang Yongli received in return passive constitution reinforcement. This went beyond mere physical reinforcement. His self-healing capability was greatly improved as well. For instance, if his bones broke, they would now mend on their own within just a few days. What pleased Wang Yongli even more was that while he couldn't yet claim complete immunity to all poisons, he had developed exceptionally high resistance to venomous insects and miasma. The Biao inherently possessed strong immunity to these threats, and now Wang Yongli shared that same ability. As two purple markings flew into Wang Yongli's and the Biao's foreheads respectively, the contract ceremony concluded. Wang Yongli gazed at the Biao before him, his grin stretching nearly to the back of his head. Absolutely magnificent. The Biao towered over Dabai by more than a full circle, its shoulder height matching Wang Yongli's 1.78-meter stature. Its thick, powerful limbs anchored the massive body firmly to the ground. Each of the four paws was nearly the size of a wash basin. Its tail, once comparable to an ordinary tiger's, had grown both thicker and longer. When the tip brushed the ground, the fur along its entire length flared outward, slightly resembling a massive iron whip capable of shattering stone at any moment. The entire coat had transformed into pure black save for the character Wang, on its forehead outlined in a faint golden hue. When the purple glow from the wrist bead illuminated the Biao's brow, that golden-bordered character stood out with an almost bold brilliance. With these talons, who could possibly match you in night combat? From now on, you're the Biao. Wang Yongli raised his hand to stroke the Biao's massive head, and the beast lowered itself, gently nuzzling Wang Yongli's chest with its nose. See that? That's the bullet that was lodged in your body. Wang Yongli stroked the Biao's head with one hand, while pointing at the bullet fragment on the ground with the other. You've just completed the contract. Your stomach must be rumbling. Help yourself to whatever's in the warehouse or grazing on the grasslands outside. When Dabai first came, it devoured 6 merle deer. Just as the Biao was about to head toward the warehouse, Dabai and Dajin suddenly materialized beside Wang Yongli. Then Old Fourth emitted an even more brilliant purple light, connecting the human and the three beasts together. More precisely, a purple chain extended from each of the three beasts' foreheads to Wang Yongli's. Simultaneously, a long-forgotten rumbling echoed through the space. The realm expanded once more, and a towering mountain rose from the distant edge of the grassland. Two purple characters materialized in Wang Yongli's mind, concentric hearts. This time, having contracted 3 fierce beasts, Old Fourth bestowed this reward. Wang Yongli could now communicate with all 3 simultaneously, and they in turn could converse freely among themselves. Moreover, this wasn't image transmission. It was communication through will, through spiritual energy. Wang Yongli now understood what each of the 3 was trying to convey, and the communication range had expanded from the original 500 meters to an astonishing 5,000 kilometers. This was practically limitless in range. Furthermore, Wang Yongli could now share the visual perspectives of not just Dajin, but also Dabai and Biao. Holy crap! There's an Xing'an mountain range inside the space. As the purple chains dissolved, Wang Yongli stood transfixed, staring in awe at the mountain that had materialized in the distance. While he was lost in reverie, the 3 beasts approached and rubbed against him affectionately. Wang Yongli could sense their deep reliance on him. Dajin, go scout the mountain. Dabai will follow behind. Biao, go eat first. With those words, he mounted Dabai while Dajin had already begun circling overhead. As Dabai galloped forward, Wang Yongli shared Dajin's aerial perspective, surveying the mountain from above. The entire mountain stretched nearly 100 kilometers, rising at least several hundred meters in height. The mountain slope merged seamlessly with the surrounding grassland. Dense forests clothed the mountain from base to peak, rendering the entire range lush and verdant. The creatures grazing on the meadow craned their necks, curiously eyeing the mountain that had suddenly appeared. Some of the bolder ones had already begun sprinting toward it. After circling the mountain, Wang Yongli made his way back to the warehouse. Dabiao had already eaten his fill and was now guzzling down spirit spring water. Holy shit, Dabiao. Did you wipe out all the provisions in the warehouse? Wang Yongli froze dead in his tracks upon entering the warehouse. On days when he had nothing better to do, Wang Yongli would stockpile considerable quantities of meat in the warehouse. Afraid that older livestock would have tough, unappetizing flesh, he would slaughter them in advance. Stored in the warehouse, the meat remained fresh no matter how much time passed before it was retrieved. A quick calculation revealed that Dabiao had devoured 7 deer and 5 wild boars. Alright, that's a new record for you. You've eaten more than both of them combined. Stepping out of the warehouse, Wang Yongli gave Dabiao a thumbs up. Once Dabiao had finished drinking, the man and his 3 beasts emerged from the spatial rift. Dabiao, I've never been to this area before. Is there anything of value here? Wang Yongli rode atop Dabiao, while Dabai followed closely beside them, and Dajin soared overhead. He had to admit, Dabiao's back was far broader and sturdier than Dabai's, making for a far more comfortable ride. What? There's an enormous brown bear over there, and you've crossed claws with it several times, and lost each time. Then let's go take a look immediately. And so Dabiao led them to the brown bear's territory. This was a small mountain hollow, sloped on 3 sides and bordered by a cliff face on the 4th. Beside a jumble of rocky outcrops lay a cave entrance. According to Dabiao, this was the bear's den. Has the homeowner gone out yet, or are we just barging in? Wang Yongli hopped down from Dabiao's back and studied the cave entrance. The surrounding stones were polished, smooth, and glossy, with faint scratch marks still visible. Ahead lay a patch of trodden mud scattered with gnawed deer bones, shredded birch bark, and several clumps of dried bear dung. At roughly 60 to 70 meters from the entrance, Wang Yongli and his companions took position. Dabai crouched on the ground, while Dajin perched on a tree branch. Dabiao had declared his intention to face the bear single-handedly. You're really going to duel it one-on-one? That's insane. Wang Yongli nudged Dabiao with his elbow. Dabiao let out a soft growl in response. All right, keep your claws sheathed. Don't damage the hide. I'll need it later. Seeing Dabiao was determined to fight alone, Wang Yongli climbed into a nearby tree to watch the spectacle. Roar! Dabiao strode to within 10 meters of the cave entrance and unleashed a thunderous bellow. A whoa! A response echoed from within the cave, and then a massive black shadow emerged from the darkness. First the head, then the shoulders, and finally the entire body. The brown bear's fur was long and dense, gleaming with an oily sheen in the light. The muscular hump on its back rose and fell with each deliberate step. It straightened its posture, shook its head, and locked its gaze upon Dabiao. Good heavens, that bear must be around 400 kilograms. If it hasn't eaten much all winter, it must have weighed well over 550 kilograms before entering hibernation. Taking in the brown bear's full stature, Wang Yongli couldn't help but draw a cold breath. Could Dabiao handle this? The weight difference was enormous. They were completely in different weight classes. The brown bear paused, stunned, then fixed its watery little eyes on Dabiao, scrutinizing it from head to toe. It seemed equally bewildered. How had this creature grown so much larger than before? It almost seemed as though the bear wanted to ask, did you stuff yourself in April? But as the old saying went, if you're not fat by the 4th month, the manufacturer owes you compensation. The brown bear lowered its forepaws and settled back onto the ground. It bared its mouth, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and rumbled a string of low growls and roars from its throat. The bear says the defeated underling has come seeking another beating. Last time I chased you 500 meters. This time I'll chase you right out of these woods. The voice of Dajin the translator echoed in Wang Yongli's mind. Roar! Dabiao turned and bellowed at Dajin, seemingly annoyed that it had betrayed his past defeats. At this point, Wang Yongli and the 3 beasts felt as though they shared a single chat group. Whatever anyone said, everyone could see and hear it. Wang Yongli naturally couldn't understand the bear's roars, but he had a translator. How utterly brazen. Perhaps desperate for vengeance, or perhaps spurred by Dajin's embarrassing revelations. Dabiao struck first. Seeing Dabiao charge straight at its face, the brown bear brought its forepaw down in a sweeping blow aimed at Dabiao's head. Dabiao sidestepped gracefully, and in the same motion delivered a powerful strike to the bear's belly with its right claw. The blow landed hard, sending the brown bear reeling backward several steps. Enraged by the tiger's subduing palm strike, the bear lunged forward with ferocious speed, this time attacking with both paws in a pincer movement from left and right. Dabiao took a precise step backward. The bear's strikes missed their mark, and unable to halt its momentum, its entire upper body lurched forward half a pace. In that fraction of a moment, Dabiao's claw sliced upward diagonally from below, grazing the thick fur on the bear's chest. This black tiger plucks the heart technique was far lighter than the previous strike. It didn't even break the skin, merely pulling out a tuft of bear fur. But the bear's expression shifted. It realized the once easy prey before it now demanded serious respect. It retreated half a step, recalibrated its center of gravity, and ceased reckless charges. Instead, it began methodically circling Dabiao, with careful front and rear footwork. Dabiao mirrored its movements, always keeping itself facing the beast. Well, this is quite the match. Feels like a martial arts tournament. Wang Yongli mused, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he watched with keen interest. Finally, the bear dropped its head and hunched its shoulders, launching its entire 200-plus kilogram forebody weight into a devastating shoulder charge aimed at Dabiao's flank. Dabiao did not dodge sideways. Instead, it leapt upward against the force of the charge, planted its front paws on the bear's shoulder, and used the momentum to vault cleanly over its back. Midair, it twisted its waist sharply and delivered a vicious whip crack with its tail directly across the bear's face. That sting would hurt. Magnificent. With those wings you just sprouted, you'd be the mythical Qiongqi itself. Wang Yongli clenched his fist and pumped the air in admiration. The brown bear howled and spun around to swipe at Dabiao, but the beast had already retreated several paces, its mouth gaping wide. It was definitely grinning. That was Wang Yongli's first instinct upon seeing Dabiao's expression. The brown bear rose to its hind legs, rubbing its face vigorously with both forepaws in an effort to ease the pain. It regarded Dabiao once more, its heavy breathing gradually slowing. After uttering a single roar, it turned and began walking back toward the cave. The bear says it's calling it quits, Dajin promptly relayed through the translation. Don't let it. Dabiao, block it. Don't let it retreat into the den. Panicked upon hearing Dajin's report, Wang Yongli cried out. If the bear got inside, extracting it would be far more troublesome. Winter was the optimal season for harvesting bear gallbladder. Though bile concentrated during hibernation, the bear's metabolism dropped to near zero. By the time warmer weather arrived, and the bear began feeding heavily, the heightened metabolism would dilute the bile. Although it was already late May, the greater Shingon Mountains still bore the lingering chill of the hibernation period. Every moment counted. Noticing the brown bear's retreat, Da Biao immediately bounded forward and blocked its path. Wang Yongli agilely descended from the tree, raised his rifle, and sprinted to the bear's flank. Taking aim behind its ear, he spoke into Da Biao's mind. Use Gusha, roar. With Da Biao's thunderous bellow, the brown bear, poised to charge once more, froze rigid in place. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yongli pulled the trigger twice. The bullet struck with pinpoint accuracy, penetrating through the spot behind the bear's ear and entering its cranial cavity. The brown bear staggered twice before crashing to the ground with a thud. Wang Yongli stepped forward and promptly took the bear into the space. Old Four, why didn't you give me a couple more contract slots? At least let me have the strength of a bear and the speed of a leopard. He joked lightly, but it didn't slow him down as he began to gut the bear and retrieve the gallbladder. Not bad, it's indeed a golden gall. How I can make a tidy profit from this. Just as Wang Yongli was reveling in his good fortune, a wisp of purple light emerged from the bracelet and enveloped the gallbladder. Hey Old Four, can you even eat this? Wang Yongli thought it was Old Four wanting to consume the gallbladder again. When he looked up at the bracelet, he was first stunned, then a look of ecstasy spread across his face. It wasn't Old Four, it was Old Five. Old Five was absorbing the gallbladder. Old Five had been born. Could it be that Old Five would grant him the strength of a bear and the speed of a leopard? Soon Old Five had completely absorbed the gallbladder. Next to the vegetable garden, an additional patch of medicinal field about an acre in size appeared. Now he could transplant wild medicinal herbs into the space. Moreover, a comprehensive set of knowledge for identifying wild medicinal herbs was etched into his mind, far richer than his previous limited experience. Which season to dig which root, which part of the plant had the strongest medicinal properties, what to pay attention to during collection, how much potency was lost if the herb was damaged, all of it. There were also illustrations of herbs he had never seen before, each with detailed descriptions accessible at any time with a mere thought. Damn, is this the compendium of materia medica carved into my brain? All that knowledge I could never seem to grasp back then is now crystal clear. By then Wang Yongli had realized that Old Five was an old master of traditional Chinese medicine. After dressing the bear's carcass, he lit a cigarette, lay back on a rocking chair, and sorted through his newly acquired knowledge. Deer fetus. This is exactly the right time to harvest deer fetuses. Would Old Five be able to eat them? With that thought, Wang Yongli went out and brought the 3 beasts inside. Go and bring all the pregnant sika deer here. Soon over a dozen pregnant sika deer were herded before him by Da Bai and Da Biao. Some of these does were 6 to 7 months pregnant, others 5 to 6 months. Wang Yongli wanted those with shorter gestation periods. Quickly he used his newfound knowledge to extract a complete deer fetus. Sure enough, Old Five extended another wisp of purple light and began to absorb the fetus. This time Old Five bestowed the techniques for processing medicinal herbs: sun-drying, air-drying, steaming, stir-frying, honey roasting, wine moistening, salt curing, and vinegar quenching, which method for which herb, the precise heat, and the exact duration, all laid out clearly. This was far superior to the crude methods he had originally learned from his wilderness survival knowledge, as if a handwritten secret manual of herbal processing had been engraved entirely into his mind. When he extracted a second deer fetus, Old Five showed no reaction at all. It seemed that each type of medicinal material could be used only once. He let the 3 beasts divide the deer meat, then said with a grin to Old Five, "Haha, not bad, not bad. Next month I can harvest the deer antlers, and then I'll treat you to fresh antlers. I also found some wild ginseng and lingji outside. I'll go get them in a bit." The animals raised in the space had better tasting meat than their wild counterparts. The 3 beasts quickly finished off the 2 deer. Let's go out to find herbs. Once outside, he rode to Biao with Da Bai following behind, while the Jin remained in the space with his mate and cubs. What he most wanted to find were wild ginseng sistanch salsa and pine spruce lingji. Sistanch salsa. Locals in the northeast call it the immortal grass. Legend has it that it was used as a tribute during the reigns of Kangxi and Qianlong, strengthening, kidney yang, moistening the intestines, and prolonging life, with a price far higher than that of ordinary Sistanch deserticula. Sistanch deserticula grows in the deserts of the northwest, while Sistanch salsa is unique to the greater Shingon range. Pine spruce lingji, also known as Shingon lingji, is the top northern variety of lingji mushrooms. Common lingji, red lingji, is found all over the country, but pine spruce lingji is a coniferous forest specialty, growing on fallen logs of larch red pine and fir, only found in the Xing'anling region. All 3 types were expensive, and although they were still in the early growth stage, not yet ready for harvest, he could now transplant the herbs into the space. Having knowledge in his mind made a world of difference. He knew exactly where certain herbs grew and what companion plants surrounded them. This was far more efficient than his previous blind searching. Along the way, he also randomly sent herds of herbivores he encountered into the space. The mountains in the space needed not only plants, but also a variety of animals to form a complete ecosystem. Suddenly Bai, who had run ahead, sent a message. A large section of earth at the foot of the mountain had collapsed, revealing a concrete arch and a pitch-black cave entrance. Wang Yongli hurried over to check the situation. On the hillside, a half-high underground passage entrance was exposed with rusted iron ventilation pipes on either side, looking like a military fortress. The interior was pitch black. Even with his night vision, he could only see a few meters. He took a flashlight from the space, looked around to ensure no further collapse, and then cautiously entered. Inside was a passage about 2 meters wide and 2.5 meters high, with concrete walls and ceiling and a concrete floor covered in a thick layer of dust and fallen plaster. On both sides were individual compartments with broken glass, rotten wood, and scraps of paper scattered on the floors. From the writing on the paper scraps, this place appeared to be a fortress built by the Japanese Guandong Army for defense against the Soviet Union, and there were likely other fortifications nearby. Wang Yongli searched through the compartments one by one, most of which were in ruins. In the 2 largest compartments at the far end of the passage, he found a considerable number of items. Lifting the thick canvas covering, he saw 20 to 30 sets of Japanese Army-issue heavy winter coats stacked against the wall, lined with whole sheepskin and outer layers of waterproof canvas. Next to them were piles of camel hair, military blankets, bedding, and the like. All of these were unusable. After more than 20 years, they had already mildewed and clumped together. On iron shelves nearby were large quantities of aluminum military canteens, thick metal mess tins, sealed dry food containers, and small cast iron field stoves with thick bottoms. The items in the other compartment were what Wang Yongli really wanted. Against the wall stood a diesel generator, its cast iron body covered in dust, the Japanese characters on the nameplate already illegible, but the overall structure was intact. He crouched down and examined it carefully. The stator and rotor of the generator were still in place, the coils still present, though the exterior was coated with a layer of black-yellow grease and dust. He unscrewed the side inspection cover and shone a light inside. The copper coils were still fixed in their original positions, the enameled wire as thick as a finger wound, neatly in layers. The enamel was slightly yellowed and blistered, but hadn't peeled off. The copper wire from this thing alone would weigh at least several dozen gene. In this era, copper was a state monopolized resource. Just the copper coils from this generator could fetch a good sum on the black market. But he wasn't short of money now, and if he sold it, it would be hard to find another one. Next to the generator stood 2 black iron cabinets with numbers painted in white on the doors. He pried open the cabinet doors, revealing rows of parts wrapped in oil paper. The wrapping was excellent, and the oil paper still retained some flexibility. He unwrapped the package. Inside were bearings of various sizes, the largest as thick as a bowl, the smallest about the size of a thumb. The grease was still present, and the metal surfaces showed no rust. They spun smoothly, as if they hadn't been stored for over 20 years. Bearings like these were perpetually in short supply at the logging camp's repair shop. When old Ming and the others repaired equipment, they often had to make do with old bearings, and usable ones were nearly impossible to buy. While Wang Yongli was engrossed in scavenging, he didn't know that in a bunker less than 10 li away, Qiandazi, who had taken leave to return to Liaoning province, was present there. Wang Yongli stepped into the adjacent compartment, which turned out to be an electrical distribution room. Embedded in the wall was an entire switchboard covered in old-fashioned knife switches and fuse holders, most of them rusted solid. Yet the dense copper bus bars remained, each as thick as a finger, gleaming yellow and reflecting the flashlight's beam. The total length of the copper bus bars amounted to at least 7 or 8 meters. Beneath the switchboard sat an iron cabinet. When the door was pulled open, several coils of cable were neatly stacked inside, wrapped in thick rubber insulation. While he was still rummaging through the items in another bunker, Qian, Wan Haozi, Pao Zhang, Xintoer, and the others were seated with 3 Russians. The room was thick with the stench of smoked cigarette butts littered the floor, and the air was suffocatingly oppressive. 3 kerosene lamps cast a waxy yellow glow on everyone's faces. 7 people sat around a table on which lay a map. Qian Wan's fingertip pressed down on the map, tracing along a line. The line was winding with several branches. It was the railway route from the district to the various forest farms. The opening of this railway meant that all the forest farms in the Xinjiang region and the districts would be connected as one. It would greatly enhance the efficiency of transporting timber and the travel of the local people. The leading Russian lowered his head to examine the route map closely, then spoke in heavily rolled-tongued Chinese. On June 8th, the railway will open. The main line must be destroyed in at least 6 sections, and each branch line in 3 sections. Make it impossible for them to repair. Qianwan nodded and asked, Yuan, there's only about half a month left. To set up so many locations, I'm afraid time won't be enough. Yuan raised his eyes to look at the 4 men, then made an explosion gesture with both hands. The more thorough the destruction, the better. The first blast must be at the most crowded place, causing the greatest casualties in the liveliest spot. Only then will it achieve the optimal effect. Qianwan took out cigarettes, and while passing them around exchanged glances with Haozi and the others. Yuan continued, the railway line will definitely be guarded during this period. How do you plan to carry out the operation? We've already figured out their duty schedule. Such a small matter is no trouble for us. Pao Zhang exhaled a puff of smoke and said softly. Yuan nodded, pulled out an aluminum flask from his pocket, opened it, and took a large gulp. After this is done, all their years of hard work will be wasted. Besides the usual cash reward, you will also be arranged to go to Sulian. Haitianway, or even further Zibalia. You'll be given new identities, houses, and jobs. In Zhongwei you are spies, dead men. In Sulian you are heroes, meritorious citizens. Then he pointed to a box on the floor. We've brought the explosives, military grade, along with detonators and timers. Qianwan glanced at the box, then raised his eyes to Yuan. We don't know how Foy negotiated with you before, but we're risking our necks for this job. We can't just go by your words. Hearing Qianwan's words, Yuan turned to look at the young man beside him. The young man pulled 4 gleaming gold bars from his backpack and placed them one by one on the table. This is the deposit, 1 bar for each of you. After the job is done you'll get another. Haozi and Shintoer's eyes instantly widened. Both of them were keeping young widows on the outside. Especially Haozi, he was even supporting the young widow's 2 daughters. Of course, whether he truly treated them as his own was debatable. He only knew that those 2 little girls were growing more delicate by the day. Qianwan merely swept a glance over the gold bars and said in a low voice, there's one more thing. The security for this railway's opening is no joke. The Liberation Army, the militia, the public security, layers upon layers of them. You've arranged a heavy workload, and the time is too tight. The 4 of us don't have enough hands. Why don't you ask Foy to come and help us? The smile on Yuan's face instantly vanished, and he said in a stern tone, lack of manpower is your problem. Foy has more important matters to attend to. You'd better restrain your curiosity. In this matter, we only provide explosives and follow-up arrangements. Just do this job well, and you'll be able to enjoy a comfortable life openly in the future. What are the follow-up arrangements? Haozi, who had been silent throughout, finally spoke. After the job is done, gather here. Someone will come to take you out of the country. Yuan gave a sly grin, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. All right, we'll come after the job is done. But let me be clear, first the money must be seen after the work is finished. Second, the people coming to pick us up can't be too many. These deep mountains and forests, don't let them be mistaken for wolves and shot. Qianwan lowered his head and thought for a moment before voicing his concerns. Old Qian, we've worked together before. You must trust our sincerity. With that, Yuan took 2 more gold bars from the young man's backpack and placed them on the table. There's another matter, that Wang Yongli who killed our 3 stalwarts. He must die. These 2 gold bars are also a deposit. Once Foy confirms you've successfully killed him, you'll get 2 more. Yuan's request made Qianwan pause. He hadn't expected Yuan to raise such a demand now. Didn't Foy say this kid was useful? Had he changed his mind after just a few days? In fact, Qianwan and his crew had been having a rough time these days. Daoling was still missing. Qianwan didn't suspect Wang Yongli of Daoling's disappearance since the 2 had almost no connection. He wondered if the relevant authorities had their eyes on them. Yuan looked at the 4 Chinese men across from him, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. After the job was done, all 4 would be silenced and thrown into the mountains. The beasts would clean up for them. He had long since learned the details of each man. They were all desperados without families. How could people who had betrayed their own motherland be arranged to live in Sulian? His superiors had also expressed dissatisfaction with their competence. After eliminating them, Foy would recruit new people. In his eyes, these 4 locals were merely temporary expendable materials. Cheap and easy to use, then discarded, utterly worthless. I know this man. I'll find an opportunity to take care of it when I get back. Haozi said with a grin, eyeing the extra gold bars. But Qianwan, who had read many books, was not so optimistic. The task was too heavy, the time too tight. Their situation was like walking a tightrope on the edge of a cliff. One wrong step, and they'd fall into the abyss. He didn't want to stir up extra trouble. But he didn't voice his objection either. Seeing that no one else spoke, Yuan stood up first, and the others followed suit. Yuan extended his hand to Qianwan, a broad smile on his face, and said, Comrades, I wish you all the best. I await your triumphant return. With that, he led the other 2 out of the bunker. Lao Qian this. Haozi pointed at the gold bars on the table, a sly grin on his face. Everyone take your own share. The 2 for Wang Yongli stay here with me first. If anyone's not comfortable, I can pay cash in advance. Haozi, you have the most contact with Wang Yongli. Keep looking for opportunities on your end, and I'll stay alert as well. Ziantuer and Peisheng, set aside your current tasks for these past few days. Hurry and scout the area to find suitable positions for burying the explosives. Safety comes first. Besides, we are short-handed. There is no need to blow up that many targets. Let us first secure positions along the main line, and if time permits, we can handle the branch lines afterward. What do you think could have happened to Daoling? After assigning tasks to everyone, Qianwan gazed at the other 3 with piercing intensity. Partner Daoling is ruthless. Without a gun, 3 or 5 men could not take him down. And he has a gun on his person. I believe the most likely scenario is that he encountered a wild beast in the mountains on his way back. Haozi was smiling as he stroked the gold bar. Upon hearing Qianwan's question, he looked up and replied, Partner, you suspect Daoling was also? Ziantuer rubbed his fingers together and slowly uttered half a sentence. Impossible. This morning, I watched Wang Yongli leave the black market. After lunch, when Daoling set out, I saw him head into the back mountain. What deep grievance could Wang Yongli have against Daoling that would drive him to stalk him in the mountains for so long? Haozi shook his head and analyzed with Qianwan. Besides, for what reason would Wang Yongli want to kill Daoling? Daoling wanted to kidnap Wang Yongli's younger sister. Ziantuer picked up the gold bar that belonged to him on the table and placed it into his bag. Hearing Ziantuer say this, Haozi became uncertain and looked toward Qianwan. Surely not. Even the police station could not trace Daoling. No matter how capable Wang Yongli is, can he be more formidable than the public security? Qianwan pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. What I fear is that Daolang will go after Wang Yongli to avenge Songlong. It has been several days. Daolang is neither seen alive nor dead, and it makes me deeply uneasy. How's he last time you had someone tail Wang Yongli, that person never reappeared. When you sent others to search again, they found nothing, as well correct. Indeed. Later that kid said he followed him far in the direction of Kaoshan village, but discovered nothing. He was too afraid to enter the old forest, so he turned back. How's he cared little for those two hired drifters who worked only for money. At this moment Pao Zhang had already wrapped the explosives and detonators, separately divided them into 4 portions, and each person carried 1 bundle. Partner, what do Lao Maozi and Fo Yi mean? In the past Fo Yi only allowed Songlong to make contact with Lao Maozi. Why must we all join this time? Pei Zhang's question plunged the other 3 into deep thought. Indeed. In the past Fo Yi always let Songlong handle contact with Lao Maozi directly, never allowing the rest of them to interfere. In fact, they did not even know who Fo Yi truly was, what he looked like, whether male or female. Do you trust Lao Maozi? Seeing none of the 3 respond, Pei Zhang's gaze swept across their faces in turn, and he spoke again. Trust. Trust my grandfather. Once we finish the job and receive payment, I hope they honor their promises. But if they attempt any treachery, I will feed them to the beasts. Haozi smirked and glanced at the explosives on the table, speaking with disdain. Let us finish preparing and get moving. We should focus on completing this job first. Qianwan shouldered a bundle of explosives and stepped out first. Naturally, he did not trust Lao Maozi either. He did not even trust Fo Yi or Haozi and the others. It was simply that they were all eating from the same pot for now, and he harbored his own calculations. It had grown completely dark by the time Wang Yongli returned home. He had released De Biao back into the mountains. The mountain lord should not be kept in captivity. Moreover, no matter the distance, Wang Yongli could communicate with the 3 of them at any time, so there was no need to worry. During dinner, Li Xiuji mentioned that Sheng Lin had come looking for him and asked him to pay a visit. Sheng Lin was a cadre dispatched from above, originally from out of town, and usually lived alone in a small room beside the office. Wang Yongli retrieved a wild rabbit from his spatial storage, carried it in hand, and knocked on Sheng Lin's dormitory door. Yongli is here. Come in quickly. Why bring gifts? Keep them for yourself. I am eating alone and cannot finish much anyway. Upon opening the door and seeing Wang Yongli, Sheng Lin warmly invited him inside. I only just arrived home after dark. Mother said the secretary wished to see me, so I came over immediately after finishing dinner. After sitting down, Wang Yongli took out cigarettes, offered one to Sheng Lin, and only began speaking after lighting it. Haha, it is nothing major. I merely noticed your wind power generation system is quite impressive, and I wanted to ask whether it might be possible to scale it up across the forest farm. Sheng Lin got straight to the point. It cannot be done. The main issue is that the components are all scarce items. I will not hide it from you, secretary. I had to purchase them at a high price from the black market, and even then I waited several days to receive the goods. Hearing that this was the matter, Wang Yongli had nothing to conceal. Oh, I asked Xiuji. She said your installation can power light bulbs in 3 rooms. How about this? I will have the maintenance team source the parts, and you install a set in the forest farm office. To be honest, working by kerosene lamp at night is rather dim, especially for those few who must compile statistics. This is no problem, secretary. I will begin constructing the frame in the next couple of days. As long as we have the batteries and generator, the rest will be straightforward. Yongli, I have heard that you have been frequenting the old forest lately. There are many large beasts within, so you must exercise extreme caution. Sheng Lin leaned back against the chair, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke that obscured his face, yet his tone carried the warmth of an elder caring for his younger kin. Thank you for your concern, secretary. I carry a gun. If I cannot fight, I can at least flee. Besides, the old forest is the only place where I can hunt large beasts. There is nothing in the operating area. Wang Yongli wore a simple, honest smile. But I have heard that during this period some people have spotted unfamiliar faces in the old forest, and others have seen individuals with covered faces. Yongli, have you encountered anything like that? Sheng Lin's words roused Wang Yongli's alertness. What did he mean? Why raise this topic? Who told him about unfamiliar faces in the forest? Who had seen people with covered faces? Could they be from the black market? Those who operate there are required to cover their faces when entering or leaving. Wang Yongli's pupils contracted slightly, then he composed himself. Unable to glean any information from Wang Yongli's response or expression, Sheng Lin chuckled softly. It is possible. You do not know, Yongli, but our production tasks are pressing, and we must remain vigilant against sabotage. Therefore, every stirring wind and rustling grass must be taken seriously. If you encounter unusual people or incidents in the mountains, you must pay close attention. If uncertain, report to Sun Dishing or come find Shanghai and me. Understood, secretary. I will remember. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Please rest early. Wang Yongli rose to his feet upon seeing Sheng Lin extinguish his cigarette. Very well. Give priority to the wind power generation project. The sooner the better. Turning the corner and walking along the pitch-black main road, Wang Yongli pondered Sheng Lin's words in his mind. Was he merely seeking to build a simple wind power generation system? Why ask him to watch for unfamiliar faces? Why emphasize those with covered faces? By all accounts, militiamen patrolled the perimeter of the operating area. Even if any disturbance arose, Sun Dishing and the others were there to handle it. As for Sheng Lin, he enjoyed a commendable reputation within the forestry station. He always maintained a genial demeanor with everyone, treating the workers with particular kindness. When it came to meals, the Red Star Forest Station boasted the finest provisions among the neighboring stations. As the party secretary, Sheng Lin demonstrated considerable generosity in this regard. The next morning, the mountain mist had yet to dissipate fully, and the cool, damp air mingled with the scent of pine needles brushing against people's faces. Wang Yongli drove his elk-drawn cart toward the district. He had promised Zhao Gang a piece of wild boar meat and needed to deliver it. Ordinarily, the journey from the station to the district by cart would take at least half a day, but Wang Yongli was spared such hardship. Once deep in the mountains, he stowed the cart, mounted his white elk, and leisurely traversed the peaks toward the district. Along the way, he casually collected any small animals he encountered into his spatial realm. It was nearly noon when Wang Yongli finally reached the foot of the mountain near the district. He retrieved the cart from his spatial realm, placed a wild boar upon it, and tucked a dressed hare into his bag. Only then did he drive the cart at a leisurely pace to the district public security bureau. As the elk-drawn cart rolled through the streets, it caused quite a stir. The elk, nourished by the spiritual spring within his realm, was exceptionally robust and steady, its hooves falling silently on the dirt road. It pulled the load of nearly 1,000 jin without any effort. Men returning from work for their meals and children playing in the mud on the streets all fixed their gazes intently upon the elk. A group of half-grown boys even reached out to touch the elk, but were scolded and had their hands swatted away by the adults. When Wang Yongli stopped at the bureau's entrance to register, the elk cart was soon surrounded by a crowd of old and young. The elk remained remarkably composed, tilting its head to observe the crowd, with eyes full of curiosity, showing no sign of panic. An old man, leaning on a cane, circled the cart twice, clicking his tongue in wonder. I've lived over 70 years, and this is the first time I've seen an elk pulling a cart. These creatures are as timid as a needle's eye. The slightest noise sends them bolting. Mountain runners in the old days tried to tame them, but none succeeded. He stepped closer to examine the elk's eyes. This beast has a steady gaze, not a trace of fear. And that wild boar is enormous. Young man, you've got some skill. Haha, you flatter me, sir. I'm a mountain runner, and this elk took a long time to train in the mountains before it became so obedient. Hearing the old man's praise, Wang Yongli took out a cigarette and offered it to him. He then asked the crowd to make way, swiftly driving the cart into the bureau's courtyard. The officers in the courtyard also gathered around, grinning at the sight of the wild boar on the cart before engaging in animated discussions about the elk. Wang Yongli greeted those he knew, and old Zhang, who was in charge of supplies, came running out. Yongli, didn't you tell the chief you'd deliver it yesterday? Section Chief Zhang, something came up yesterday, so I brought it today instead. All right, the chief is in his office. Go on in, and I'll handle the weighing. He then gestured for a few officers to unload the boar. Clutching his bag, Wang Yongli went to Zhao Gang's office. Kid, I thought you were all talk and wouldn't show up. Spotting Wang Yongli entering, Zhao Gang immediately began to tease him. I ran into some trouble yesterday. Section Chief Zhang is handling the weighing downstairs. As he spoke, Wang Yongli pulled the hare from his bag and placed it under Zhao Gang's desk. Ha, good. I won't take it for nothing. I've saved up quite a few ration tickets lately. Take your pick. Zhao Gang took out a leather wallet and spilled a handful of tickets onto the desk. Ha, perfect. I'll swing by the supply cooperative later to buy something for my mom and little sister. The two men smoked a cigarette together before Zhang came in with documents and a plastic bag. Chief, everything's settled. Please sign here. He handed the papers to Zhao Gang, lit a cigarette from the box on the desk, and turned to Wang Yongli. This time, do you want cash or tickets? Tickets as always. I never have enough of them. Fine, take your pick. Zhang tossed the plastic bag in front of Wang Yongli and watched as the young man meticulously selected each item. With business concluded, Wang Yongli took his leave. He drove the cart to a secluded spot, retrieved another wild boar from his spatial realm, placed it on the cart, and headed to the supply cooperative. He needed to make some purchases and also check if Qianwan had returned. Upon entering the cooperative, he asked the sales clerk and learned that Qianwan was indeed back. Hearing that someone had come to sell wild boar meat, the clerk hurried inside to fetch Qianwan. Yongli, you've bagged a whole pig. Qianwan emerged with a broad smile. It's on the cart outside. Call someone to weigh it. Wang Yongli offered him a cigarette and led the way out. That's a hefty one. Come on, let's go to the backyard. Qianwan led the way, and Wang Yongli followed with the cart. After the weighing, they returned to Qianwan's office to handle the paperwork. I heard you came by the day before yesterday. Qianwan asked casually. Yes, I was told you were on leave, so I sold that elk to someone else. Dealing with Qianwan, Wang Yongli was on high alert. He had only ever seen spies on TV before. Never imagined he'd have to interact with them one day. Though he wasn't certain whether this man was a spy, his suspicious nature meant that once he doubted someone, he treated them as guilty. I went back to my hometown to handle some affairs. Just returned. From your accent, Brother Qian, it sounds like you're not far from here. I'm from Jilin province, but near the border of Harbin. I've never traveled far, so I don't have a sense of that. Heh. Wang Yongli wore a simple smile while fixing his gaze on Qianwan's eyes. Yongli, have you seen any unfamiliar faces in the mountains lately? Hearing this, Wang Yongli's heart skipped a beat, but his face betrayed no emotion. Feigning puzzlement, he asked. No, I usually go deep into the old forest. Apart from animals, I haven't run into anyone else. Why? Nothing. The other day Rat said someone spotted strangers in the woods. Qianwan's eyes also remained fixed on Wang Yongli. Isn't that normal? Not to mention the railway soldiers, but even lumberjacks come and go in batches. And there are other hunters scrounging for a living in the mountains. Wang Yongli brushed it off with feigned indifference. Sai Yongli, you know what I do. In our line of work, caution is the mother of survival. I have to keep my ears open. Qianwan took a sip from his mug, then leaned forward. Speaking of the railway soldiers, Yongli, you're on good terms with the leaders. If you get a chance, could you hook me up? To be honest, sitting here all day is killing me. The shift in topic was rather abrupt, talking about railway soldiers, then suddenly veering to the leaders. Qianwan's words made Wang Yongli's heart race again. What's wrong, brother Qian? Don't want to work here anymore. I want to join the army, but I'm a bit too old. The normal channels won't take me, so I'm hoping to find another way. What's so good about being a soldier? Look at those railway soldiers now. How hard they work. They have to labor in freezing weather. That's nowhere near as comfortable as your job. Yongli, to be honest, my uncle was a soldier. He died in action, a martyr. So I want to carry on his spirit and contribute to the nation's construction. Hearing Qianwan's words, Wang Yongli silently sneered inwardly. Playing the moral high ground with me. Your uncle is indeed a martyr and deserves respect. Don't you have any sense in your head? Want to contribute to the country? You do black market trade. Isn't that just lining your own pockets? But on his face he still put on an act of reverence, extending his hand to give a thumbs up. Brother Qian, our uncle, is the real deal. I heard it on the loudspeaker. Only those who have made significant contributions to the nation can be recognized as martyrs. However, brother Qian, I know the leader, but doesn't the leader have no authority over the military? Qianwan waved his hand gently. As long as you introduce me, don't worry about anything else. Alright, then let me check when the leader has time. After some casual chatter, Wang Yongli went to the counter and bought quite a few things. Qianwan even had someone give him a discount. In the blink of an eye, time had arrived at early June. Wang Yongli's excitement grew stronger and stronger. The antler would soon be ready for harvest. What reward would Old Five give him after absorbing the deer antler? During this period, Wang Yongli spent every day in the mountains, primarily searching for medicinal herbs. The Greater Xing'an Range was known as the Cold Region Medicine Storage. The traditional Chinese medicine resource census recorded over 300 species of wild medicinal materials. More than 100 were listed in the Chinese Pharmacopoeia, and dozens more were under national and provincial key protection. So he had no worry about failing to find precious medicinal herbs. It was just that many were not yet at the right harvesting season. When he had nothing to do, Wang Yongli would tell stories to the three beasts, who studied eagerly and listened with great interest. At first he told Dabiao the story of Zhao Gongming and the Black Tiger from the Investiture of the Gods. Zhao Gongming and the Black Tiger, as the divine general and spirit beast who fought side by side in the Investiture of the Gods, are also a classic combination in later folk belief. To all wealth with power to carry fortune upon the tiger's back. But once he started telling, he couldn't stop. The three beasts pestered him for stories every day. Thus Wang Yongli told them all 4 great classical novels, various fiction works, and classic TV dramas. Especially for film and television dramas, he could simply project the scenes directly into their minds. Incredibly convenient. They say people can become absorbed in watching dramas, and the three beasts were no different. Dajin, tearing meat strips for his cub while watching the drama Lurk, became so engrossed that he forgot to tear the meat. The hungry little golden eagle chirped and squawked, but it could not summon back his father's attention. Dajin was completely lost in the plot until the female eagle jumped up and slapped him with a claw. Dabiao was the same. When Wang Yongli rode him to find medicinal herbs, he was often hit by branches and twigs. Previously, whether it was Dabiao or Dabai, they would avoid obstacles whenever they saw them. Moreover, the three beasts had significantly reduced their sleeping time. If not for the food available everywhere and the support of spiritual spring water, they probably would have lost dozens of gene in weight. So one should have entertainment, but not to the point of obsession. There were now over 100 sika deer in the space, with more than half being males. They had all been caught and brought in during this period with the help of the three beasts. Looking around, the entire pasture was filled with animals, not counting those on the mountainside. These sika deer drank spiritual spring water and grazed on grass nourished by it, so their antlers grew faster than those of wild sika deer outside. If the sika deer had grown up in the space from birth, their antlers would likely grow even faster and better. Yesterday, he had the three beasts round up all the deer that could grow 2-bar antlers and kept them from eating to prevent rumination during the harvesting. Such antlers are rich in blood and qi and possess thick medicinal potency. Old antlers that are severely ossified are worthless. Young fawns whose antlers have not yet fully developed are kept for another season. Today was the day he would officially begin sawing. Early in the morning, he went to the space warehouse, where a small table held a sharp, thin-bladed knife, and a wooden basin beside it was filled with spiritual spring water. Dabai drove in a male deer with a pair of tender antlers on its head covered in fine white-pink down. The 2 forks were plump and swollen, warm and elastic to the touch, with the base not yet hardened into bone. The perfect time for harvesting. He first pinched the antler, testing its firmness, then ran his hand around the base to confirm there were no signs of ossification. Only then did he take a hemp rope, tie a slip noose above the antler base, tighten it gently, and with one hand supporting the base, press the small knife against the root of the antler. Normally anesthesia should be administered to prevent the deer from moving. But with Dabai and Dabiao nearby, the young deer was very well behaved. Even so, when the first cut fell, the deer's body tensed violently. When sawing antlers, one must maintain a steady back and forth motion. No swaying, no jerking, otherwise the antler may crack. Wang Yongli's hands were extremely steady. His mastery of instruments kept his wrist always in a straight line. In less than a minute, the sound of the knife changed from the dull thud of cutting soft tissue to a slight resistance as it severed the final layer of thin cartilage. He pulled the knife out, quickly cupped the base of the antler with his other hand, and gave it a gentle pull outward. The entire antler came off cleanly. The whole process flowed smoothly, without wasting much blood. The cut surface was flat and neat, with pale pink edges seeping fine drops of blood. He placed the antler on the table and scooped some spiritual spring water to pour over the wound. Upon contact with the water, the blood drops were immediately absorbed, and the oozing subsided noticeably. Others usually use plant ash to stop bleeding, but his spiritual spring water was far more effective. Freshly cut antlers should also be cleaned promptly and the cut area wrapped to prevent bleeding and dust contamination. But inside the space warehouse, none of that was necessary. The warehouse itself worked better. Soon the second antler was also harvested. He then untied the rope noose. The instant Wang Yongli let go, the deer shook its head and rotated its ears back and forth twice, seemingly unaccustomed to the sudden lightness on its head. But it showed no obvious signs of pain, pawed the ground twice with its hooves, and calmed down. With a soft howl from Dabai, it ran out to the grassland outside and began to eat heartily. No chasing, no hurting, no anesthesia. Wang Yongli walked out of the warehouse carrying a pile of antlers and raised them toward Old Five. Old Five quickly absorbed the antlers and granted Wang Yongli knowledge of the diagnostic methods: observation, olfaction, inquiry, and pulse diagnosis. Wang Yongli's efficiency in harvesting antlers was astonishing. In one morning, he had processed all the eligible sika deer and red deer. Looking at the rack full of spread-out antlers, the cigarette in Wang Yongli's mouth curled upward involuntarily. He picked up 2 sets, packed them in a bag, and prepared to give 1 set each to Li Changhai and Zhang Hongliang. Li Changhai had truly helped him a great deal. The reason Wang Yongli could quickly establish himself in the forest farm was not only because of his meat sales, but also because Li Changhai's assistance was indispensable. As for Zhang Hongliang, setting aside his identity as a high-ranking official, his son and daughter-in-law were genuine national heroes and deserved respect. Moreover, Wang Yongli really did not want to disregard that identity. Fresh antlers soaked in liquor are excellent. Added with some other medicinal herbs, they can at least nourish vital energy and strengthen sinews and bones. He first went to the district to find Zhang Hongliang, told him which herbs to add, shared the precautions for soaking, and then took his leave. Who would have thought that a single sentence from Zhang Hongliang would awaken his curiosity? Yongli, if you have nothing else to attend to, join me on the train back to the forest farm later. Hearing these words, Wang Yongli froze for a moment. Had the railway connecting the district to the forest farm finally opened? He had always made the trip between the district and the forest farm by riding his bicycle over the mountains along shortcuts, and had never paid attention to the railway construction progress. The railway to the forest farm has opened. Wang Yongli's face broke into a surprised and delighted expression as he asked. Not officially yet. The opening ceremony is planned for the day after tomorrow. The track compaction vehicle has been conducting empty test runs for some time now, and repeated compaction tests have confirmed it has met all operational standards. Zhang Hongliang said happily, waving his hand. After waiting less than half an hour in the office, Gao Ding knocked and entered to report that everything was ready and they could depart. 3 jeeps entered the railway station in succession, and quite a few people were already waiting on the platform. The track compaction train had 5 carriages coupled together, pulled by a Jiafeng-class steam locomotive running on coal. Seated in the carriage besides Wang Yongli and Zhang Hongliang were Deputy Director Gao Ding, Deputy Director Li, who oversaw transportation matters, and several cadres from the district's transportation and industrial departments. 8 or 9 people in total, along with an accompanying technician and several bodyguards, filled the entire carriage. The track compaction train consisted of empty green carriage cars carrying neither cargo nor passengers. It moved at a leisurely pace, specifically designed to compact the roadbed and test the smoothness of the tracks. Aside from the train engineer, everyone on this journey was gathered in one carriage, with every leader wearing an unmistakable smile upon their face. Zhang Hongliang sat by the window, watching the birch forest recede past his mouth, unable to stop curving upward. Oldly, calculate this for me. Once this line is operational, how much time will our district's forest farms save by sending timber directly along this route, instead of the old highway detour? Deputy Director Li withdrew his gaze from the window and replied with a smile. Take Red Star Forest Farm as an example. Previously, road transport required detouring through Sandal-Yangtze. The road was extremely bumpy, and even large trucks needed half a day under normal conditions to reach the district. Horse-drawn carts required a full day. In rainy or snowy weather, the journey would take even longer. Once this railway officially opens, the journey from Red Star Forest Farm to the district will take just over an hour. Connecting this branch line to the main railway network was equivalent to establishing a vital lifeline for the forest farms. The cost of timber transport would drop several times over, and the speed would multiply several-fold. From then on, the profitability of the forest farms and the wages and welfare of the workers would all rise together. Others gathered around the windows chatting idly. Some calculated the returns after the line opened, while others discussed future logging area plans. Every word carried the warmth and optimism of brighter days ahead. After leaving the district station, the train traveled along gentle slopes for about 10 minutes before entering hilly terrain. The trees along the roadside grew increasingly dense, signaling that they were approaching the forest's edge. The train moved at a moderate speed of roughly 30 to 40 kilometers per hour. When the wheels passed over rail joints, a rhythmic clacking sound echoed, and the window frames trembled slightly. Wang Yongli sat at the outermost position. He leaned back against his seat, his gaze wandering aimlessly through the window. The scenery outside was the most common sight of late May in the greater Shingon Mountains. Larch and Korean pine grew interspersed, and the birch forest gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. Occasionally clusters of wildflowers, yellow and white, sparsely dotted the rocky crevices along the protective embankments beside the tracks. The train began to slow down on a right-hand curve. When the wheels rolled over the inner rail of the bend, they produced a sharper scraping sound than on the straight sections. It was at that very moment that the hairs on the back of Wang Yongli's neck suddenly stood on end. The sensation came too fast, too direct. It was not any specific noise or smell. There was no sound, no scent. It was simply a cold chill running up his spine from his tailbone to the base of his skull, as though a stream of ice water had been poured down the groove of his vertebrae. He instinctively sat upright and glanced quickly out the windows on both sides. To his left was a hillside covered in dense low hazel thickets and weeds, an impenetrable wall of foliage that blocked all visibility. To his right was a stone retaining wall approximately 3 meters deep below, which lay a dry creek bed strewn with gravel and dead branches. The forest was utterly silent, broken only by the whisper of wind through the canopy. Wang Yongli leaned back against his seat, his spirit sharpening to full concentration, his mind endlessly replaying that instant sensation. The train continued forward. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, it passed through a straight section of track flanked on both sides by open meadows with excellent visibility. A few minutes later, the train entered a valley. On the left lay a dense stand of Korean pine. On the right stood a sheer rock cliff 3 to 4 meters high, its surface crisscrossed with weathered fissures and bushes growing from within them. Just as the train passed directly beneath that rock face, the sensation struck again. Identical to the previous one, as though someone had placed a block of ice squarely against his back, sending a wave of cold radiating from his spine across his entire upper body. This time, however, he was better prepared. The instant the feeling rose, he glanced out the window. Deep within the Korean pine forest on the left, something moved, a faint disturbance among the tree crowns. Several of the treetops appeared misaligned, as though something had pushed aside an extremely narrow gap within the canopy. But the train was moving quickly, and in the blink of an eye they had passed. By the time he tried to look back, that small patch of forest was already far behind. He memorized the location in his mind. The interval between the third and fourth occurrences was very short. After exiting the valley, the train wound along the mountainside in a nearly 180-degree curve. The outer edge of the bend dropped away into a steep slope with a river valley far below. The speed dropped to its lowest as the train navigated the curve, the wheels grinding along the curved section of steel rail with a drawn-out scraping sound. Then came another straight stretch, followed by a second major curve in the opposite direction. On the outer side of this bend lay a slope of waist-high wild grass crowned by a row of old oak trees. Wang Yongli strung the 4 locations together in his mind like beads on a thread. 4 points, 3 curves, 1 small grove. No one else in the carriage had any idea. Jiang Hongliang was still discussing future timber harvesting quotas with Gao Ding. Deputy Director Li beside them was speaking animatedly, his hands gesturing in the air. Once this line officially opens, it means we will be connected to the entire Northeast Railway network. Timber can be logged and shipped immediately. In a year's time, we could easily add dozens of railway carloads to our output. Meanwhile, calculations raced rapidly through Wang Yongli's mind. He was waiting for the next sensation, that feeling of being watched by a beast deep in the ancient forest. One might call it killing intent. Curves were the most dangerous sections of railway, worst visibility, slowest speed, highest risk of accidents. They were also the perfect places for ambushes and surprise attacks. But who was this aimed at? Him. Yet he had only been dragged onto this train at the last minute. Then it must be aimed at one of the leaders. He lifted his eyes and looked at the group still engaged in enthusiastic discussion. Every face wore a radiant smile, every word brimming with hope for the future. No one noticed Wang Yongli, and no one was aware of the possible danger lurking ahead. But why multiple vantage points? A sniper? Shooting at people on a moving train? Wasn't that something only seen in movies? Bringing in artillery? That seemed like overkill. What about dynamite? Holy shit, dynamite. 2 words burst into Wang Yongli's mind. If explosives were planted in these spots, the blast could leverage the surrounding terrain for cover, allowing the enemy to withdraw swiftly. Wang Yongli felt his blood pressure skyrocketing. But he couldn't speak. Who would believe him? He had no evidence, and for now it was only a suspicion. Inside the carriage, the leaders continued chatting and laughing. Someone pointed at the forested hills outside the window and joked. Once the railway is open, the ginseng, lingji, and deer antlers from the mountains can be shipped out easily. Our forest farm's treasures will no longer have trouble finding buyers. Gao Ding turned to Wang Yongli and said with a smile, Yongli, from now on traveling to the district will be much more convenient for you. No more having to inch along with a horse-drawn cart. The others laughed in agreement, unaware that the lush green mountains outside hid deadly blades. Wang Yongli smiled, but said nothing. In his mind, he analyzed if he were the enemy, when would he detonate the explosives? During the inauguration ceremony. At that time, leaders from all sides would gather, workers would watch, and the first fully loaded train would depart. A grand spectacle with maximum attention. Blowing up the tracks at that moment would not only cripple the forest area's transport lifeline, but also cause a major disaster and create a huge public outcry. A 2-for-1 strike, utterly vicious. The familiar outline of the forest farm residential area appeared vaguely outside the window. The feeling didn't recur, but they had passed 2 more sharp bends. Could it be that the enemy had only placed 4 charges? Or perhaps they hadn't had time to set them at those 2 bends. The train slowed down, and as it entered the platform, the screeching brakes dragged long and loud before it came to a steady halt. Although Red Star Forest Farm wasn't the largest in the area due to its geographical location, both the train and the black market chose to set up stations here. The leaders rose and disembarked, their faces still beaming with joy. Wang Yongli was the last to step off. Sheng Lin, Li Chonghai, and others had already approached Jiang Hongliang and his group, shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries. He turned back to look down the stretch of tracks. The rails gleamed silver-gray under the afternoon sun, extending forward along the slope and disappearing around the curve of the mountain pass. Shouldering his bag, he turned and left the train station. Instead of heading home, he walked toward the mountains. In his mind, he began assigning tasks to the 3 beasts. He called Da Biao back from the mountains. Dabai and Da Jin were still in the space. He would release them once he entered the mountains. He and Da Biao would wait until dark to inspect the 4 spots he had noted. Da Jin patrolled the railway line from the air. Occasionally encountering militia patrols along the way, Wang Yongli was especially cautious. Dabai followed at a distance, ready to support. Wang Yongli often stayed out overnight, so Li Xiuji and the others were used to it. There was no need to inform his family. Riding Da Biao, Wang Yongli headed through the mountains toward the 4th killing intent point. Although it was somewhat of a detour, it avoided encounters with patrolling militia. After all, it was late at night, and he was riding Da Biao. Da Jin had already been circling overhead. Arriving at the 4th point, Wang Yongli waited a moment to ensure no militia or anyone else was around, then approached the tracks to search carefully. With his night vision, he didn't need a flashlight. As expected, before long, Wang Yongli spotted traces. A small stone revealed a length of fuse. Just as he was about to start digging, Da Jin reported seeing 4 people and simultaneously transmitted an image. Wang Yongli quickly shared Da Jin's perspective. 4 masked men were at the 5th bend. 2 were digging on the ground, 1 stood beside them scanning left and right, and the other was preparing explosives. Qian Dazi and Haozi. The other 2 must be Pao Zhang and Xintoer. Wang Yongli recognized the lookout and the one handling the explosives at a glance. It's them indeed. For now, he temporarily ignored this spot, riding Da Biao swiftly toward the 5th point. Approaching the location, he slid off Da Biao's back. In his mind, he instructed Da Biao and Dabai to flank from the left and right at a distance, keeping hidden as much as possible. These men were to be handed over to the Public Security Bureau. He couldn't kill them to silence them. This was a solid major achievement. Raising his gun, he slowly approached, and when within range, he fired without hesitation. With 2 gunshots, Qian Wan and Haozi fell to the ground writhing. Pao Zhang and Xintoer reacted quickly, dropping flat and grabbing the pistols lying on the ground. They turned around, searching for Wang Yongli's figure. Wang Yongli didn't give them much time. He fired 2 more shots directly into their shoulders. The pistols in Pei Zhang's and Xintoer's hands instantly dropped to the ground. Wang Yongli strode forward and kicked the pistols away. Then he reached out, retrieved the guns from Qian Dazi and Haozi, and tossed them aside. Wang Yongli, I'll fuck your mother. Haozi was the first to shout, struggling to get up and attack Wang Yongli. Wang Yongli kicked him under the chin. With a cry of pain, the man finally quieted down. Wang Yongli dragged them up one by one and tied them to trees. Pulling down their masks, indeed, it was the 4 of them. Brother Qian, I thought you wanted to join the army, but it seems you're aiming for a big score, Wang Yongli said, taking out a flashlight, pointing it upward and wedging it into a crevice. He then lit a cigarette and waited for the militia to arrive. In the dead silence of the night, those gunshots could be heard for miles. He believed they would come soon. Wang Yongli, who exactly are you? Since Wang Yongli had shot them in the shoulders, and now with their hands tied behind their backs to the tree, the wounds were even more painful. Qian Wan's facial muscles twitched, and his breathing pattern was completely disrupted. His short sentence was punctuated by heavy gasps and the chatter of teeth. I'm from the Dragon Group, codename Mountain Lord. You know that. Wang Yongli exhaled a puff of smoke and replied calmly. Then he turned to look at Pao Zhang and Xintoer, who were glaring at him with fiery eyes. Don't look at me like that. Eyes can't kill, but you 4 are definitely going to die. This time the matter is too big. These words infuriated Pao Zhang and Xintoer. Their adrenaline surged, and a torrent of curses poured out. Wang Yongli didn't let them off easy. Every curse earned them a hard punch. The combat techniques passed on by the old Soviet agent he had absorbed were tested one by one. Where to hit to cause pain. How much force to use to inflict what kind of damage. With rare live test subjects, Wang Yongli was like a child with a new toy, enjoying himself immensely. by the dim light of the flashlight. Haozi turned to look at Pao Zhang and Xiantou, and noticing their faces were purple and the veins on their necks bulged. It was obvious they were enduring immense pain. If you keep beating them, they'll die. What does the dragon group do? Qianwan interrupted Wang Yongli, seeing that Pao Zhang and Xiantou were barely breathing. The dragon group. The dragon group is the guardian of the entire nation, tasked with dealing with foreign hostile elements and traitorous spies like you. Wang Yongli stopped and walked up to Qianwan, answering solemnly. Qianwan stared hard at Wang Yongli, trying to gauge the truth of his words. Just as he was about to accept this premise, Wang Yongli spoke again. You actually bought that bullshit. Wang Yongli finished speaking and burst into hearty laughter. The expression on Qianwan's face shifted from calm to astonishment, then from astonishment to fury. All color had drained from his face, leaving a terrifying ashen pallor. Veins bulged on his forehead, as if threatening to burst through the skin. Wang Yongli could even see the veins pulsing rhythmically. His teeth ground together with a sharp clicking sound, his jaw tensed into two rigid lines, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily toward one side. Immediately after, a string of curses with a long history erupted from Qianwan's mouth. But before he could get a few words out, Wang Yongli made him taste what it was like to meet his match. When the cigarette was finished, the two militiamen arrived, panting, guns raised. Who goes there? Hands up. Wang Yongli turned to look at the armed militiamen, pointed to the explosives on the ground, and spoke. My name is Wang Yongli. I came into the mountains to hunt, and I discovered these men planting explosives near the railway tracks. The two militiamen glanced in the direction Wang Yongli pointed, and their scalps felt as though they might explode. Explosives, detonators. What the hell were they doing? They patrolled this area every day and had no idea what a major sabotage plot was hiding right under their noses. You two keep watching them here. I'll go get the cart, and we'll deliver them to the District Public Security Bureau tonight. Seeing the two men frozen in place, Wang Yongli spoke up. All right. The two militiamen immediately pointed their guns at the four men tied to the tree, staring at them without moving. Wang Yongli walked into the mountains and retrieved the cart from his spatial storage. With the militia's help, they tied the four men securely and threw them onto the cart. Afraid they might die along the way, Wang Yongli fed them some spiritual spring water. To prevent them from biting their tongues to commit suicide, he also stuffed some dead branches into their mouths. All the explosives and detonators were loaded onto the cart as well. After considerable effort, the three of them finally got the cart onto the dirt road. The two militiamen escorted the cart on its way to the district, one on each side. When passing the other four locations, Wang Yongli used certain methods to make Qianwan and the others confess about the buried explosives. The two militiamen looked at Wang Yongli as if he were some kind of immortal being. After all the commotion, they arrived at the District Public Security Bureau in the late night hours, about a month away from dawn. Wang Yongli went to the duty room, explained the situation, and the person on duty quickly picked up the phone to call Zhao Gang's home. Wang Yongli relayed the details to Zhao Gang over the phone, who said he'd come immediately. Once outside the duty room, he handed cigarettes to the two militiamen, and the three of them sat on the cart waiting. Wang Yongli watched Qianwan and the others calculating in his mind. Last time, when he killed the spy and saved Zhang Lei, both the district and the forest farm rewarded him with 500 yuan each. He was also given a job position and a house. This time was different. This time it was about bombing the railway. 5 explosives planted at 5 different locations. If this had succeeded, the train would have derailed, cutting off the timber transport route between the forest farm and the district for at least half a year. Regardless of casualties, the economic losses alone would have required reporting to the provincial level or even higher. He had single-handedly uncovered this beforehand, bound the culprits, kept them alive, and delivered them overnight. This achievement far outweighed saving a single child. He flicked the ash from his cigarette onto the ground and took another deep drag. Last time they gave him 500. How much would they give him this time? 1,000, 1,005, or even more. He knew that such significant meritorious performance was governed by explicit regulations. Yet in this era, many rewards depended on how leadership chose to report them. Zhang Hongliang was a fair-minded man, and Gao Ding and Zhao Gang wouldn't likely treat him unfairly either. After all, cracking such a major case and preventing disaster beforehand, his contributions were significant. He casually tossed the cigarette, but to the ground, his hands resting on his knees as they rubbed back and forth absent-mindedly. With such a major accomplishment, what should he ask for this time? Money was one consideration, but he felt there was something he needed more. His younger sister. Li Xueqing was already old enough for middle school, but the problem was that Hongxing Forest Farm only had an elementary school. Under Wang Yongli's guidance, Li Xueqing had been learning more and more, and her foundation was becoming increasingly solid. It had to be said that she was a quick learner. He absolutely couldn't let his sister's potential be wasted. Xueqing's future shouldn't be tied to this remote place without even a middle school. In her past life, she had starved to death on the road. In this life, he would ensure she lived comfortably. As long as his sister wanted to study, he would support her until she no longer wished to continue. But if his sister came to study in the district, the round trips would be too inconvenient. Should he ask for a house and bring their mother to the district as well? What about their mother's job? With only 20 or 30 yuan a month, he didn't really see it as significant. More importantly, whether their mother would be willing to leave, since she seemed quite happy working at the cafeteria. And there was the Bing, who was doing well in the maintenance team and could now work independently. Old Ming had praised him highly after seeing him work once. De Bing could stay at the forest farm. It wouldn't do to ask the organization for 2 job positions. Perhaps their mother could stay home to take care of his sister instead of working. He'd give their mother more money in return. That settled it. He sorted through these thoughts one by one, set them aside, and rearranged them carefully. 2 headlights appeared in the distance, growing closer and brighter. Finally, they came to a hard stop in front of Wang Yongli's cart. The moment the vehicle stopped, the doors swung open, and Zhao Gang leaped out, striding forward with his gaze fixed on the 4 men bound to the cart. Yongli, what did you find out? After studying the corpses and the explosives, Zhao Gang turned his gleaming eyes toward Wang Yongli. They're Soviet spies aiming to destroy the railway. Their plan involved planting 6 devices, and 4 were already in place when I discovered them. They were setting the 5th. Wang Yongli briefly explained the situation. Zhao Gang gripped his shoulders firmly. Damn, Director Zhao, that hurt. You'd better arrange for medical treatment quickly before they die, and we lose the chance to interrogate them. Wang Yongli rubbed his shoulders where Zhao Gang had grabbed him, nodding toward the 4 men on the cart. Right, I'll call for people now. Come inside with me. As he spoke, Zhao Gang turned and headed toward the public security compound. The bureau was brightly lit in the early hours, and even Jiang Hongliang had been roused and rushed over. Only the officers have confirmed those explosives are military supplies from the Soviet side. After conferring with Zhao Gang, Jiang Hongliang made his way to Zhao Gang's office. Meanwhile, Wang Yongli sat in Zhao Gang's office chair, smoking and still thinking about the reward. Oh, Uncle Jiang, what brings you here? With something this big, how could I not come? Jiang Hongliang looked at the boy standing before him and patted his arm warmly. Yongli, you've truly earned great merit this time. Not only have you helped this uncle significantly, but you've also protected the safety of the entire railway line. Once Zhao Gang and the others finish their interrogation, I'll personally see to it that you receive proper recognition. With that, he reached into his bag and pulled out 2 cartons of Chunghwa cigarettes, handing them to Wang Yongli. Holy shit, Chunghwa. Wang Yongli was genuinely stunned. In this era, in a place like this, even with top-tier tobacco coupons, Chunghwa cigarettes were unobtainable. These were specially reserved for leadership, and the quota was no more than 2 cartons per month. Jiang Hongliang was generous, handing over 2 right away. You know this cigarette. Wang Yongli's reaction caught Jiang Hongliang off guard. By all rights, he shouldn't have known about such a cigarette. Had I heard about it from someone on the black market? They said it's specially supplied to the leaders. Realizing his slip, Wang Yongli quickly added an explanation. What special supply or not? It's just that we can't buy it here. The supply and marketing cooperatives in big cities sell it. Jiang Hongliang waved his hand, set his bag down, and sat across from Wang Yongli, gesturing for him to sit as well. Yongli, you may not fully grasp the weight of this matter. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. Leaders from the province and the district will be present. If you hadn't uncovered the danger in time, the consequences would have been disastrous, directly impacting the district's future development. On a personal note, you've saved the political lives of cadres, including myself. Hearing Director Zhang's words, Wang Yongli was deeply moved. Jiang Hongliang was truly treating him as one of his own, speaking so privately and openly. But he said nothing, merely nodding. Jiang Hongliang was observing Wang Yongli carefully. Previously, because Wang had rescued his grandson and also supplied meat to the cafeterias of many district units, he had always appeared calm and composed, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Thus his impression of this young man had always been very favorable. Yet after speaking such words, Wang Yongli showed no sense of entitlement or arrogance, remaining seated as steadily as ever. His favorability toward him surged even higher. But a question still lingered in his mind, so he asked directly, Yongli, how did you discover those spies and the explosives? For this question, Wang Yongli had already thought through his answer long ago. He replied calmly, after getting off the train and heading home, I suddenly craved roasted rabbit, so I decided to try my luck in the mountains. I encountered a herd of sika deer and gave chase. Following them, I ended up near the railway line. It was already dark, so I gave up and started walking home. On the way, I heard a noise. I thought it might be some large animal, and curiosity led me to sneak closer. That's when I discovered them burying explosives. The 4 explosive sites were something I learned about along the way. The militia comrades were also present. No mysticism, no loopholes, nothing supernatural. All rooted in years of mountain walking experience and a young man's restless curiosity. Jiang Hongliang nodded repeatedly, filled with post-event fright, yet overflowing with gratitude. All thanks to your curiosity and your craving for rabbit. Oh, and those sika deer too. Huh. He chuckled at his own remark. How could he not be pleased? This was the second time. The first time Wang had rescued his own grandson. This time he had brought him such a monumental, meritorious deed. This kid was simply his lucky star. From now on, think carefully about what reward you want. Whatever the district can provide, it will be granted. Jiang Hongliang spoke with what could only be described as a paternal smile. Uncle Jiang, my younger sister studies well and has reached the right age, but the forest farm only has an elementary school. I'd like her to come to the district to attend junior high. Wang Yongli weighed his words carefully before mentioning his sister's matter first. Jiang Hongliang seemed genuinely surprised by such a request. He paused briefly, then said, no problem at all. I can speak to the school. Do you have any personal requests? His expression almost openly suggested you could ask for money or a job. Wang Yongli pondered for a moment, then looked at Jiang Hongliang with an apologetic expression. How about, A house for my family. My sister coming to study means my mother will need to come along to take care of her. Still thinking of his own family. Why was this kid so endearing? Jiang Hongliang picked up the cigarette pack, drew one out, and offered it to Wang Yongli. Wang Yongli took it and hurriedly struck a match, lighting Jiang Hongliang's cigarette first. Then what about your mother's job? You mentioned she was doing well at the cafeteria? Exhaling a puff of smoke, Jiang Hongliang asked lightly. Wang Yongli scratched his head, looking thoroughly conflicted. I don't know. This just occurred to me on the spot. I'll need to discuss it with my mother when I get home. If it really doesn't work out, I suppose she'll just have to give up working. Jiang Hongliang gave a soft hum, leaning back in his chair and smoking seemingly deep in thought. A silence fell over the office as both men smoked in quiet contemplation. This tranquility lasted only a few minutes before Zhao Gang pushed open the office door and called out to Wang Yongli. Yongli, that Qianwan says he won't confess unless he gets to talk to you. At these words, both Jiang Hongliang and Wang Yongli froze. Wang Yongli's eyes widened as he looked at Zhao Gang. Director Zhao, why? Who knows why? We've cycled through 2 rounds of interrogators, laid out all the policies, dissected every benefit and consequence. But this guy wouldn't even lift his eyelids. Shut his mouth to every question, clearly intent on digging in his heels to the bitter end. Only at the very end did he say he wanted to talk to you. Seeing Wang Yongli remain seated, Zhao Gang grew visibly anxious and stepped forward to drag him away. Zhao Gang, have the other 3 confessed? Jiang Hongliang spoke up at this moment. Oh, Director Jiang, all 3 have confessed. With both the criminals and the contraband seized, they had no room to deny anything. I'll let Yongli go talk to Qianwan first. While replying to Jiang Hongliang, Zhao Gang was already pulling Wang Yongli's arm, hoisting him up from the chair. Zhao Gang was genuinely anxious. One reason was that tomorrow was the opening ceremony and leaders from both the province and the region were coming. He needed to finalize the case before their arrival to properly report to them. Secondly, this case was undeniably a significant meritorious achievement, one that he himself had a share in. The interrogation room was a north-facing small chamber. A tiny window sat high on the wall, and beyond the iron bars the sky was already bright with daylight. Inside, the air was thick with a suffocating mixture of smoke, sweat, and the metallic tang of blood. After entering, Zhao Gang pointed to a chair beside the table, signaling for Wang Yongli to sit. Director Zhao said you wanted to see me. What's up? Wang Yongli took his seat and looked across at Qianwan. The man sat with his eyes closed, leaning back against the chair, his head tilted to one side. A bandage was wrapped around his shoulder, his hands cuffed, and shackles on his ankles. He looked utterly spent. Seeing Wang Yongli enter, he straightened his neck, shifted his body, as if to sit up properly, but the movement tore at his shoulder wound, making him wince. Junior, give me a cigarette. I'm suffocating here. Wang Yongli turned to look at Zhao Gang. Seeing the other nod in agreement, he took out a cigarette and walked over to Qianwan. Tipping his head back, he took a deep drag and slowly exhaled the smoke. Qianwan looked at Wang Yongli and asked, do you have anything you want to say to me? Wasn't it you who called me here? You should be the one asking me. Wang Yongli looked at Qianwan calmly. Qianwan smiled and spoke. True, I'm just curious. Ever since you showed up, none of our plans have gone smoothly. Have you been watching us all along? No, I'm just a mountain runner who makes a living by hunting to support my mother and little sister. I don't believe it. Look, you killed Songlong and the man who contacted him and saved Jiang Hongliang's grandson. We spent a long time planning that opportunity. We had people sabotage the machinery and you fixed it. This time we were going to blow up the railway and you caught us again. It's hard for me to believe you're not targeting us. I can only say it's all coincidence. Fixing the equipment was also a coincidence. I've asked around about you. Half a year ago, you were a joke in that little village of Erdeaguzi, a coward who was abused by his stepfather every day and didn't dare to fight back. Don't you think you've changed too much in just over half a year? I just want to live a different life. I don't want my mother and little sister to suffer anymore. Speaking of my little sister, the attempt to kidnap her 2 months ago, was that your doing? It wasn't me. It was Dowling. He was closest to Songlong. He wanted to kidnap your little sister to lure you out and avenged Songlong. He and Pao Zhang did it privately. I only found out later. Interestingly, Dowling disappeared. Vanished without a trace. Do you know where he went? How would I know where he went? I don't even know who Dowling is. Zhao Gang and the 2 public security comrades were still present. Wang Yongli couldn't admit to killing anyone. Hearing Wang Yongli's denial, Qianwan smiled, his expression clearly conveying 3 words: disbelief. Seeing Qianwan silently smoking, without speaking, Wang Yongli stood up. If there's nothing else, I'll head out first. Confess honestly, and you'll be treated leniently. I'll resist, and you'll be dealt with harshly. Wait, Junior, do you have some kind of skill? Qianwan called out to stop Wang Yongli, asking seriously. This almost made Wang Yongli laugh out loud. I don't know anything. If you don't believe me, just consider it as some kind of luck. I just can't figure out how I keep losing to you every time. Every cause has its effect. Your retribution is me. After saying this, everyone in the interrogation room looked at Wang Yongli. How to put it? From Qianwan's perspective, it did seem to be the case. I actually have a question for you. Wang Yongli suddenly thought of something. He sat back down in the chair, his gaze fixed on Qianwan's eyes. Go ahead. I've heard that your uncle was a martyr and you're a descendant of a martyr. The organization not only gave you a pension, but also arranged an easy job for you. Why did you become a spy? Junior, you really did investigate me. After hearing Wang Yongli's question, Wan was stunned for a moment, then spoke calmly. When I was a child, my family was very happy. My father made a lot of money in business. From a young age, I had the best food, clothes, and everything. When I was 6, everything changed. The war destroyed my family. My doting parents, my loving eldest sister and second sister all died. From then on, I lived like a dog begging everywhere. I really did fight with dogs for food. What about your uncle? He was separated. My uncle was also young then. After the house was bombed, there was no news of my uncle until the government found me. That's when I learned my uncle was serving in the army over here. Why did you become a spy, eh? Wang Yongli repeated the question. Why? For money. I'm terrified of poverty and hunger. They promised me that if this job succeeds, they'll give me a new identity and let me go over there to enjoy wealth and luxury, no more suffering. Upon hearing this answer, Wang Yongli let out a cold sneer in his heart. He despised people like this the most. He himself was selfish, but it was to protect his family. He never actively harmed others, let alone sabotage for money. Wan was trading the stability of the nation for personal gain. Such a person was rotten to the core. Wang Yongli never claimed to be noble. He was greedy for money, lustful, suspicious, and ruthless, but he had a bottom line. Whoever touched his family, he would kill them. Unlike the man before him, who wore the cloak of a martyr's descendant while committing deeds that harmed the country and the people. Look down on me. Seeming to sense Wang Yongli's disdain, Wan raised an eyebrow. But it's meaningless to say this now. Junior, they asked me who my superior is, and I didn't tell. Do you want this credit? You'd better confess honestly. Even if there's credit, it's not mine alone, it's everyone's. Cut the act. That's not like you. Are you going to tell or not? If not, I'm leaving. Wang Yongli stood up and turned to leave. Zhao Gang was about to reach out to stop him, but Wan spoke first. Hey Junior, give me another cigarette. He lit a cigarette for Wan, then sat back in the chair waiting for Wan to speak. At this point, I don't need to pretend to be loyal. My superior is called FOE. Before, all contact with the Lamayosi was relayed through FOE. For this job, FOE let us contact the Lamayosi ourselves. I was also suspicious that they were using us as cannon fodder. Even if we succeeded in blowing up the railway, they would most likely kill us to silence us. If you're not that stupid. Who is FOE? Zhao Gang asked. Wan glanced at Zhao Gang, then turned his gaze back to Wang Yongli's face. FOE never contacted us directly. When we were at Hongxing Forest Farm, he had someone deliver letters to our residence. Usually they would knock with a code, and only after hearing our response would they slip the letter under the door. After we came to the district, we communicated via carrier pigeons. Wang Yongli also lit a cigarette. Then how did you know who FOE was? I was curious, so I secretly followed the messenger. Unexpectedly, I actually saw FOE. After saying this, he looked up at the people across from him. Zhao Gang, Wang Yongli, and the public security officer in charge of recording all remained silent, just watching him quietly, waiting for him to continue. It's the director of Hongxing Forest Farm. No, now he should be called the Secretary Shenglin. I never expected he was FOE. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang and Wang Yongli both shot up from their chairs. Shenglin. How could it be Shenglin? Wan, you must be responsible for what you say. Zhao Gang barked sternly. Everything I said is true. A man's words are good when he is about to die. The crimes I committed will definitely get me executed. Why would I still lie? Besides, I joined halfway. I wasn't on good terms with them. It's just because I was educated that FOE made them listen to me. But I know they were unconvinced in their hearts. Also, Junior, we originally planned to kill you together, but Shenglin stopped it, saying that keeping you alive was useful, hoping to use you to get in touch with the high-level leaders in the district. Zhao Gang and Wang Limin exchanged a glance, both realizing the seriousness of the situation. Then the two left the interrogation room one after the other. Upon arriving at the director's office, he found that Jiang Hongliang was not there. Zhao Gang quickly strode to the desk, grabbed the phone, and began dialing. Director Jiang Wan has confessed. The situation is serious. Alright, I'll go to your office immediately. Zhao Gang hung up the phone and headed for the door. Wang Yongli picked up his gun from beside the chair, followed, and said, Director, Zhao, you must be busy. I'll head home first. Zhao Gang pondered for a moment and replied, Alright. Don't forget to come to the district for the opening ceremony tomorrow. As Zhao Gang's car roared out of the Public Security Bureau compound, Wang Yongli shouldered his gun and walked toward the large cart. Climbing onto the cart, he glanced back at the 5-starred red flag fluttering in the wind in the center of the yard, then leisurely drove out. The rest of the matter was none of his concern. He knew perfectly well that with a major case of this level, the more you knew, the more trouble you'd face. He was just an ordinary citizen. The safest way was to cooperate quietly and keep a low profile. Excessive curiosity and unnecessary meddling would only bring him grief. Regardless, he was certain that substantial rewards would not be lacking. The 5-starred red flag flutters in the wind, how loud the victory songs ring, sing of our beloved motherland from now on toward prosperity and strength. Sing of our beloved motherland from now on toward prosperity and strength. Wang Yongli drove the cart into the mountains, summoned the 3 beasts, and once again resumed his mountain drifter mode. The next day the sun was bright, and the sky was clear. Such weather lifted everyone's spirits. When Wang Yongli arrived at the train station, the area was already packed with people. A large banner hung above the main entrance, warmly celebrate the official opening of the Xinhe District Railway line. Colorful flags were planted around the small square, fluttering in the breeze. Some children were hopping about with flowers in their hands. At that moment, the small square at the train station, as Aunt Bayun would say, was a scene of grand proportions. Indeed, there were beating drums and blaring gongs, firecrackers popping. Red flags waved, and the crowd was a sea of people. Just as he was looking around, Zhao Gang broke away from a group and came to his side. Yongli, you're here. Come with me. All right. Wang Yongli quickly followed Zhao Gang, and the group moved to a spot closer to the main stage. After arranging for Wang Yongli to sit in a back row, Zhao Gang leaned in and whispered, "Don't leave right after the ceremony. Come to the reception room of the Forestry Administration Bureau. I have something to discuss with you." Having said that, without waiting for Wang Yongli's reaction, Zhao Gang went off to attend to his own affairs. The ceremony proceeded quickly. After the train whistle blew, firecrackers erupted on site. In the reception room, Wang Yongli met Secretary Gu from the Provincial Party Committee. The old man was in his 50s, dignified in posture with gentle eyes and no trace of official arrogance. He shook Wang Yongli's hand and praised him repeatedly. "Young man, you've done excellently. You saved the entire forest railway and prevented incalculable losses for our province. You deserve great commendation." Then he turned to the others and said, "The opening of the Xinhe District Railway signifies the full completion of our Longjiang Province's railway network. In this regard, this young man has made an indelible contribution, hasn't he?" The surrounding officials nodded in agreement, looking at Wang Yongli with expressions of admiration. While shaking hands, Wang Yongli also observed Secretary Gu and noticed that the old man was suffering from some qi deficiency fatigue syndrome. Simply put, it was a deficiency of spleen and stomach qi with weakened transport and transformation functions. However, at present, he could only observe, listen, ask, and palpate, but he could not yet differentiate syndromes. Moreover, he was just a 17-year-old boy, telling the provincial party secretary, "Secretary, you're not well. Let me prescribe a formula. It can effectively alleviate your symptoms." Who would believe him? Who would believe him? Wang Yongli spotted a moment when Zhang Hongliang was free, approached him and said softly, "Director Zhang, I'd rather not appear for the reward. You can handle the commendation ceremony. I'm afraid that if too many people know, some bad elements might harm my family." Zhang Hongliang gave Wang Yongli a deep look and patted his arm. "All right, if you insist, you don't need to show up. Take these few days to think about what reward you want and tell me. After the decision is made, I'll give it to you privately." Wang Yongli bowed slightly. "Thank you, Director Jiang." Also under Qian Wan's guidance, Hao Gang and the others captured illegally hidden foreign agents. Furthermore, Sheng Lin has been arrested. After Qian Wan's face-to-face identification, he confessed that he was the liaison between Qian Wan's group and the Russians. And a telegraph transmitter was found in his dormitory. Just as Wang Yongli was about to leave, Zhang Hongliang told him the news about Sheng Lin. Hearing this outcome, Wang Yongli couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. On a personal level, Sheng Lin had been decent to him. Moreover, Qian Wan had mentioned that Sheng Lin had stopped the plan for Qian Wan's group to retaliate against him. But betraying one's own country, such a person deserved to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Half a month after the opening ceremony, Wang Yongli's reward finally arrived. In addition to the house in the district and the job quota for his mother that he had requested, he was given an extra work slot. Zhang Hongliang suggested that Wang Yongli work in the general affairs section for a stable job, but Wang Yongli declined. He gave the extra slot to Wang Bingbing, arranging for her to work in the maintenance workshop under the locomotive depot. A stable job? No way. His stability had to be created by himself. 20 or 30 years later, he would have to shoulder the burden of a business empire. His mother was assigned to work in the cafeteria of the Forestry Administration Bureau. His little sister successfully entered junior high school, and the district's reward house was very close to the school. Additionally, there was a cash reward of 2,000 yuan. To Wang Yongli's surprise, the Forestry Administration Bureau and the Public Security Bureau each awarded a bicycle and a sewing machine. Zhang Hongliang gave him a wristwatch, and Zhao Gang approved a large amount of ammunition. The new house had only simple furniture, and Wang Yongli said he would make better furniture himself, so they would make do with these for now. Since the district's power supply was relatively stable, Wang Yongli gave the wind power generation system to Li Changhai, who was temporarily in charge of the overall work at Hongxing Forest Farm. Because they had just moved, Li Xiuji and Wang Bingbing were not in a hurry to report for duty. One day, Wang Yongli was teaching Li Xiuji and Wang Bingbing how to ride a bicycle on the street. Wang Bingbing was better as she learned in no time. Li Xiuji was a bit more timid and had poor balance. Even with Wang Yongli holding the handlebars from behind, she still wobbled left and right. Wang Yongli gave Wang Bingbing the watch he had taken from the Russian's bag, while he wore the new Shanghai brand watch that Zhang Hongliang had given him. Li Xiuji's workplace was not very far. It took about 20 minutes on foot. Wang Bingbing's workplace, however, was quite far. The train station was at the east end of the district, while their new home was at the west end. Li Xiuji made the decision the bicycle would be for Wang Bingbing to ride to and from work. This made Wang Bingbing so happy that whenever he was home, he would do all the chores, not letting Li Xiuji lift a finger. After the family was settled, Wang Yongli didn't go out for several days, staying home every day to make furniture. To his surprise, Jiang Lei kept coming over to his house for no reason. The district's elementary and middle schools were on the same campus, and Jiang Lei and Li Xueqing became friends. He was practically following Li Xueqing around all day. At first, he only stayed for meals, but lately he had even started sleeping over at Wang Yongli's house. This made Jiang Hongliang and Zhang Defeng joke that their grandson no longer liked them. Time slipped into August. Throughout this period, Wang Yongli had virtually immersed himself in the untamed wilderness, his primary mission being the quest for rare and precious medicinal herbs. His most pressing task at the moment was to fill the belly of Lao Wu. Within his space, he had already gathered 18 wild ginsengs, 3 of which were over 30 years old. Over 30 lingji mushrooms, including Songshan lingji, tree tongue lingji, red lingji, purple lingji, and cloud lingji. In short, whatever the Xing'an Mountains had to offer, his space now possessed. Wang Yongli had been entrenched in the mountains for 5 days, and his current location was truly pristine primeval forest. He longed to find a pure aged wild ginseng to feed Lao Wu. If he could not locate one, he would reluctantly harvest the ginseng already in his space. The 3 beasts were not by his side at this moment, as he had never ventured into this region before. He had sent them to reconnoiter the vicinity. At this juncture, Wang Yongli discovered several Sanhua 3-leaf banjian 5-leaf resembling a palm and erjiazi 2 compound leaves. According to the traditional Chinese medicine knowledge ingrained in his mind, such a scenario strongly indicated the presence of a very ancient aged wild ginseng nearby. These surrounding Sanhua banjiang and erjiazi were its offspring. This was what the old ginseng hunters called the key to opening the mountain. Indeed, as he continued forward, he encountered a dengtazi 3 palmate compound leaves. Wang Yongli collected every single one of them into his space for cultivation. Ever since he had unlocked the medicinal field, storing herbs had become remarkably convenient. There was no need to pluck or dig up the herbs. As long as his hand touched the herb, even the tree it grew on would be transported into the space along with it. Whatever was buried underground would enter the space together with the soil. If anyone had witnessed this, they would have noticed that Wang Yongli often left behind pits of varying sizes wherever he passed. Finally, after collecting several 4-leaf and 5-leaf ginsengs, Wang Yongli laid eyes on the legendary 6-leaf specimen. Haha, I've waited so long for this day. I've yearned so long for this dream to come true. Overcome with excitement, Wang Yongli strode briskly to the 6-leaf ginseng and reached out to store it in his space. Suddenly, his entire body froze. Beneath the leaves of the ancient ginseng, a snake as thick as a wrist with a brownish back and a triangular head raised its head and stared at him. Its body coiled together, roughly estimating it to be over 1 meter long. Its scales glistened with an oily sheen under the light. Its tongue flickered in and out, tasting the air, while its tiny eyes locked onto Wang Yongli's. Behind its eyes, a dark brownish-black broad stripe slanted toward the corner of its mouth, resembling eyebrows. The upper edge of this stripe was straight and bordered by a thin white line, while the lower edge was slightly wavy. Almost instantly, the wilderness survival knowledge in his mind relayed the various names of this snake: Yuzuri viper, also known as white-browed viper, colloquially called mud baller, 7-inch, or grass skimmer. The most widely distributed venomous snake in northeast China, it could be called the king of venomous snakes in the region. Its venom was a hemotoxic mixture with a single maximum venom yield of up to 200 milligrams. A bite untreated would lead to tissue necrosis and organ damage. The lethal factors primarily involved a triad: respiratory muscle paralysis, coagulation failure, and acute kidney injury. If 6 hours passed without antivenom and proper treatment, one could basically be lying on a wooden board. A snake. Forget the terrifying knowledge that had just popped into his mind. The mere word snake was enough to shatter all of Wang Yongli's composure and ruthlessness into pieces. Never mind that he had fought wolves, bears, and even killed a man. But this creature, he was genuinely terrified of it. He had feared it in his past life. Someone might ask, how afraid was he? Let's put it this way: if he were walking on a single plank bridge with a ghost chasing him from behind, and a snake coiled in front, regardless of whether the snake was venomous or not, Wang Yongli would unhesitatingly turn around and fight the ghost. Seeing the snake merely in an alert stance, Wang Yongli cautiously retreated a few steps. Damn, there's a snake. Anyone here? Come quick. After backing to what he deemed a safe distance, he remembered to call for help in his mind. The first to arrive was the golden eagle. It landed in front of Wang Yongli, looked at the snake, then turned its head to look at Wang Yongli. If it could have an expression, it would surely be one of confusion. At that moment, De Biao and Da Bai also arrived. The two beasts reacted with the same gesture as the golden eagle, looking at the snake, then at Wang Yongli. What the hell are you looking at? Doesn't everyone have something they fear? Are you guys fearless of everything? Wang Yongli understood what the 3 beasts were trying to convey. Seeing the 3 beasts standing before him, especially the massive golden eagle, the white-browed viper, reluctantly glanced at the ancient ginseng and slithered away slowly. Dejin, aren't you going to eat it? Not tasty. Damn. With the 3 beasts by his side, Wang Yongli completely relaxed. I got too excited and forgot about this. Wang Yongli recalled an old saying passed down from the elders: a large ginseng must be guarded by a large snake. This saying was no superstition. There really were snakes, and most of them were exactly this kind of venomous one. There was a video online that could well prove this point. Scientists had set up thousands of infrared cameras in a contiguous patch of wild forest ginseng and aged ginseng. Over the years, footage consistently showed white-browed vipers lurking and staying long-term, presenting a pattern of where the ginseng is, there the snake is. Incidents of old ginseng hunters being bitten by guardian snakes were also frequently reported. As for why the earlier 5-leaf ginseng had not encountered a guardian snake, Wang Yongli speculated it was likely because De Biao had been following him at the time. After confirming with the 3 beasts that there were no other dangers, Wang Yongli successfully stored the 6-leaf ginseng into his space. A pit about 2 meters in diameter appeared on the ground. Then he collected the surrounding Dengtazi 4-leaf and 5-leaf ginsengs into his space. As for the Sanhua Banjiang and Erjiazi, those he left for fate to bring to others. One shouldn't truly uproot everything after all. Subsequently, Wang Yongli himself entered the space. First he harvested a mature Song's Hanlingji. Lao Wu absorbed it in no time. The reward it gave Wang Yongli was pattern differentiation and treatment. This included the 8 principles pattern differentiation, Zongfu pattern differentiation, and 6 meridian pattern differentiation. By now Lao Wu had turned purple. Wang Yongli approached the 6-leaf ancient ginseng and began to lift this great stick. His movements were slow and meticulous. The deerbone pick was like a surgeon's scalpel in his hands. The ginseng fibers were intertwined in the soil, as fine as hair, extremely fragile. Every single fiber had to be kept intact with no room for error. The price difference between a perfectly preserved ginseng and one with damage, even of the same age, could be enormous. As time passed, a pit the size of a wash basin emerged. The entire ginseng body had a short, thick main root, broad shoulders, and legs that spread wide apart, with an upward angle gradually tapering from thick to thin. The form is exquisite, like a Sai-Si. Wang Yongli lit a cigarette and gazed at the old ginseng with a smile. It had a gooseneck reed, densely packed reed bowls. 2 date seed rootlets embracing the main reed in a figure 8. Iron thread wrinkles were deeply embedded with countless rings feeling like relief carvings, the depressions naturally concave. The entire ginseng body was a deep yellowish brown with a wrapped skin patina, the wrinkles resembling paper crumpled by hand. After finishing his cigarette, Wang Yongli continued cleaning the ginseng root hairs. Several main roots were slanting deeper into the soil. When the last bit of soil was blown away, revealing the entire mountain ginseng intact before his eyes, Wang Yongli let out a long sigh of relief. Lao Wu, time to eat. Wang Yongli held the old mountain ginseng in both hands, quickly ran beneath the bracelet, and raised the ginseng toward Lao Wu. The scene repeated. The purple chain connected the old ginseng and Lao Wu. Perhaps because the ginseng's medicinal potency was strong, Lao Wu's absorption took a very long time. Only when Wang Yongli's arm began to feel sore did the purple chain slowly disappear. The old ginseng in his hand turned into a handful of dust. Lao Wu now displayed a rich, deep purple with a warm and heavy luster its glow contained within. Unlike the first 4 beads, which were more flamboyant, it exuded a profound aura of nourishing all things and reinforcing the foundation and vitality. At the moment Lao Wu fully changed color, Wang Yongli also received Lao Wu's reward. Lao Wu granted 2 rewards. The first, divine hand. Without a doubt this was in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. From yin-yang and the 5 elements, visceral manifestations, qi and blood meridians and acupoints, to pattern differentiation, herbal formulas, and acupuncture. It even included tuina massage and external injuries. In short, Wang Yongli could now handle anything that traditional Chinese medicine could treat with ease. For instance, something that appeared in novels from his past life, in which he had always been curious about, the 13 ghost acupuncture needles. Now he could apply a few needles. Someone might ask, why not all of them? Good question, hitting the nail on the head. This brings us to the second reward from Lao Wu. Douyin. The content was the well-known practices Tai Chi Douyin 8 brocades, I Ching Jing 6-character formula, and so on. These practices not only exercise the body and internal organs, but also enhance the spirit qi and vitality. As the old saying goes, a physician must first stabilize his own spirit, then regulate the spirit of the patient. Take acupuncture for example, it's not just inserting the needle, one must achieve the qi, a sinking tight sensation under the needle, and the patient feeling soreness, numbness, and distension, for it to be considered effective. If the practitioner's own qi is disordered, the force under the hand will be unsteady. This can easily cause pain upon insertion, erratic rotation, and unstable needle control. The worst case is deviating by half an inch, which would be an accident. Especially since the 13 ghost acupuncture needles are used for mental disorders such as mania, psychosis, and epilepsy. A legend also speaks of opening the ghost gate and expelling malevolent spirits. Therefore, the practitioner must have abundant spirit qi and vitality, though otherwise they risk backlash or contracting evil. As the old saying goes, medicine and martial arts are inseparable. This statement was confirmed by Lao Wu. That's easy to understand, isn't it? For example, a doctor skilled in bone setting would naturally use the bone-separating, tendon-dislocating hand in a fight. The same set of techniques can be used in both directions. Use it however you like. Let's return to the 13 ghost acupuncture needles. This set is mainly for treating disorders of the mind, such as mania, psychosis, epilepsy, and hysteria. For example, if someone is insane, manic, depressed, or schizophrenic, according to the knowledge imparted by Lao Wu, this acupuncture method can have some effect. But conversely, if one wanted to turn a normal person, hey, a character who hadn't appeared for a long time suddenly popped into Wang Yongli's mind. Hurry up and practice. After completing the most urgent business, Wang Yongli returned to his home in the county seat. During dinner, Li Shouji expressed strong dissatisfaction with him disappearing for several days without reporting. She voiced a sharp protest. Well, it was a relatively sharp criticism. Li Xiuji was still the kind of gentle northeastern woman. Wang Bingbing, on the other hand, was like a whirlwind with chopsticks and a shovel mouth gobbling everything down. She didn't waste a bit of Wang Yongli's feast. Li Xueqing and Zhang Lei exchanged glances and snickered secretly. What are you laughing at? I wasn't talking about you, was I? You three, listen up. You have to tell me where you're going, no disappearing without a word. Wang Bingbing stopped her shovel, and Li Xueqing and Zhang Lei buried their little heads in their bowls. But being scolded by mom was still a blessing. In his past life, Wang Yongli always felt envious when he saw others being scolded by their mothers. Xiao Lei, did you leave your grandparents at home again? Wang Yongli quickly changed the subject, putting a piece of venison into Zhang Lei's bowl. Zhang Lei, with rice grains stuck to the corner of his mouth, looked up at Wang Yongli, smiled, and said nothing. Wang Bingbing waved her chopsticks and began to sing, bro. From now on, it's Jiang 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 Jiang. Secretary, if you're going to sing, just sing. Why are you conducting too? As soon as Wang Yongli said this, everyone on the Kong laughed. Zhang Lei especially laughed so hard he curled into Li Xiuji's arms. Wang Bingbing wasn't embarrassed at all and giggled foolishly. Director Jiang has been promoted to secretary. Yeah, right, Zhao. Zhao. Before Wang Bingbing finished, Li Xiuji cut in. Gao Ding has been promoted to director of the forestry administration, and Zhao Gang has been promoted to deputy director. Hearing this news, Wang Yongli said to Li Xiuji with a smile, Mom, from now on our family can strut around the county, haha. Li Xiuji didn't refute her son's words. She knew he was just joking. The next day, Wang Yongli got up early to practice Tai Chi. His every movement seemed like that of a veteran who had practiced for decades. Indeed, after finishing, even his body, which had undergone several transformations, clearly felt refreshed and relaxed. Da Bing, from now on learn this Tai Chi from me. Practice with me every morning and after work. What puzzled Wang Yongli was that the spirit spring water clearly had the effect of improving the physique. Wang Bingbing had lived at home for so long and had drunk plenty of spirit spring water. Yet her stutter hadn't improved at all. Come here, let me take your pulse. After careful pulse diagnosis and inquiry, Wang Yongli reached a judgment. Wang Bingbing's condition was not organic or hereditary, but functional stuttering. In traditional Chinese medicine, it is not called stuttering, but rather Yin Qi, or Yin Jian. Wang Bingbing's condition was mainly caused by long-term deficiency of both heart and spleen and liver qi stagnation. It could be improved through acupuncture, speech training, and active desensitization. With a clear understanding, Wang Yongli sent Wang Bingbing off to work. He then went to the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon inquiry, they only had Chinese medicinal herbs, not acupuncture needles. Only the staff hospital had needles, and they might not even sell them. The key problem was that Wang Yongli was completely in the dark about the staff hospital. He didn't know anyone there. This put him in a dilemma. Besides dealing with Wang Bingbing, he also had something else in mind. After thinking for a while, he went to the forestry administration and first found Zhao Gang. Director Zhao, congratulations. As soon as he entered, Wang Yongli greeted with a beaming smile and cupped hands. Zhao Gang stood up from behind his desk, pointed to the chair opposite, and scolded with a smile, "Get lost, you don't need to put on that act with me." As he spoke, he pulled out a cigarette and handed one to Wang Yongli. "What's the matter? Uncle Zhao, do you know anyone who can put in a word at the staff hospital?" Wang Yongli took the cigarette and first lit it for Zhao Gang. "Yes, the director Jia Shuwen is my comrade in arms." "What's up? Who's sick?" Hearing Wang Yongli inquire about the staff hospital, Zhao Gang's expression turned serious. Wang Yongli exhaled a puff of smoke and said with narrowed eyes, "No one in our family is sick. I want to buy a set of silver needles." "Silver needles? For acupuncture? You also know acupuncture?" Zhao Gang was truly hard-pressed to believe it. The time Wang Yongli saved Zhang Lei, he had personally investigated Wang Yongli from top to bottom. How could this kid possibly know traditional Chinese medicine? "I've been teaching myself for quite some time, so I'm looking for a practice set," Wang Yongli gave a vague reply. For now, he didn't dare openly treat people or regulate their health after all these people knew him thoroughly. "All right, when do you need them?" "As soon as possible. Let me make a phone call first." Zhao Gang stood up and walked to his desk to make a call. After hanging up, he turned around and said, "It's settled. You can go see him anytime." Wang Yongli also stood up and bowed slightly. "Thank you, Uncle Zhao. I'll head over now." "Don't be so polite with me. Get out of here." Zhao Gang pretended to be angry and widened his eyes. If anyone should say thank you, it was him who should thank Wang Yongli. The staff hospital was quite far from the Forestry Management Bureau, and Wang Yongli had been walking for quite a while. Should I buy another bicycle? He had bought Li Xiuji a bicycle at the beginning of the month, and now the family already had 2 bicycles. Many dual-income families in the district hadn't even reached this level. Finding the director's office, Wang Yongli knocked and went in. A middle-aged man similar in age to Zhao Gang was sitting inside. "Hello, Director Jia. I'm Wang Yongli. Vice Director Zhao Gang sent me here." "So fast. I heard from old Zhao that you're self-studying acupuncture. What books have you been reading?" "Traditional Chinese medicine is quite difficult to learn." Jia Shuwen looked up at Wang Yongli, a trace of surprise on his face. He never expected the other person to be just a boy who hadn't even grown his facial hair yet. "Director Jia, I go mountain hunting, and I learned from an old hunter." Wang Yongli fabricated a teacher for himself. Hearing this, Jia Shuwen's first thought was 3-minute passion. His family had been practicing traditional Chinese medicine for generations, and he was also in charge of medical work in the military. Otherwise, how could he become the director of the staff hospital? He had been memorizing medical knowledge since childhood, so he knew quite well how difficult it was to learn traditional Chinese medicine. But this didn't concern him. It was just a packet of silver needles, and old Zhao had also said the other party was here to buy them. I'll take you to the General Affairs Department. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. I haven't had time to tell them yet. Jia Shuwen led Wang Yongli to the General Affairs Department. Since the director personally brought him over, the staff naturally took it seriously. They brought out 2 types of acupuncture needles. One was a real silver needle with 75% silver content in the handle, and the other was a regular stainless steel filiform needle. He bought 1 pack of each type as well as an alcohol lamp, and then took his leave from Jia Shuwen and left the staff hospital. Returning to the supply and marketing cooperative again, he bought some Chinese medicinal materials that were not available in the Xinjiang area. He really wanted to buy some seeds and grow them himself in his spatial dimension. However, in the current era, there was simply no such thing as herbal medicine cultivation nor any demand for it, especially since he was at the foot of the remote mountains. He needed to regulate his family members' bodies and keep them well maintained. He didn't seek immortality, only good health and peace. That evening, as usual, Wang Yongli cooked the meal, incorporating some dietary therapy and health-preserving techniques. After dinner, Wang Yongli came up with the excuse that he had met a traditional Chinese medicine master in the mountains, Li Xiuji finally agreed to let her son give her a Tuina massage. Tuina technique requires appropriate pressure that penetrates to the bone, not brute force kneading, but precise stimulation of acupoints to unblock the meridians. Actually, after half a year of nourishment from the spiritual spring water, the family member's physical condition was much better than ordinary people. It was just that Li Xiuji, due to her previous life at the old Zhao family, where she didn't have enough to eat or wear and still had to work every day in the deep winter, had a relatively large amount of accumulated internal injuries in her body, which were also quite stubborn. For example, in the past, whenever it rained on cloudy days, Li Xiuji's bones would ache. Although it had improved significantly during this period, it still had not been completely eradicated. Wang Yongli's techniques were extremely steady. Push, grasp, knead, pinch, roll, press. Each movement precisely hit the strained points. From the neck along the shoulder line and the scapula on the back all the way to the kidneys and coccyx, he gradually worked open the chronically stiff muscles and unblocked the stagnant meridians one by one. He could feel his mother's stiff muscles gradually softening and the accumulated coldness slowly being expelled through the pores. Li Xiuji went from feeling a bit of pain at first to later feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted. She felt her body, which had been tight for decades, more relaxed than ever before. Oh, it feels so light. Yongli, your skills are quite good. Seeing her son stop the massage, Li Xiuji sat up and stretched her body. Seeing her mother look so relaxed, Wang Yongli was incredibly happy inside. Of course, this was only a temporary relief. In the follow-up, she still needed to rely on medicinal diets for warming supplementation, regular massages, and thoroughly replenishing the years of cold, dampness, and qi blood deficiency to truly nourish the body well. Daving, come sit here. After catching his breath for a moment, Wang Yongli called Wang Bingbing over. This morning I examined your condition. Acupuncture combined with the reading practice I had you do earlier should help alleviate your stutter. Want to give it a try? Wang Yongli took out the needle pack from his pocket and opened it. Looking at the row of silver needles, Wang Bingbing involuntarily swallowed several times. Brother, does it hurt? Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Look at these thin needles. They go in without even drawing blood. After returning in the afternoon, Wang Yongli boiled the 2 packs of needles in water for more than half an hour and then put them into the warehouse in his spatial dimension. That was absolutely a sterile environment. Just now, when he pretended to reach into his pocket, he was actually taking them out from the space. Apart from practicing on himself in the afternoon, this was his first time giving someone acupuncture. Yet he felt not the slightest tension. He located acupoints with extreme precision, without any hesitation, purely by muscle memory. The main points were Lianxuan Yamen and Feng Qi. The supplementary points were Higu Taichong and Tongli, specifically to unblock the tongue, and pharynx meridians, regulate qi mechanism, calm the mind, and settle fright, and clear language obstruction. The silver needles were inserted shallowly and lifted gently, the technique exceedingly soft with depth controlled down to the millimeter, both unblocking the stagnant meridians and avoiding injury to nerves and blood vessels. As each silver needle was placed, Wang Bingbing's originally tense throat gradually relaxed, the stifled qi in her chest slowly became smooth, and her head also felt considerably clearer. The needles were retained for 15 minutes, during which Wang Yongli maintained focus throughout, making fine adjustments to the needle sensation and guiding the qi and blood to clear the pharyngeal obstruction. After removing the needles, he gently patted Wang Bingbing on the back and said, "Try saying a sentence. Speak slowly, don't rush." Wang Bingbing took a deep breath. Her throat, which had habitually stuttered, felt unusually smooth. Tentatively she spoke, "Brother, I really didn't stutter." This sentence broke in 2 places, but it was much smoother than before. Although the second pause was still there, the connection no longer had that feeling of forcefully pushing against the airflow in the throat. Wang Bingbing's eyes instantly lit up, her face full of disbelief. She kept opening her mouth to speak, getting smoother and smoother, so excited that her face turned red. Such a stubborn disease of so many years, was it really completely eradicated in just over 10 minutes? Wang Yongli looked at Dabing's happy expression, a trace of tenderness flashing in his eyes, but instantly regained his composure. This is just the end of the first treatment. You still need many more sessions, and you must persist with the daily reading training. Needles. I'll persist. Wang Bingbing patted her thigh, ready to swear with a pinky promise. Li Xiaoji gazed at Wang Bingbing, her face radiant with joy. After spending time together over the past weeks, she had come to truly appreciate the boy. He must have been led astray by those street ruffians in the past. These past few months, however, Dabing had spent more time at home than even her own son. Li Xueqing and Zhang Lei both stared at Wang Yongli with wide eyes. Little Zhang Lei's admiration was particularly obvious in his gaze. Big brother, how is it that you can do everything? Zhang Lei sat cross-legged on the Kong, his small bottom bouncing as he shuffled closer to Wang Yongli. Indeed, your big brother knows many things. Wang Yongli shamelessly boasted. Then can you teach me? Zhang Lei's eyes lit up. At 9 years old, the boy was curious about everything. Fine. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you to box. Brother, I want to learn too. Hearing that Wang Yongli was teaching Zhang Lei, Li Xueqing quickly asserted her own right. All right, tomorrow morning you'll both learn boxing with me. In the Xing Anling region, the frost-free period was short, and August was the busiest season in the village. For instance, early maturing potatoes began harvest in mid to late August, holding the status of the forest area's #1 vegetable, a staple-level food source. Early wheat varieties were harvested and threshed in August. Soybeans were flowering and forming pods, requiring a final cultivation pass and weeding. Meanwhile, early mushrooms and wood ear fungus in the forest began to be harvested in succession. So at this time, women were either busy in the fields or in the mountains. When Wang Yongli arrived at Zhao Chang's house, only 2 disabled men and 1 madman were at home. Chen Suihua and the elderly Zhao woman were both absent. This conveniently spared him the need for the sedative he had prepared. Zhao Changshui and Zhao Dei lay on the Kong, while Zhao Chang remained tied to the corner with a rope. Even with the windows and door open, the room still carried a foul odor. Seeing Wang Yongli enter, Zhao Chang erupted into frenzied shouting. Who's there? Zhao Changshui on the Kong heard the commotion and asked. Wang Yongli did not answer. Instead, he quickly stepped forward and delivered a sharp chop to Zhao Chang's neck, knocking him unconscious. His sole purpose in coming here today was one, to turn Zhao Chang into a madman who would fly into uncontrollable rage at the sight of any person. Who's there? Xiangzi. What happened to Xiangzi? Unable to hear Zhao Chang's voice, Zhao Changshui anxiously shouted loudly. Wang Yongli ignored Zhao Changshui and proceeded to take out stainless steel needles. First, he inserted needles to immobilize Zhao Chang in case he woke and struggled. Then he began to perform the 13 ghost needles Guixin Xiaoshang at the corner of the thumbnail, originally used to drain lung heat and treat hoarseness. Gui Ku Laogong at the center of the palm, where the fingertip touches when making a fist, originally the primary point for clearing heart fire, used to calm someone by pressing here. Guichin Xiuqi at the outer end of the elbow crease, originally used to clear mania caused by high fever. Guilu Shinmai below the outer ankle, originally used to treat nighttime convulsions. Why did he say originally? Because these acupoints were originally for draining heart and liver fire and treating mania. Normal acupuncture reduces heat, but Wang Yongli instead employed deep insertion, strong manipulation, and left the needles in place. This was not draining fire, it was fanning the flames. From then on, Zhao Chang would become so irascible that he would attack anyone he saw curse on the street and live with inverted day and night. The Guilu needle was specifically designed to trigger attacks at night, ensuring the entire family would know no peace. Next came the 2 most crucial needles, Guifeng Haichuan, at the middle of the sublingual frenulum. Wang Yongli inserted a needle horizontally through the sublingual area and left it in place, rendering the tongue immobile. Then came the most critical one, Guizong Huayin. This acupoint, where the Ren and Du meridians connect, is rarely needled unless the condition is extremely severe. Wang Yongli's needle here would cause chaotic qi flow between the Ren and Du meridians if the needles were left longer. Half an hour later, Wang Yongli leaned close to Zhao Chang's ear and said, "From now on you will be a happy mad dog, biting anyone you see, yet never knowing who you are again." Having said this, he removed all the stainless steel needles. Zhao Chang immediately returned to his state of wild cursing and shouting. From then on, Wang Yongli would no longer need to worry about Zhao Chang recovering. With the golden hand technique, the outcome was always foolproof. On the Kong, Zhao Changshui continued to howl, twisting his main body and struggling to get down. Wang Yongli kicked Zhao Changshui, who was about to fall back to the far side of the Kong. Who are you? Ignoring the pain, Zhao Changshui called out in a hoarse voice. Zhao Changshui, seeing you live in such wretched conditions makes me very happy. Wang Yongli lit a cigarette and spoke in a calm tone. Wang Yongli, what the hell are you doing here? You've ruined our family, and what more do you want? Zhao Changshui immediately recognized Wang Yongli's voice. For so long he had lain on the Kong day and night, his mind consumed by thoughts of Wang Yongli, either regretting not having killed Wang Yongli sooner or regretting not treating him and his family better. In the end, all he could do was think about it. There was no such thing as a regret medicine. Yongli, I was wrong. I owe you and your mother and sister an apology. Zhao Dei, who had remained silent beside him, spoke softly. You're not sorry. You've realized there's no hope for you. Zhao Dai, my mother now has a formal job. My younger sister is in school. I make thousands of yuan a year hunting. Tell me, why did you torment us back then? Wang Yongli followed the principle of striking at their deepest regrets without mercy, saying precisely the words that would wound them most. Hearing his words, both Zhao Changshui and Zhao Dai fell silent. Indeed, if they had not tormented Wang Yongli and his family, would their family not be living well now? At the very least, they would not be disabled. Now Chun Suehua scolded them with every word and struck them with every gesture. Going an entire day without a proper meal was commonplace. Their life was worse off than Wang Yongli and his mother and sister had been back then. Yes, we should not have tormented you back then. After a long silence, Zhao Dai choked out. But Zhao Dai, can time go backward? I'm asking you, can time go backward? Sigh. Wang Yongli's words trailed off as he suddenly realized. Was this really the right moment for such a line? Alright, I'm leaving. Stay here and wait for death at your leisure. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yongli had already walked out. He was not afraid of Zhao Changshui revealing that he had been there. Who had seen him? Sigh. He would stay in the mountains today and come back to the village tomorrow. The following afternoon, Wang Yongli drove a cart, with a martensic deer appearing in the villagers' view. Yongli's here. He's come to visit old Seventh again. The first man to spot him shouted loudly. Hey, are you busy, fourth uncle? Wang Yongli returned the greeting politely. He often brought gifts to visit old Wang, and the villagers had grown accustomed to it. Several children came bouncing over surrounding Wang Yongli and asking for candy. Wang Yongli took a handful of fruit candies from his bag and distributed them one by one to the children. Maodong, go tell Secretary Zhang to come to my seventh grandpa's place. When giving candy to the last sharp-looking child, Wang Yongli asked him to find Zhang Chunsheng. Okay. Little Maodong immediately put his best foot forward and sprinted quickly toward the fields. What a filial boy Yongli is. Old Wang Seventh only taught him a few hunting tricks, yet he comes regularly with food. Such a loyal kid. Old Seventh is blessed. That's what seventh uncle deserves. Just look at the old Zhao family instead. The villagers exchanged knowing glances, their words heavy with unspoken judgment. The Zhao family got what they deserve. Do you reckon the Zhao Changshui clan regrets it by now? How could they not? I bet they're regretting it to their bones. If they had treated Xiuji and Yongli better back, then they'd be living like old Master Wang Qi, eating well and drinking fine wine by now. Yongli paid no mind to the villagers' constant chatter. Each time he came to the village, he could hardly avoid hearing the same gossip repeated over and over. The large cart came to a stop outside Wang Laoqi's door. Opening it up, Yongli called out, "Seventh master." "Oh, come in," came the reply from within. Wang Laoqi had been living quite comfortably these past days. It started when he'd merely offered a few unsolicited words of advice, the kind an elder might give. That same grandson had never forgotten it, visiting every other day with gifts and provisions. Several times he'd suggested moving in with them, but Wang Laoqi had no intention of going. Xiuji had her work to attend to. She hardly had time to care for an old man like him anyway. He didn't want to be a burden. Though he didn't need anyone waiting on him, he felt more comfortable in his own home. And over the past months, he'd noticed his health steadily improving. It seemed to have started when Yongli began bringing him water from the mountains. The water tasted sweet and made the cooking better. He'd offered to fetch it himself, but Yongli always said it was too far and he'd never find the way. Wang Laoqi had spent his whole life navigating the Xing'an Mountains. Unless it was that dense old forest, there was nowhere he couldn't find. If Yongli wouldn't let him go, then so be it. At his age, getting lost would only become another burden for Yongli. As long as he stayed healthy, avoided trouble, and didn't worry the boy, that was all that mattered. Meanwhile, Yongli himself was full of complaints. The old man was too stubborn. No matter how many times Yongli asked him to move to the city, he refused. Since he couldn't change his mind, Yongli simply let him do as he pleased. It just meant more trips on his part, but that wasn't difficult for him. The two men found a shady spot in the courtyard, each with a cigarette, smoking in comfortable silence. "What's this huge animal you brought this time?" Wang Laoqi craned his neck to peer at the red deer on the cart outside. "Hee, I figured I'd bring it over for everyone to share. Last time you mentioned kids sneaking by for meat occasionally, so I brought extra this time." Yongli exhaled a plume of smoke with a grin. The Wang family rarely ran short of meat, and several bold village boys would drop by every so often just to satisfy their cravings. Don't make it too frequent. Once a year should suffice. A single measure of rice earns gratitude, but a bushel breeds resentment, Wang Laoqi said, looking up at Yongli with measured gravity. "I'll follow your counsel." While the two exchanged words, little Maodan had already found Zhang Chunsheng nearby. Upon learning that Yongli had driven a massive stag through the village, Zhang Chunsheng's face broke into a wide smile. Zhang Yong and his companions hunted in the mountains regularly, but typically only managed pheasants or hares. On the rare occasion they bagged a roe deer, each family received less than half a jin of meat. He quickly summoned Zhang Yong, and they dashed toward Wang Laoqi's house. Before reaching the entrance, they caught sight of the magnificent stag on the cart, and their grins stretched nearly to their ears. Truthfully, Yongli occasionally sent them provisions as well. But as village officials, they naturally needed to look out for the villagers' welfare too. "Yongli's here." Zhang Chunsheng entered the courtyard with a grin, while Zhang Yong followed behind, nodding approvingly. "Third uncle, brother Yong, you've come. Have a cigarette first." Yongli pulled out cigarettes and shared them with both men, but their eyes kept drifting toward the red deer on the cart. He led them over to the vehicle. He selected a thick cut from the cart, severed a hind leg, and held it up as he addressed them. Third uncle, seventh master, mentioned the village hasn't had meat in quite some time. This large leg stays with him, and the rest you can distribute among everyone. Zhang Chunxing rubbed his palms together. He'd anticipated something like this, but it was still Yongli who'd braved the mountains to hunt it, so accepting it freely felt improper. The real issue was that Yongli no longer lived in the village. His household registration had been moved away long ago, and the village was too poor to offer anything substantial in return. Is this appropriate? Zhang Chunxing turned to Wang Laoqi, his expression clearly deferring to the elder's judgment. Third Sin, go ahead and divide it up. The folks have had a rough time lately. Wang Laoqi remained seated on his stool, simply gesturing with the hand holding his cigarette. Yes, sir. Zhang Yong stepped forward as soon as Zhang Chunxing agreed, gripping the reins. Third uncle, I won't head over. I'll handle this at home instead. Send the cart over when you're done. Yongli gave the deer leg a playful wave toward Zhang Chunxing. All right, I'll bring it over once it's ready. Zhang Yong replied eagerly. After finishing with the deer leg, Yongli called out to Wang Laoqi, still sitting in the courtyard, Grandpa Qi, come inside. I've picked up some new skills. Intrigued by what the young man had learned, Wang Laoqi hurried inside. What did you learn? Tween a massage. Lie on the Kong bed. I'll work out the knots in your bones. What's that? What good is that? It's traditional Chinese medicine, one of our finest cultural treasures. Can't you appreciate that? Despite the banter, Wang Laoqi obediently lay face down on the Kong. In the height of summer, he wore no shirt. At first his muscles were rigid, but they gradually relaxed with Yongli's skilled hands. When Yongli pressed against the Dazui acupoint, Wang Laoqi let out a low groan. Yongli employed technique rather than brute strength. Fingers slightly curled, wrist loose, thumb vibrating rapidly like a bird pecking grain. This was the one-finger Zen pushing technique. Gentle in appearance, yet the force penetrated in waves like tidal surges. Wang Laoqi felt acidity first, then tingling before warmth flooded through him, drawing a long sigh of relief. That's the spot, so relieving. Yongli continued the treatment for over half an hour before finally stopping. Wang Laoqi rose from the Kong and stretched his neck and waist. The stiffness had vanished. His neck moved freely and his back felt supple. Everything felt wonderfully loose and easy. I must say you've got real skill. My body feels much lighter, Wang Laoqi remarked, swaying as he walked. Of course, this is a precious heritage passed down from our ancestors. After finishing his words, Yongli went to the courtyard to wash his hands. Just then Zhang Yong arrived with the cart. Already finished dividing it up so quickly. Yongli had expected it to take until around 6. Not yet. The secretary sent the cart over first so you can head back earlier and avoid traveling in the dark. Zhang Yong secured the reins to the hitching stone and added, I went over to help. The villagers wanted me to convey their thanks to you, Yongli. Yongli waved dismissively and said nothing. He recalled the words Wang Laoqi had shared with him that afternoon, a single measure of rice earns gratitude, but a bushel breeds resentment. Indeed, this was something he needed to keep in mind. Having lived longer than Wang Laoqi's current age in his previous life, he understood the elder's concerns completely. Yet he didn't concern himself with the rest. The only households worth his attention were Wang Laoqi's, the Zhang Chunxing family, and the Zhang Yong family. As for everyone else, he simply wanted them to leave him alone. Crossing him would be unwise. Life's troubles were often simple. As long as they stayed out of his way, everything was fine. But if they provoked him, well, then it would become rather unpleasant. In August, the greater Xing'an range experienced frequent rainfall, with a shower every few days. The rain was light, a steady drizzle that lingered, thoroughly soaking the forest soil. The moisture seeping from beneath the towering trees carried a pleasant, earthy fragrance. Yet this weather was ideal for mushrooms, which sprouted in great numbers overnight. Before the sun climbed high, before the dew evaporated, and before the insects stirred, the mushrooms were plump and tender, the wild greens crisp and free of fibers. Any later, and they would either rot from the dew or be nibbled and pecked by early rising birds and bugs. After reporting to Li Xiuji, Wang Yongli ventured back into the mountains. This time his target was mushrooms. His space was well stocked with flying dragons and pheasants, but lacked the mushrooms needed for stewing chicken. While others wandered the mountains aimlessly relying on luck, he moved with precision and purpose. Mounting Dabiao, he headed straight for the hazel, oak, and birch forests. Hazel mushrooms have a wide host range and strong adaptability, making them highly likely to be found in these 3 forest types. They grow in clusters, never singly, either absent or appearing in rings, which old mountain foragers call mushroom rings. Soon he spotted a large cluster of hazel mushrooms. Their caps were light brown with a yellowish tint, covered with a slimy, slippery film that felt cool to the touch. Indeed, the ones from the old forest have the best quality. Wang Yongli joyfully stepped forward and collected them into his space. Chicken stewed with mushrooms. That was the ultimate dish of the Northeast. These mushrooms were hazel mushrooms. Frequent diners know that dried hazel mushrooms stewed with chicken combine the fungal aroma of the hazel mushroom, the savory fat of the chicken, and the umami of the mushroom-soaking water. It was a trinity of flavors. However, fresh and dried hazel mushrooms follow entirely different culinary logics. Drying locks in the wild mountain fragrance for winter stews. Fresh hazel mushrooms are prized for their tenderness, smoothness, and freshness, ideal for quick stir-fries with meat or, of course, for stewing chicken. Cooking fresh hazel mushrooms requires 3 essentials: rapid blanching, high heat for stir-frying, and light seasoning. For instance, stir-fried hazel mushrooms with pork or with chili peppers could easily make you eat an extra bowl of rice. After harvesting this patch, he mounted Dabiao and continued searching. You might wonder why he rode a beast to find mushrooms. Seems more hassle than walking and searching on foot. But you must know that this month is the peak season for snakes, especially after rain. Wang Yongli was terrified of them to the bone. Once the rain stopped and the sun came out, steam rose from the ground, turning the forest into a steamy, humid sauna. Riding Dabiao also saved a lot of energy. A whole day passed quickly, and the mushroom-picking young man had a bountiful harvest. His space now held over 30 clusters of hazel mushrooms. He planned to dry some in the space and take the rest back for his mother to dry. The next day, Wang Yongli set his sights on matsutake mushrooms. He went straight to the pine forests. Matsutake are strictly ectomycorrhizal fungi. They must form a symbiotic relationship with specific tree roots to survive. Without their host trees, they cannot live. Japanese red pine is the matsutake's favorite symbiotic tree, followed by Korean pine. Furthermore, matsutake have high forest requirements. The pine trees must be at least 15 years old, with the best fruiting period between 30 and 60 years. An old saying goes, to find hazel mushrooms, roam the whole mountain. To find matsutake, go to the red pine hollow. Because of their extremely stringent growing conditions, matsutake are almost impossible to cultivate artificially. True wild matsutake command high prices. The first flush can fetch tens of thousands of yuan per gene, while normal ones still cost several thousand yuan per gene. The price also depends on size. The larger, the more expensive. Of course, there are many fake matsutake on the market, such as Agaricus blazei, red matsutake, white matsutake, and flower matsutake. The taste difference between true wild matsutake and fakes is like heaven and earth. Distinguishing them is simple: look, smell, touch, and cut. First look, real matsutake have a light brown to chestnut-colored cap with a balanced proportion between cap and stem, not top-heavy. Both cap and stem have fibrous hairy scales, giving a slightly fuzzy appearance. The stem is thick, straight, and uniform in thickness. Fake matsutake mostly have large heads and small feet. Second, smell, real matsutake have a distinct piney fragrance. Fakes lack this scent, and some even have a pungent odor. Third, touch, the surface is dry and slightly moist with a firm texture. When pressed, it springs back quickly without leaving a dent or exuding water. If the surface is wet and sticky, it is likely a water-soaked inferior product. Fourth, cut, real matsutake flesh is white and firm with fine uniform grain after slicing. Brown cap, white stem, balanced proportions, piney fragrance, and springy resilience. Meeting these 4 criteria confirms authenticity. The best way to enjoy matsutake is simplicity itself. Top-grade matsutake are best eaten as sashimi or lightly grilled. Matsutake over 9 centimeters are suitable for sashimi. Always use a ceramic or bamboo knife, though never use a metal knife as it will cause oxidation, blackening, and loss of aroma. Slice into 23 mm thin pieces and dip in light soy sauce, wasabi, or sea salt. The first taste is a delicate fragrance followed by a sweet aftertaste. The flesh is crisp and tender. Oh, this is the purest taste experience of matsutake. Another method is butter-fried matsutake sprinkled with sea salt and black pepper, finished with a few drops of lemon juice. The creamy butter combined with the fungal aroma creates an explosion of flavor. This is a preparation method recognized in Yunnan, Japan, and Europe. For a more traditional approach, there is chicken soup. Stew the chicken for a long time to produce a clear broth. About 5 minutes before turning off the heat, add fresh matsutake slices. Season only with salt. Avoid cooking wine star anise, scallions, or ginger, as they will overpower the delicate flavor. Matsutake should not be cooked too long. Fresh slices lose much of their aroma after 10 minutes in the pot. Dried matsutake can withstand longer cooking, but should not exceed 30 minutes. Another option is matsutake clear soup. Simmer matsutake slices with water and salt over medium-low heat for 10 minutes. Simplicity at its purest and most delicious. The high-altitude forests of the Greater Shingon Range produce late-emerging matsutake of excellent quality, with thick, meaty flesh and intense aroma. A true mountain treasure and a hard currency in the wild food market. Matsutake are masters of concealment, burying most of their bodies in pine needle and decaying soil, revealing only a tiny brown cap. Without careful searching, they are nearly impossible to spot. An ordinary person might wander the mountains all day without finding a single one, but Wang Yongli had sharp eyes. Moreover, this was an old forest seldom visited by humans. As the sun moved across the sky, the pine forest in his space became filled with matsutake. Another day of abundant harvest. On the third day, Wang Yongli headed home, while continuing to search for more mountain goods to relocate into his space. For instance, on a fallen elm trunk hung clusters of golden oyster mushrooms. Locals in the northeast also call them jade emperor mushrooms. Their bright golden yellow color clustered on dead elm wood and rotten stumps made a beautiful sight. Rain-soaked golden oyster mushrooms were at their most tender, with fine smooth flesh and a freshness even more intense than hazel mushrooms. Their only drawback was poor shelf life. They had to be processed the same day, either blanched and frozen or immediately dried, or they would spoil overnight. Once the season passed, these mushrooms were essentially unavailable, earning them the nickname the ultimate fresh of the Northeast. They could be stewed with chicken or stir-fried. He also collected a fair amount of king bolete and egg yellow mushrooms. King bolete is known in Europe as the king of porcini mushrooms. Its flesh is thick and succulent with a delicious flavor ranking alongside truffles and morels as one of the world's 3 most precious wild fungi. Of course, king bolete has many imposters, all of which are poisonous. Distinguishing them is relatively simple. The flesh does not change color when bruised. The stem has a net-like pattern and it grows in the ground. These are signs of the true king bolete. Any bolete that changes color, especially turning blue, should never be collected. Then there was the egg yellow mushroom. As its name suggests, its color is as bright and golden as an egg yolk with a smooth, glossy surface. However, the egg yellow mushroom belongs to the Amanita family. This family is notorious on the whole as most of its members contain deadly toxins. There are many highly poisonous species that look similar to the egg yellow mushroom. Beginners should not touch this thing. It's not just the red-capped, white-stemmed mushrooms that send you to the ground. The forest holds many fungi with similar effects. Little red cap, white stem. After eating, we all lie in a board. Lie in the board buried in the hill. Relatives and friends come to eat. In the rice there are little red caps. After eating, the whole village gets buried. Next year the hills will be full of red caps. Riding on his loyal mount and singing, Wang Yongli recalled some jokes he had seen on the internet in his past life. For instance, someone was eating wild mushrooms at a friend's house. His friend told him to add some salt, and after seasoning, he casually tasted a spoonful of the soup. A little while later he saw a duck walking over and asked him if he had added salt. He immediately knew something was terribly wrong. Another netizen said that after eating mushrooms, he went to play mahjong and walked into the room to find the red dragon, white dragon, and green dragon already seated and waiting for him. There were also many real-life accounts from netizens. Someone said that after eating mushrooms, no matter what animal runs up and shouts at you, do not resist. It is very likely that doctors are trying to save your life. Some people saw little elves, others could hear animals speaking with subtitles. One girl, after eating mushrooms, felt as though she were a cup of bubble tea. While riding in a taxi, she pressed tightly on the top of her head and told the driver, "Drive slowly. I'm going to spill." One netizen was playing games in the living room after eating mushrooms when he saw health bars floating above his parents' heads. His family dog trotted over with its tail wagging and asked, "Want some blue?" Another netizen was chatting loudly with friends after eating mushrooms when a nearby tree suddenly spoke up, "Cut the bullshit." Wang Yongli thought the most tragic story was about a married man who, after eating mushrooms, sat crying on the sofa, shouting his ex-girlfriend's name and apologizing, saying that if he had only had enough money for the bride price, he would never have married that frog spirit. What made it even more terrifying was that the frog spirit he was referring to was still there, taking meticulous care of him. On the contrary, he thought the most impressive story was about a student who ate mushrooms before an exam, opened the answer sheet, and was amazed to see the answers displayed right before his eyes. Although most of the posts about mushroom poisoning on the internet came from netizens in southern China. Northeastern China, especially around the Greater and Lesser Xin'an Mountains and the Changbai Mountains, also had many cases of mushroom poisoning, with fatal incidents occurring almost every year. So elderly people who went into the mountains to forage mushrooms always followed one principle: better to miss out than to pick the wrong one. Old man time hit the accelerator and the years flew by. Unknowingly, it had already reached Wang Yongli's second new year since his rebirth. The family reunion dinner this year was particularly lively. Besides, Grandpa Wang Qiji and Wang Bingbing, Jiang Hongliang and his wife had also been invited by Wang Yongli to share the reunion dinner. The main reason was that Jiang Lei had grown so accustomed to staying at their house that he didn't want to go back. Yongli today will finish these 2 bottles of liquor. This is from when I went to the provincial capital to report on work after the arrest of Sheng Lin. Secretary Gu rewarded me with it. Really, it's all because of you. Huh. At the mention of Sheng Lin, Wang Yongli couldn't help but mutter to himself. Xing Township. No, it's Sheng Lin, Sheng Lin. Before he could finish his muttering, Jiang Hongliang took out 2 bottles of Matai liquor from his bag and placed them on the table. Good heavens, this is truly something special. Wang Yongli's face lit up with joy as he picked up a bottle to inspect it. In his previous life, his children had been filial, and although he often drank fine liquor, it never reached the level of enjoying Matai with every meal. Not to mention in this era. Gigi, let me tell you, this liquor is truly something precious. Even the top leaders in the province can't necessarily drink this every day. He handed the bottle to Grandpa Wang Qiji with a hint of showing off. Grandpa Wang Qiji did not take it. Instead, he smiled and pointed to Jiang Hongliang's cup. Pour for the leader first. He had spent his entire life dealing with the mountains. When had he ever met a leader as high-ranking as Jiang Hongliang? Not to mention sitting at the same table, sharing a meal and drinks, so he couldn't help but feel somewhat constrained. Jiang Hongliang clearly noticed Grandpa Wang Qiji's timidity and smiled as he said to him, "Brother Qiji, today we're just family having a reunion dinner together. There are no leaders or subordinates here. We're quite familiar with you, Shoji and Yongli. Moreover, Yongli calls you Grandpa, so none of us are strangers." "Ah, yes, the leader is right." Grandpa Wang Qiji still answered with a broad smile on his face. That was that. He had tried, but it was useless. Seeing Grandpa Wang Qiji like this, Jiang Hongliang decided not to pursue the topic any further. "Hey, wait a minute." Wang Yongli had just finished pouring a full glass for Jiang Hongliang, and was about to pour one for Grandpa Wang Qiji when he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? What? Hearing Wang Yongli's voice, everyone at the table naturally turned to look at him. Uncle Zhang, I call you uncle, I call Grandpa Qiji grandpa, but you call my Grandpa Qiji brother. Wouldn't that be skipping a generation? Wang Yongli's words made everyone except the children laugh. We each have our own way of addressing people. Doesn't little Lei still call you big brother? From then on you should continue calling me uncle. Hearing the latter part of Zhang Hongliang's sentence, Wang Yongli felt that something seemed off. Little Zhang Lei glanced at his grandparents, then at Li Xiuji and Grandpa Wang Qiji, tilted his head, and turned to Li Xueqing, who was sitting beside him, and asked, Sis, what does skipping a generation mean? Obviously everyone was amused by Zhang Lei once again. Hearing Zhang Lei so naturally call Li Xueqing sis, Zhang Hongliang and his wife exchanged a glance. Zhang Defang gave her grandson a doting look, then turned to Li Xiuji and said, Xiuji, little Lei has been causing you trouble at your place. Not at all. We all quite like little Lei. Li Xiuji also smiled warmly at Zhang Lei and replied softly, Little Lei has indeed become much sturdier than before. Every time he comes home, he says your cooking, Mother Xiuji, is delicious. It's making his grandma lose confidence, haha. Seeing his grandson not only physically stronger, but also much more cheerful, Zhang Hongliang was genuinely pleased in his heart. Zhang Defang gently patted Zhang Hongliang's arm and said with a smile, Xiuji's cooking is indeed delicious. Xueqing grandma also needs to thank you. Little Lei can now recite many Tang poems. He says it was all because you taught him, and every time he comes home, he keeps mentioning it to us. The praised Li Xueqing lowered her head, shyly, a smile on her face. Grandma's sister also taught me arithmetic. Now besides reciting poems I can do math too. Hearing his grandma's words, little Zhang Lei sat on his stool, straightened his small frame, and began gesturing excitedly with his hands. Stop waving those chopsticks around. Sit properly. Li Xueqing had been accidentally hit twice by Zhang Lei. Seeing his flamboyant behavior, she couldn't help but speak up. All right. Upon hearing Li Xueqing's words, little Zhang Lei quickly put his hands away and sat properly, looking just like a well-behaved student in class. Everyone was amused by the two children again. It's the new year. I wish everyone good health, all the best in the new year, and things getting better and better. Wang Yongli raised his glass, first formally kicking off the New Year's Eve dinner. Most of this year's reunion dinner dishes were prepared by Li Xiuji and Li Xueqing. Wang Bingbing tended the fire, while Wang Yongli took Zhang Lei outside to roast chickens and rabbits. Braised roe deer meat, sour cabbage stewed with pork bones, hazelnut mushroom stewed with pheasant homestyle cooked scales, fish, shredded roasted chicken, roasted rabbit, plus several green vegetable dishes. The round table was completely filled. This pheasant is truly delicious. And the roe deer meat so tenderly cooked. Hearing Zhang Defang praise the dishes, Zhang Lei quickly pointed at the roasted chicken and rabbit and called out, Grandma, the chicken and rabbit were roasted by me. Taste them and see if they're good. Zhang Defang quickly put on a surprised expression. Oh really? Xiao Lei knows how to roast chicken and rabbit now? We must taste it. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of rabbit meat and put it in her mouth, chewing, while putting on a somewhat exaggerated show of enjoyment. Delicious, truly delicious. Xiao Lei is so impressive. Zhang Defang's approval lit up Zhang Lei's young face. He struggled to pick up a piece of rabbit meat and placed it in Li Xueqing's bowl. Sis, you try some too. He waited expectantly to be praised again. Li Xueqing picked up the meat from her bowl, took a bite, and said, delicious. With her praise, Zhang Lei's eyes squinted into happy slits as he grinned broadly. Zhang Defang watched this scene with tenderness in her eyes and joked to Li Xiuji, this naughty kid is completely under Xueqing's control. Before he'd only behave when his grandfather stepped in, but around Xueqing, he's as docile as a little cat. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere among the men grew warm and lively. Nobody brought up official affairs, nobody mentioned old spy cases, nobody talked about work. Instead, they chatted about daily life, crops, and children, relaxed and at ease. Wang Laoqi was especially enthusiastic, recounting stories of his youth, when he ran through the mountains and killed Japanese devils. After several rounds of drinking and many dishes served, Zhang Defang shifted her tone, her gaze landing on Wang Yongli, her voice tinged with delight. Xiuji Yongli will be 18 after the new year, right? It might be time to consider finding him a match. Hearing this, Li Xiuji was suddenly wide awake. No, her eyes lit up and she nodded enthusiastically. Yes, Yongli is 19 by the traditional count. I've been thinking about this too. And there's another thing. De Bing is the same age as Yongli. As Li Xiuji spoke, she reached out and pointed at Wang Bingbing. Upon hearing that her mother was also looking for a match for her, Wang Bingbing's face showed embarrassment. Zhang Defang glanced at Wang Bingbing and said, I know De Bing. Old Jia from the locomotive depot has mentioned her before. Smart, skilled, hardworking, all good qualities. I'll look into it. Seeing Wang Yongli wanting to object, she quickly added, I don't mean you should marry right away. Just get to know each other first, and if things go well, date for a year or two before settling down. Hearing this, Li Xiuji was full of anticipation, staring at Wang Yongli, waiting for him to nod and agree. Anyone else being actively set up by the party secretary's wife would have been overjoyed. This was a genuine opportunity to climb the social ladder. Such a connection would bring prestige and prospects in the forest farm and the district. But Wang Yongli had no such thoughts in mind. He already belonged to someone. Although that someone didn't yet know him, his heart was firmly set on that woman from his past life. Recalling the fragments of memories, a faint smile appeared on his face. What are you thinking about? What's that expression? Wang Yongli's current look made it seem as though he was extremely excited about getting a wife soon. Li Xiuji felt embarrassed seeing her son's expression. The party secretary's wife had merely raised the topic casually, nothing concrete yet, and already he was fantasizing. Looking at the scene, it seemed as though he had even thought about what to name their children. Snapping out of his reverie, Wang Yongli quickly composed himself, wearing a gentle and sincere smile, his tone humble and heartfelt. Annie, thank you for still keeping my matter in mind. Then he shifted his tone and said frankly, but I'd like to put off the matchmaking for now. First, I'm still young. Second, after the new year, I need to make a long trip, and it'll be quite a while before. What? Yongli, where are you going? What for? Why haven't you told Mom about this? Hearing the second half, it wasn't just Li Xiuji. Everyone's gaze turned toward Wang Yongli. No, Mom, don't worry. You see, I'm currently studying traditional Chinese medicine under a teacher. His junior disciple is in Jixian County B Province. The teacher said his disciple has authentic skills, and he wants me to go there to study for a while. Seeing his mother's anxious expression, Wang Yongli quickly produced his prepared excuse. He couldn't stay at home forever. His medical skills were hard to explain, so he wanted to use the pretext of finding a wife to stay away for a while. I've heard from Zhao Gang that your current teacher is quite capable, isn't he? Do you really need to go so far? Jiang Hongliang put down his chopsticks and asked with concern. My current teacher only knows the basics of massage and acupuncture. His junior disciple excels at pattern differentiation and herbal formulas. The teacher believes I have talent and wants me to go learn from him. He also mentioned that his junior disciple is the youngest student of their master, and the master has passed down all his true skills to him. Wang Yongli continued making up excuses. Yongli, why didn't you invite your teacher over to celebrate the new year with us? Wang Laoqi and the older generation held the master-disciple relationship in the highest regard. The master-disciple bond in this era was nothing like that of the 21st century. It truly was a master for one day is a father for a lifetime. After thorough observation, a master would pass on his most guarded secrets to his disciple. In return, the disciple was expected to care for his master in old age and see him off in death. My teacher is too old and not in good condition to travel. Besides, he has his own family. Once you tell a lie, you need countless more to cover it up. Yongli, where is this place you mentioned? Is it far? Will you really be gone a long time? Li Xiuji had completely lost her appetite for the New Year's Eve dinner, consumed only by worry for her son. Mom, it won't be that long. Your son is smart. If all goes well, I'll learn everything in 1 or 2 months. Wang Yongli comforted his mother while casting a pleading glance at Zhang Defang. Xiuji, Yongli is a capable child. Don't worry so much. Learning a trade is a good thing. Picking up on Wang Yongli's signal, Zhang Defang gently patted Li Xiuji's arm. Have you decided, Oi? Jiang Hongliang asked. I have. When are you leaving? In a month. All right. For the recommendation letter, go find Gao Ding. I'll speak with him first. As for the national food coupons, come to my office to get them. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. But I already have national food coupons. I was just wondering where to get the recommendation letter. Hearing this, Wang Yongli quickly raised his cup to thank Jiang Hongliang. Since you call me uncle, no need for such formalities. Jiang Hongliang raised his cup and clinked it against Wang Yongli's. In his past life, he had met his wife by early spring. That was precisely why he had decided to depart so early, to go and try his luck, hoping to find his wife sooner, so she would suffer less hardship. Though the chances were slim, since in his past life his wife had said she had ended up there purely by chance. But what if? What if he could find her earlier, and she wouldn't have to endure that brutal beating? Recalling the scene of his first meeting with his wife, Wang Yongli felt anger surging within him. If he encountered those people this time, he would make them taste the 10 great tortures. No, he would make them experience every torture he could think of one by one. He was no longer that timid, fragile boy from his past life. The current him. He had plenty of strength and means now. Last life, 3 of them had escaped. This time, not a single one would get away. For the following month, Wang Yongli almost trained to Bing every day, while also teaching him some worldly wisdom. He also frequently visited Gao Ding, Zhao Gang, and others with the aim of having them help protect his family. He was unsure how long it would take before he could return. He was not afraid that locals might pose a threat to his family. What he feared was that great wind, the people it would bring. Since he had not been here in his past life, he was uncertain when that gale would reach this place. Don't worry about your family. Isn't Bing at home? There's me and Zhao Gang. Besides, Xiao Lei is staying at your house. Secretary Jiang would never let anything happen to your family. In Gao Ding's office, Wang Yongli tucked away the introduction letter he had obtained, looked up at the other man, and said sincerely, then thank you, Uncle Gao. You need to be careful out there as well. Things are a bit more chaotic outside than they are here. Gao Ding patted Wang Yongli's arm, his words somewhat vague. But Wang Yongli understood his meaning. On March 1st, 1968, Wang Yongli officially set out on the journey to find a wife. Before departing, he thoroughly instructed Bing and gave him a handgun and 2 boxes of ammunition, but told him not to use them unless absolutely necessary. It was the same type of pistol they had found earlier at the Russian den. He then left Biao and Jin behind. During the day, Jin kept watch over the house, and at night Biao came secretly to guard it. Biao's skin tone made him quite suitable for night combat. Bai remained in the spatial pocket for transportation in this era was highly inconvenient. As long as there were mountains, he believed riding by would be far faster than taking a carriage. Indeed, his preparations had been exceedingly thorough. After 2 full days and nights, Wang Yongli finally stepped out of the train carriage onto the land of Jinhai. The entire platform was filled with chaotic chatter. The wind here lacked that piercing cold of the northeast. Whether it was merely an illusion, he detected a hint of fishy scent in the air. Based on the information flooding his mind, Wang Yongli confirmed one thing. He was craving seafood. The walls at the station exit were plastered with bold slogans in bright red paint that stood out sharply. The passing pedestrians mostly wore old cotton-padded jackets in deep blue or gray cloth. Many had red cloth armbands on their arms, walking with heads held high and chests puffed out, their eyes watchful and wary, wanting to question and scrutinize anyone they came across. In those days, things appeared bustling and secure on the surface, but in reality tension ran through every corner. A mere whisper of movement could stir up trouble. Wang Yongli carried an old canvas backpack and wore a plain cotton jacket, blending seamlessly into the crowd without drawing any attention. According to the timeline, his wife would not appear in Jixian until mid-April, so he had a month to stay in Jinhai and attend to his own affairs. Having come out early this time, he had made 2 plans for himself. First, dispose of some of the firearms lying idle in his possession. He had acquired quite a few weapons and ammunition from that cave belonging to the Russians, mainly pistols that he could not possibly use himself, so he could sell a few if he chose. Second, raid old residences and buy up antiques and cultural relics in large quantities. In these times, people's hearts were unsettled and the world was in chaos. Many heirlooms from old houses and established families were either secretly hidden by their owners or tossed about and smashed, scattered everywhere and uncherished. Where others saw trash and burdens, he saw an opportunity of a lifetime. Taking advantage of the turmoil to buy low and pick up bargains, stockpiling enough wealth to ensure that no matter how the world changed, his family would never go hungry or cold. By the time he exited the train station, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, with darkness falling soon. He did not wander aimlessly. Though he had not lived here in his previous life, he had visited often enough. With a clear destination in mind, he headed straight for Qiandazhuang. Those who gather scrap in blue baskets carry them all the way to Qiandazhuang. Qiandazhuang Wandeli, where the pigtail wearers are unreasonable. The pigtail wearers mentioned in the rhyme were the hoodlums. Back then, capturing a hoodlum meant forcing them to wear a pigtail, shaving their head into a baby style, or crawling through someone's legs. Methods of humiliation directed at them. The reason he chose Qiandazhuang was because it served as a civilian residential and commercial district with dining, entertainment, shopping, and trading all under one roof. It was the gathering place for bullies, hoodlums, and thugs, a notorious haven for such characters. Stroll through Qiandazhuang, and aside from eating and drinking, everything's a scam. This saying meant that in this place it was fine to grab a bite to eat or drink when hungry, but anything else you did would almost certainly end with you being deceived and taken advantage of. The reputation of this area was so foul it could stink up 10 miles against the wind. Actually, it had not always been like this. Its downfall was due to a gang of thugs, hoodlums, and scoundrels. There were 3 abundance here: many potholes, many ditches, and many graveyards. Someone might ask, why go there? It was because the free market there was extremely active, meaning the black market. As Wang Yongli walked, his eyes scanned every corner around him. Being reborn and seeing these familiar scenes again filled him with a deep sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a lad at the base of the wall ahead caught his eye. He looked to be about 18 or 19, thin as a chopstick, dressed in an old student uniform with an armband on his arm, appearing to be someone in authority. But this lad's behavior was anything but straightforward. Sneaky and furtive, he had none of the righteousness that others displayed. While others walked with their heads held high and chests puffed out, he was the only one hunching his shoulders, his furtive eyes darting about, frequently looking back over his shoulder as though terrified of being spotted. His hands were clenched tightly against his chest, well concealed, as if hiding something shameful, and his steps were quick and anxious as he deliberately turned into an old alleyway with few people around. Wang Yongli immediately became suspicious. In these times, anyone wearing an armband was either genuinely in authority or using it as a shield to take advantage of the chaos. Anyone doing legitimate business would never act so skulking and cowardly. This kid was clearly using his position as a cover to engage in shady dealings like stealing and secretly profiting. Curiosity was secondary, the prospect of getting ahead of him was primary. The shrewdness that ran through Wang Yongli's veins flared to life instantly, and he crept forward silently, keeping a safe distance of over 20 meters without rushing. He was steady and never reckless. Up ahead lay the blind spots of the alley and unfamiliar territory. The number of people on the other side, whether there were ambushes, what secrets they might be hiding, all of it remained unknown. He was naturally suspicious and cunning, never fighting unprepared. First he would follow and observe, then strike once he understood the situation. The kid remained frantic throughout, never noticing the pursuit behind him. They moved through wide streets and narrow alleys, deliberately choosing deserted old alleyways and crumbling courtyard walls, navigating 3 or 4 turns until they were far from the main thoroughfare and entered a dilapidated residential area. The old residence appeared long abandoned, with half the courtyard wall collapsed and the gate hanging crookedly. Inside lay a pile of rubble, the plaster peeling off the walls and the wooden beams weathered, looking like a derelict property that nobody maintained or visited. The lad quickly glanced left, and right confirmed no one was around, then slipped through the door and casually pulled it shut behind him, leaving just a narrow gap. Wang Yongli pressed against the wall outside, holding his breath and listening carefully to the activity within the courtyard. Soon faint sounds of moving objects and the clinking of wooden boxes echoed from inside, kept deliberately low and cautious to avoid being overheard. Got it. This is solid. Wang Yongli instantly understood, a smug smile curling at the corner of his lips. This kid must be using the pretext of inspecting and clearing the old mansion to secretly stash the confiscated old items and antiques in this abandoned courtyard, planning to embezzle or resell them. These days people like that are everywhere, operating under the banner of the public while lining their own pockets, bold and greedy, yet hiding so stealthily that they're rarely caught. He didn't rush in or make a sound. Ruthless and greedy as he never acted rashly. First he crept along the wall to the back courtyard, scaled the wall, and landed lightly inside. Hiding behind the old locust tree, he peered through the window into the room. On the floor sat two old solid wood chests, their brass clasps oxidized and discolored, the chests heavy and clearly aged. Inside the room was another young man, both of them acting furtively. The two were muttering softly in a thick Jinhai dialect, which Wang Yongli found very familiar. Hurry up, get a move on, don't dawdle. If someone patrols late, we're screwed. This pile of old junk is really heavy. I don't know if it's worth anything. This porcelain vase is all flowery and gaudy, looks ugly. What do you know? I heard someone in the city buys these old things. If we sell them on the sly, we'll have enough for white flower buns for half a year. Don't take everything out. Put the small items in your pockets, hide the big ones first, and move them out in batches. Safe. Listening to their conversation, Wang Yongli felt completely reassured. The two lads were so excited rummaging through the chests that they didn't notice an extra person in the yard. When the chests were fully opened and the contents revealed, Wang Yongli's eyes lit up instantly. Two full chests of old artifacts, real solid goods. Blue and white porcelain vases, small famille rose pots, aged jade pendants, bronze incense burners, complete sets of silver tableware, antique scrolls of calligraphy and painting, and a pile of carved old jade pendants, agate bracelets, and bronze cash coins. Every piece looked like a genuine antique. Though slightly dusty, their forms were regular and their charm abundant. Definitely not the shoddy fakes on the market. These two lads were blind. They only knew these things could fetch money, but had no understanding of condition or value. They handled national treasure-level antiques like common junk, flipping them carelessly, without any appreciation. Wang Yongli chuckled inwardly. Truly, chaos breeds opportunity, and fools deliver wealth. Although he himself knew nothing about them, that didn't matter. He wasn't planning to sell them now anyway. If he stored them in the space for 20 or 30 years by then. When it was fully dark, the two lads stuffed a few small items into their pockets, covered the chests with junk, and left. After waiting a while to make sure they wouldn't return, Wang Yongli quickly entered the room and sent the two large chests into the space. Leaving the abandoned yard, he found a secluded corner and flashed into the space. As soon as he entered the space, he caught a glimpse of a purple flash. He didn't think much of it, assuming it was the bracelet's glow. But immediately a flood of knowledge poured into his mind. Porcelain appreciation. Lao Lu, is that you, Lao Lu? Wang Yongli quickly looked up at the bracelet floating in the air. Sure enough, Lao Lu was now emitting a faint light. Lao Lu had awakened, and it was knowledge about antique appraisal. Wang Yongli closed his eyes to digest the knowledge. All aspects of porcelain, body texture, glaze, color, crackle, patterns, marks, along with every method of forgery and aging, market condition, valuation, storage, and preservation tips. A complete and comprehensive system of porcelain appraisal, such as how to judge blue and white by the cobalt's color, the orange peel texture on the glaze, and the trimming marks on the base. How underglaze red depends on the firing atmosphere for copper red. How the key difference between famille rose and Felenkai lies in the glass white base, and so on. These things he had only skimmed in books before, knowing the names, but not how to identify them. Now he understood everything. The glaze characteristics and craft evolution of several famous kills across different periods were etched into his mind. Just when he needed it, the bracelet delivered a pillow. Wang Yongli had been utterly clueless about antiques in both his lives. He only knew old things were valuable, but was completely ignorant about everything else. Originally, his plan was to take advantage of the overall low-price environment to buy in bulk. As long as it looked decent and was cheap, he would collect everything good or bad, real or fake. Since he wasn't going to sell now anyway, he could wait 30 or 40 years until these things became valuable, then slowly filter. Even if only 2 out of 10 were genuine, he'd still make a profit. Now Lao Lu had given him the complete set of porcelain appraisal skills, a pair of sharp eyes. After organizing the knowledge, he walked quickly to the 2 chests, bent down, lifted the lids, and began to inventory. The incense burner, calligraphy scrolls, jade pendant, and ancient coins were all there, but the porcelain vase was missing. He now knew that vase was from the Ming Yongli period with Su Ma Li Qing's Somali blue pigment, a peak of official kiln blue and white. Although it couldn't compare to Yuan blue and white masterpieces like Giguzi descending the mountain, or Shao He chasing Han Xian under the moon, its value was still considerable. Because Yonglishwanda blue and white pieces have a surviving quantity of several thousand worldwide, including museum and private collections, their prices can't match Yuan blue and white. That vase was a medium-sized display piece. When the right time came, it could probably sell for around 20 million. Tisk 20 million, just swallowed by you. Wang Yongli looked up at the bracelet. Lao Lu, none of these catch your eye. At least they should be on the level of that vase, right? Let me think. Bronze and metal calligraphy and painting jade, wood furniture, and various miscellaneous items. Good heavens, if you go by that standard you'd need to eat at least over 200 million worth. You wasteful. Complaints aside, he had to find the items to feed Lao Lu as soon as possible. The trouble was it didn't give a standard, so he could only guess on his own. To continue picking up bargains without falling into traps, he had to massively acquire all kinds of antiques and curios, letting Lao Lu eat its fill and unlock the full set of appraisal skills. Looks like the model of taking everything good or bad and buying cheap can't be changed yet. In fact, I need to step it up. He sorted the items from the 2 chests by category and placed them on shelves in the warehouse. He also opened a few scrolls of calligraphy and painting to look at, but ended up looking at nothing. After finishing everything, Wang Yongli left the space. The most urgent business now was to go eat some seafood. He found a relatively large state-run restaurant, pushed the door, and walked in. In just 2 or 3 minutes, he came out again. Damn, I forgot I needed seafood coupons, aquatic product coupons. Looks like I can't eat today. Seafood coupons were only issued in coastal and riverside cities where aquatic products were produced. Inland cities didn't have them. In inland cities, aquatic products were allocated uniformly by the province and residents could buy them with general food coupons plus cash. Since tonight was a bust, what else could he eat? At this hour there were no places selling gubrakai jimbing guazi or bing wan quan. Someone might say, what about gubuli baozi and big twisted dough sticks? Wang Yongli expressed little interest in those. When the black market opened later in the wee hours, he could definitely get seafood coupons. What he wanted wasn't ribbon fish or frozen sea fish. He wanted crabs and prawns. So he had to get specialized seafood coupons. These were only issued additionally to workers in large factories. There must be some on the black market. In the space, Wang Yongli tore off a large chunk of meat and chewed at a few drops of oil trickling from the corner of his mouth. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Wang Yongli arrived at the Qian de Zhuang black market. The black market in the greater Xing'an range was relatively small in scale, with a crowd of no more than 100 people and very few items for trade. The black market in Jinhai was a completely different scene. It resembled a mature trading marketplace. After paying the fee, he walked down a narrow alleyway where rows upon rows of stalls lined the walls as far as the eye could see. The crowd was an odd mix. Fallen aristocrats from old families, factory workers, street thugs, wandering peddlers, and even housewives clutching shopping baskets under the guise of morning market runs while actually dealing in scarce goods. They jostled together in a sea of bodies, easily over 100 souls. Whispers ran extremely low, the buzzing murmur wrapped in cold wind, carrying an air of secrecy and restless energy. Most vendors lit their stalls with flashlights, though a few relied on kerosene lamps. In the play of light and shadow, everyone spoke in hushed tones, afraid to raise their voices. Faces were split between illumination and darkness, eyes darting warily. No one trusted anyone, everyone guarded against everyone else. It was a vivid portrait of survival in turbulent times. Wang Yongli had a clear mission tonight: antiques, antiquities, and sea product ration tickets. As for guns, he'd offload them to whoever came along with the right buyer. He moved slowly through the throng, his gaze sweeping across stall after stall. He occasionally crouched to exchange a few words with vendors, unaware that 3 young men lurked nearby, watching him furtively. While examining items at a stall filled with porcelain, someone jabbed him hard in the back. He turned around to find 3 thugs blocking his path. The ringleader was barely past 20 with upturned eyes and a sneering mouth, his face radiating arrogance in the rough dialect of Jinhai street toughs. "Hey, I'm talking to you, kid." Wang Yongli kept his composure, rising slowly with the manner of a country newcomer. "What's up, brother?" Seeing him as an easy target, the thug grew bolder, chin raised haughtily. "You don't know the rules here. This territory belongs to our brother San. Locals pay a stall fee and outsiders owe a special protection tax." Wang Yongli smiled. "How much is it?" The thug made a gesture with his hand, tone imperious. "Not much, just 50 yuan. Pay up and you're free to browse and buy tonight. We'll keep you safe." 50 yuan, equivalent to a month's wages for a factory worker back then. Wang Yongli lit a cigarette, drew slowly, and exhaled. Holding the cigarette between his fingers, his eyes shifted from the young thug's face to the 2 companions beside him, then back. "What if I refuse to pay?" Seeing Wang Yongli refuse to pay and show nothing but disdain, the thug flew into a rage, reaching for his collar with vicious intent. "No money. You dare come to the ghost market, then search him. Pull out every bill and coin on his person." Wang Yongli caught his wrist with precision, twisting it behind his back. There was a sharp crack followed by a scream. The thug's arm dislocated, his body folding double in agony as tears sprang to his eyes. The 2 accomplices hesitated for a moment, then lunged forward, fists raised. Wang Yongli sidestepped the first punch, driving his elbow into the man's chest with force. The thug gasped, clutching his chest, as he stumbled backward, struggling for breath. With a swift sweep of his leg, he knocked the second man's ankle out from under him. The man crashed onto the ground beside the stall in an undignified heap. In less than a minute, all 3 thugs lay scattered, some on their backs, others hunched over in pain. The surrounding vendors and buyers froze. The murmuring fell silent instantly. All hands stopped what they were doing as every pair of eyes turned toward Wang Yongli. Many could tell he was an outsider, plain-looking, unassuming. Who would have guessed such a mild-mannered fellow had such sharp skills? After a tense few seconds of silence, the crowd began to stir with hushed whispers, all in the local Jinhai dialect. Good heavens, this guy's tough. A true master hiding his light. Ma San's gang has been terrorizing the neighborhood for half a year. Looks like they finally met their match. We're all doomed. That outsider's in trouble now. Ma San is fiercely protective of his own. He'll bring reinforcements for revenge. Some kind-hearted locals, disgusted by the thugs bullying, whispered warnings through the crowd. Brother, you'd better get out of here. Don't hang around. Ma San has too many men and connections. You may win today, but he won't let it go. Make a move while you can. It's better to cut your losses than get trapped. Wang Yongli offered a brief bow to the onlookers, then glanced coldly at the groaning figures at his feet. His voice was sharp and devoid of warmth. I'm here to browse, nothing more. Leave me alone. Without another word, he turned his back on the three thugs and continued through the market. Not far ahead, he crouched beside a small stall. The vendor was a gaunt man in his 50s wearing a worn cap and hunching his back, appearing timid and withdrawn. Nothing on the stall caught the eye, just a jumble of old receipts, tattered books, and scrap metal strewn across a rough cotton cloth. What drew his interest was a neat stack of C-product ration tickets hidden beneath. Wang Yongli picked them up and counted, 10 in total. Uncle, how much for these? The old man glanced at him timidly, speaking with caution. Young man, if you truly want them, 20 yuan. Wang Yongli nodded. The price was fair, and handed over the money without hesitation. After collecting the tickets, he pressed deeper into the black market. The further he went, the darker and more desolate it became, with fewer and fewer stalls. Those who had settled in the depths were mostly seasoned peddlers guarding hidden treasures, the very people he sought tonight. A few steps later, a stall covered with an old burlap sack in the corner caught his attention. Thanks to his keen night vision, he spotted a framed document covered in writing and bearing several official seals. The handwriting was so sloppy he couldn't read a single character. Yet he had an instinctive feeling that this paper was valuable. Glancing up at the vendor, a disheveled young man with no spark in his eyes, he prepared to make his move. Wang Yongli crouched and carefully lifted the framed document to examine it. How much? The young vendor didn't even lift his eyelids. 100. Wang Yongli set the document down and feigned rising to leave. Hey brother, ever heard of bargaining? You should at least make an offer. Seeing Wang Yongli walking away, the young vendor suddenly stood up and grabbed his arm. The vendor's words made Wang Yongli smile to himself. A single sheet of paper asking me 100, and you want me to haggle? The paper itself is worthless. The writing on it is what matters. The vendor held out the document toward Wang Yongli and continued, my old man used to say this thing is quite precious. 20 yuan. I'll take it or leave it. Wang Yongli pulled out 2 10 yuan bills and handed them over. The vendor looked at the money in Wang Yongli's hand, then back at the framed document, pondering for a moment. Then he stamped his foot decisively. Deal. Better this than having those thugs loot it from me. Wang Yongli carried the mounted paper to a deserted corner, then stepped into his spatial dimension with a flicker. This truly was a remarkable find, he mused. As he watched old Lu consume the paper, completely knowledge about appraising ancient texts and calligraphy surfaced in his mind. Wang Yongli's heart surged with excitement. This was the first genuine treasure hunt of his 2 lifetimes. Yet he felt a pang of loss as well. The Pingfu Taya work spanning over 17 centuries had slipped away. It was gone without a trace, a loss of at least 100 million. Stepping back into the narrow alley, he rejoined the bustling crowd and prepared to continue exploring when he sensed someone watching him closely. Fine, let me deal with this first. Wang Yongli turned away from the stalls and quickened his pace toward the alley exit. Sure enough, several figures accelerated their steps to follow him. Emerging from the alley, Wang Yongli rounded a street corner and stopped to light a cigarette, waiting. Barely 2 puffs in when 7 or 8 men came sprinting around the bend. While still waiting around, upon spotting Wang Yongli, the leader bounced the white waxwood staff in his hand and stepped forward with a grin. Wang Yongli regarded him with an amused expression. The man's face was gaunt and elongated, with little flesh on his features and deep-set eyes marked by prominent wrinkles at the corners. He carried himself with a rustic air, almost comically worn down. Behind him stood 6 more men in a line, armed with wooden sticks and bicycle chains, none carrying knives. They clearly deemed a blade unnecessary against one man. Ma San, is this how low you've sunk? Running protection rackets now? At Wang Yongli's casual remark, Ma San paused. You know me, kid. In his past life, Wang Yongli had indeed crossed paths with Ma San, though their encounters were infrequent. The sight of Ma San made him want to laugh. He bore a striking resemblance to Jia Gui, one of the 3 major figures in Anxio City, though Ma San was considerably more robust in build. So what if I do? And so what if I don't? He exhaled smoke while keeping that same easy smile fixed on Ma San. Wang Yongli's nonchalant attitude immediately inflamed Ma San's temper. Listen here, kid. If you don't hand over 200 yuan today, you're not leaving. See, when I called you despicable, you actually went ahead and pulled off something pathetic. That's all the ambition you've got. What the hell? I've been running these streets since I was 16. You're the first outsider dumb enough to talk to me like this. You want to walk away without paying. Not happening. Get him. Wang Yongli's words pushed Ma San over the edge. Brandishing his white waxwood staff, he barked orders to his gang. The thugs surged forward with vicious cries, swinging wooden clubs and bicycle chains that cut through the air, their strikes merciless and unforgiving. Wang Yongli pivoted low, evading the incoming clubs with precision, then closed distance without meeting force against force. He targeted weak points, vulnerable spots, and joints. As Chapter 77 described, one who can set bones knows how to break them. These men were a rare opportunity. He had to test his skills properly. His footwork was fluid and nimble, each strike swift and decisive. He swept knees, forearms, and soft midriffs, every move efficient and purposeful, never wasteful. Within mere seconds, the attacking thugs lay scattered on the ground, their cries of agony rising in waves. Ma San's arrogance froze, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Wang Yongli in utter disbelief. After years of dominating Qiandazhuang and countless fights, he'd never encountered someone so skilled and composed. This young man fought with such measured precision, no ordinary rural thug. Having spent years on the streets reading people, Ma San recognized someone who'd faced real violence and remained composed, ruthless enough to commit completely. If things escalated, he wouldn't fare well against such an opponent. Wang Yongli approached at a leisurely pace, radiating absolute dominance that filled the space. Ma San forced himself to stand firm despite his reservations. "You've got some nerve, kid," Ma San grunted. "But don't think this is over." Wang Yongli's smile returned as he suddenly grabbed Ma San's arm, spun him behind him, and guided him toward a small shed. Stop it, let go. Stay kneeling. I need a favor." Reaching the shed, he kicked Ma San to his knees. "You're following by shouting, aren't you? What do you think he'd do if he discovered his beloved son is actually your bastard?" The threat froze Ma San mid-struggle. He dropped back to his knees in panic, looking up at Wang Yongli with terror in his eyes. "You're talking nonsense," Ma San hissed, lowering his voice. "You may not know this, but major hospitals in Shanghai have technology that can confirm blood relations using nothing but two people's hair strands. Tell me, can by shouting afford such a test?" Wang Yongli bent down, his face mere inches from Ma San's. "Who are you? How do you know all this?" Ma San was utterly panicked. Who was by shouting? The entire city of Jinhai knew Lord Bai, who held sway over both the legitimate and underground worlds. That young concubine of his, a former performer from a dance hall, had been Ma San's old flame. Through their affair, they ended up with a son together, and remarkably the boy took after his mother in appearance while being well-behaved enough to earn Bai Shouting's affection. Of course, Wang Yongli wasn't certain whether DNA testing technology actually existed in this era yet. He was simply bluffing to intimidate Ma San. The reason he knew this story was from his past life, when Bai Shouting had accidentally discovered their affair and subsequently learned the child was not his own. Then all three had been thrown into the sea to feed the fish. "That's none of your concern. As long as you do as I ask, this secret dies with me." Wang Yongli produced a cigarette, stuffed it between Ma San's lips, and struck a match to light it. Ma San bowed his head, inhaled deeply with shaking hands, then looked up to ask, "What do you want me to do?" Wang Yongli smiled and lit his own cigarette. "I need a large quantity of antique artifacts. Any paintings, calligraphy, porcelain, bronze vessels, jade, and miscellaneous curiosities. Anything connected to the old world, I want it. You have excellent connections on the streets. I won't ask for free, though I'll pay whatever price is fair." Just that. He had expected Wang Yongli to demand something truly heinous, something against heaven and earth, only to find he merely wanted help sourcing antiques. Just that. "I'll come find you at the black market in 3 days. I hope you can help me acquire more." As he prepared to leave, Wang Yongli seemed to recall something and turned back to whisper beside Ma San, "Don't play games. Even if I don't tell Bai Shouting, do you think none of your men would eye your position? And keep your distance from that mistress of yours. Not everyone serving Bai Shouting is useless." With that, he patted Ma San on the shoulder and disappeared into the darkness. In his past life, though Wang Yongli had never directly interacted with Ma San, he'd heard from others that his reputation was decent. That final warning was simply a gesture of goodwill. As for whether Ma San would become the predator or the prey in this lifetime, that rested entirely in his own hands. Ma San knew a lot of people and was likely familiar with them as well, making it convenient to acquire items from them. Wang Yongli communicated with De Biao and learned that everything at home was fine, so he continued aimlessly wandering. By the time he finished breakfast and strolled to the riverside, dawn had already broken. He now stood on a floating bridge composed of 8 wooden boats where quite a few early rising elderly people were already out for their morning walks. Standing on the bridge, gazing at the water surface still covered with a thin layer of ice, Wang Yongli recalled some short videos he had watched in his past life and couldn't help but laugh aloud. Those were videos of elderly men from Jinhai diving off the bridge. The videos themselves weren't particularly interesting, but the comment section was. Especially the voice comments posted by netizens from Jinhai. What impressed him the most was a post from an out-of-town visitor who came to travel during the spring festival. They uploaded a photo of the frozen Hai River and remarked that they had come all this way, but hadn't seen a single grandpa dive in. The various voice comments from Jinhai friends in the reply section kept Wang Yongli scrolling for a long time back then. A few left the deepest impression on him. "Well, now grandpas are old men, not drill bits. Grandpas aren't Wong ice cream bars. They can't be crushed into ice flakes. Are you treating grandpas like firecrackers to throw? Grandpas dive for recreation, not to check themselves out of the household registry. Good heavens, they don't allow fireworks during the new year, yet here you are setting off grandpas with that crackling noise. Poor kid grandpas may not know English, but they certainly know how to feel pain. Young man, what are you doing? Why are you laughing like that? An elderly man passing by noticed Wang Yongli standing alone there giggling foolishly and asked curiously. Oh, elderly sir, it's nothing. I just remembered something. Wang Yongli turned around, took out his cigarettes, and offered one to the old man before continuing. Are you out for a morning stroll? The old man took the cigarette, glanced at it, and put it in his mouth. Are you from out of town? Wang Yongli lit the cigarette for him and replied. Yes, I'm here looking for relatives and sightseeing on the way. Just as they were chatting, a large group of teenagers wearing armbands passed by their side, chatting and laughing. What are they up to? Wang Yongli asked softly after the group had walked a bit farther away. What else could they be doing? I heard that tomorrow a batch of 4 old items will be destroyed at the collection point. They're off to somebody's house again. Sigh? After saying this, the old man let out a deep sigh. Elderly sir, where is the collection point? How many are there in Jinhai? My younger sister is still in school, and I'd like to buy some books to bring back for her. Wang Yongli rolled his eyes and asked respectfully. We have 3 around here. One at the school, one at the neighborhood committee, and that 3-story building over there. It used to be the courtyard of a prominent family, but now it's been converted into a collection point. Following the old man's pointing finger, Wang Yongli also spotted a small building in the distance. Do you have a guaipiao? The old man seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to look at Wang Yongli. What's a guaipiao? Wang Yongli paused for a moment. This term truly touched upon a blind spot in his knowledge. It stands for Material Disposal Purchase Certificate. Only with this certificate can you purchase goods. After hearing the old man's detailed explanation, Wang Yongli finally understood what a guaipiao was. This was a uniquely special practice found nowhere else in all of China, exclusive to Jinhai. Due to the enormous quantity of confiscated materials with nowhere to store them, a portion of these goods was sold to the public at extremely low prices. To this end, a material disposal office was specifically established, and material disposal purchase certificates were issued, commonly abbreviated as guaipiao. They were distributed in installments across different zones, and only those holding a guaipiao could purchase goods at discounted prices. Of course, not everything could be purchased. The majority of materials were not allowed to be sold. In particular, those items deemed as worthless filth had to be destroyed. Calligraphy and paintings were counted in bundles, rare ancient books by the cartload, and antique porcelain by the basket. A massive quantity of books and documents were burned at the collection points. After parting ways with the old man, Wang Yongli paid special attention to inspecting the 3 collection points. Both the school and the neighborhood committee were bustling with people coming and going, while the 3-story building remained locked with someone on duty inside. Wang Yongli carefully surveyed the surrounding environment and made a mental note of everything. By the time he was done, it was already evening. He returned to the state-run restaurant only to realize he had forgotten the season. It wasn't yet the time when yellow croaker and prawns came season. Fortunately, there were sea crabs available, so he ordered pan-fried shrimp made with river shrimp, braised knife fish slices, 2 steamed sea crabs, and also requested 2 bottles of beer. As the dishes were served, steam rising and the fragrance of seafood filling the air, Wang Yongli sat there leisurely eating, feeling extraordinarily content. Many people around kept stealing glances at him from time to time. In their eyes, one person ordering such an extravagant spread was nothing short of wasteful. To this, Wang Yongli thought, what's the point of making money if not to spend it? Click, click. That was the sound of teeth cracking through the hard shells of crab claws. He ate with great gusto, one hand holding the crab body, the other breaking apart the legs. His fingertips were coated with crab oil, and his lips glistened. When he encountered particularly difficult to open sections, he simply used his teeth, applying just the right amount of force to crack them open, then tearing apart the shell and meat in one smooth motion. He occasionally paused to suck on his fingers, savoring every last trace of umami until they were perfectly clean, even letting out satisfied little sighs. Soon a mountain composed of crab shells and legs piled up before him, and the corners of his mouth, still adorned with residual bits, always carried a smile. He lifted the beer and gulped down several large mouthfuls. As he set the glass down, a loud burp escaped. At this moment, all Wang Yongli could think of were 2 words: bliss. When he got home, he would definitely bring some back for his mother and younger sister to taste. If only I could raise seafood in my spatial dimension. I wonder if the spiritual spring water could sustain marine life. I'll have to give it a try later. After finishing his meal, Wang Yongli pondered some rather impractical ideas. By now it was completely dark outside. Wang Yongli arrived at the school and circled the premises. There were still quite a few people inside, making it unsuitable to make a move. He decided to return to his spatial dimension for a quick rest first. After waking up, he would undertake a much bigger operation. Past 1 o'clock in the early morning hours, the entire city fell into a deathly silence, with not even a single dog barking on the streets. Wang Yongli avoided the positions of the night watchman and scaled the wall from a more distant point to enter the school grounds. Inside the courtyard, there were 2 piles of objects ready to be burned. The pile on the left consisted entirely of thread-bound ancient texts, rare ancient editions, and old rubbings stacked higher than a person. The pile on the right was made up entirely of scroll paintings, rice paper artworks, landscapes, and figure paintings. Some were intact with beautiful mounting, while others were left exposed and haphazardly stacked. Many had become damp from moisture, with mold growing along the edges. Seeing this, Wang Yongli couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, what a pity. These items contained treasures that decades later would be considered invaluable and irreplaceable. Yet now they were being piled up like garbage awaiting destruction by fire. Although the watchmen were fast asleep, Wang Yongli felt no need to carefully sort through anything. He simply sent everything directly into his spatial dimension. Without the slightest sound or any abnormal light fluctuations, the two massive piles on the ground vanished without a trace. Wang Yongli didn't even blink an eyelid as he turned and left. Time was tight and the task was substantial. He still had several more piles of treasures to collect. The second collection point was at the neighborhood committee courtyard, not particularly close. There were no people on the street, so Wang Yongli let the buy out and quickly made his way toward the committee building. Old furniture fragments, carved wooden panels, stone carvings, and all sorts of miscellaneous vintage items were haphazardly piled up, filling more than half the courtyard. Following the usual routine, no picking, no sorting, no digging through, he swept his mind across the entire yard. Wooden piece and oddity was absorbed into his space. Then he arrived at the three-story house, the place he was most eager to visit. The room was filled with all kinds of metal objects, including bronze pieces, and the courtyard held quite a few as well. There are definitely things Lao Lu will like in all this. He slipped into the room quietly and gazed at the jumbled metal objects, a faint smile playing on his lips. What he wanted most right now was knowledge about bronze ware and jade, and the secrets of bronze were right before him. He cleared everything out in one go. After exiting the courtyard and turning two corners, Wang Yongli brought Dabai into his space. No sooner had he entered than knowledge flooded his mind from Lao Lu. Knowledge of antique woodcraft appreciation. And then, nothing more. He hadn't received any bronze knowledge, it had come solely from an old carved wooden ornament. Wang Yongli felt a twinge of disappointment. How much hope there is that much heartache follows. In the afternoon, seeing the room full of copper ware had set his heart racing for quite some time. But, really just this. Still, he quickly steadied his mindset. These old items might not suit Lao Lu's tastes, but that didn't mean they lacked value. After all, it was a business with zero investment. Selling them as scrap metal would still be a profit. Wang Yongli lay down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, after grabbing some breakfast, he returned to his space to sort through last night's haul. He started with the pile of ancient books and scrolls. The first was a late Qing dynasty printed edition, average condition. He flipped through 2 pages and set it aside. The second was a handwritten account book, the characters sloppily written with uneven ink, more like someone's personal daily records than anything of real value. Just as he was about to close it, he noticed the end paper was slightly thicker than the pages before it, so he held it up to the light. There was a hairline crease along the edge, as if someone had lifted it and pressed it back down. He gently peeled back the end paper and found 2 thin sheets of rice paper tucked inside, each bearing an ink painting of a single orchid. The brushwork was minimal yet precise. The turns of the orchid leaves showed dry brush flourishes, and the base was rendered with clean, decisive strokes. At the signature area sat an extremely small and faint cinnabar seal. He focused carefully for a moment, and the seal inscription carved in seal script gradually became legible. Ku Tai. That's Wu Changshua's personal seal. Now that he possessed knowledge of painting and calligraphy, he knew quite a few famous masters. Wu Changshua was a renowned painter, calligrapher, and seal carver of the late Qing and early Republican era, a leading figure of the Shanghai school. Even Qi Baishe held him in deep reverence. Wait a few decades and take this to auction, and this painting would easily fetch several million, perhaps even 10 million. He carefully placed the painting aside and returned to sorting through the pile of ancient books. Buried among a large stack of ordinary late Qing textbooks and Republic-era miscellany was an almost complete set of Song Dynasty block-printed fragmented volumes of the collected commentaries on the Analects. Made of hemp paper with only the front and back pages slightly damaged, the layout was elegant and refined, the calligraphy exquisite. There was no mistaking it for anything but a genuine Song edition. Garbage destined to be burned in this era would become an undeniable museum-grade treasure decades later, priceless, uncirculated, and beyond valuation. Gold in chaotic times, antiques in times of peace. A wave of relief washed over Wang Yongli. In his own way, he felt he was preserving a thread of cultural heritage. Beyond that, he found little else of significant value. He moved on to the wooden pieces. Most were ordinary old furniture fragments, elm, poplar, pine, along with folk ornaments, nothing valuable. But 3 pieces made his eyes light up immediately. The first was a small carving of a smiling Mithriya Buddha in Wang Wali wood, palm-sized, with a rich glossy patina and fine clear grain, genuine old material from Hainan. Crafted in the late Qing Suzhou style, the lines were rounded and the expression vivid with no cracks or repairs, a pristine example in immaculate condition. If he waited until Wang Wali wood prices went completely haywire before selling it. The second piece was a rosewood paperweight, long and rectangular, unadorned and plain with no elaborate carving. But with his woodcraft appreciation skill, he identified it instantly as 1,000-year-old rosewood, extremely dense, rich in oil, and delightfully heavy in the hand. Plain paperweights like this were treasured by scholars in ancient times, more refined and rarer than carved ornaments, with enormous collecting value. The third piece was a set of Mingqing period old red sandalwood antique display shelves designed to be disassembled, compact in size with complete mortise and tenon joints and an exquisitely engineered structure. Every connection was snug, not a single sign of looseness. Most remarkably, the entire set was intact, not a single piece missing or damaged, a refined desk ornament fit for a wealthy household of old. As for the mountain of bronze, where Wang Yongli couldn't make head or tail of it, so he simply lined them up neatly in rows. But amidst them, he did find something worthwhile. From an old cardboard box, he retrieved a flat wooden case lined with yellowed velvet, and nestled within was a small blue and white porcelain bottle roughly 4 inches tall, with a flared mouth, short neck, full shoulders, tapered belly, and outward flaring foot. The glaze was white with a bluish tint, the cobalt pigment rich and stable, casting a subtle blue glow in the light filtering through his bead bracelet. He picked it up and turned it over to examine the base. The exposed clay body had a pale, glutinous rice color, the texture fine and smooth, and the rainmark red, made in the Changhua period of the Great Ming, in 6 characters of neat natural regular script. After studying the mark for a while, the extremely thin oxidation film, and the slight wear at the edges of the characters, he confirmed it matched the typical characteristics of authenticated Changhua blue and white base marks. Under the spaces light, the blue and white bottle stood quietly in its velvet-lined wooden case. The petals of the intertwined lotus scroll on its surface were clearly defined, and a faint orange peel texture on the glaze confirmed it as a hallmark of Changhua blue and white craftsmanship. He carefully wrapped the blue and white bottle and placed it back in the wooden case, setting it alongside the other confirmed treasures. Once finished, Wang Yongli lit a cigarette, reclined in his rocking chair, and gazed at the floating bead bracelet hovering in the air. He'd brought back so much last night, but none of it was of high enough quality. Lao Lu had consumed only a single item. He needed to find more premium goods as quickly as possible to feed Lao Lu. Right now what he lacked most was knowledge of bronze ware and jade. But genuine ancient jade, bronze ritual vessels, and palace treasures were all hidden in the private collections of old aristocratic families, concealed compartments in the residences of the wealthy, or locked away by veteran collectors as their deepest secrets. How could he get his hands on such things? It depended on what level of goods Ma San could procure for him. Having been rooted in that area for decades, he certainly had access to private sources unavailable through ordinary channels. He could maintain contact with Ma San under the guise of cooperation. But he himself couldn't remain idle. He needed to visit other collection points in different areas. Though such methods were hardly above board, Wang Yongli truly had no other way to acquire these treasures through legitimate means. Could he just stand by and watch countless treasures, even national-level cultural relics, be destroyed? In a way, he was protecting a portion of cultural heritage from another angle. Perhaps in 40 or 50 years, one of these ancient books might help historians or literary scholars answer some lingering question. Of course, that wasn't the main point. Soon the day arrived for the meeting with Ma San. In the dead of night, Wang Yongli arrived at the black market where Ma San was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Wang Yongli approach, Ma San quickly trotted over, extending his hand in a guiding gesture. "Little brother, let's talk inside." "Oh, everything is prepared." Ma San led Wang Yongli through 2 turns until they reached the gate of an ordinary courtyard. Though it was deep in the night, in unfamiliar territory, and the other party was a notorious thug, Wang Yongli felt no fear at all. He was capable of fighting, carried a gun, and had Dubai by his side. Even if the other party had ambushed him with 500 axe-wielding men, he was confident he could escape unscathed. Even if Ma San brought an Italian cannon to blast him, he could still hide in his space. Pushing open the courtyard gate, Ma San sidestepped to let Wang Yongli inside, then quickly turned his head left and right, swiftly closing the door and dropping the latch, his movements deft, as if afraid of being seen by outsiders. The room was not large, but was neatly arranged. On the octagonal table against the wall lay a variety of items. Wang Yongli glanced around and nodded to himself inwardly. "Looks like this guy has been busy these past few days. Little brother, everything is here. I don't know much about these things, to take a look yourself." Ma San handed him a cigarette, smiling at Wang Yongli. After Ma San lit the cigarette for him, Wang Yongli approached the table and began to examine the items carefully. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of blue and white polychrome enameled small bowls. With his full knowledge of porcelain, Wang Yongli recognized at first glance that these were from the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty. Wanli polychrome was considered the pinnacle of folk kills. Next to them was a Qing Kangxi period blue and white small covered jar decorated with the 3 friends of winter motif. The other porcelains were not particularly noteworthy. Wang Yongli also couldn't assess the jade and metal items. Among the calligraphy and paintings there was a complete set of Republic-era stone-printed thread-bound poetry books, and several late Qing dynasty old rubbings. Though not as precious as the Song dynasty woodblock prints or late Ming genuine works Wang Yongli had collected, they were complete, clean, undamaged by moisture, and considered rare clean goods in the present time. Wang Yongli grew increasingly satisfied. It wasn't that the items were extremely valuable, but that Ma San hadn't deceived him. Ma San stood aside, rubbing his hands as he looked at Wang Yongli, and said cautiously, "Little brother, this is the best I could do. In the past 3 days I've asked several brothers on the streets to scour the surrounding alleys, and I've gathered all the old things I could find. I didn't dare mix in any shoddy fakes. You can inspect them as you please." Wang Yongli remained silent, casually picking up a piece of porcelain to examine it. No artificial aging, no splicing, no repairs. He could confirm they were all genuine antiques. "I'll take all of these. Name your price, third master." Wang Yongli pointed at the items on the table, looking at Ma San. No, little brother, just call me Ma San. Forget about money, I can't take it. Hearing Wang Yongli's words, Ma San waved his hands and shook his head. Seeing Wang Yongli's puzzled expression, he continued, little brother, to be honest, that matter should be known only to me and Ingzi. As for how you found out, I won't pry, and I'm not curious. I just beg you to keep it buried in your heart. With that, he cupped his hands in a respectful salute to Wang Yongli. His attitude was firm, his eyes sincere, without any trace of pretense. Someone might ask, is he really that frightened? Nonsense. Who was by shouting? He was famous even before liberation. If this came to light, all three of them would end up feeding the fish. As for how he and Ingzi confirmed the child was theirs, it was simple, just count the days. Besides, during that time, by shouting hadn't touched Ingzi. After all, by shouting was already over 60. Someone might ask again, wouldn't by shouting count the days? Wouldn't he suspect? Of course he would. But Ingzi managed to fool him with a mix of coaxing and lying. For instance, she said, what did you eat that night? You were so vigorous after drinking it, don't you remember? Later, when the child was born, a chubby fair-skinned son by shouting was overjoyed to have a child in his old age. Any lingering suspicion had vanished. Wang Yongli looked at Ma San, seeing how pragmatic he was, and felt a slight stir in his mind, though his expression remained impassive. Truly a seasoned rogue, he knew what mattered. Small money was fleeting, safety and life were real. Wang Yongli nodded and said calmly, all right, I'll call you brother Ma. This time I won't pay you. I understand your intentions and I know the rules. Good. At these words, Ma San visibly exhaled a huge sigh of relief, his tense shoulders dropping instantly, and color returned to his face. Relaxed, Ma San's gaze fell on the pile of jade and miscellaneous items on the table, a look of eager interest in his eyes. Noticing this, Wang Yongli asked curiously, brother Ma, do you like these? Little brother. How should I address you? Always calling you little brother seems too distant. Ma San was about to answer when he suddenly realized he didn't even know the other's name. You can call me Junior. Good. Junior, to be honest, your old brother here is getting on in years. Fighting and killing is no future for me. I want to do something legitimate, but I don't know how to do anything. Ma San said with sincere earnestness. Wang Yongli found these words somewhat surprising. In his past life memories, until he ended up feeding the fish, Ma San had always been a thug. He never heard of him doing anything legitimate. What do you want to do? Wang Yongli didn't say that speculation was not allowed now, because such words meant nothing to a man like Ma San. Moreover, Junior, your old brother, is very interested in jade. I've studied it on my own for a while, but I've often been fooled and lost a lot of money. So, I'd like to ask you to teach me about jade. Ma San took out another cigarette and handed it to Wang Yongli, his face full of flattering smiles. He thought that since Wang Yongli had specifically asked him to collect antiques, he must be a great expert. Moreover, he had secretly observed that Wang Yongli was very serious when examining the porcelain, surely possessing real knowledge. Hearing this, Wang Yongli's heart skipped a beat, and he froze for a moment. Fear of the inevitable. Currently, he had mastered 3 major categories: porcelain, calligraphy, and painting and woodwork, but was completely blank in jade and bronze, utterly ignorant of any appraisal methods. In an instant, Wang Yongli's mind raced with calculations. Refusing outright. No, that would offend him on the spot, creating distance. He still wanted Ma San to continue collecting antiques for him. Teach him blindly. Even worse. He knew nothing about it. If he randomly made things up, he would eventually be exposed. Once Ma San discovered he didn't know jade, how embarrassing that would be. Moreover, Ma San had said he had studied it for a while. As things stood, Ma San could be his teacher in jade. Seeing Wang Yongli's prolonged silence, Ma San quickly said, of course I won't ask you to teach for free. Name your price, and your old brother won't haggle. Wang Yongli decided not to confront directly or resist head-on, but to employ a strategy of delay and maintaining control. His expression unchanged, he adopted the demeanor of a profound expert, speaking slowly with a steady tone that sounded flawless. The intricacies of jade run far deeper than porcelain or wood. The waters are extremely murky. It's not something that can be taught in a few words. Rushing to learn will lead you astray, and you'll easily make mistakes. Ma San immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, I know it's deep, but I just love jade. Wang Yongli smoothly deployed his delaying tactic, giving a flawless perfunctory reply, while simultaneously putting him in his place and binding him to work for the long term. How about this? You help me find more items going forward: jade, ware, bronze, artifacts, paintings, and calligraphy, all of it. The more the better with jade in particular. I will explain further down the line. Skills are valuable and cannot be passed down carelessly. It depends on your future performance. Those words were an absolute finishing move. All right, no problem. I was planning to do this anyway. Ma San agreed without hesitation. Wang Yongli packed the items on the table one by one into his bag and left Ma San's courtyard. Reaching the street corner, he confirmed no one was around and flashed into his spatial dimension. Never would I have guessed. Barely had he entered the spatial dimension when Wang Yongli received the jade appreciation knowledge transmitted by Lao Lu. The animal figurine he had casually dismissed earlier was actually a Han Dynasty jade spiritual beast. Had he attempted to purchase it on the open market, he would surely have overlooked it. The worldly cares roll on, passions run deep, meetings and partings all have their time. Stay half awake, stay half drunk, at least in dreams, I follow your trail. I wager my youth upon tomorrow you exchange true devotion for this life. The years know not the sorrows of this mortal realm. Why not live freely and return once? Emerging from the spatial dimension, Wang Yongli hummed a light tune as he walked toward the black market. He was already here. Might as well see if he could pick up a bargain. After Wang Yongli departed, Ma Sen sat in his chair and smoked several cigarettes in succession. Had he ever considered killing Wang Yongli? He certainly had. The moment his innermost secret was laid bare, the urge to murder had seized him. After all, only the dead can keep a secret. But how could he get rid of the man? Ambush him with 500 blade-wielding thugs during a transaction. For one, he did not have that many men. Even if he did, the commotion would be far too conspicuous. In this era, there were plenty of people watching closely, those like them. Riffraff hoodlums, troublemakers. He did not possess the formidable capability of by shouting. Wang Yongli's combat prowess was so high that within barely a minute 6 or 7 of his men had already been knocked flat. Would adding another 6 or 7 make any difference? If conventional weapons failed, could he use guns? Who would dare? In the present climate, people like them were precisely the wrongdoers under close surveillance. They belonged squarely to the priority targets for crackdown. Besides, where would he find Wang Yongli? How could he lure him to the suburbs? What? Eliminate him right here. Are you mad? This was the city. Gunshots within city limits would result in swift, severe, and heavy punishment without question. There was no way he could do such a thing. Most importantly, he now had a son. True, by shouting wielded enormous power, but he was already well past 60. How many years remained? Not to mention the many pairs of eyes watching him hungrily. Perhaps he could even assist some of them in the process. When he died, Yingzi would still have to raise their son and depend on him. He could manage alone, but with a wife and child, he could no longer recklessly wander through life. After much deliberation, Ma Sen finally reached a decision. He would cultivate a favorable relationship with Wang Yongli. As mentioned earlier, he did indeed have a keen interest in jade and had studied it for some time. Wang Yongli should be a knowledgeable man. If he learned diligently from him for a while, Ma Sen might well secure a stable livelihood. If Wang Yongli had known of Ma Sen's inner calculations, he would have had no choice but to give a thumbs up. Time swiftly marched into early April. In that month, Wang Yongli could claim to have scoured every street and alley of Jinhai. Every antique and artifact he could acquire was stored within his spatial dimension, yet he had found no bronze where that matched Lao Lu's tastes. Today was the day of his transaction with Ma Sen. Afterward, he intended to travel to Jixian to find his wife. Upon arriving at Ma Sen's small courtyard, Wang Yongli noticed Ma Sen was not waiting at the gate as he usually did. Pushing open the door, he found a young thug seated in the dim courtyard. Spotting Wang Yongli enter, the thug hastily rose and hurried over. "Big brother, third master had me waiting for you." When it was past 9 o'clock, men sent by shouting came and arrested him. Third master said only you can save him. Although the thug was several years Wang Yongli's senior, having been soundly beaten by him, and holding Ma Sen in great respect, the term big brother rolled off his tongue with particular ease. Hearing that by shouting had arrested Ma Sen, Wang Yongli's brows furrowed involuntarily. Could Ma Sen's son have been discovered? Unlikely. It was not yet time. The thug watched Wang Yongli with anxious eyes, unsure what this master was thinking. "Do you know where they are now, eh?" Wang Yongli noticed the thug hesitating several times, then suppressed his suspicions. As long as he found Ma Sen, everything would become clear. "I know. By shouting has an old warehouse in the western suburbs where he handles most of his business." After the thug detailed the warehouse address, Wang Yongli turned and left the courtyard. Reaching a secluded spot, he mounted Dubai and sped toward the western suburbs. At that moment, inside the western suburbs warehouse, Ma Sen hung naked from the ceiling, his wrists bound behind his back. 2 thick hemp ropes were crossed over his arms, digging tightly into his wrists, the other end secured to the warehouse's roof beam. His tiptoes barely cleared the ground by more than 10 centimeters, his entire weight suspended from his dislocated shoulder joints. With each downward pull, his shoulders emitted painful grinding sounds. His back, chest, and ribs were crisscrossed with open wounds. Some were shallow, merely exposing pink flesh. Others ran deep, revealing yellowish-white fat beneath the skin. Flanking Ma Sen stood 2 burly men wielding leather whips who had ceased their beating for the moment. "Sander, you followed me for nearly 10 years. I've always treated you well. I simply cannot fathom why." A hoarse, aged voice echoed through the warehouse. By shouting, approximately 65 years old, stood just over 1.70 meters. 3 deep furrows carved across his forehead, squeezing together whenever he moved. His brows were thick, with a few strands growing particularly long. His dark eyes gleamed with cruel intensity in the dim light. His face was cleanly shaven, and his presence radiated an unmistakable aura of dominance. Around him stood 20 or 30 muscular young men. Ma Sen tried to gasp for breath, but each movement of his chest agitated the wounds on his back, the tearing pain forcing him to breathe lightly through his open mouth, emitting raspy, wheezing sounds like a broken bellows. All his hope now rested upon Wang Yongli. Though placing his life and fortune in the hands of someone he had known barely a month seemed absurd, he had no other option. So in his heart he prayed, praying that Wang Yongli would, out of consideration for his dedicated assistance in collecting antiques, spare his life. "You've been inquiring so much about my past. Guess you're plotting something. Let me guess, you want to hand me over to those people using their hands to eliminate me. You think once I'm gone you can take my place." By shouting, took the cigar offered by a subordinate, puffed twice, and continued. "Still won't speak. Then keep beating. I care little either way." Just as the two burly men prepared to strike again, a thunderous crash split the air. The warehouse's main doors shattered inward. The thunderous sound in the darkness roused everyone in the warehouse. As their eyes adjusted to the scene before them, horror spread across most faces. Before them appeared a 17 or 18-year-old youth astride a massive white wolf. No need to guess. The warehouse doors had certainly been battered apart by that beast. No one paid attention to Ma Sen now. Everyone turned around, gripping their weapons, clubs, bicycle chains, and fixed their unblinking gaze on the man and the wolf. Wang Yongli saw Ma Sen hanging from ropes in midair, his body lacerated and bare flesh exposed. Blood trickled down his calves, pooling into a small crimson stain on the floor. Breathing shallow and labored, he was on the verge of collapse. The entire warehouse fell deathly silent save for Ma Sen's ragged, agonizing breaths. Wang Yongli dismounted from Dubai and slowly walked toward Bai Shouting and the others. What the fuck is that thing? Are you blind? That's a white fucking wolf. How can there be a wolf that huge? Who's this kid? How'd he tame a wolf? As Wang Yongli moved, hushed whispers of terror rippled through the crowd. The once arrogant thugs instinctively shuffled half a step backward, their bravado crumbling by half. Young friend, I know who you are. A dragon crossing the river from the northeast. All the antiques and artifacts Ma Sen has collected this past month were for you, weren't they? By Shouting, a man who had weathered countless storms, quickly steadied his composure and spoke in a measured tone. You're the real Bai, yeah. Nothing in Jinhai escapes your notice. Wang Yongli halted about 10 paces from Bai Shouting and tilted his chin. I'm no dragon crossing rivers. I'm here for business, and I'm leaving tomorrow. I ask that you do me the favor of letting him go with me. Bai Shouting's eye twitched at Wang Yongli's words, his tone turning icy. Let him go. You're some green kid telling me to release a man, and I should just do it. Then there's no room for negotiation. The moment Wang Yongli finished speaking, he charged toward Bai Shouting. Two burly men who had been guarding Bai Shouting intercepted him, and the three clashed in a vicious brawl. The instant Wang Yongli moved, Bai leaped into the fray, taking down several men in quick succession. The young thugs already trembled with fear at Bai's imposing size. When the beast leaped onto their faces, a few of the cowardly ones actually pissed themselves. Cracks of bone splintering and muffled screams echoed continuously. The vanguard hadn't even caught a clear sight of Bai's movements before they crumpled to the ground, combat ineffective. Use guns. Bai Shouting drew a pistol from within his coat and fired directly at Bai. Bai avoided head-on collisions, targeting isolated prey with lethal precision. Pounce, bite, throat lock. Every strike was efficient and final, claiming lives with cold efficiency. The armed thugs all drew their weapons. Muzzle-loading guns, short blunderbusses. Dozens of black barrels converging on Bai, locking down every possible angle of escape. Bai darted nimbly through the scattered wooden crates, shelves, and debris piles littering the warehouse floor, his form fluid as wind, silently hunting for the next opening to strike. Though the two men grappling with Wang Yongli were trained fighters, they could not withstand his terrifying physical conditioning and martial prowess. Within a few exchanges, they lay sprawled on the ground. The moment they fell, both drew pistols from their waists and pointed them at Wang Yongli. But before they could fire, the guns that suddenly appeared in Wang Yongli's hand spoke, first spitting fire. He transformed into a dual-wielding gunslinger, firing left and right in rapid succession. The gunshots were muffled and concise, each bullet finding its mark and dropping a thug cleanly. In the process, he also managed to fire a shot into Bai Shouting's shoulder. The remainder of the fight was brief. Under Wang Yongli's precise marksmanship, the young thugs fell one after another. It was nothing short of a one-sided massacre, a wholesale slaughter. In less than a few minutes, every thug and armed henchman in the warehouse lay dead, and silence returned, broken only by the thick stench of blood. In the vast warehouse, the only ones still breathing were Wang Yongli, Bai Ma Sen, and Bai Shouting, who lay collapsed on the floor. This old hand, who had ruled Jinhai's underworld for decades, now had trembling legs, a corpse-pale face, blood seeping from his shoulder wound his entire body, shaking uncontrollably, his eyes filled only with primal terror. He had seen killings before, but he had never seen killing like this. The combat prowess of this one man and one wolf was nothing short of monstrous. He was utterly cowed by their ruthless efficiency, any will to resist completely extinguished. Wang Yongli stepped forward and kicked Bai Shouting to the ground at Bai's paws. Watch him. Then he picked up a blade from the floor, flicked it into the air, and sliced through the rope, lowering Ma Sen. He retrieved a bowl of spirit spring water and gently supported Ma Sen, slowly feeding it into his mouth. For Ma Sen's condition, this water was an absolute life-saving elixir. The moment it touched his lips, his fading breath swiftly revived the tearing agony across his body, began to recede, his blurry vision gradually cleared, and strength slowly returned to his limbs. He struggled to prop himself up against the ground, as if resurrected right where he lay. Looking up at Wang Yongli, his face was etched with utter disbelief and awe. He knew Wang Yongli was formidable, but he never imagined he was this formidable. Not only did he possess incredible martial arts, but he also had guns. And damn it, he kept a giant white wolf. Holy shit, that was badass. But where did Wang Yongli get that bowl of water? What kind of water was this? It worked better than any miracle remedy. One who has died once understands fear best of all. The look in his eyes now held nothing but complete and utter submission. Junior, thank you. From now on, this old brother's life belongs to you. Knowing Wang Yongli had questions to ask, Ma San regulated his breathing and spoke freely, laying out everything. Ma San had genuinely considered killing Bai Xiaoting and starting over with his wife and children. Over these past days, he not only scoured for Bai Xiaoting's indiscretions, but also pinned the disappearance of supplies from the gathering points squarely on Bai Xiaoting's head. He had people spreading word everywhere that Bai Xiaoting, leveraging his connections, had appropriated all the gathering point supplies for himself. Meanwhile, publicly, he claimed the goods had been stolen. Hearing about the missing supplies from the gathering points, Wang Yongli's eyebrows involuntarily twitched. He truly hadn't cared about how those people had reacted after the supplies were taken. Ma San had indeed uncovered quite a bit of dirt on Bai Xiaoting. For instance, in his youth, Bai Xiaoting had worked for the Japanese. After liberation, he served the Kuomintang, and he had used his position to monopolize markets, force transactions, drive merchants to suicide, and plunder wealth, hands stained with numerous lives. Regardless of how carefully Ma San operated, Bai Xiaoting still caught wind of it. So the previous night, he sent men to capture Ma San. Alas, no matter how much he was tortured, Ma San refused to spill his secrets. Wang Yongli supported Ma San against a pillar, lit him a cigarette, then approached Bai Xiaoting, who was pinned to the ground by Bai's claws. Crouching down, he carefully studied the veteran thug who had built his reputation in Jinhai over many years. Who exactly are you? Being stared at like that made Bai Xiaoting deeply unsettled. Me. I'm with Long Zhu, codename Shanjun. Have you heard of Long Zhu? Wang Yongli spoke carelessly. Seeing Bai Xiaoting shake his head slightly, he continued. It would be normal if you hadn't. If you had heard of it, then I'd have to use torture to find out who told you. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoting's heart tightened involuntarily. He had indeed heard some things beyond his comprehension before, though he had always dismissed them as fabricated tales. Just as he was losing himself in these thoughts, Wang Yongli's voice rang out once more. Now tell me, where have you hidden your treasures? Bai Xiaoting suddenly raised his head and glared into Wang Yongli's eyes, grinding his teeth as he said, keep dreaming. I'm not going to survive anyway, so why should I let you profit? Wang Yongli flicked his cigarette ash and said coldly, at your age, with your reputation, how can you still harbor such childish thoughts? With those words, he picked up Bai Xiaoting's pistol from the ground and forcefully shoved it into the gunshot wound on his shoulder. Bai Xiaoting's anguished screams immediately echoed through the warehouse. Watching from a short distance away, Ma San frowned, his lips twitching. He couldn't tell whether the pain was from his own wounds or from pitying Bai Xiaoting. After twisting the gun back and forth several times, Wang Yongli released it and spoke in an eerily calm tone. You won't talk, so I should just kill you directly. Can't I try some other methods first? I'll talk. It's in my basement at home. Bai Xiaoting barely endured the agony and stammered out the hiding place of the treasure. Circumstances had left him no choice. Where's the key to that car outside? Wang Yongli had noticed a Huasha sedan parked outside the warehouse when he arrived. On him, Bai Xiaoting pointed with his finger at one of the two burly men lying on the ground. After finding the keys, Wang Yongli returned to Ma San and asked with a solemn expression, Ma San, can I trust you? Absolutely. Rest assured I won't reveal a single word about you, not even under torture. Seeing Wang Yongli's serious expression, Ma San replied, without hesitation. While Wang Yongli was interrogating Bai Xiaoting, Ma San had already stripped the clothes off a corpse and put them on himself. He assumed Wang Yongli merely wanted him to keep quiet about that night's events, but what followed completely shattered his worldview. Da Bai, the big white wolf, had simply vanished into thin air without any warning or sound, as if it had never existed. Can you walk on your own? It wasn't until Wang Yongli had nearly dragged Bai Xiaoting to the warehouse entrance that Ma San snapped back to reality from Wang Yongli's question. Da Bai's sudden disappearance had also left Bai Xiaoting completely bewildered. He had certainly seen plenty in his lifetime, but nothing like this. Outside the warehouse near the Huasha sedan were more than a dozen bicycles. Wang Yongli collected all the bicycles into his spatial storage, then opened the car door and threw Bai Xiaoting inside. Handing the pistol to Ma San, he said, get in and watch him. If he causes trouble, shoot him directly. Just don't kill him. With that, he climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. Junior, you know how to drive. Seeing Wang Yongli skillfully maneuver the car onto the main road, Ma San felt as though he had wasted his entire life. He was now convinced that Wang Yongli belonged to the Dragon Group. Aside from the circles he could never access, how could an ordinary family produce someone so extraordinary? Bai Xiaoting shared the exact same thoughts. In this era, let alone a car, if a common family even owned a bicycle, they were considered well off. Looking at Wang Yongli's proficient handling of the vehicle, it was clearly not his first time driving. Now the same question plagued both men in the back seat. What exactly does the Dragon Group do? Wang Yongli indeed was not unfamiliar with driving a Huasha car. In his past life during the mid to late 1980s, he had established a modest position and acquainted himself with several formidable figures. One of his closest older brothers had acquired one of these cars, and on occasion, he would borrow it for a drive. Ma San, can you drive? Wang Yongli's voice suddenly broke the silence inside the car. Oh no. Ma San's reply plunged the interior back into silence. By the time they reached Bai Xiaoting's residence, the sky was just beginning to lighten. A modest Western-style mansion came into Wang Yongli's view. Not particularly tall, the main structure was 2 stories with a partial 3rd floor. The first floor featured a protruding central section topped by a balcony with a sloped tiled roof and symmetrical corner towers on either side. The style was dignified with clean, simple lines. After the brick walls were constructed, only the joints were pointed with no plaster applied. The inherent appearance of the bricks itself formed the facade of the mansion. The brickwork was purplish-red, and once laid, only the seams were finished. The natural appearance of the bricks served as the exterior finish. Who lives in this house? Wang Yongli opened the rear door and asked by shouting. Aside from my wife and child, there is no one else. By shouting cast a complicated glance at the mansion and said softly, You didn't hire any servants? Ma Sen asked, somewhat astonished. By shouting shot him a sidelong glance. With you digging dirt on me behind my back, do you think I still dare enjoy myself like a lord? I dismissed all the servants. Wang Yongli entered the house and carefully inspected it. Aside from the mother and child sleeping in the bedroom, there was indeed no one else. Only then did he descend to escort by shouting inside. Junior, may I go upstairs to see Yingzi and the child? The moment they entered, Ma San's gaze instinctively drifted toward the stairs. Ma Sen, why involve the family? You bastard. By shouting's eyes widened as he roared in fury. Ma Sen glanced at Wang Yongli, who nodded in approval, then shot by shouting a look of utter disdain and spat out, Idiot. He turned and headed upstairs. Come on, let's go see your treasure. Wang Yongli pushed by shouting toward the basement. 4 houses of this structure, the basement location was almost always fixed. By shouting opened the basement door and was then shoved inside by Wang Yongli. What did he mean by that? As if just regaining his senses, by shouting glared and pointed toward the upstairs direction. Wang Yongli glanced at him and said with a mocking tone, The very thing you're thinking. Ma Sen, I'll kill you. By shouting paused, then erupted with a thunderous shout, his head swiveling left and right as if searching for a weapon. He wanted to personally deal with that treacherous couple. Yingzi had clearly told him that her affair with Ma San was merely a passing fling and that they had ended it long ago. Wang Yongli delivered a sharp palm strike to Bai Shouting's neck, rendering him unconscious. Only then did he carefully survey the fully stocked basement. Ancient jade artifacts, bronze ornaments, imperial kiln porcelain, master calligraphy, and paintings, entire cases of gold bars and silver dollars, rare ancient books, and numerous old palace antiques. Every piece could be classified as top-tier genuine treasure, far more valuable than all the ordinary items he had collected over the past few days. Wang Yongli meticulously examined each treasure, then stored them all into his spatial dimension one by one. When the final piece was absorbed into his spatial storage, Wang Yongli's figure also materialized within the space. Indeed, among these bronze ornaments, one particular piece had pleased Old Six. Before Wang Yongli could finish a single cigarette, Old Six finally had his fill. Inheritance. These 2 massive characters appeared in Wang Yongli's mind. What Old Six provided was knowledge on an intellectual level. Simply put, he now possessed the skills of a calligrapher, a painter, an artifact restorer, and many other arts combined. If previously he could only appraise artifacts, now he had learned how to manufacture them. Moreover, his knowledge base was so vast that even he could hardly fathom it. He truly possessed encyclopedic knowledge from astronomy to geography. After digesting the knowledge flooding his mind, Wang Yongli flashed back into the basement. Gazing at the unconscious Bai Shouting lying on the ground, he produced a stainless steel needle and pricked him several times. Damn bastard, you actually work for the Japanese son of a bitch. I won't let you die peacefully. Bai Shouting would endure various nightmares while his body simultaneously suffered periodic bouts of pain and swelling, living a torment worse than death until his final breath. Emerging from the basement, Wang Yongli relocked the door and dragged all the first-floor furniture over to block the basement entrance. To any casual observer, it would appear merely as a storage area for miscellaneous items. No sooner had he finished than Ma San, his body wrapped in bandages, came downstairs carrying a child in his arms. The woman was half a head taller than Ma San, and she was indeed quite attractive. Ma San, what are you planning? Junior, I just discussed it with Yingzi. Jinhai is too complicated. We want to find a place where no one knows us and live a peaceful life. Hearing Ma San's words, Wang Yongli finally took a careful look at Yingzi, and then teased, Third Master, you are truly blessed. Yingzi was about 37 or 38 with a classic oval face. Her skin was no longer as firm as in her youth, with slight looseness along the jawline and a few shallow crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. These marks, however, softened her features, lending her a gentle warmth instead of sharpness. Her skin was pale from years of staying out of the sun, and deep dimples framed both sides of her cheeks. When she smiled, she looked more like a gentle, virtuous woman from a decent family. No one who didn't know her background would ever guess that she had made her living in dance halls since the age of 15. Hearing Wang Yongli's compliment, Ma San chuckled and scratched his head. Then he lifted his chin and said smugly, It's all about natural talent. At that, Wang Yongli turned his head and muttered, Damn. Yingzi gently tapped Ma San's arm, then hugged the child tightly again. There's nowhere to sit. Let's go upstairs. Third Master, let's have a chat. Wang Yongli glanced around. The tables and chairs had all been used to block the door, leaving the first floor quite empty. Brother, Yingzi looked at the pile of furniture blocking the basement entrance, her eyes complex, and asked softly, Don't worry about it. Go upstairs. He deserved it. He nearly beat me to death. I'd have finished him myself. Before Wang Yongli could answer, Ma San grabbed Yingzi and turned to go upstairs. The 3 of them reached the 2nd floor, and Yingzi went to pack. This place was no longer livable. From now on, wherever Ma San was, she and the child would be. Third Master, you must not tell your wife or child a single word about my affairs. Wang Yongli handed Ma San a cigarette and repeated in a stern tone. Junior, rest assured. I owe you my life. Whatever you say I'll do. Ma-san lit the cigarette for both of them, took a deep drag, and asked, are you going back to the northeast? No, I have to go to Jishin for some business. What are your plans? I haven't decided yet. How about the three of us follow you to Jishin? You can teach me more about jade appraisal. I could also help you out there. Wang Yongli mulled it over. It actually wasn't a bad idea. Once he found his wife, he would need to spend a lot of time with her. Then Ma-san could help him collect antiques and cultural relics. This was worth considering. Alright, you can come with me first and see how things go. Seeing Wang Yongli nod, Ma-san felt as if his injuries had vanished. After a while, Yingzi finished packing. Holding the child, she walked up to Wang Yongli and bowed deeply. This caught Wang Yongli off guard. What's this? Sit down and tell me. He glanced at Ma-san and pointed to a chair. Ma-san helped Yingzi sit in the opposite chair, and then she spoke, thank you, brother, for reuniting our family. Ma-chung says you are a capable man. You saved his life and taught him a trade. We have no way to repay you. Before she could finish, Wang Yongli waved his hand to stop her. Then he reached into his pocket, pulled out 2 pieces of candy, and handed them to the little boy who was staring at him with big watery eyes. The boy inherited Yingzi's delicate features, a round apple-like face with chubby cheeks. When he smiled, 2 small dimples appeared, faint, but clearly the beginnings of his mother's characteristic indentations. What was most endearing were his eyes. They were gentle almond-shaped eyes, not as upward slanting and seductive as Yingzi's, but round and clear like black grapes. They rolled around, brimming with the innocent, unguarded curiosity of a child. When he looked at Wang Yongli, his long lashes fluttered like little fans, casting faint shadows beneath his eyes. The boy didn't reach for the candy, but instead turned to look at Yingzi. Take it, and thank your uncle. At his mother's words, the little boy extended his small hand, took the 2 pieces of candy, and said in a babyish voice, thank you, uncle. What a good boy. Wang Yongli patted the child's head, then looked up at Yingzi. What's his name? Before Yingzi could answer, Ma-san blurted out, Junior, you're educated. Give the child a new name, both a formal name and a pet name. It has to be nice, and it also has to have good meaning. Write a good meaning. The couple chimed in together, assigning Wang Yongli no small task. This caught him off guard, though it wasn't particularly difficult. Naming a child was no trivial matter. He couldn't just pick names like Zishuan, and Zishuan as teachers often did in his past life. Wasn't there a joke about it? Zishuan and Zishuan get into a fight, bump into Zihan, and Zihan Rawashi, and Rawashi go to tell the teacher, and Howren run to find the class monitor. If this couple had asked him yesterday, he wouldn't have been able to do it. But now it was different. He had a wealth of knowledge. Yet now he was suffering from choice paralysis. There were so many beautiful words in the ancient texts passed down by the ancestors. Which one should he choose? How about Siki? In the Analects it says, when you see a worthy person, think of equaling them. It means to look up to those with ability and strive to be like them, which can also be interpreted as self-improvement. Finally, after pacing for a while, Wang Yongli spoke. Siki, Siki. Yingzi murmured softly, her eyes growing brighter with each repetition. Ma-Siki, Ma-Siki. Good, good. Ha, let's call him Ma-Siki. Ma-san jumped up from his chair, his wounds forgotten, and paced back and forth in excitement several times. Alright, stop pacing. Pack up and we'll set off. Wang Yongli dropped his cigarette and turned to head downstairs first. They first went back to Ma-san's place. He packed his cherished treasures and money into a bundle and tossed it onto the back seat of the car. Yingzi and the child sat in the back, Wang Yongli drove, and Ma-san sat in the passenger seat. The group set off for Jishin. They had found plenty of gasoline coupons in by Shouting's basement, and the car had an official introduction letter, meaning there would be no problem refueling along the way. Since fuel was not an issue, why bother squeezing onto a train? Wang Yongli knew this route well. Even if there were road checks, he could bypass them. Junior, are we keeping this car for ourselves? Ma-san asked, cigarette dangling from his lips, his arm propped on the window to keep his wounded back off the seat. No, it's too flashy. We'll see. Right now this car was registered under by Shouting's work unit. He could handle it in Jinhai. But outside Jinhai, he wouldn't dare flaunt it, let alone Wang Yongli and the others. Moreover, in this era, obtaining a learner's permit was extremely strict. One had to undergo full-time training for at least 6 months, and after getting the license there was a 1-year probation period. That was a real probation period. During that year, a novice driver had to be accompanied by an experienced instructor. They couldn't drive alone, break any traffic rules, or cause any accidents. Only after the probation ended could they get a full license. It wasn't until the 1980s that people in China began to acquire private cars through gray channels. By the late 1980s, Japanese cars like the Toyota Crown flooded into the country via legal imports and smuggling reaching a peak. It wasn't until the mid to late 1990s that the state liberalized the purchase of private cars. The distance from Jinhai to Jishin was over 100 kilometers. In later times it would take at most 2 hours. But now it had taken the better part of the day. They only arrived in Jishin when the sun was sinking in the west. You all get out first. I'll go hide the car. After the Ma family of 3 had all exited the vehicle, Wang Yongli drove to a deserted location and stored the car within his spatial dimension. The 3 adults and 1 child strolled into the main urban district. Wang Yongli and Yingzi were burdened with bags of all sizes, appearing like refugees fleeing disaster. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, Wang Yongli felt he could navigate this place with his eyes closed. In his past life, he had married here, raised children, served time, conducted business, and lived out his days until natural death claimed him. He led the Ma family through 2 streets and turned into a narrow alley named Huai Shu Xiang. Old courtyards lined both sides of the alley. Some walls had collapsed halfway while others had locked doors with faded white seals affixed to them. He stopped before a black lacquered wooden door on the left side at the far end of the alley. Most of the paint on the door had peeled away, revealing the gray-white wood grain beneath, and the iron door knocker had rusted to a dark brown. He ran his fingers along the edge of the door panel, and the texture matched his memories perfectly. This was it. This was the first home he had shared with his wife. They had been married in this courtyard and given birth to their daughter within its walls. The courtyard was remote, set back from the street in a deep alley. Its greatest advantage was tranquility. The inspection teams rarely patrolled here, and ordinary neighbors had no interest in stirring up trouble. Pushing open the door and stepping inside, the courtyard was modest in size, with 3 main rooms facing forward and smaller side rooms on both east and west. Blue bricks paved the ground with tufts of dry grass growing through the cracks. The 2 wooden doors of the main house showed peeling paint and signs of age, yet the structure remained solid, the roof watertight, and the courtyard walls intact. In these times, this was already considered an excellent dwelling. Compared to the surrounding courtyards with collapsed walls and leaking roofs, this place was undoubtedly a top-tier settlement. Masan examined the property inside and out, then said, "Junior, you've done well. Found such a fine place to stay." Yingzi also sighed with delight, her face radiant. This little courtyard is wonderful and so secluded. Wang Yongli did not utter any nonsense about how she was someone used to living in foreign-style villas. Instead, he took some money and receipts from his coat pocket and handed them to Ma-san. "Here are 200 yuan and some receipts. You 2 clean up here, don't go overboard. We'll stay at most a month. I have my own money, I don't need yours." "We have money." The couple refused the money in unison. Then Ma-san asked in confusion, "Only staying here for a month. Where will you go after that?" "I'll tell you when the time comes. Clean up here, I'll go buy some medicinal herbs to help your wounds heal faster." Wang Yongli finished speaking and turned to walk out of the small courtyard. Since neither of them wanted the money, he did not insist. He was certain that both Ma-san and Yingzi had their own funds somewhere. Wang Yongli made his way skillfully to the supply and marketing cooperative, purchasing food, daily necessities, and a few types of herbs not available in his spatial dimension. After processing everything within his space, he returned to the courtyard carrying a bucket of spiritual spring water. By now the room had been tidied by Yingzi, and Ma-san was in the courtyard playing with his son. "Yingzi says I have wounds and shouldn't do any work." Noticing Wang Yongli's unusual gaze as he entered, Ma-san quickly explained, "Junior, it was me who stopped him from working." Yingzi also came out of the room to defend Ma-san. Actually, Wang Yongli had not said much, but Ma-san just felt a certain fear toward him, and that feeling seemed to be growing stronger. "All right, Yingzi, you cook. Ma-san, sit on the Kong. I'll apply the medicine." Wang Yongli took out the prepared herbs and carefully applied them to Ma-san's wound. Ma-san only felt a cool sensation spreading from the wound into his body without experiencing much pain. Wang Yongli redressed the wound and used spiritual spring water along with several herbs from his spatial dimension. He was confident that Ma-san's injury would heal in no time. "Junior, you know medicine." Feeling considerably lighter, Ma-san looked at Wang Yongli in disbelief. "I know quite a few other things as well." Wang Yongli picked up the well-behaved Xiao Siki, who had been sitting quietly to the side, and carried her into the courtyard. He was reminded of his past life, of those joyful times he had spent with his daughter right here in this small courtyard. Ma-san stood beside Yingzi watching this scene from inside the house, but his thoughts were elsewhere. The Dragon Group is truly fucking impressive. Everyone in there knows everything. After the meal, Wang Yongli said to the Ma family of 3, "I won't be back tonight. Just lock the door and sleep well." "Junior, what are you going to do?" "Let me help." Ma-san stepped closer, his eyes wide as he looked at Wang Yongli. "No need. I'll go into the mountains to gather some wild goods. You rest at home and recover your injuries as quickly as possible, then go out and collect those antique pieces." After saying this, Wang Yongli turned and walked out. There were mountains around Jixian County, and the mountains held no shortage of things. But the outer areas had definitely been picked over by local residents. To find good stuff, he would have to venture deep into the mountains. After leaving the house, Wang Yongli did not head straight for the mountains, but instead set out to find his enemy first. Zhao Jianjun. Zhao Jianjun was a low-level faction boss in Jixian, operating under the umbrella of the government, wielding a small amount of power. He routinely terrorized the streets, bullying residents, and seizing supplies through his armband. In his past life, Wang Yongli had clashed with him numerous times, with victories and defeats on both sides. After all back, then he had only been an ordinary person. Zhao Jianjun appeared imposing and domineering, but was actually cowardly and self-serving, harboring a heart full of corruption and deceit. As a backbone cadre, he led raids on homes, preaching righteousness and shouting slogans loudly in public. But behind closed doors, his greed knew no bounds. Whenever valuable jade, silver dollars, gold bars, or ancient calligraphy and paintings were seized, he never turned them in, secretly intercepting and embezzling everything for himself. In his past life, Wang Yongli had dealt with him for many years and knew all about his dirty dealings. The only thing was that he had never discovered where Zhao hid those treasures. Today's visit was for nothing else but everything Zhao possessed in his hands. Most importantly, 2 bronze ritual vessels, a ding and a gui, with the ding bearing inscriptions. Leaving Huai Shuxiang Alley, he walked north, making several turns before stopping in front of a courtyard that stood slightly more grandiose than the others. This was Zhao Jianjun's home. He raised his hand and knocked hard on the door knocker. After a moment, a woman's voice called from inside the courtyard, "Who is it?" "Sister-in-law, I'm here to see Secretary Zhao about something." Wang Yongli called out his response. The woman opened the door and saw a handsome young man. Assuming he was someone who worked with Zhao Jianjun, she stepped aside to let Wang Yongli in. "Sister-in-law, just a few words. I won't come in. I'll speak with Secretary Zhao right here." Wang Yongli wore an innocent harmlessness smile as he spoke softly. The young man's polite manner clearly satisfied the woman. She turned and called into the house. "Jianjun, someone's looking for you. Come out and talk." She smiled at Wang Yongli and walked inside. Moments later, a man in his 30s emerged from the house. Even in his own home, those shifty eyes scanned everything around. Wang Yongli watched Zhao Jianjun approach him, his gaze flicking toward the man's right leg, and his smile grew noticeably wider. "Who are you?" Zhao Jianjun only recognized Wang Yongli's face upon reaching him, racking his brain to place him before concluding he was just another member of the organization. "Brother Zhao, it's me, Juner. I found something valuable and wanted to show you. Could we step this way, eh?" Wang Yongli quickly lifted his coat and moved toward a shadowed corner to the side. At the mention of something valuable, Zhao Jianjun's eyes instantly brightened. Suspecting nothing, he hurriedly followed Wang Yongli into the corner. Seeing Zhao Jianjun follow, Wang Yongli executed a shoulder throw. Before Zhao could even cry out, his mouth was clamped shut. Then he heard a chilling voice. "Zhao Jianjun, you don't want your wife to become a widow, do you?" "Who exactly are you? What do you want?" Zhao Jianjun asked stutteringly as the other person released the hand covering his mouth. "Zhao Jianjun, how much precious stuff did you embezzle on your own? And how much did you secretly resell?" Wang Yongli's questioning caused a sheen of cold sweat to bead on Zhao Jianjun's forehead. As previously mentioned, Zhao Jianjun was a man of timid courage. You're talking nonsense, you." Zhao Jianjun pointed at Wang Yongli, his lips quivering as if struggling to ask how he knew. "Don't worry about how I know. I didn't come here today to report you or cause trouble. I just want to ask for a favor." "What kind of favor do you need?" Zhao Jianjun asked in a hushed tone. "Where did you hide those treasures?" Seeing Zhao Jianjun lower his head and remain silent, Wang Yongli spoke again. "Tell me, if I were to share this matter with others, what do you think would happen to you?" While speaking, Wang Yongli pointed upward with his finger. "What the hell do you want?" Zhao Jianjun was growing irate, yet he dared not raise his voice, which made the scene almost comical. "Am I not clear enough? I want your treasures." Wang Yongli spread his hands with an expression of earnest sincerity. "Impossible." Zhao Jianjun ground his teeth as he retorted. "Even if you report me, you have no evidence." "You're sharp. I indeed lack evidence, but tell me, in this era, is evidence still necessary? You're a functionary, breaking the law knowingly and acting against the winds. What fate awaits you needs no elaboration from me." Wang Yongli's words plunged Zhao Jianjun back into deep contemplation. Indeed, in this era, evidence was not required. As long as someone reported you, you would face consequences. He himself had been through such matters countless times. Yet those treasures had been painstakingly collected by him. Could he truly surrender them all? If he refused, his own fate would be dire. He would surely be punished. As a functionary, his punishment would only be more severe. Zhao Jianjun trembled all over, his eyes filled with both hatred and fear. He understood the rules of this situation all too well. Once such an event occurred, there was no room for redemption. After a long internal struggle, Zhao Jianjun finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "If I give them to you, you won't report me." Wang Yongli immediately stood at attention, his face grave. "I swear by heaven, once I obtain the items, I will never report you, Zhao Jianjun. The items are all in the cellar of my old family home. I'll take you to get them." With these words, a dejected Zhao Jianjun led the way. Upon arriving at the cellar of Zhao Jianjun's old home, Wang Yongli finally laid eyes on the bronze tripod and bronze gui. Though other items also held considerable value, these two were of paramount importance. Wang Yongli systematically stored the cellar's contents into his spatial realm. Witnessing this, Zhao Jianjun's mind went blank. He could not comprehend what was happening. He merely saw the other man lightly touch the items with his hand, and they vanished. Wang Yongli did not mind Zhao Jianjun witnessing this, because he had no intention of letting him leave. In his previous life, Zhao Jianjun had beaten his wife, and even kicked his daughter. It was on that occasion that he broke Zhao Jianjun's leg. How could a grown man lay hands on a little girl? Were you even human? On the way here, Wang Yongli's blood pressure had been rising uncontrollably. After storing all the items in his spatial realm, he began to torture Zhao Jianjun. Poor Zhao Jianjun's eyes were bulging red with confusion. He could not fathom why this stranger was treating him so brutally. Producing a stainless steel needle, he administered the same treatment to Zhao Jianjun. Considerately locking the door behind him, Wang Yongli entered Yanshan. As soon as he entered the forested area, he mounted Dubai and, relying on memories from his previous life, headed toward Baxianshan. Though not as dense as the ancient forest of Xing'an Ridge, it was still sparsely populated. The next morning, Ma San and Ingzi had intended to wait for Wang Yongli to return before having breakfast. However, as time passed, and he did not appear. It was only when their son cried out with hunger that the family of three finally sat down to eat. After a night's rest, Ma San felt his injuries had healed considerably. This was miraculous. In just one night the pain had almost vanished. By all conventions, such an injury required a month's rest to fully recover. Carefully testing his body, he felt only slight discomfort, and the tightness of the bandages nothing more. Thus for most of the morning Ma San spent time in the courtyard weeding with his son. By near noon, Wang Yongli finally returned. Slung over his shoulder was a young roe deer. In his hands he carried a pheasant and a wild rabbit. On his back was a basket brimming with wild vegetables. "Damn it, Junior, you're amazing." Ma San gazed dumbfounded at Wang Yongli's haul, unable to withhold his thumb in admiration. Yingzi quickly stepped forward, taking the pheasant and rabbit from Wang Yongli's hands and placing them on the ground. She then helped him set down the basket, and upon seeing its contents her face lit up with delight. "Oh, you dug up so much shepherd's purse. Shall we make dumplings today?" Shepherd's purse was known by different names in various regions. "All right, I'll prepare these. You go make the dumplings." As Ma San prepared to fetch a kitchen knife from inside to clean the game, Wang Yongli, taking advantage of Yingzi's momentary distraction, produced a short blade from nowhere and handed it to him. Despite having witnessed such occurrences several times before, Ma San still paused in surprise before accepting the blade. "Then I'll go draw water." Wang Yongli carried a wooden bucket out the door, paused for a smoke, and returned with the full bucket. After several trips back and forth, the water vat was finally filled. Meanwhile, Ma San had begun rolling out dumpling wrappers. Yingzi filled them, and Ma Siki sat on the kong, playing with a small piece of dough. Watching the family of three bustling before the kong through the window, Wang Yongli's desire to find his wife as soon as possible grew ever stronger. 7 more days. In 7 days I'll see my wife. Due to the hurried preparations, it was already 1 in the afternoon by the time they sat down to eat. "Junior, my injuries are mostly healed. This afternoon I'll go out for a walk and scout the area," Ma San said with his mouth full of dumplings. "Very well. I'll accompany you this afternoon. First I'll introduce you to 2 people, so you won't be wandering around like a headless fly." Wang Yongli pondered. In his previous life there indeed were 2 individuals knowledgeable in this regard. One was named Jiang Ming, the other Chui Guang. Both came from ordinary families and were a couple of years older than Wang Yongli. In his past life, they had managed to maintain some rapport. In that era, being able to converse openly was quite rare, for everyone guarded themselves against one another. It was best to avoid interactions whenever possible. Who knew which careless word might lead to being reported? In his previous life, Wang Yongli had witnessed far too many such incidents. To many there was no friendship, no love, and not even family bonds. He could not control others, but he would ensure that his own family was never harmed in the slightest in this lifetime. As Captain Jia used to say, "When I wasn't reborn, you bullied me. Now that I am reborn, you still want to bully me. Wouldn't that mean my rebirth was for nothing?" In this life, his sole main quest was to protect his family and lead them to a better life. After the meal, Wang Yongli led Ma San along the familiar route to the Drum Tower cross street. The area centered around the ancient Drum Tower radiated into 3 main thoroughfares: Drum Tower East, South, and West streets. Lining these streets were nearly all of the county's public spaces: the G County Department Store, the library, the cinema, the sports stadium, the bus station, as well as the county party committee and government offices. This locale was a gathering spot for the idle, young men with nothing to do, and street loafers who spent their days squatting by the walls, chatting and basking in the sun. Jiang Ming and Chui Guang were frequent fixtures here. Both were young men in their early 20s, natives of G County, raised in the area. They held no steady jobs, spending their days aimlessly wandering the streets, typical drifters. In those times, with no work and no grain coupons to earn, they scraped by on temporary odd jobs. They participated in nearly every countywide campaign confiscating the 4 old mansions, clearing and transporting goods. They never missed a single operation. Their sole motive was to earn a meal from the public canteen, snag a couple of grain coupons, and opportunistically pocket a few overlooked trinkets in the chaos. Young, simple-minded, restless, and easily swayed by flattery, they harbored no real malice, but possessed no moral boundaries either. Whoever showed them respect or spoke to their liking would earn their unwavering loyalty. Their greatest weakness was their youth and vanity. A few kind words could send them into a daze. In modern terms, they were the perfect pawns to manipulate. Much like many people in later generations who, despite having empty pockets, casually spoke of hundreds of thousands as small change. Wang Yongli strolled slowly with Ma San to the open space at the entrance of the old county street. From a distance, they spotted 2 young men leaning against the wall, cigarettes dangling from their lips, with a slouching, cocky posture, chatting with others, as if they feared nothing. It was Jiang Ming and Chui Guang. The 2 eyed Wang Yongli and Ma San as they approached, their gazes filled with scrutiny and arrogance. Wang Yongli pulled out Dakium and cigarettes, handed them over, and offered a sincere smile. "Are you brothers Jiang Ming and Chui Guang? Basking in the sun. Your spirits look really high." Jiang Ming took the cigarette, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Who are you? Your accent doesn't sound like you're from around here." Wang Yongli chuckled and replied, "I'm from the Northeast, planning to settle here. Yesterday, while chatting with someone, I heard that when it comes to clearing old mansions or collecting goods, you 2 brothers are the most reliable and capable." These words were not fabricated by Wang Yongli. They were solid memories from his past life. while others recklessly smashed and looted, wasting everything. Jiang Ming and Shui Guang, though drifting through life, worked meticulously and understood restraint. Many overlooked antiques and fragmented artifacts had been quietly collected by them. Wang Yongli continued to pile on praise, each word striking a chord in their hearts. In these times, young people who work earnestly and know their limits are rare. Most just fool around smashing things to show off. But you two are different, steady and work sharp in mind, and always aware of boundaries. These are the essential qualities for achieving great things. You brothers have a boundless future ahead. Young people have this flaw: a little praise, and they float; a little flattery, and they lose their heads. Sure enough, the two instantly beamed with joy. Their earlier wariness completely vanished. Shui Guang grinned, his back straightening. Hey, you've got sharp eyes, brother. Those half-grown kids on the streets only know how to make a racket. The real work is done by us too. Jiang Ming nodded vigorously, his sense of superiority soaring. Exactly. Every time we clear goods, the items we handle never go wrong. The higher-ups always praise us for being reliable. Seeing the two floating on air, Wang Yongli chuckled inwardly, though his demeanor remained warm and friendly. The simpler and more vain the mind, the easier it is to control and exploit. When the moment was right, Wang Yongli stepped aside to reveal Ma San behind him, introducing him smoothly. This is my elder brother, Ma San. He's been around for years, well-connected, sharp and efficient, and most importantly, he's a man of loyalty. He asked me to come here, saying that we young people should get to know each other, look out for one another, and band together to get things done in the county. From that point on, Wang Yongli barely needed to intervene. Who was Ma San? A seasoned underworld figure from Jinhai with over a decade of experience navigating the streets. His ability to read people, spin tales, and win others over was masterful. Dealing with two inexperienced, praise-hungry county youths was like a crushing blow, an overwhelming advantage. Ma San spoke with flowing rhetoric about brotherhood and loyalty, his tongue as smooth as silk. He first praised the two as young and promising with boundless futures, then delved into the unspoken rules of the streets and the tricks of the trade. Occasionally, he dropped a few underworld slang terms, handling them with perfect control. He excelled at catering to their tastes. Knowing that young people valued loyalty and camaraderie, in just a few words, he had them burning with excitement. Brothers, to be honest, after all my years out there, I've rarely met young men as perceptive and reliable as you. From now on, we're brothers, sharing joy and hardship. The connections I've built in Jinhai over the years will be your backing. With just a few words of righteous bravado, he had completely bamboozled the two youngsters. Jiang Ming and Shui Guang, young and hot-blooded, had always yearned for the loyalty of the underworld. After being so thoroughly charmed by Ma San, they became emotional on the spot, grabbing his hand and refusing to let go, calling him third brother incessantly, their affection overflowing. In no time, the three were deep in animated conversation, chatting about street trivialities, discussing house confiscations and goods collection, and then plotting to work together in the future. Finally, their blood boiling, they loudly declared they would find a time to buy wine and meet, swear brotherhood in the Peach Garden, and become lifelong brothers. Jiang Ming and Shui Guang had long been involved in confiscation work. They knew exactly which old mansions held hidden treasures, which families secretly stashed antiques, what items were unearthed in each operation, and where the scattered old artifacts were discarded. By controlling them, Wang Yongli gained two frontline informants for free, continuously feeding him leads on antiques. He could precisely pick up the spoils without lifting a finger. In his past life, Wang Yongli had mostly operated alone. Only after his first prison term did he learn to flatter others, build bridges, and establish connections. Just as Master Zhou had said in his previous life, the people inside are all talents, and they speak well too. Having confirmed that the three had completely bonded and were getting along harmoniously with Ma San firmly in control, Wang Yongli spoke calmly. Third master, brothers, you carry on chatting. I need to step out for a bit, I'll be back later. Ma San immediately understood. Go ahead, take care of your business. Rest assured I've got this. Jiang Ming and Shui Guang eagerly chimed in. Brother, go ahead with whatever you need to do. Wang Yongli turned and left, heading straight for a small village northwest of the county, Zhangjiayuan. That's right, the same Zhangjiayuan that would later become famous in archaeological circles as the Zhangjiayuan site. This village was the location of a Shang and Zhou dynasty site. In other words, the ground beneath the villagers' feet, where they plowed, grazed sheep, and walked mountain paths, was a three-layer superimposed ancient cultural site spanning from the Neolithic age through the Shang, Zhou, and Han dynasties. The site was first discovered in 1957 by the Beihai Provincial Cultural Relics Task Force, and the first trial excavation was conducted in 1965 by the Jinhai Municipal Cultural Relics Management Office. Now, due to the turbulent times, that hilly highland had fallen into silence again, used by villagers as ordinary sloping land. When the villagers of Zhangjiayuan plowed, planted crops, and planted trees on the hilly slope northwest of the village, which rose 18 meters above the Shaoxia River, what their feet trod on and their hoes dug up were Shang and Zhou pottery shards and bronze fragments. The villagers of Zhangjiayuan used hoes and picks to slowly excavate antiques buried beneath their feet for over 3,000 years, gifting them to the world. Wang Yongli's task for today was to search the old residence. Riding his bicycle to Zhangjiayuan, Wang Yongli found the village remarkably quiet. The dirt road was uneven and potholed, the old courtyard walls mottled and weathered, and every household's yard piled with farming tools and firewood. At first glance, it appeared utterly ordinary. Wang Yongli kept a low profile, strolling leisurely from door to door. He had already prepared his cover story posing as an out-of-town merchant buying up old farming implements and scrap. Fellow villager, do you happen to have any old pottery jars, cracked porcelain bowls, weathered wooden ornaments, or worn jade pendants? I'll take anything you no longer need. Cash or grain coupons both work. Upon hearing they could trade for money and coupons, the villagers immediately grew enthusiastic. In these times of material scarcity, even a handful of grain coupons or a few yuan meant practical value. No one would refuse such an offer. Some brought out tattered porcelain vases unearthed from the soil, others produced heirloom jade buttons passed down through generations, some retrieved aged copper, smoking pipes, and bronze figurines, while a few unearthed tattered volumes of ancient books and faded calligraphy scrolls from the bottom of their chests. To outside observers, everything appeared as worthless junk, yet in Wang Yongli's eyes, each piece held genuine value. They simply differed in worth. At the third house, the elderly woman retrieved from her root cellar an immaculate black pottery vase, finely crafted from polished clay, without a single flaw. Upon seeing this mud-caked black pottery vessel, Wang Yongli's blood pressure surged to his head. If someone were to stab him in the heart right, then it wouldn't kill him. His heart was racing with excitement. While this black pottery piece couldn't match the legendary eggshell black pottery of the Longshan culture, it remained an extraordinarily rare treasure nonetheless. Gazing at the elderly woman's weathered face, Wang Yongli gave her 50 yuan and 50 jin of grain coupons. The old lady accepted the money and coupons, continuously expressing her gratitude. The eighth household belonged to a middle-aged man who pulled a small bronze tripod vessel from his firewood pile. Though one leg was missing, the body remained intact, and the decorative patterns were still clearly visible. The middle-aged man asked for 15 yuan, and Wang Yongli paid without bargaining and took it away. The last complete piece was a bronze blade. There were also several bronze arrowheads, and even a pair of complete bronze earrings. He purchased the earrings for 20 yuan directly from the middle-aged woman's ears. Aside from the black pottery vessel, Wang Yongli failed to find any other complete pottery pieces. All he collected were fragments of sandy red-brown pottery, including shapes like Li tripod vessels, yin steamers, guan jars, Wang urns, pin basins, and bow bowls. Even as fragments, with the right materials and his current knowledge, Wang Yongli could transform these pieces into priceless treasures in no time. Over the following days, Wang Yongli gathered quite a few notable items based on clues from Ma San. Finally, April 15th arrived. Wang Yongli arrived early in the morning at the large square outside the west gate, the very place where he had met his wife in his past life. Although he knew he would only be able to see people after dusk, his heart was still restless with anticipation. Crouching in the corner watching the crowd after smoking through an entire pack of cigarettes, he finally heard his wife's voice. "Fuck whoever dares to approach me today, I'll kill them." Wang Yongli immediately jumped up and ran toward the sound. When that longed-for figure appeared before him, Wang Yongli stood motionless in disbelief. "Wife, I finally found you again." Looking at her dust-streaked profile, his eyes gradually blurred with emotion. He had gazed upon that face countless times in his previous life, by the stove, before the sewing machine, in every moment of their shared existence. That woman had stood by him through every hardship and triumph. Even when he served 3 separate prison sentences, she had shouldered everything alone, raising the children, waiting for his return, enduring the cruel gossip of others without complaint. After his business ventures failed and he lost money, she never blamed or reproached him. Instead, she silently held their family together, showing her support through actions rather than words. Years later, their daughter-in-law jokingly remarked that her father-in-law could be described as doting on his wife. At the time, Wang Yongli merely smiled. Deep down, he understood. The truth was that in the first half of his life, it had been his wife who had spoiled him beyond measure. It was precisely because she had endured so much hardship in the first half of her life that her health deteriorated in old age, causing her to pass away 7 years before Wang Yongli. "Wife, I will never let you suffer again in this life." As he was lost in these memories, 5 young men surrounding his wife began to make unwanted advances. A single woman, no matter how capable, could not defend herself against 5 attackers, especially one as delicate as his wife. "Fuck your mothers." Wang Yongli charged forward with furious energy, each punch aimed precisely at their most vulnerable areas. Even if he couldn't kill them, they would never recover from these injuries. The 5 young men, confronted by this lunatic who had appeared from nowhere, were completely defenseless. Within less than a minute, all 5 lay on the ground, wailing in agony. Wenwan was equally stunned. Yes, the girl who had just been cursing loudly was named Wenwan. This young man who had suddenly appeared not only defeated the 5 thugs for her, but was now relentlessly stomping on the 5 men lying on the ground. As he stomped, he continued shouting profanities, swearing at anyone who dared touch his wife. Wenwan watched in bewilderment, her mind racing with questions. Who was he? Who was her husband? Having vented his anger, Wang Yongli approached Wenwan, forcing his expression into something warmer and more approachable. "Wenwan, hello. My name is Wang Yongli." "Hello, how do you know my name?" Wenwan paused again, surprised that this stranger remembered hers. "Well, I saw you a couple days ago, but before I could speak to you, you disappeared. I had to ask around to learn your name, and I've been searching everywhere these past 2 days until I finally found you." Wang Yongli scratched his head sheepishly. Upon hearing this, Wenwan's face shifted to one of wariness, and she instinctively took a step back. "What do you want from me?" Wang Yongli's expression turned resolute as he declared, I love you. I want to marry you. Are you out of your mind? Wenwan turned and walked away quickly, then glanced back over her shoulder to say, thank you for saving me though. Now it was Wang Yongli's turn to be stunned. Something was wrong. This wasn't how the story was supposed to go. Shouldn't she have been crying, begging him to stay, clinging to him? But now, Wenwan departed with decisive efficiency, showing no hesitation whatsoever, leaving not a single trace behind. Oh, right, in his past life he had refused to intervene until those 5 thugs had stripped Wenwan of her coat, and only then had he stepped in as she broke down, desperately calling for help. But now that he had been reborn, there was no reason to let his wife endure that same humiliation again. At that moment, Wang Yongli finally understood. In his previous life, she had suffered humiliation and had no other options. He had been her sole lifeline, which is why she had committed herself to him completely. But in this life, he had intervened beforehand, resolving the trouble smoothly with no harm done. She was unscathed, having suffered no indignity, so in her eyes, he was simply a kind stranger who had happened to help. That was all there was to it. The disparity hit him like a wave, sour and bitter, tinged with the helpless frustration of something between laughter and tears. His mind was wringing, his hands empty, and his heart felt hollow as well. Carrying regrets from his past life, this time his every thought was devoted to marrying her, protecting her, and giving her the best life possible. Yet the very beginning had already gone wrong. Hey, wait for me. Wang Yongli hurried after her, falling into step beside Wenwan, and said, look, I just risked my neck taking down 5 thugs for you, and now you're thanking me, and walking away. That's a bit too quick, don't you think? Wenwan froze, the taut line of her lips twitching slightly as the wariness in her eyes eased a fraction. Then, should I thank you again? Wang Yongli was amused by her innocent manner, and the frustration in his chest dissolved in an instant. He continued his banter. Nope, 2 thank yous aren't enough to get rid of me. That'd be way too cheap for me. Besides, most girls would be at least a little shaken after something like this. But you thank me and walk off like it's nothing. Your mental fortitude is tougher than mine, and I'm the one who fought. At that, Wenwan finally couldn't help it. She pressed her lips together and let out a soft laugh. It was a shallow, clean, and gentle smile, exactly the same as the one he remembered from his past life, instantly smoothing over the little frustration in Wang Yongli's heart. Striking while the iron was hot, Wang Yongli continued to break the ice with a light-hearted tone, neither pushy nor greasy, with just the right amount of humor. Honestly, I'm kind of regretting it now. Wenwan looked up in surprise. Why, oi? Wang Yongli spoke with a straight face, his eyes sincere and his tone hilarious. Think about it. If you weren't scared at all, you wouldn't remember how good I was to you. I needed you to be a little flustered so you'd realize how reliable I was, right? But now you're just going to turn around and forget all about me. What a waste of my heroic rescue. Wenwan was completely charmed into a smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Softly she said, who talks like that? Fine, I'll remember. Is that enough? Seeing her finally relax, the weight lifted from Wang Yongli's heart. He slowed his pace, dropping the banter, and spoke with genuine sincerity, tinged with self-deprecation. To be honest, I'm usually a cold person. I don't meddle in other people's business. But today I don't know what came over me. When I saw them blocking your way, my blood rushed, and I charged in. This is the first time in my life I've ever acted on impulse. You can't let me waste this impulse. Wenwan's gaze softened considerably. She asked in a low voice, then what do you want? Wang Yongli once again deployed his straightforward male tactic. I meant every word I said. I like you. I want to marry you. I want to protect you for the rest of my life. I'll be good to you forever. Wenwan stopped in her tracks, turned to face him, and fixed her bright, piercing eyes on him from her dust-covered face. Just as Wang Yongli began to feel a little uneasy under her gaze, she spoke. Do you even know me? From what you've said, you've only seen me twice. How can you dare to promise to be good to me for a lifetime? Hearing this, Wang Yongli couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Do I know you? I know you better than you know yourself. I know everything about you. But he couldn't say that. He weighed his words, quickly searching his memory for a usable line from the TV dramas of his past life. Meanwhile, a fierce internal struggle was raging in Wenwan's mind. Her family had been labeled as one of the 5 black categories, and her parents had been beaten to death by those people dying with hatred in their hearts. In just over half a year, she had transformed from a gentle, well-mannered girl raised in a scholarly family into a female vagrant who spewed foul language to protect herself. Back in her hometown, those people had continued to harass her. With no other choice, she had to leave that place. But where could a girl who had never been far from home go? She hadn't had a proper meal in over half a year. A few times people offered her food, but with ulterior motives. If she hadn't been quick-witted, she would have been. She had thought about getting married, but who would she marry? Her family was black 5 categories, so she could only marry into a family in a similar situation. In those days, how many families like hers could afford to eat? Most were in the same dire straits. So she had to say goodbye to the romance described in books. Those 5 thugs earlier hadn't been her first encounter. They had been pestering her for the past 2 days. Before meeting Wang Yongli, she had been ready to fight to the death, even if it meant dying. Then suddenly a hero appeared. He looked about her age, but he was clearly living a much better life than she was. Dressed cleanly, even though bundled in an overcoat, he seemed sturdy. Most importantly, he had said he wanted to marry her. Maybe following him wouldn't be so bad. At least he looked decent enough. In Wenwan's bright eyes, she saw Wang Yongli's eager yet earnest face as he thought. It had been a long time since she had really looked at anyone's face. In this era, when everyone was paranoid and would turn on each other for a mouthful of food, most men's eyes held only calculation and greed, or like those thugs' crude lust. But this man named Wang Yongli, his gaze was so clean it felt alien to her. Not entirely clean perhaps, there seemed to be a trace of affection. Look, feelings can be cultivated and marriage needs to be nurtured. Even though I've only seen you twice in my heart, I've already decided you're my wife. Wang Yongli's words left Wan stunned. Feelings can be cultivated and marriage needs to be nurtured. What a beautiful way to put it. The evening breeze rolled in, carrying dust from the roadside, tousling Wan's dry, scattered strands of hair. The flicker of hesitation in her eyes was quickly swallowed by a heavy wave of self-doubt. She lowered her long eyelashes, her fingers tightly gripping the patched hem of her coarse cloth, closed her voice, so faint it seemed ready to drift away. You don't know what I am. She lifted her eyes to him, the humiliation and sorrow of the past half-year hidden in her gaze. My family is one of the 5 black categories. My parents were beaten to death by those people. Everywhere I go I'm pointed at and cursed. If you get involved with me, your reputation, your future job prospects, your military service, all of it will be affected. Your family will never accept me. For the past 2 or 3 days those thugs have been harassing me. People saw me and just assumed I was a loose woman, a vagrant. No one was willing to lend a hand. You're intrigued by me now, think I'm pleasing to the eye. But after a while, when you've had enough of people's finger-pointing, you'll regret it. She spoke calmly, but her trembling lips betrayed the deep fear within. She had seen too many men who feigned kindness at first only to turn their backs when they learned of her family's situation, or worse, used their help as an excuse to insult her. She no longer dared to believe in goodwill that came out of nowhere. Wang Yongli's heart clenched as he watched her, full of defenses and bearing everything alone. In his past life, whenever he asked about her father's side, Wan would always brush it off with a casual, they're all dead. I don't give a damn if you're black 5 or white 6. I've decided you're my wife. No one can change that, and I don't care what anyone says. Wan's head snapped up, her eyes instantly reddening. In an era when everyone avoided her, spat on her, and threw stones at her, someone suddenly stood up and said, I don't give a damn what category you're in. The impact of that was more shocking to her heart than Wang Yongli's swift takedown of those thugs moments ago. Do you even know what you're saying? Wan's voice trembled, carrying an imperceptible trace of grievance and hope. If you marry me, you'll be cursed. You'll be denounced at struggle sessions. Cursed? Denied. Wang Yongli sneered, brushing the dust off his clothes, and spoke with absolute conviction. In this world, no one has the right to judge me. Not even the Heavenly Emperor. After saying it, he realized such words might carry ominous undertones in this moment, so he quickly added, of course, what I mean is I don't care. As you can see, I can fight. 1 comes I fight 1, and 2 come I fight both. Follow me, and you'll have nothing to worry about. When Wan gazed at him motionlessly, her eyes quietly filling with a veil of tears. It had been so long since anyone stood by her side. Everyone avoided her, trampled upon her. Yet this man, before her, fully aware of her background, showed not a hint of disdain, only a desire to shield her from the storms of life. Fine, I'll follow you. I hope you can keep your word. After a long silence, when Wan wiped her eyes and placed her fate upon the most important wager of her life. Haha, don't worry, wife. I'll definitely deliver. Hearing Wan agree, Wang Yongli was overjoyed. He had been troubled about how to coax her back, but now his worries were gone. Books spoke of lovers sharing the moon across 1,000 li, but all he wanted now was to hold her hand. He had heard countless grand vows and solemn oaths, but suddenly he longed to see her once pure, innocent smile. How often he dreamed that the present you would smile right beside me. What are you laughing at? Following behind Wang Yongli, when Wan noticed the man ahead of her breaking into frequent smiles. I'm just happy, Wang Yongli said, swaying with delight. Back home, Ma-san and Ingzi had just finished preparing dinner. Seeing Wang Yongli bring back a young woman, they were both stunned into stillness. Junior, who is this? Ma-san pointed at the girl and asked softly. This is my wife, Wan. This is Ma-san, just call him third brother. And this is Ingzi, call me sister-in-law. Wang Yongli wore an air of radiant pride as he introduced them. Eat. My wife is hungry. Without waiting for Ingzi and Ma-san to react, he grabbed Wan's arm and pulled her toward the inner room. Junior, wait a moment. Let the girl wash her hands first. Ingzi, somewhat amused, held back Wang Yongli, then guided Wan to the courtyard while calling out, Ma-san, fetch some water. I coming. Ma-san promptly grabbed a wash basin and followed. After washing her face, all three were captivated by Wan's features. She wasn't breathtakingly beautiful, but her delicate features and graceful bearing were undeniable. Wan could hardly remember when she'd last had a proper meal, let alone meat or steamed buns made of fine white flour. Miss, with your refined looks and dignified bearing, you're clearly no ordinary county town girl. You must come from a distinguished family. Where is your hometown? And why did you come all the way to Jishin alone? At the dinner table, Ingzi's question was gentle, free of any prying malice. Simply warm, neighborly conversation. Wan chewed, vigorously swallowed, and softly replied, my family is from Beijing. The words fell like stones, and the table went silent for several seconds. In these times, being from Beijing did not signify prestige. It often hinted at a life burdened with trouble. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Ingzi immediately softened her tone and gently reassured. So you're from Beijing. That explains your remarkable grace. If you'd rather not speak of it, that's fine. We're just chatting. Don't feel pressured. Yingzi was a perceptive, worldly woman, and within the course of one meal she had pieced together almost everything about Wenwan's past. Wenwan's family belonged to a proper scholarly lineage. Her ancestors had devoted their lives to teaching her parents to scholarship, living quietly, honestly, never harming anyone or taking unfair advantage. Their home held thousands of volumes and walls adorned with paintings and calligraphy, a genuine literary family in Beijing respected for their integrity and learning. But when turmoil swept the nation, everything changed overnight. This respectable scholarly household was labeled with the damning tag of the Black Five categories and dragged into the dust. Because they owned many books, possessed antique treasures, and their ancestors had served as private tutors, they were branded as feudal remnants and capitalist tales. A mob descended upon their ancestral home, looting and smashing everything. Civilization laid to waste, scholarly heritage destroyed. Most infuriating of all, her parents, stubborn in their righteousness, refused to accept false accusations or confess to crimes they hadn't committed. They were publicly denounced and brutally beaten to death right at their own doorstep by the ringleaders. Both parents slaughtered home, raided relatives, implicated friends, distancing themselves. The once complete family shattered in an instant. In the vast expanse of Beijing where she had grown up, not an inch of land remained for her. No one dared to help her, no one dared to protect her. Everyone kept their distance, terrified of being tainted by association. To survive, to escape those who had assaulted her family, to flee the city drowning in pain and bloodshed, she had no choice but to leave Beijing alone. Through relentless hardship and displacement, she finally arrived in the small county town of Jixian, seeking only the chance to live in peace. In truth, she hadn't fled for refuge. She had been driven to despair with nowhere left to go. With these words, Wenwan's eyes reddened, but she held back her tears. Biting her lip, her voice soft yet piercing, "I didn't want to run. But had I stayed in Beijing, I would have died eventually. My parents were good people their entire lives. They never wronged anyone. And in the end, this was their fate." After hearing her complete story, the room fell into dead silence. Ma San's white steamed bun hovered frozen at his lips. The easy smile on his face vanished entirely, replaced by deeply furrowed brows and eyes blazing with rage and indignation. Having spent most of his life amidst violence and underworld feuds, he considered himself hardened. But even he couldn't help but curse through gritted teeth. Those bastards are pure scum. A scholarly family living peacefully, minding their own business. What had they done to anyone? They simply exploited their wretched power to ruin lives and treat human suffering as nothing. Yingzi's eyes also filled with tears. She sighed repeatedly, constantly piling food into Wenwan's bowl, offering soft words of comfort, her heart overflowing with pity. As for Wang Yongli, seated beside her, his surface appeared calm and unruffled. But beneath his eyes a chilling coldness had settled to its depths, and murderous intent churned furiously within his heart. In his past life, Wenwan had never spoken of these things. Wang Yongli had simply regarded them as tragedies of the era. Or perhaps even if he had known, what could he, a man of limited capability in his former life, have possibly done? In that past life, she had shared his hardships, endured his sufferings, and raised 2 exceptional children for him. Now reborn, he wanted to give everything he had to protect her peace, to ensure she never suffered even a fraction of what she had endured. Yes, this life was different. He possessed power unknown to others. In this very moment, without a shadow of hesitation, Wang Yongli made his decision: Beijing. He had already been planning a trip to Beijing. As the ancient capital of 6 dynasties and the core hub of national cultural trade, Beijing was filled with old estates of noble families, former royal residences, and private collections of official clans. In times of chaos, countless treasures had been confiscated and sold off at bargain prices, making it the premier destination for acquiring priceless antiques at rock-bottom rates. He had originally intended to visit Beijing to collect antiques, and now with this new revelation, he could accomplish 2 goals at once. Collecting antiques was merely incidental. Seeking vengeance was the true purpose. Those who had personally beaten Wenwan's parents to death, raided her home, and destroyed her life. He would not let a single one of them escape. He cared nothing for grand righteousness or moral code. His only principle was simple: mine are mine, my people my family. None may lay a hand upon them. Those who do must pay with their lives. Wang Yongli suppressed the surging murderous intent in his heart, turned his head to look at Wenwan beside him, whose eyes were red-rimmed and feigning strength, and his tone instantly shed all coldness and ferocity, becoming incredibly gentle, as if he were a completely different person from the ruthless one within. "Don't be afraid." He reached out and gently patted the back of her hand, his movements tender and steady, each word resolute. "In the past you had no one to protect you. You suffered grievances and hardships. That is in the past. From today on I am here. Your parents' injustice, all the suffering, torment, and grievances you endured, I will reclaim every single one for you. Those who laid hands on you, who jeered, who framed you, who kicked you when you were down, not one will escape." Wenwan looked up at Wang Yongli, her eyes filled with astonishment and a hint of incredulous emotion. Ma San felt his blood boil with fervor and immediately slammed the table, declaring, "Junior, count me in on this. Those bastards are too wicked, bullying an orphan girl, harming the innocent. If we don't deal with them, heaven and earth won't tolerate it. I'll follow you and seek justice for our sister-in-law." Wang Yongli raised a hand to stop him speaking in a steady tone. I told you before that we would only stay here for a month because I plan to go to Beijing to collect antiques. Moreover, the antique business in Beijing will be easier to handle in the future, so you can develop there long-term. As he spoke, he noticed Ingzi's hesitant expression, so he smiled and said to her, Ingzi, I won't let Ma San get into trouble. Besides, I plan to cooperate with Ma San long-term in the future. Ma San turned to glare at his wife. Wang Yongli had not only reunited their family of 3, but also taught him jade appraisal knowledge. Now was the time to show his worth. How could his wife hold him back? Junior, I didn't mean that. What I meant was that those people are numerous and organized. We can't act rashly, we need to plan ahead. Seeing Ma San's glare and fearing that Wang Yongli might misunderstand her, she quickly explained. I know. You two don't need to worry about this matter. After you go to Beijing, find a way to get household registration and grain rations settled down first. Ma San has this skill, so you won't have to worry about money in the future. As for Ma San and his wife, they were indeed good people. During these days, Wang Yongli had been living like a king. Everything was done for him. The couple respected him immensely. Therefore, Wang Yongli didn't hold anything back. Every day, he forced Ma San to learn jade knowledge like a cramming education. As they say, interest is the best teacher. Although Ma San was not young, his learning progress was not slow at all. He grasped many things with just a little guidance. Junior, I can still fight. Hearing Wang Yongli say he didn't need to get involved, Ma San became restless. Alright, you have a wife and child now. What's the point of fighting? Wang Yongli interrupted Ma San with a tone of displeasure. He had many ways to get things done. Of course, these methods could not be seen by others. Chi-Chi, you should call her aunt. After dinner, Ingzi boiled water to help Wen-Wan take a hot bath, and then several people sat on the Kong and chatted. Seeing her son's gaze fixed on Wen-Wan's face, Ingzi gently rubbed the child's head and said softly, Sister-in-law, your son is really adorable. What's his name? Wen-Wan smiled, reached out, and took Masiki into her arms. Siki Masiki. Ingzi's eyes as she looked at her son radiated maternal tenderness. Under Ingzi's guidance, Masiki had started calling Ma San Dad some time ago, which made Ma San extremely excited. Siki. Sister-in-law, you really know how to pick a name. Hearing this name, Wen-Wan's eyes lit up. We two rough people don't know how to name. It was Junior who gave it. Ingzi turned to look at Wang Yongli and explained to Wen-Wan with a smile. You gave it. Do you know where it comes from? Wen-Wan looked at Wang Yongli with some surprise. During these few hours, her impression of Wang Yongli was that of a rough man from the mountains of northeast China, good at fighting and hunting, whose purpose in coming out was to collect antiques and engage in speculation. Of course I know. It's from the Analects. Confucius said, when you see a worthy person, think of becoming like them. When you see an unworthy person, examine yourself inwardly. Wang Yongli raised his head smugly. In his past life, he had been completely dominated by Wen-Wan in cultural knowledge. In this life, he could finally hold his own. Wen-Wan smiled, then lowered her head and rubbed her face against Masiki's little head. Indeed, how could a person who knows about collecting antiques be a rough man? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but dispel some of her worries about the future. After all, living with a rough mountain man was completely different from living with a cultured and knowledgeable man. It was a good thing Wang Yongli couldn't read minds, otherwise he would have said that he was a rough man with culture. Extremely rough. Over the next few days, Wang Yongli and Ma San scoured the entire county of Ji County. Then Wang Yongli drove to Beijing with Wen-Wan and Ma San's family of 3. Heading west, they passed through Sanhe Yanjiao, crossed the Chaobai River, and entered Tong County. The road checkpoints ahead were either evaded by Wang Yongli or paid off with bribes until they got stuck in Tong County. Although there was no formal Beijing entry permit required at that time, the capital's control over population flow from the outskirts was comprehensive. At Baimiao in Tong County, there was a 3-party joint checkpoint. Those without a letter of introduction, with an insufficient level of introduction letter, or with suspicious reasons were all turned back or sent to a detention center. With no other choice, the group had to wait until midnight and sneak into Beijing via back roads. Their first destination was Panjiayuan. This was the place Wang Yongli had chosen for Ma San's family to settle down. In 1968, Panjiayuan as a concept of an antique market had not yet been born. It was just a residential area outside the city where low-lying land was being filled and houses built. The sparse village was mostly inhabited by descendants of former Pan family kiln craftsmen or descendants of the tombkeepers of Prince Su's mausoleum. Wang Yongli chose this place as a foothold for several reasons. First, it was a suburban junction where population movement was harder to monitor than in the city's hutongs. Second, in the newly built residential area, neighbors were unfamiliar with each other, making it easier for new faces to blend in without immediate recognition. Third, there might be vacant houses in the remaining natural villages. Finally, and most importantly, Wang Yongli instructed Ma San to occupy several more houses once the policies relaxed. He would definitely come to live in Beijing later, because after the college entrance examination was resumed, Li Xueqing and Wen-Wan must take the exam and come to Beijing to study. By the 1980s, Panjiayuan would become a world-famous antique trading market, and Wang Yongli must have a shop there. He couldn't keep so many treasures in his space forever. Third, brother, are you confident about settling down here? Have you figured out how to get the household registration and grain rations? Looking at the sparse houses not far away, Wang Yongli asked Ma San. Don't worry. If I can't handle such a small matter, then I've wasted all these years. Ma San squinted, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said with an inscrutable expression, I have a complete set of household registration transfer certificates and grain supply transfer certificates. Hearing this, Wang Yongli was stunned and stared at Ma San with a puzzled expression. I prepared for a getaway long ago. I've also arranged Ingzi's introduction letter and documents. Seeing Wang Yongli's expression, Ma San was a little smug. Here's 1,000 yuan. Keep it for now. I'll come back to find you after I've settled Wan's affairs. No need, we have money. Seeing the stack of money Wang Yongli handed over, Ma San and Ingzi both waved their hands repeatedly. Really? Wang Yongli asked sincerely. He knew that Ma San had some savings, but during these days of acquiring antiques, Ma San hadn't taken Wang Yongli's money, so he worried that Ma San might not have much left. As for Ingzi, Wang Yongli felt she wouldn't have much money either. After all, someone of shouting status wouldn't entrust the family's assets to Ingzi for safekeeping and management. Junior, we really do have money, no shortage. I still have a pile of various coupons here. Ma San said very seriously. Alright then, I won't dawdle. Let's first find a place to sleep. Without much effort, they found a vacant, empty house to make do for the night. The next morning, Wang Yongli left a bicycle for Ma San. As for the origin of the bicycle, Ma San simply told Ingzi not to ask, and brushed it off. Ma San insisted on going along to help, but Wang Yongli refused on the grounds that he should settle his wife and child as soon as possible. He alone brought Wan to Lilikang. This place had once been a nationally renowned distribution center for cultural relics and ancient books, but now the entire street was deathly silent. Antiques, calligraphy, and paintings and ancient books were the most typical representatives of the four olds, so this area was naturally a key target for eradication. At this time, the bluestone paved road remained, but the wooden doors of the shops on both sides were tightly shut, and many shops were sealed with strips of paper. The two walked along the street. Wan occasionally pointed at the shops that had removed their signboards and said, this one is Rongbozai, this one is Kinjiantang, this one is Lake Sunch. Wan led Wang Yongli to Nanliuxiang Hutong. This was a genuine, old hudong adjacent to the cultural vein of Lilikang. In earlier years, it was filled with scholarly residences and literati's former homes. In the alley, there were gray brick walls, old doorsteps, and ancient locust trees, every corner imbued with the antique charm of old Beijing. But now with the changing tide, the Hutong was desolate and quiet. Many old residences were locked up with doors sealed, overgrown with weeds, completely devoid of the refined and lively atmosphere of the past. Wan's ancestral home was in the middle of the Hutong. It used to be a proper Sihiyuan courtyard house with a screen wall side rooms and a small side courtyard, a legacy passed down from generations, providing a stable and dignified life for most of her life. But ever since they were labeled as the 5 black categories and subjected to home raids and public denunciations, the courtyard was completely ruined. The wooden panels of the courtyard gate were pitted and scarred, the paint peeling off in large chunks. At the base of the courtyard walls, weeds grew waist high. The blue brick pavement in the yard was cracked with large gaps covered with dead branches and fallen leaves. All the window lattices were smashed, the rooms were empty, and the floor was littered with torn old book pages, broken porcelain pieces, and fragments of smashed stationery from those days. The scene was a picture of devastation, exuding a sense of desolation. At this time, no one was willing to approach the vicinity of Lilikang, fearing they would be contaminated by the bad luck of the 5 black categories. Usually, even passers-by would take detours. Over time, many courtyards became completely abandoned properties with no one caring about them. As soon as Wan stepped through the courtyard gate, her feet instantly froze. She stood in the center of the empty courtyard, looking at everything familiar, yet strange, and her eyes immediately reddened. Her voice was soft, with uncontrollable sobs trembling in the wind. This is it. I used to read and write in this courtyard. My parents taught and educated people here, living a life of integrity, never harming anyone. That day the weather was just like this. A group of people rushed in, smashed the tables, tore up the books, broke the ornaments, and without any explanation, dragged my parents into the courtyard for denunciation. As she spoke, her shoulders began to tremble slightly, and finally, she couldn't hold back her tears, which streamed down her cheeks. Seeing the objects reminds one of the people, the most heart-wrenching thing. Every blade of grass, every tree, every brick and tile in this courtyard were all memories of her childhood, and also the deepest nightmare of her life. Her parents' tragic deaths, the destruction of her home, and her forced exile. All her sufferings began in this courtyard. Wang Yongli stood behind her, watching her thin, trembling back. The ferocious killing intent in his heart surged up again, impossible to suppress. He stepped forward, gently pulled Wan into his arms, and patted her back steadily. His voice was steady and gentle, stripped of all killing aura. Don't cry. You've endured all the suffering of the past. From today onward with me here, no one will dare to bully you. We didn't come back to be sad, we came to settle the scores. Wan buried her face in Wang Yongli's arms, sobbing softly for a while, and gradually her emotions calmed down. She raised her head, wiped the tears from her face, and her eyes shifted from sorrow to resolve. Word by word, she listed the culprits of that year one by one. The ones who led the home raid, led the chanting of slogans, and physically beat her parents were 5 people in total. All of them were core members of the nearby Red Guards, at that time young, but the most vicious and ruthless in their actions. The leader was named Li Jianjun, the head of the district squad with the blackest heart and the most venomous hands. It was he who led the beating of Wan's father to the ground, and even stepped on the old man's spine, forcing him to confess. The remaining four were Zhao Chong, Wang Hao, Sun Lei, and Zhou Feng. Each of them was a ruthless character who followed along cheering and beating people. The severe injuries to Wan's parents were all caused by the combined efforts of these individuals. The most infuriating thing was that these people, by making merits through house raids and stepping on kind families to climb up, now not only had received no punishment, but were thriving. Some had entered the neighborhood committee, some stayed in the revolutionary committee doing odd jobs, and some were on the fringes of the system as temporary workers living a stable and decent life. When Wan clenched her teeth, her voice icy. I have always remembered them. I haven't forgotten a single name or face. In the 2 years since I fled Beijing, I often dream of that day's scene. My parents lying on the ground being beaten and cursed at will, and their belongings looted. All right, tell me their names, appearances, approximate addresses, and work districts. Leave the rest to me. Wang Yongli comforted her softly, his tone determined. I'll take you back to Ma San's place in a while. Don't go out, don't ask around, don't show your face. Let me handle these dirty jobs. When Wan turned around and slowly wandered inside and outside the house, carefully examining every corner. In the following days, Wang Yongli began his days of undercover infiltration. In those days, being a temporary worker was the best disguise. He went wherever there was a shortage of labor, carrying bricks, transporting goods, sweeping streets, organizing warehouses, moving supplies. He took on all the dirty and tiring work. He didn't pick jobs, didn't take credit, didn't talk, didn't cause trouble. He looked like a simple, honest, ordinary, strong laborer who came to the city to make a living utterly inconspicuous. In this way, Wang Yongli smoothly infiltrated the temporary labor circles around the neighborhood committee and the revolutionary committee. In just a few days, he had thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of the 5 men, leaving no stone unturned. The leader Li Jianjun lived in Shengjiang, Hatong, Kaishiku, Hudong. Every night after work, he would walk home alone along a secluded path. He was bold and ruthless, but extremely greedy, arrogant, and ostentatious with no sense of caution. Zhao Chong was fond of gambling and drinking. Every night, he would go to a small stall on the outskirts to drink, returning home drunk until late at night. He lived alone with no attachments. Wang Hao was timid and cautious, but the most sinister in his actions, skilled at backstabbing. In his spare time, he would go alone to a desolate wasteland on the outskirts to fish and relax. Sun Lei and Zhou Feng often hung out together, talkative and fond of bragging. Every week they would go to the vicinity of a warehouse at a collection point outside the city to stroll and chat. Wang Yongli had thoroughly investigated and memorized everyone's home address, commuting route, daily routine, personality, weaknesses, opportunities for solitude and social connections, all clearly organized in his mind. At the same time, he also found an excellent location for action, an abandoned kiln cavity at the former Qing factory. That place had been abandoned for years, desolate and uninhabited, far from residential areas. Usually not a single soul could be seen there. Even if there were noises at night, no one would hear or see them. Perfect for kidnapping, settling scores, and finishing up. After all preparations were complete, Wang Yongli adopted the most prudent approach, eliminating them one by one. Over several nights, he patrolled each location, waiting for the perfect moments when they were alone, isolated with no passers-by or witnesses, then struck silently. Wang Yongli's physical enhancement far surpassed that of ordinary humans. Dealing with these sedentary, untrained fellows was simply overwhelming. Each strike was swift, precise, and controlled, neutralizing his targets, instantly pressing his palm over their mouths, driving steel needles into acupoints without making a sound, then mounting Dubai to carry them away. When each one awoke, they were utterly bewildered, having no idea whom they had wronged, let alone suspecting that the docile temporary worker they had exploited was in fact an avenger come to claim their lives. Once all 5 were bound, Wang Yongli did not act himself, but brought Wan forward. This was her blood-deep vendetta, the obsession that had tormented her every night for over 2 years. Wang Yongli seeking vengeance on her behalf was his doing. But for Wan to end this with her own hands, that would free her from the inner demon. Only now did Wang Yongli finally understand why in his previous life, when Wan was always wrenched from sleep by nightmares, drenched in cold sweat, those she dreamed of in her tormented slumber were undoubtedly these 5 scoundrels before her. Wang Yongli turned to Wan beside him and spoke softly, his voice steady and reassuring. They're all here. These are the 5 who destroyed your parents and drove you from your home. You decide their fate. Do not hold back. Whatever happens, I will bear the consequences. Wan stiffened, and a torrent of hatred surged through her eyes in an instant. Over these past 2 years, she had been transformed from a refined daughter of a scholarly family in the capital into a displaced refugee with nowhere to call home. She had endured starvation, scorn, harassment, and constant flight, living a life crawled from the gates of hell itself. By day she struggled to survive, but at night when she closed her eyes, she saw her parents beaten to death, the faces of these men as they raged and burned and slaughtered. Though she normally appeared gentle and delicate, the resentment festering in her heart had grown powerful enough to shatter the world. Before Wan could speak, Li Jianjun, bound on the ground, erupted. He never showed fear throughout, remaining arrogant, even while bound, shouting curses in the rough Beijing accent, his foul language filling the air. Where did this wild kid come from to bind me? And you, the remnant of the black 5 categories. I was blind back then to leave you alive. Now you've brought this lover of yours for revenge. I regret it to my core. The remaining 4 joined in their vicious words, and ugly faces laid bare. Exactly. The Black 5 should have been eradicated. We should have killed you along with them back then. Young, and already so vicious. You'll meet a gruesome end sooner or later. Their profane words and venomous curses pierced straight into Wan's heart. Wang Yongli's eyes turned icy, killing intent surging within him, but he forced it down. He knew this was a hurdle Wan had to face. He could protect her for a lifetime, but he couldn't silence her midnight terrors. Only by ending this with her own hands today could she find true peace going forward. Wan's carefully controlled emotions shattered completely, her body trembling. Not from fear, but from pure, unadulterated rage. Her once pure, gentle eyes were now bloodshot, all warmth gone, leaving only cold ferocity. Wang Yongli pressed a hand on her shoulder and leaned close, his voice low as he instructed her ear in a calm tone that carried deadly precision. The methods of torment he had mastered throughout his life, carefully designed to wound without killing. Don't lose control. Don't strike blindly. Listen to me. Don't kill them outright. Between pain and death there are dozens of steps to climb gradually. Let them truly experience what your parents suffered, begging for death, yet unable to find it. He patiently taught her where to strike for maximum pain, how to hurt most effectively, every detail offered without reservation. Wan bit her lip and nodded, shedding her gentleness for the first time. The girl she used to be, refined in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, so kind-hearted she would soften at crushing a bug, was truly a lady of noble upbringing and gentle spirit. But after wandering through hell for 2 years, even the purest soul would harden with bitterness. Following Wang Yongli's guidance, she began to act step by step. At first her movements were stiff, her strikes hesitant, yet the 5 men's vicious curses and unrepentant shouts filled her ears. The suffering of the past 2 years and her parents' brutal deaths flooded back, shattering the last remnants of her softness. Her strikes grew steadier, more vicious, more precise. Screams echoed through the abandoned kiln as the 5 arrogant youths shifted from curses to wails, from bravado to beggary, their bodies broken and bloodied, all pride reduced to nothing. Some begged for mercy, others argued or cried innocence, while threats still flew from their lips. A grotesque parade of desperation laid bare. Wang Yongli watched coldly, his heart unmoved. Finally Wan gripped the dagger Wang Yongli handed her and approached Li Jianjun, the ringleader who had led them in evil. The man responsible for her parents' deaths and her ruined life lay broken on the ground, covered in blood, his forehead striking the earth as he begged and regretted. She looked at him with eyes devoid of warmth, struck without hesitation, and ended him herself. Blood sprayed across the ground. As everything settled, the tension that had sustained her for over 2 years suddenly snapped. The ferocity she had shown in that moment became the weight of her collapse. Wan spun away and stumbled into the darkness of the kiln, collapsing beside a mound of yellow earth, her body convulsing with violent retching. Her stomach churned mercilessly, her face drained of color, tears streaking through the dust on her cheeks as exhaustion claimed her entirely. Wang Yongli did not immediately go out to comfort her. He understood this feeling too well. A woman who had lived her entire life with gentleness and moral virtue, forced to inflict cruelty and take a life herself, had shattered every boundary and principle she had ever held. The psychological toll cut deeper than any physical death could. He knew with certainty that from this moment onward the one family daughter, raised in seclusion, untouched by worldly corruption, gentle and pure, was gone forever. Turning to the 4 gasping survivors, Wang Yongli acted without hesitation, his movements swift and decisive. Where Wan could not bring herself to act, he would finish what she started. The bloodshed she refused to touch he would embrace. All infamy, guilt, and violence he would carry alone, sparing her even a fraction of its weight. Then Wang Yongli set fire to the dry grass and branches he had prepared, and flames engulfed the entire kiln, consuming every trace in their destruction. The fire illuminated the kiln from within, reducing bloodstains, corpses, and evidence to ash along with the wretched history they represented. Once he confirmed the scene was pristine with no remaining evidence, Wang Yongli stepped out of the kiln and approached Wan, who knelt motionless on the ground. She appeared utterly broken, her gaze vacant, and her body cold, staring blankly at the yellow earth beneath her like a soul bereft of its spirit. Wang Yongli knelt beside her and draped his jacket over her shoulders with extraordinary gentleness, a stark contrast to the ruthless killer he had been moments before. He offered no grand philosophies or hollow reassurances, but instead spoke in simple, grounded words to help unravel her turmoil. Do not believe you have become defiled or corrupted, nor think your hands are stained beyond cleansing. The true evil in this world has never belonged to those who seek justice. It lies with those who exploit their power, trample upon lives, and operate without any moral constraints. Wang Yongli gently wiped the dust and tears from her face, his voice steady, yet tender. From your youth you studied the teachings of the sages, learned benevolence and righteousness, and guarded your true nature. Throughout your life you have never harmed another intentionally. The actions you took today were not born of malice within you, but of their relentless persecution forcing your hand. They destroyed your home, killed your parents, cut off your path, and wrecked your life. If you respond with nothing but tenderness and forbearance, that is not kindness, it is cowardice. Today you avenge them with your own hands. That is justice reclaimed, a solace for your parents' spirits in heaven, an act of self-rescue. not a descent into darkness. Wenwan's body trembled slightly. A faint glimmer finally returned to her hollow eyes. She choked out, I tortured and killed someone just now. I never even used to argue. Am I becoming something terrifying? Wang Yongli shook his head, his tone gravely earnest. Not terrifying at all. You've simply stopped being a victim. Before, your gentleness came from having a refuge and protection. When no one protects you, gentleness becomes a weakness and kindness a shackle. Today you took up a blade to defend yourself and avenge a blood debt. That is the most normal, the bravest version of yourself. No one has the right to judge your right or wrong, not even heaven. You alone know the suffering you endured, the family you lost. Repay grievance with grievance, settle debts with debts, stand tall and clean. Wang Yongli pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly, giving her all the security she needed. From now on you don't have to be afraid anymore. The revenge is done, the debts are settled, the scum are gone. From now on you only need to be yourself, gentle or quiet, whatever you choose. All the bloodshed, all the guilt, all the darkness, I'll carry it for you. After hearing Wang Yongli's words, Wenwan's taut nerves finally loosened. The pent-up emotions of so long burst forth, and she sobbed uncontrollably in his arms. This was not a cry of fear but of liberation, a cry of letting go of obsession and walking out of hell. The girl who had been forced to grow up to darken, to steep in bitterness, finally shed all her disguises and armor here, with Wang Yongli returning to her original gentle self. Wang Yongli held her quietly, letting her vent. The fire in the abandoned kiln burned for nearly half the night before it was completely extinguished. The night wind carried the smell of scorch across the empty, lush slope, bitingly cold. There were no stars or moon in the sky. Thick oppressive clouds hung low, much like the hidden reckoning of blood debts that had just taken place in the kiln. Wang Yongli turned back, used a shovel to tidy the scene once more, then returned to Wenwan's side. He wrapped his coat around Wenwan, one hand on her waist, the other steadying the bicycle, and step by step they walked along the dirt path toward the city. The dirt road was full of potholes. The evening wind filled their sleeves. The surroundings were silent, broken only by the sound of their footsteps shattering the stillness of the night. The scene of avenging her enemies with her own hands had shattered the gentlewoman's demeanor Wenwan had cultivated for 18 years. She remained silent throughout. No crying, no trembling, no speaking. Just obediently leaning on Wang Yongli as they walked. Only occasionally her body stiffened slightly, and a lingering daze remained in her eyes, as if she hadn't yet recovered from the shock of the bloodshed. Understandably so. 2 years ago she would have panicked and fled at the mere sight of a fight, adhering to the gentle teachings of a scholarly family, never having touched any trace of hostility. But today she had personally avenged a blood debt, ended the lives of the wicked, and severed herself completely from the weak, naive girl of the past. They walked slowly until they were far from the scorched area of the abandoned kiln, and the smell of smoke had completely dissipated. Then Wang Yongli led her to sit on a clean dirt slope. The night was gentle, the breeze cool, and no one was around. Perfect for speaking some heartfelt truths. Wenwan lowered her eyes, her fingers curling slightly, staring at the dirt beneath her feet. Her voice was hoarse from crying. Before, when I read about love in books, it was always under moonlight with poetry and promises, gently and year after year. But today I realize that I will never be worthy of that kind of clean romance again. Wang Yongli understood the grievance and inferiority in her words all too well. He turned his head to look at her, saw her reddened eyes in the faint light, and chuckled, his tone casual and unpretentious. You've been reading too many books, fooled by the hypocritical words of those sour literati. Wenwan looked up at him, confusion in her gaze. How am I fooled? Isn't that kind of poetry and devotion the best kind of love? Wang Yongli shook his head, gently rubbed her hair, his movements tender, but his words clear and stubborn. He slowly explained the truths he had learned over 2 lifetimes. That kind of romantic, sentimental love is a child's game for those who have never suffered or seen the evil in people's hearts. In calm days, anyone can flirt with you, recite poetry, whisper sweet nothings, live comfortably, without worry. Any random person could be gentle with you. That's no real skill, let alone the ultimate romance. Wenwan paused, then asked softly, then what do you think is the ultimate romance? Wang Yongli looked straight into the dark distance, his tone firm and every word resolute. The ultimate romance is never about poetry and moonlight. It's about being partners in crime. At these words, Wenwan was completely stunned, her eyes full of disbelief, as if she had never heard anyone describe love and marriage like that. Wang Yongli didn't pause. He continued, each sentence piercing through societal illusions and laying out his lifetime's creed. In plain terms, if you kill, I'll hand you the knife. If you set a fire, I'll add fuel. In the eyes of outsiders, right and wrong, rules and worldly morality are worthless in our life together. When everyone in the world stands against you, I don't ask why, I don't judge right or wrong. My first reaction is never to scold or persuade you to compromise. It's to clean up after you, cover for you, and have your back. Wang Yongli turned to look at Wenwan, his eyes deadly serious, shedding all cynicism, leaving only extreme protectiveness and sincerity. Others preach morality to you. I only take your side. I don't care about right or wrong. Only who's inside and who's outside. Wenwan stared at Wang Yongli, the confusion in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by a warm glow. Wang Yongli continued, laying out the most grounded view of marriage. The world thinks marriage is about mutual respect, reasoning, dividing right and wrong, debating ethics. That's all empty talk. Marriage is never a place for reasoning. It's always a place for forming a faction. A couple is the most solid alliance in the world, the closest comrades. Outwardly we unite as one front. Regardless of the world's black and white, whoever bullies us or blocks our path, we deal with them together. Inwardly, we don't separate yours from mine, right from wrong. I'll bear your mistakes, you'll cover for my blunders. Neither of us undermines the other, and neither blames the other. Wang Yongli frankly told when one is true nature. In this life, I'm narrow-minded, suspicious, and vengeful. I've never been a good person. I'm cunning and ruthless toward outsiders, leaving no room for mercy. But I married you not because you're pretty, nor to have a gentle, virtuous ornament. I married you to find a partner who can stand beside me, share my hatred, weather the storms, and be my own person. When life is peaceful, we live it steadily. When the world is treacherous, we huddle together and face it. Others can be gentle and detached, but my woman doesn't have to live up to anyone else's expectations. What you did today, avenging yourself, is not terrifying or shameful. You were forced into a corner. You sought justice after suffering. If it were me, I'd have been even harsher. When Wan's eyes welled up again. This time it wasn't fear or sorrow. It was pure, overwhelming emotion and peace of mind. When Wan leaned gently against Wang Yongli's shoulder, her voice soft and trembling with relief. No one has ever said these words to me before. Everyone told me that a woman should be gentle, tolerant, and content with her lot, but no one ever told me that I could seek revenge, that I could harbor resentment, that I didn't have to forgive those who hurt me. Wang Yongli reached out and held her tightly, his tone both domineering and tender, his protective nature fully displayed. They are hypocritical, cowardly, and out of touch with reality. This world is messed up enough. Rules are set by the strong and kindness is forced upon the weak. We don't have to live by others' rules. Others talk about good and evil, magnanimity and tolerance, but we stick together and protect our own. If you become the villain, I'll clean up all the aftermath. If you get blood on your hands, I'll wash away every trace. If the sky falls, we'll face it together. If enemies come, we'll deal with them together. Even if the whole world turns against us, I'll always stand by your side. These words finally untied the last knot in Wan's heart. She had been denying herself, feeling that she had become tainted by blood, her nature changed, no longer the pure person she once was, and unworthy of a peaceful happiness. But at this moment, she finally understood that true companionship is never about demanding perfection from each other, but about accepting all the flaws, shortcomings, and helplessness of the other. When Wan murmured softly, "Then from now on, if I become more and more ruthless, more and more unlike myself, will you be afraid of me, or despise me?" Wang Yongli laughed out loud, his tone casual, yet firm, full of earthy humor. "Despise you? I'm already a villain through and through, with black hands and dirty deeds. We're a perfect match, two wolves in the dark, accomplices in crime. Your pure innocence made me look too dark, but now that you have your edge and your spirit, we're truly a match made in heaven, soulmates. I don't need my woman to be gentle and weak, easily pushed around. I want you to dare to love and hate, to seek revenge when wronged, so that no one will ever bully you or take advantage of you again. All your changes are armor for self-protection. I will only cherish you, never feel a trace of disdain." When Wan lifted her face, a hint of smile in her eyes. "Just like earlier, we are accomplices." "Haha, exactly. Let's be accomplices for life." Wang Yongli was delighted to see when Wan finally smiled. When Wan let go of all her inner burdens, the gloom between her brows vanished, replaced by complete trust and certainty. She finally understood that marriage doesn't need the pretense of gentility or rigid rules. As long as two hearts are united and on the same side, that is the best life can offer. By now, Ma San had already registered his wife and children's household registration in the village, fully becoming a villager of Panjiayuan. More precisely, a village near Panjiayo. Wang Yongli and Wan had been staying at Ma San's home for over a month. During the day, Wang Yongli and Ma San would go out to collect antiques and artifacts, while Wan taught Ma San's son Ma Siki to read and write. Ingzi took care of the family's meals. Occasionally, Wang Yongli would also venture into the western hills and Yinshan to gather some mountain products. In 1968 Beijing, though it appeared strictly controlled with rules everywhere, there were loopholes everywhere. During the Destroy the Four Olds campaign, every household hiding old treasures was in panic, and respectable families dared not show their faces. Minor bureaucrats, small leaders of the Red Guards and cadres of the revolutionary committees were secretly greedy beyond measure. Openly they smashed cultural relics and burned paintings, but behind the scenes they secretly took valuable items home. Gold and silver ingots, official kiln porcelain, ancient jade, bronze. They hid what they could, embezzled what they could. The most typical traits of these people were boldness, blindness, insatiable greed, and shallow knowledge. They dared to use their official positions to plunder confiscated goods, yet couldn't distinguish genuine from fake. They treated official kiln porcelain as broken bowls, held ancient jade as ordinary stone, and kept them hidden at home, terrified, neither daring to sell nor keep them. Thus these treasures naturally became targets for Wang Yongli's spatial storage. Ma San had been following Wang Yongli, aware of his secret, but never asked about it. He watched Wang Yongli make piles of supplies from collection points or scrapyards disappear, yet never showed curiosity. He never asked what he should, never looked at what he shouldn't. Just worked diligently, becoming Wang Yongli's most reliable errand runner. He had witnessed Wang Yongli's killing and knew the extent of his capabilities. During these days, Wang Yongli not only taught him about artifact appraisal, but also told him about the country's development direction for the next few decades. He remembered one time after collecting antiques, Wang Yongli said to him, "These things look like junk now, but that's because the times aren't favorable. Wait another 30 to 50 years when the country is stable and prosperous, and people have money. Any one of these items will sell for several million." Several million. He couldn't even imagine it. Workers nowadays earned only about 20 yuan a month. The best ones with various subsidies barely reached 30. Several million. And Wang Yongli also said that in the future every household would have a car and everyone would have a driver's license. Once kids turned 18, they would all learn to drive, and it would be easy. This made Ma Sen even more incredulous. Every household having a car. Even owning a bicycle now was considered impressive. Besides collecting artifacts from collection points and scrapyards, Wang Yongli also focused on the minor bureaucrats, small Red Guard leaders, and Revolutionary Committee cadres. He was essentially venting his 2 lifetimes of guilt toward his father-in-law and mother-in-law onto these people. These people had long handled confiscated goods, and the treasures they embezzled were countless. Every household had hidden gold, silver ingots, and old artifacts under Kong beds in wardrobe compartments, ceiling panels, and cellars. In just over half a month, the storage warehouse was filled with large and small boxes, and shelves were packed with high-value treasures. "Junior, aren't you staying a few more days?" At the dinner table, Ma Sen took a sip of wine, put down his cup, and looked at Wang Yongli. "No, I've been out for over 3 months. Everything that needed to be done is done. Oh, it's time to go back." Wang Yongli picked up a piece of venison for Wan and said with a smile, "Then will you come to Beijing again?" "What should I do?" Wang Yongli had met Ma Sen on the second day of his arrival in Jinhai, and they had been together ever since. Ma Sen knew Wang Yongli was a man of great ability and had taught him knowledge of antique appraisal. According to Wang Yongli, this was a skill that would provide a decent living in the future. Third brother, for the next 10 years, live a modest life, lie low, never show off, never make enemies, never flaunt anything. If you have a chance to collect some goods, never sell them. If something feels off, don't collect. The jade and stones I left you will be enough to provide your family with a luxurious life in 30 to 40 years. Before you're firmly established, ignore anyone who tries to pull you in or tempt you. Don't meddle in other people's affairs. Taking care of your wife and child is the most important thing. After saying this, Wang Yongli raised his glass and clinked it with Ma San's. Both drank up. "Junior, this is the wedding gift from Ma San and Ma Chung for you and Xiao Wan. Since we can't attend your wedding, we're giving it to you in advance." Hearing Yingzi's words, when Wan's face flushed with shyness as she lowered her head in embarrassment. Wang Yongli, beaming with a broad smile, accepted the gift without hesitation. "Oh, thank you, sister-in-law." Seeing Wang Yongli take the money, Yingzi was also delighted. "Junior, if you ever have the chance, you must come and visit us." Having spent so much time together, Wang Yongli had indeed treated their family of 3 well, and Yingzi genuinely felt a tinge of reluctance to part. "I don't have an introduction letter, nor can I get a proper residence permit. I'm still branded as a child of the 5 black categories. All other places are strict. If I go back with you, will I cause trouble for your family? Will your mother dislike me?" These were the words when Wan spoke when she learned that Wang Yongli planned to take her back to the northeast. These words struck at the most pressing deadlock of the era. In the year 1968, Wan's identity was more precious than life itself. The label of 5 black categories hung over a person's head, making them inferior wherever they went. Finding employment, securing residency, even staying at an inn, every aspect was restricted. One wrong move, and someone would seize upon the weakness to report you, causing endless trouble. To most people, this was a hot potato to be avoided at all costs, but to Wang Yongli, it was nothing but needless worry. Wang Yongli casually packed their luggage, then turned to glance at her with a carefree, yet domineering smile, mimicking the rough dialect of old Beijing. "Dislike her? Who would dare to dislike you? Remember this: once you leave the capital and enter the greater Xin'an Mountains, that's my turf. Elsewhere, your identity is a burden of vulnerability. On my ground, it's nothing." Though Wang Yongli's words carried a hint of bravado, they were backed by genuine confidence. The mountainous region of the greater Xin'an was vast and sparsely populated with far looser controls than the capital. The mountains were high and the emperor was far away. Moreover, the development of the forest region took precedence over all those trivial matters. Furthermore, Wang Yongli had already planned ahead. As soon as they returned, he would pick an auspicious day to register their marriage and proceed with the spousal residency transfer. It was a simple way to add Wan's name to his family's household register. By then, no matter how glaring the stigma of the 5 black categories was, it would only be a thing of the past. With him backing her, no one could dig up old grievances or dare to bully his wife. As for the label of sent-down youth, that was even easier to fudge. In those days, sent-down youths were everywhere, their records a mess of truth and falsehood. He could easily find some pretext to attach her to a program covering her tracks perfectly. No one would bother to check. Because of her status as a child of the 5 black categories, Wan would never pass the political review required to join a forest farm or production corps. Hence, the only way to board the train was to go through the sent-down youth program. After a long journey, when Wang Yongli and when Wan alighted at Xinhe District Railway Station, dusk had already fallen. As they stepped off the train, the scents of pine wood and damp earth rushed toward them. The air clean and crisp, devoid of the oppressive tension of the capital. "It's much cooler here than in the capital." Standing on the platform, when Wan turned to survey her surroundings. Night had already crept in. In the distance, the forest stretched into a continuous shadowy silhouette under the deep blue sky. The air carried the smoky tang of burning pine wood and the moist smell of thawing earth, a stark contrast to the dry, cold, dust-laden atmosphere of the capital. Wang Yongli held Wenwan's hand and strode forward openly, without hiding or dodging. Wenwan, still somewhat reserved, walked with her head slightly lowered, demure and gentle, appearing all the more endearing. As they reached the doorstep, they happened to meet Wang Bingbing, who had just brought Li Xueqing and Zhang Lei back. Brother, you're back. Mom and I missed you so much. Seeing Wang Yongli return, Li Xueqing was so overjoyed that she jumped on the spot, then bounced over to him. Wang Yongli lifted Li Xueqing, spun her around twice, then set her down and ruffled her hair with a smile. Next, Zhang Lei also demanded to be spun around, and Wang Yongli obliged. As for Wang Bingbing, he simply came up to Wang Yongli with a simple grin. Brother, you're back. Brother, who is she? Li Xueqing seemed to have just noticed the beautiful older sister standing behind Wang Yongli. Her big eyes stared fixedly at Wenwan. Come here, this is your sister-in-law. Say hello. Wang Yongli pulled Wenwan to his side, then pointed at the three, Wang Bingbing, Li Xueqing, and Zhang Lei. Honey, this is Wang Bingbing. Just call him Dabin. This is Li Xueqing, our little sister. And this is Zhang Lei, the brat who always comes by to freeload. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful. The three greeted her respectfully, with Zhang Lei adding an extra compliment. While Li Xueqing and Wang Yongli were cooking, Wang Bingbing also went to pick up Li Xueji and bring her home. On the way, Wang Bingbing told Li Xueji that Wang Yongli had brought back a very beautiful sister-in-law. This delighted Li Xueji so much that she almost jogged all the way back. Yongli. As soon as she entered the courtyard, Li Xueji called out his name loudly. Her son had been away for over 3 months. This was the first time he had been apart from her for so long since he was born. A mother worries about her child traveling far. Apart from a single letter he sent upon arriving in Tianjin, there had been no news from him. How could Li Xueji not be angry? When she stepped inside and saw Wenwan standing beside her son, Li Xueji froze on the spot. What a stunning girl. Mom, I brought you a daughter-in-law. Her name is Wenwan. Just call her Xiaowan. This is my mother. Wang Yongli introduced Wenwan to Li Xueji. Hello, auntie. Wenwan gave a respectful bow and greeted her in a soft voice. Xiaowan, hello, oh my, so beautiful. You don't need to lift a finger, let Yongli handle the work. Come, let's sit on the con. Li Xueji, beaming with joy, took Wenwan's hand and led her directly into the inner room. Li Xueqing put down her spatula and followed them in. Wang Yongli stood there muttering, Mom. Mom. Receiving no response, he turned to look at Dabin. Did Mom not even look at me just now, eh? Dabin chuckled, picked up the spatula Li Xueqing had set down, and stirred the vegetables in the wok. Wang Yongli peeked into the inner room. They were already seated on the con, with Li Xueji still holding Wenwan's hand, chattering nonstop. Li Xueqing and Zhang Lei had brought out candies, pastries, and fruits, arranging several items on the con. Not until the food was laid on the table did Li Xueji complain to Wang Yongli, this naughty child. Why didn't you let me know in advance? I haven't prepared anything. From their earlier conversation, Li Xueji had learned about Wenwan's family situation. Throughout her life, Li Xueji had been simple, kind-hearted, and naive, so she felt immense sympathy for her daughter-in-law. Seeing the prawns, crabs, and golden fried small yellow croaker on the table, Wenwan shot Wang Yongli a questioning glance. On the night of the murder in the abandoned kiln, she had already discovered that Wang Yongli had the ability to make things appear out of thin air or vanish from sight. At the time, Wang Yongli had told her, "This is my most important secret. Not even my mother knows. Since it was a secret, it shouldn't be known to others." Thus, Wenwan buried this matter deep in her heart. She always remembered the words Wang Yongli had spoken, "The ultimate romance is being partners in crime." She had to protect her man's secret. Yet she was curious, where did he hide the things? And in this sweltering heat, after so many days, how could the seafood still be fresh? Brother, how are we supposed to eat this? Li Xueqing poked the crab with her finger, then looked up at Wang Yongli. What followed was Wang Yongli's time to elaborate on the varieties of seafood and the various ways to enjoy them. Most of this seafood was purchased at the Jinhai black market, with a portion also acquired through opportunistic means. In those days, many inland folks never laid eyes on any seafood in their entire lives, subsisting on potatoes, cabbage, and coarse grain buns, severely lacking in oil and fat, let alone such genuine seafood. Even in the city, seafood was a rarity. In this remote mountain valley of the Daxing'anling, it was an unparalleled delicacy. The big prawns are so delicious, and the crabs too. Li Xueqing and Zhang Lei ate until their mouths were smeared with remnants. Li Xueji, on the other hand, kept peeling prawns and crabs for Wenwan. "Auntie, I can do it myself, just eat yours." Wenwan was a bit embarrassed by her future mother-in-law's enthusiasm. "Mom, you eat yours. Then peel some for Xiaowan." Wang Yongli's words were cut off by Li Xueji's retort. Truly, with a daughter-in-law, the son is forgotten. Wang Yongli silently grumbled to himself. He cracked open a crab, extracted the meat from the claws, and placed it in Li Xueji's bowl. "Try it, Xiaowan, and I have eaten plenty outside." Li Xueji carefully picked up a piece of crab meat, took a slow bite, and was immediately stunned. After savoring it for a moment, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Seafood is truly fresh, isn't it? I used to think the mountain goods you brought back were delicious enough, but I never expected seafood to be this tasty." Wang Yongli savored this moment. His mother, while peeling prawns and picking vegetables for Wang Yongli, Xueqing or Jiang Lei, chattered on, naturally steering the conversation to the recent happenings in the district. These months you've been away, so many people have come here. Educated youths and cadres flooding in. Every village logging team and forest farm is packed with outsiders. In the surrounding dozen villages, every hamlet has been assigned a few families of cadres sent down and dozens of city-educated youths. The large logging teams and timber yards in the district are even more crowded. Half old-timers from the forest area, half newcomers. The mountains have suddenly become lively and chaotic too. Wang Yongli put down the shrimp shell and casually asked, "Are these educated youths and cadres easy to get along with? What kind of work do they usually do?" Li Xiuji sighed. "Oh, it's truly miserable. Those kids and cadres are suffering terribly. Most of the educated youths are city kids, from Beijing, Shanghai, the south, mostly 17 or 18, pampered at home with delicate skin. Thrown into our place, all of a sudden they can't adapt that quickly. It's okay now, but when winter comes I reckon they won't be able to endure it. The work is backbreakingly hard. The male youths go into the mountains with the logging teams, splitting firewood, carrying logs, climbing slopes, transporting timber, starting before dawn and returning after dark, their hands blistered and shoulders bruised purple. The female youths are no easier, trimming branches, clearing forest farms, drying timber, doing odd jobs. Even in light rain, they still have to work with no special treatment. The older cadres are even more downtrodden. They used to sit in offices, engage in scholarship, or serve as officials, teachers, technicians, office clerks. But once they fell from grace, they were all thrown into the mountains for hard labor. They dare not speak or complain, just bow their heads and work cautious and wary, fearing they'll be caught out and criticized. These people seem pitiful, but with a crowd over 100, all sorts appear. Some are honest and hardworking, suffering in silence. Others are scheming and gossipy, huddling together to complain about the times. Still others are ambitious, but lazy, shirking work and looking for shortcuts or connections. Wang Yongli listened quietly, offering no comments. What his mother said was the truest reflection of the current era, without any exaggeration. Li Xiuji continued. Now the village atmosphere has changed too. Most locals are simple and kind. Seeing them suffer, they occasionally give some homemade dried vegetables or corn flour. But there are also those bullies who, seeing them rootless and with special status, deliberately take advantage and oppress them, stealing their rations, usurping their work points. They don't dare protest, just endure it silently. And there's something more realistic. I hear that some female educated youths and young female cadres are looking for reliable local families to settle down and marry into. Outsiders have no roots, no support. It's too hard to endure in these deep mountains. Finding a local husband's family lets them escape the heavy labor and relentless oppression and live a stable life. Wang Yongli paid little heed to those educated youths. But the cadres were different. Many of them possessed genuine skills. Some had culture, some had technical expertise, some had seen the wider world, some had connections spread far and wide. Now they were fallen phoenixes, inferior to chickens, but when the political climate loosens and the storm passes, many among them will soar high, each becoming a top-tier contact and a premium resource. Others only saw their current wretchedness, but Wang Yongli saw the future network of connections. Of course, among this group the good and the bad were mixed. Some were grateful, others were ingrates and double dealers. When the topic of female educated youths settling down came up, Wang Yongli looked up and said, "Mom, find someone to set a date. When Wan and I will get married and get her household registered with us as soon as possible." Li Xiuji's face lit up at these words. "Wonderful. I've been holding back since I first saw Xiaowan, too shy to mention it. I'll go ask around tomorrow." As she spoke, she peeled another prawn for Wan. Wan simply said softly, "Thank you, Andy." As dinner wound down, Li Xueqing and Jiang Lei were smacking their lips stuffed and rubbing their bellies, exclaiming they had never eaten anything so delicious. Wang Bingbing also marveled, saying it was the first time in her life she had tasted such authentic seafood. "By the way, Yongli, how's your medical studies coming along?" Li Xiuji suddenly remembered why her son had gone away and hurriedly asked. "You're really my dear mother. Only now you think to ask." Wang Yongli had just stood up ready to help Wang Bingbing clear the table. "Your son is so smart, learning that little bit was a piece of cake." When Wan said nothing, but looked at Wang Yongli with a strange expression. She wondered to herself, what's this all about? Studying medicine. Wang Yongli knows medicine. He never mentioned it. Besides, she knew exactly what he had been busy with these past few months. When did he study medicine? With whom? Where? But being clever, she didn't ask further. If he needed her to know, Wang Yongli would surely tell her. "Then go see Secretary Jiang tomorrow. I heard from others that the secretary is asking about folk remedies. I don't know for whom." Li Xiuji wiped Jiang Lei's mouth, then pointed at his little head. "Tomorrow you'll go home with your big brother. It's been days since you visited your grandparents." Jiang Lei nodded, then looked up at Li Xueqing with a pleading expression. "Sis, will you come too tomorrow?" "Sure, Xueqing, you should also go see Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Zhang." Before Li Xueqing could reply, Li Xiuji made the decision for her. At night, after the family had fallen asleep, Wang Yongli stepped out of the house. He hadn't been close to Dabiao and Dajin for months, and he truly missed them. Entering the woods, Dabiao and Dajin approached, rubbing their heads incessantly against Wang Yongli's body. He brought the two beasts into the space, and Dabai hurried over to its long-missed companions. Wang Yongli retrieved a large amount of seafood from the warehouse and placed it before them, Eat, as much as you want. There's plenty more in the warehouse. He then looked up at the bracelet floating in the air and grumbled, "Hey, why can't spiritual spring water nourish seafood?" His complaint naturally received no response from the bracelet. Da Biao and Da Jin buried their heads in the seafood, while Da Bai, having eaten earlier, simply watched its two companions feast. Wang Yongli walked into the warehouse and gazed at the neatly stacked boxes of various sizes along with the array of artifacts filling the shelves. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Now just on the shelves there were over 100 exquisite bronze pieces ranging from the Shang dynasty to the Qing dynasty. For instance, the Shang dynasty, Yuzu Dingyu ritual vessel, the Yafu Igui food vessel, the Taodai pattern flat-legged bronze tripod, the Taodai pattern bronze jia, and the spring and autumn period king of Yu sword, among others. There were also several hundred porcelain pieces, including a yuan blue and white dragon patterned four-handle bottle, a yuan blue and white peony scroll large, jar, a Ming Yongla blue and white ri shoulder and broken branch fruit pattern vase, and a Ming Xuanda blue and white floral scroll plate, among others. As for jade and calligraphy, they were even more abundant. Fortunately, the warehouse was large enough to accommodate them. Originally used only for storing meat and vegetables, the warehouse was now 70 occupied by antiques and artifacts. He now understood why the wealthy in his past life all built temperature-controlled treasure rooms. With so many precious items all his own, not only could he admire them daily, but he could also touch and play with them at will. How could one not become obsessed? Emerging from the warehouse, he surveyed the surroundings. There were now many more varieties of vegetables, and various medicinal herbs were thriving. In the distance, the Warsaw sedan sat on the grass, surrounded by 7 or 8 bicycles. The other bicycles he had sold at the black market in the capital, as every little bit counted. Dajin's mate and offspring had also come to his side. The little golden eagle's white down was gradually being replaced by black flight feathers, its plumage growing closer to that of its parents. At most, in another 2 weeks, the little golden eagle would transform from a fluffy ball into a quasi-predator. Dajin had already said that once the little eagle could fly on its own, and its mother would leave the space. Wang Yongli agreed with this. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse could never withstand the wind and snow. The next morning, Wang Yongli went to Jiang Hongliang's office. "Yongli, when did you get back?" Seeing Wang Yongli knock and enter, Jiang Hongliang was visibly delighted. He came out from behind his desk, and they sat down on the sofa. After asking about the outside situation, Jiang Hongliang cut straight to the point. "Since you've mastered medicine, I have a favor to ask of you, uncle." "What is it? Speak up." Since his mother had only heard it from others, and Jiang Hongliang knew the specifics best, Wang Yongli didn't say much. "A while ago, my former old commander was reassigned to our district's forestry farm." Jiang Hongliang sighed and said in a low voice. Wang Yongli's heart stirred, but he kept a calm expression and replied lightly, "Old commander. A big leader." "Absolutely." Jiang Hongliang took a deep drag of his cigarette, his tone full of regret. "A veteran who fought hard battles and crossed the Yalu River, who survived the hail of bullets. He once held high positions and had great merit, but now he's fallen from grace and has been sent without a second thought to suffer in these deep mountains." Not just him, but 3 old colleagues from his time were sent down together. One was a political officer, one a technical advisor, and one a logistics veteran. The 4 of them were paired up and thrown into the forestry logging team, doing heavy labor alongside the educated youth and workers. Before Wang Yongli could ponder, Jiang Hongliang continued his lament, "But this life has completely shattered the old commander's health. He fought too hard in his youth, leaving a load of old injuries. With attendance he could barely manage, but here in the mountains with drastic temperature changes and heavy work, his old wounds have all flared up. He suffers daily, racked with pain all night, unable to sleep a wink." Hearing this, Wang Yongli understood. Jiang Hongliang's search for folk remedies was likely for the old commander. "Uncle Jiang, what symptoms does your old commander have now?" "All the chronic ailments of an old soldier." The old commander had come from the front lines with a through-and-through rifle wound in his lower back, buckshot embedded in his shoulder blade, and countless other scars on his body. In those wartime conditions, surgeries were hasty and most wounds were simply stitched up. In his youth, his robust constitution and vigorous chi blood could withstand it, but as he aged, his chi blood declined, compounded by depression, physical labor, and poor nutrition. The root of the disease erupted completely. The most tormenting was the weather-induced after effect. Whenever the wind blew, rain fell, or mountain mist rose, the gunshot wound in his lower back would feel heavy and swollen, as if something was pulling downward. The skin itched, the bones ached. He could neither sit nor stand, only curl up and endure. The gunshot wound in his shoulder blade was even more stubborn. Once chilled, it stiffened and numbed, making it impossible to lift his arm, and even dressing and eating became a struggle. Besides this, there was an old brain injury from wartime. He often suffered from inexplicable dizziness, heart palpitations, insomnia, and night sweats. With a little exertion, he would feel chest tightness, shortness of breath, and numbness in his limbs. His emotions were unstable, prone to irritability and anger. The coarse food, heavy labor, and damp, cold plank house of the forestry farm only worsened everything, exacerbating all his old injuries. After hearing these symptoms, Wang Yongli had a clear understanding. These were typical post-war sequelae. Western medicine could only relieve inflammation and pain, treating the symptoms without the root. Only traditional Chinese medicine could dispel dampness, expel cold, unblock collaterals, remove blood stasis, and gradually nourish the root. Jiang Hongliang sighed again and said, I went to see him a couple of days ago, and he scolded me away. Wang Yongli was puzzled. Why would he scold you? Jiang Hongliang replied helplessly, why else? The old commander's identity is sensitive. He's a key target of supervision. He understands the situation and is afraid of implicating me. His 3 colleagues are the same. Cautious and humble, working the hardest, and speaking the most carefully, afraid of any mistake that could be used against them and drag down those around them. Wang Yongli couldn't help but feel a surge of respect. The old commander was truly honorable and clear-sighted, preferring to suffer alone rather than burden his former subordinates. Jiang Hongliang was grateful and loyal, but constrained by his position, he dared not help the old commander too openly. Both were shackled by the times, willing but powerless. Wang Yongli pondered. Saving the old commander would bring no short-term benefits, only risks and sensitive ties, making him an easy target for scrutiny. But in the long run, it was a top-tier investment with no downside. For retired old cadres at their lowest, with no one daring to help them, he would offer timely aid, expecting no immediate return, only to build a bond of goodwill. When the storm passes and the world loosens, any one of these 4 who rises again could become a lifelong support for his family. With that thought, he raised an eyebrow with a smile. This is simple, Uncle Jiang. From now on, I'll take care of the old commander in your place. Aren't you afraid of getting involved, eh? Hearing Wang Yongli's seemingly casual words, Jiang Hongliang asked with a serious expression. Wang Yongli smiled faintly. I'm just a mountain runner from the deep mountains, an ordinary villager with no official position or power, a clean background. Just a commoner making a living in the mountains. Who would keep an eye on me? I'll go chat with the old man, learn something, listen to him talk about the outside world. It's perfectly reasonable, no one can find fault with that. From now on, I'll be your stand-in and visit the old chief and a few old comrades regularly. Just neighborly visits, expressing gratitude for the old gentleman's teachings, occasionally bringing some dry rations or herbs, and helping with a few odd jobs. No one can say anything about that. With a heavier tone, he said, I should be able to treat the old chief's injuries. Really? You haven't even seen him, and you dare say that? Jiang Hongliang's eyes shot wide open, his face filled with disbelief. From what you've described, these symptoms aren't major issues in traditional Chinese medicine. First, remove dampness and expel cold, unblock the meridians, and stop the bone-piercing pain on rainy days. Then activate blood circulation and dissolve stasis, soften the old blockages, and force out residual toxins. Finally, replenish qi and nourish the blood, strengthen the root, and consolidate the foundation and restore the damaged qi, blood, and organs. With gradual regulation, I can't claim to completely eradicate the root cause now, but I can free him from constant pain, let him sleep peacefully, and live a normal life. Hardly different from a healthy person. That much I can achieve. That would be wonderful. Only if you can improve the old chief's health, I, Jiang Hongliang, will owe you a huge debt of gratitude. After listening to Wang Yongli's explanation, Jiang Hongliang slapped his own thigh in excitement. Seeing Jiang Hongliang so agitated, Wang Yongli rolled his eyes. Uncle Jiang, you're so concerned about the old chief, even asking around for folk remedies. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble? Jiang Hongliang was taken aback, then chuckled and pointed at Wang Yongli. You little rascal. I would be a lie to say I'm not afraid, but I wouldn't be where I am today without the old chief. He showed me great kindness. Then Jiang Hongliang leaned back in his chair, his expression turning serious. In my eyes, those who don't value loyalty are hardly fit for great responsibility. That gesture and those words made Wang Yongli feel that Jiang Hongliang resembled a character from a TV drama he had adored in his past life. Snapping back to the present, Wang Yongli grinned broadly and brought up another matter. Hee, Uncle Jiang, don't worry about the old chief and the others while I'm around. Let me tell you something else. I found a wife on this trip. I'll bring her to your place for dinner tonight. Xiao Lei and Xue Qin will come too. Jiang Hongliang was stunned again and asked for details. After hearing Wang Yongli's account, a smile spread across his face. Good. I'll go home at noon and tell your Aunt Zhang to make a few nice dishes. You and I will have a good drink. Leaving Jiang Hongliang's place, Wang Yongli went straight to the logging area. The worker on duty, an older man with a kind face, took out a cigarette and offered it to him. Politely, Wang Yongli struck up a conversation. Uncle, I heard a lot of young folks came to help with the work. That must lighten your load, right? The worker looked at Wang Yongli warily, then suddenly pointed at him and asked, Aren't you the guy who hunts in the mountains? The one who used to sell meat to the canteen? Wang Yongli was startled, then quickly took out a lighter and lit the man's cigarette. Smiling, he said, Yes, that's me. My name is Wang Yongli. Do you recognize me, uncle? Oh, of course I do. The other workers said you haven't sold meat to the canteen in a long time. None of the other mountain runners could match the amount of meat you sold. Why did you stop delivering meat? I went on a long trip. I just got back yesterday. Tomorrow I'll head into the mountains, and I'll be sure to bring back a big game animal for you. With the conversation flowing, Wang Yongli learned more specifics from the older worker. When Wang Yongli asked about the old comrades, the worker waved his hand and sighed. I know those old veterans. It's not easy for them. They are heroes who fought on the battlefield, and now they're doing the same manual labor as us, suffering terribly. The loggers were kind-hearted without any tricky or malicious intentions. Although the team leaders never explicitly said anything, everyone knew that those old comrades were special and had injuries. They were never assigned heavy labor. Other educated youths and sent-down personnel went into the mountains every day to haul logs and split firewood, exhausting themselves until they could barely straighten their backs. But these 4 old comrades were only assigned light tasks like sweeping the forest paths, stacking firewood, and cleaning up sawdust. Work that didn't strain their bones and allowed them to earn steady work points. Even such work was a tremendous challenge for their bodies. The older worker led Wang Yongli inside, speaking in a low voice. Our forest region has honest folk. We know who's good and who's bad. These old chiefs are heroes who defended our country. Even if they've fallen on hard times, we won't bully them. We help them when we can. But the mountain environment is too harsh. That old Chai, his health has visibly deteriorated lately. He's toughing it out every day, and it's heartbreaking to watch. Passing through a clearing stacked with timber, Wang Yongli spotted the 4 old men at once. 4 old men in worn-out work clothes, sleeves frayed, trouser legs covered in with chips and dust. All in their 50s, they stood upright with straight backs. Even while doing the most menial chores, they exuded the resilient spirit of lifelong soldiers, completely different from ordinary workers or educated youths. The other 3 old comrades were fine, thin but in decent spirits, slowly sweeping the sawdust. But one old man was in alarmingly poor condition. He was bent over, leaning on the broom handle, his face sallow and gray, lips cracked and pale, with a fine sheen of cold sweat on his forehead. He was clearly in unbearable pain, but he clenched his teeth and refused to give in or show weakness. The wind made him shiver slightly, yet he forced himself to keep working without slacking off. Old Joe, this kid here wants to hear you talk about the outside world. If you have time, talk to him. He's a good kid. The older worker called out to the man in the worst condition. Cough, cough. Old Joe coughed twice, looked up at Wang Yongli, exchanged glances with the other 3 old men, and said weakly, "All right, let the kid come over. You all chat, I have to mind the gate." The older worker waved at Wang Yongli and turned to leave. Wang Yongli approached Old Joe and spoke softly, introducing himself. Old Joe and 3 senior veterans, hello. Secretary Jiang sent me. My name is Wang Yongli. I've studied traditional Chinese medicine, and Uncle Jiang asked me to check on your health. At these words, the 4 of them looked at Wang Yongli simultaneously. The other 3 old men exchanged cautious, wary glances, the perpetual vigilance of those who had lived in constant fear, and remained silent. In these times, a stranger showing up usually meant trouble, and no one trusted easily. Old Joe sized up Wang Yongli. Seeing that he was ordinary-looking, a simple local lad with no hint of interrogation, his tense body relaxed slightly. In a hoarse, low voice, he said, "Kid, it's hard that you still remember us. Don't bother, these are just old problems. I'll tough it out. Don't cause trouble for yourselves because of us." In such times, fallen old men like him had developed a self-protective instinct. Don't burden others. His tone was full of caution, the carefulness of a fallen man afraid of dragging others down laid bare completely. Wang Yongli didn't waste time with further pleasantries. He stepped forward, almost whispering in the old man's ear. "Old Joe, Uncle Jiang said you drove him away because you were afraid of implicating him. But he's always been worried about you. I'm just an ordinary villager who hunts in the mountains. I have no official position, no power. I'm not afraid of being implicated, and it's impossible for me to be involved. You don't need to worry. Your health is the foundation. Toughing it out will only make things worse." With that, Wang Yongli said no more and directly observed the old man's complexion. His face was pallid and lusterless, not merely from fatigue, but from a depletion of both qi and blood, with cold dampness penetrating the bones. His eyes were dull, bloodshot, and his eyelids were puffy. Classic signs of chronic insomnia, restless spirit, and excessive internal organ depletion. He asked the old man to stick out his tongue to examine the coating. It was thick, white, and greasy with a dark root, clear evidence of long-standing blood stasis and cold dampness stagnation. He then assessed his breath. The old man spoke with shortness of breath and weak, turbid exhalations. His body carried a stagnant, heavy aura of prolonged illness, meridian blockages, and accumulated deficiency. No acute agitation, only the chronic, wasting ailments of years. After careful observation, Wang Yongli asked softly, "On rainy days, do your bones ache sharply? Do your old injuries feel heavy and swollen? Can't sleep at night, sweats, palpitations, constant numbness in hands and feet?" Elder Zhou's eyes flickered with surprise. He nodded twice. "That's exactly it. When the weather changes, the pain is unbearable. Lying in bed at night, my whole body aches. I toss and turn and just have to endure it." The old man hadn't fully trusted Wang Yongli's medical skill at first. A mere youth. Even if he started learning in the womb, how much could he master? He had seen prodigies, but there weren't that many. Wang Yongli helped Elder Zhou sit at the table. "Let me feel your pulse." As he did, his heart sank and his brow furrowed involuntarily. The pulse was deep, rough, and slow, thin and weak, with intermittent skipped beats, a composite pulse of internal deficiency, blood stasis, and insufficient heart qi, and yang, the classic combination of deficiency, stagnation, and blockage. Deep pulse indicated cold dampness entering the bones. A rough pulse indicated long-standing blood stasis. Slow pulse indicated declining yang qi and deficiency, cold in the organs. The skipped beats were even more ominous, signaling insufficient heart qi, blood stasis in the heart vessels, and unstable heart rhythm. In plain terms, the heart had been overworked for years. Qi and blood were blocked, and a major crisis could strike at any time. Wang Yongli quickly reviewed the diagnosis in his mind. The situation was far more severe than he had anticipated. The old man's wartime gunshot wound had pierced through his meridians, leaving behind qi and blood stasis that had obstructed circulation for decades. The wartime brain injury had damaged his spirit, compounded by years of worry, melancholy, and mental strain. His organs were already depleted. After arriving in the Xing'an Mountains, the deep forest's cold, damp, chaotic sleep patterns, hard labor, and poor diet delivered a quadruple blow that completely shattered an already fragile constitution. Meridian blockages, qi and blood deficiency, heavy cold dampness, damaged spirit, and weak organs. 5 ailments intertwined, forming a classic composite chronic condition. In essence, he was now sustained only by an old soldier's iron will. If this continued for another 6 months without even the need for wind or rain, he would likely succumb to a heart attack or complete meridian blockage beyond the reach of any physician. The 3 other seniors nearby, seeing his frown and silence, tensed up and crowded around, their voices filled with anxiety. "Comrade, how is old Zhou really? Is it serious?" Wang Yongli glanced around, neither exaggerating to frighten them nor glossing over the truth. He spoke steadily with composure, "Quite serious. It's not ordinary strain. It's decades of war injuries combined with deficiency and stagnation rooted deep in the bones. If he keeps enduring, a major problem will emerge sooner or later." The men's faces turned pale. They sighed silently, their eyes filled with helplessness and sorrow. They had lived with him day and night, knew his suffering best, yet no one had the skill to heal him. They could only watch him endure. "Elder Zhou, let me be honest with you," Wang Yongli said, looking at him. "For your body, medicine alone won't be enough. I'll first perform tuina to open the meridians, then use acupuncture to unblock the stagnant points, and finally prescribe herbal decoctions for internal use. All 3 are essential. None can be omitted. Thus acupuncture to clear the meridians, tuina to disperse stasis, and herbs to expel cold dampness and replenish qi and blood. 3 methods working in tandem to treat both symptoms and root causes. Acupuncture first opens the blocked meridians, relieves pain, and calms the spirit. Tuina focuses on softening old injury nodules and dissolving stagnant blood. Then a tailored herbal formula fortifies the foundation, dispels dampness and cold, and replenishes qi and blood. With all 3 working together, there's hope of gradually restoring your constitution. So troublesome. Elder Zhou glanced at his 3 old friends with a wry smile. "Is this old carcass of mine worth all this fuss?" "It is." Wang Yongli took out an acupuncture needle case from his pocket, laid it on the table, and added, "You're a man who has fought in wars. Bullets didn't take you. Don't let these old injuries lay you low." Elder Zhou looked at Wang Yongli's confident expression, his eyes filled with disbelief and a glimmer of hope from a desperate situation. "Child, can this really be cured? I've been to hospitals big and small. They all said it can't be cured, only managed and endured." Wang Yongli spoke calmly, his tone firm. "No boasting, no empty promises. Hospitals rely on instruments and Western medicine. They can only reduce inflammation and pain. They can't dissolve decades of meridian blockages or expel the cold dampness from the bones. With proper Chinese medicine gradual conditioning, I can't promise a complete cure, but I can free you from nightly agony, let you sleep peacefully, and live a normal life. No more suffering and enduring." As he spoke, his calculations settled in his mind. Wang Yongli never did charity. Today he poured all his effort into treating Elder Zhou for 2 reasons: 1, to bet on future connections, 2, to secure a stable shield. His one and only goal in this life was to protect his family and give them a good life. But protecting family required more than just fighting skills. Especially in the decades to come. Killing would be out of the question, even assault would land you in prison. Curing Elder Zhou and helping the other 3 seniors recover their health would plant the most solid life-saving talisman for himself, his wife, and his entire family in the prosperous era ahead. "What? You say these old men might not even be around by then? Small-minded. Brother, your vision is too narrow. Don't old people have children and descendants? If they can survive this period, they will most likely return to their original posts or enjoy their former benefits. Will their children and descendants be ordinary then?" Wang Yongli helped Elder Zhou into the house. The 4 old men's living quarters were passable, at least a proper house. "Today I'll start with tuina and acupuncture. Please take off your clothes." His fingers first traced along both sides of Elder Zhou's spine. As soon as he touched the inner edge of the shoulder blade, he felt a stiff tendon knot hard as a frozen rope. He warmed the area with his palm, then slowly worked the muscle fibers. At first, Elder Zhou's body was tense, his back muscles like a stretched canvas. As his palms pressed along the bladder meridian on both sides of the spine, moving from shallow to deep, the knots began to loosen one by one. At a certain point of pressure, Elder Zhou suddenly took a deep breath, and his entire spine relaxed by half an inch, like a crease on a taut canvas finally straightened out. After the tuina, Wang Yongli began acupuncture. The first needle went near the Tsuchi point above the old injury on the left arm, then along the large intestine meridian of the hand Yangming, ending with a supplementary needle between Higu and Yangshi. As the silver needle entered, Elder Zhou's brow furrowed briefly, then relaxed. With several needles working together, his previously curled left shoulder gradually opened outward. After about half an hour, Wang Yongli removed the silver needles and placed them back in the case. Elder Zhou slowly moved his arm. The motion was not fast, but the range of extension was noticeably greater than before the needles, and the stiffness in the joint had significantly diminished. Seeing Elder Zhou's movements much smoother than usual, the three other seniors were overjoyed. Wang Yongli turned to them and said gently, "Rest assured I'll come every day and give him timely treatment. You all look after him too. Don't let him do heavy work. Let him rest whenever possible. A healthy body is the most important thing." The three men, deeply moved, nodded firmly. In this era, when everyone avoided trouble and shied away from entanglement, a young stranger risking his neck to genuinely treat a fallen veteran. This kindness was too heavy. The wind blew through the forest farm again, stirring up dust and wood chips. "I'll prepare the medicine for you as soon as I return, so I'll take my leave now." Wang Yongli packed up his things, stood up, took a few steps, then turned back and said, "Respected elders, Secretary Jiang sincerely hopes you all can weather this storm. He specifically instructed me to convey this to you. Please take good care of yourselves." With that, he strode out of the room. Inside, the four old comrades fell into a brief silence. "Sai, I thought these old bones were done for here, but I never expected Hong Liang to go this far." Elder Zhou spoke first, a note of emotion in his voice. "Indeed, with Hong Liang and that young man around, we have great hope now. Carpenter, from today on the three of us will work harder and try to keep Elder Zhou from lifting a finger." "Agreed, that's what I was thinking." The old man, called Carpenter, had been a village carpenter before joining the army, and only his old comrades addressed him by this nickname. All three had fought under Elder Zhou's command. Though they were about the same age, they held great respect for him. "Oh, no need for that. Perhaps a bit of activity might actually do me good. Besides, don't cause any trouble for Hong Liang and that child." Hearing their discussion, Elder Zhou waved his hand. Throughout his life of military service, he trusted his own judgment. Both Jiang Hongliang and the young man, named Wang Yongli, were worthy of trust. Around 5:30 the sun was about to set. Though it was June, the mornings and evenings were still quite cool. Wang Yongli waited at home for Dabing to pick up Li Xueqing, and Zhang Lei then set off with Wenwan and the others for Jiang Hongliang's house. Wenwan was dressed neatly and elegantly in a plain coarse cotton floral blouse, her hair neatly pinned up. She wore no makeup and her features were gentle and refined. Since emerging from the bloody ordeal in the capital, she had shed her initial timidity and unease, gaining a calm composure. Standing beside Wang Yongli, she was quiet and dignified. The gifts she carried were premium items he had prepared long ago. They were top-grade dried seafood from Jinhai, dried sea cucumbers, dried scallops, dried prawns, and dried cuttlefish. The fisherman had dried them thoroughly, and they remained perfectly preserved in his storage space, without any trace of moisture or mold. In the Xinyanling region of those days, mountain folk could go their entire lives without seeing seafood. Fresh seafood couldn't be kept, so these dried goods were the most precious delicacies, impossible to buy even with money. He didn't dare take out too much, simply packing 2 cloth bags modestly and inconspicuously so as not to draw suspicion. Yet it was still sufficiently presentable to uphold the social graces of the family dinner. Li Xueqing held Zhang Lei's hand, skipping along ahead. Wang Yongli gently squeezed Wenwan's hand and said softly, "When we get there, just chat and eat normally. No need to be nervous or try too hard to please. Uncle Jiang and Aunt Zhang are good people. They won't make things difficult for you." Wenwan nodded lightly, her eyes filled with reassurance. Though he was the district party secretary, Jiang Hongliang's home was the same simple plank and mud house as everyone else's. They had to follow the construction policy of production first, living second. The courtyard gate was open, and as soon as they arrived, they saw Jiang Hongliang personally cooking with Zhang Defong, tending the fire and assisting. "Grandpa, Grandma, we're back." Hearing her beloved grandson's voice, Zhang Defong was the first to come out. She wiped her hands on her apron, and ignoring her own grandson, fixed her gaze on Wenwan. "What a beautiful girl. Come sit inside." Wenwan smiled and called out, "Aunt Zhang," her voice warm and soft. Zhang Defong liked her even more and led her by the hand into the house. "This child has such fine bearing, clearly from a well-bred family." She turned her head and shot a glare at Wang Yongli. "You rascal, you didn't say a word. You leave for a while and come back with such a beautiful wife. Couldn't you have given us some notice?" Xueqing, come inside quickly. "Auntie, I only got back yesterday. As soon as I returned, I brought my wife to see you." Wang Yongli put down the gifts, replied with a glib tongue, and then crouched by the stove to help add firewood. Jiang Hongliang greeted Wenwan, and after watching his wife lead her into the inner room, he said to Wang Yongli, "You sly dog, you've got good taste." Inside the inner room, as soon as Wenwan sat down on the edge of the Kong, Jiang Lei brought a large tray full of candies and snacks to her. "Sister-in-law, have some." Jiang Lei, like a little adult, picked up a red shrimp candy, unwrapped it, and handed it to Wenwan. "Thank you, Xiao Lei. You eat first, I'll have some later." Wenwan chuckled and gently patted Jiang Lei's head. "Sister, you eat." Seeing Wenwan decline, Jiang Lei offered the candy to Li Xueqing. "Give it to Grandma first." Li Xueqing shot a glare at Jiang Lei, then smiled sweetly at Zhang Defong. Only then did Jiang Lei present the candy to his grandmother. Zhang Defong glared at Jiang Lei and said gruffly, "You eat it yourself, you ungrateful little thing." Seeing Zhang Defong feign anger, Wenwan and Li Xueqing both smiled at Jiang Lei. "Then I'll give it to brother." Unfazed by his grandmother, Jiang Lei ran to Wang Yongli and stuffed the candy directly into his mouth. "Auntie Yongli calls you and uncle, aunt and uncle, but Xueqing calls you grandma and grandpa, and Xiao Lei calls Yongli brother. How does that work?" Wenwan pondered for a moment, then looked at Zhang Defeng in confusion. Haha, that's Yongli's idea. Everyone follows their own logic. That's how we've been calling each other, and we've gotten used to it over time. Hearing Wenwan's question, Zhang Defeng and Zhang Hongliang, who was cooking, both laughed. The food was soon served. A table full of hearty forest home-style dishes: chicken stewed with mushrooms, stir-fried daylily flowers, smoked meat with wild vegetables, and braised hucho taimen. Each dish was a substantial, aromatic delight. There's a bit too little meat. Tomorrow I'll head into the mountains and try to bring back some big game. Wang Yongli's hands itched at the sight of the dishes. You should go into the mountains. The cafeteria cooks all say that since you left, meat has been hard to come by. Huh? Wenwan, help yourself. Jiang Hongliang laughed and gestured for Wenwan to eat. During the meal, Wang Yongli told Jiang Hongliang about Elder Zhou's condition and assured him he could restore the health of Elder Zhou and the others. This news delighted both Jiang Hongliang and Zhang Defeng. Jiang Hongliang wiped the corner of his eye and said in a low voice, "Seeing the old chief like this really pains me. He's only been here less than 2 months and his spirit is already gone." Seeing Jiang Hongliang's distress, Wang Yongli reassured him again. Zhang Defeng even filled her own glass and downed it in one gulp. Then she pulled Wenwan into continued conversation, asking about things like when they would get married and whether she was getting used to life here. Regarding Wenwan's household registration and grain ration issues, Jiang Hongliang assured Wang Yongli that he would personally take care of it, telling him not to worry. The dinner ended on a pleasant note, and it was past 9 by the time they left Jiang Hongliang's house. Li Xueqing and Zhang Lei stayed at Jiang Hongliang's place. Someone would take them to school the next morning, so Dabing didn't need to worry. By late June, the Xing'an Mountains region saw dawn arrive early, and Wang Yongli had already reached the forest farm well before sunrise. The herbal medicine he had prepared the previous night, using spiritual spring water within his spatial dimension with all the medicinal herbs sourced from that same space. Spiritual spring water inherently possessed curative properties, and combined with the herbs that had grown by absorbing its essence, the therapeutic effect was bound to be remarkable. Old Zhou had slept soundly the night before, and by morning his vitality was noticeably improved. Wang Yongli retrieved a large steaming bowl of medicinal decoction from his basket and handed it to Old Zhou. "It's not particularly hot now, you can drink it directly." Old Zhou first took a cautious sip to test the temperature, then tilted his head back and downed the entire bowl in one go. His face was already contorted in anticipation of the bitter taste. Yet to his surprise, it was not nearly as bitter as he had expected. In fact, it carried a subtle hint of sweetness. "Hey, why doesn't this medicine taste bitter at all? Not only is it not bitter, there's a slight sweetness to it." The deep wrinkles on Old Zhou's face all relaxed, and he licked the corners of his mouth, seemingly still savoring the lingering taste of the medicinal broth. Old Zhou, this is my exclusive secret recipe. Come, let me give you a tweener massage to help the medicinal efficacy circulate." Wang Yongli had Old Zhou lie face down and began massaging from his shoulders. "All right there. Oh, how comfortable." Hardly had the treatment begun when Old Zhou felt an unprecedented sense of relief spreading through his back. Following the massage came the usual acupuncture session. After the complete treatment routine was finished, Old Zhou stood up and bounced lightly on his feet, swinging his arms and rotating his waist. "Young man, you truly have some skill." Feeling the long-lost lightness in his body, Old Zhou gave Wang Yongli a thumbs up. How fitting that the saying goes, true masters hide among the common folk. Who would have imagined that such a skilled physician could be found deep in these mountains? Especially one who was not yet 20 years old. Old Zhou decided to take back his previous impressions of Wang Yongli. "Haha, as long as it works, that's what matters. Your body will need some time to recover fully. Would the 3 of you like to try as well?" Acknowledging Old Zhou's praise, Wang Yongli noticed the eagerness shining in the other 3 elders' eyes. At their age, all having been veterans who had experienced war, who among them did not carry old injuries? Seeing that Old Zhou had already achieved such obvious results from merely his second treatment, how could the other 3 not feel tempted? "Want to try it? Then let's give it a try." "Haha, everyone should try it. Carpenter, you go first, you won't regret it." The 3 elders exchanged glances, and Old Zhou, noticing their colleagues' expressions, smilingly made the arrangements. Wang Yongli was naturally more than willing to serve these respected elders. After sequentially taking the pulse of each of the 3 and formulating appropriate treatment plans, he first had them experience the tweener massage. All 3 carried old injuries, though none could compare with those of Old Chai. Take the elder nicknamed Scholar, for instance. He had never suffered any injuries, only physical damage caused by the harsh conditions of those years. In his condition, a single bowl of spiritual water could improve most of his problems. However, unless absolutely necessary, Wang Yongli had no intention of directly giving them spiritual water. If these men discovered he possessed such a treasure as spiritual water once the storm passed, and they returned to their original positions, who knew what would happen? It would be best to stick with traditional Chinese medicine treatment and conditioning. However, he could use spiritual water when decocting the herbs. As Wang Yongli massaged each of the elders, he casually chatted with them. He had now learned the basic information about the 4 elders. Old Zhou's full name was Zhou Desheng, 55 years old, the eldest among the 4 and the commanding officer of the other 3. The carpenter's surname was Zhao, named Zhao Mo, 53 years old. This was not the Mo meaning literary ink, but the Mo referring to the carpenter's ink line used for marking straight cuts. As old Zhao's father had originally said, without compass and square nothing can be made round or square, without the ink-line timber cannot be straightened. The scholar's surname was Lu, named Lu Yukai, 50 years old. He had been a proper young master from a distinguished family in his youth, well read since childhood, and was the youngest of the four. The last elder was surnamed Shi, named Shi Qingshan, nicknamed Stone, 53 years old. His temper was fierce, and he would bristle and glare at the slightest dissatisfaction. When old Zhou introduced old Shi, Wang Yongli's first thought was that Ma San must never meet old Shi. With Ma San's face so eerily similar to Captain Jia's, hearing the name Shi Qingshan would surely paralyze him with fear. After completing the Twina treatment for all four elders, Wang Yongli advised them on precautions to observe during their work and then took his leave. Bypassing the work area, Wang Yongli rode to Biao deeper into the mountains. He had hardly returned when several people had already told him they had not eaten meat lately. It seemed those hunters were not very professional. As the Biao was about to break into a run, a raucous chorus of laughter suddenly echoed from ahead, sounding particularly harsh against the silence of the forest. Among the different regional accents there was no need to guess. Who else but that bunch of urban educated youth sent down to the countryside? These half-grown youngsters, around 18 or 19, born and raised in the city with no taste for mountain hardship, were ambitious, yet impractical, proud, and arrogant. They looked down on mountain folk as uncultured and narrow-minded, holding them in deep contempt. In their daily lives they loved to gather in groups and stir up trouble. Following the sound and pushing through the underbrush, Wang Yongli saw to his surprise a dozen or so young men and women among the educated youth gathered around a clearing, building a fire to roast meat. The fire crackled and popped, smoke curling into the air. 2 wild rabbits, not particularly fat, were laid across the flames, sizzling as oil dripped their skin, golden and crispy, the aroma drifting far through the forest. These educated youth didn't even possess crude rifles or snares, let alone the skill to catch live rabbits. Without asking, it was almost certainly the case that they had snatched someone else's hard-won catch. Wang Yongli crouched behind the bushes and observed coldly for 2 minutes. Sure enough, before long, an elderly hunter came sprinting hurriedly from behind the group of educated youth. It was old Luo in his 50s, a man who had spent his entire life living off the mountain. Nimble and body sharp-eyed, he spent his days setting snares and laying traps throughout the forest, a genuine mountain man through and through. During the months Wang Yongli was away from home, old Luo was the hunter who supplied the most meat among all the surrounding hunters. Gripping his hunting rifle, old Luo's face turned iron gray. Rushing to the fire, he saw that both rabbits were nearly consumed to the bones, and he exploded on the spot. "You city kids, have you no shame?" Old Luo trembled with rage, pointing at the fire and cursing loudly in a thick local dialect, his voice thundering through the trees. "These are the rabbits I spent half the night setting 3 layers of snares for. I took a detour this morning to check my traps, and you lot just sat back and enjoyed the fruits of my labor, secretly roasting them." Anyone in his position would have sworn and railed. In those days of material scarcity, when coarse grain was hard to come by, even 2 modest wild rabbits could satisfy a family's cravings at the very least. They were the mountain folks' hard-earned provisions, and now they had been devoured by these idlers for nothing. Yet these educated youth showed no trace of guilt. Relying on their numbers and unity, not only did they refuse to apologize, but each one acted casual and smug, paying old Luo no mind whatsoever. One male youth, a blade of grass dangling from his lips, sneered with utter disdain, "Uncle, whatever's caught in the mountains belongs to whoever catches it. Where do all these rules come from? Just 2 lousy rabbits, and you're being this stingy." Another went even further, kicking the rabbit skin on the ground aside with his foot and mockingly retorting, "Exactly. Harsh mountains and fierce waters breed stubborn people. You've got no vision. The beasts of the mountains belong to no one. Why should they be yours?" One after another the crowd jeered, mocked, and played the cad, goading old Luo until his chest heaved and his face turned purplish red with fury. Lao Luo was an honest man who had spent his entire life working with the mountains. He was clumsy with words and knew not how to argue. When it came to playing the rogue or twisting logic, he stood no chance against these city-educated youths well-versed in rhetoric and sharp-tongued. As the argument intensified, several young male-educated youths noticed Lao Luo's silence and grew increasingly brazen. They pressed closer, jostling him, their words dripping with mockery, every sentence belittling mountain folk. "You mountain people are just miserly. You've never seen the world. It's only 2 rabbits. What can we possibly do? We came from the city to support construction. Eating your 2 rabbits is giving you face." These words struck deep into Lao Luo's heart and infuriated Wang Yongli. These people stole others' property, yet acted with complete entitlement, bullying the weak, perverting truth and justice. They truly deserve to be dealt with. A bunch of ignoramus brats who knew neither heaven nor earth. Wasn't this simply bullying an honest man? Driven to desperation, Lao Luo forgot all about propriety and directly lifted his old-fashioned muzzle-loading shotgun. This gun was an heirloom passed down through generations, loaded with powder and lead shot designed solely for warding off wild beasts and protecting the forest. It had never in all his life been pointed at a person. "Today I'll let you know the rules of the mountain." Lao Luo's hand trembled and the barrel angled downward. With a deafening roar, bang, Iron pellets blasted into the ground right beneath the feet of that male youth who had been the most insolent and cruel in his taunts. Soil and gravel erupted outward, and a thick plume of gun smoke billowed up in an instant. That youth who moments ago had been so arrogant and domineering went weak-kneed the moment the gunshot rang out. He let out a wail and collapsed onto the ground, his face draining of color. Trembling uncontrollably, he could not utter a single word. An absolute silence fell over the crowd. The jeers and laughter cut off mid-breath. Every educated youth was dumbfounded, and no one dared to provoke further. They stood frozen in place, afraid even to draw breath. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yongli no longer concealed himself and stepped out from behind the bushes. Almost simultaneously, hurried footsteps approached from nearby. The logging team foreman, accompanied by 2 workers, had heard the gunshot and rushed up the hill in a panic, fearing that someone might be killed and a major incident triggered. Upon arriving, the foreman took in the smoking gun, the collapsed figure on the ground, and the scattered firewood. His heart skipped a beat, and a chill ran down his spine. In those times, if an educated youth were truly killed, it wouldn't just be Lao Luo who suffered. Everyone in the entire district and logging team would be implicated and punished. The foreman hurried forward, restraining Lao Luo. Lao Luo, have you lost your mind? Put down that gun immediately. Don't act on impulse. If someone dies, none of us can bear the consequences. The situation was temporarily stabilized. Fortunately, the shot had only frightened, not wounded, since no life had been lost, which was a miracle in an unfortunate situation. They had assumed that at this point the educated youths would show restraint, admit defeat, and recognize their wrongdoing. But to everyone's astonishment, a female youth stepped forward from the crowd, completely shattering any remaining sense of decency. She was in her early 20s with a round, chubby face and glasses. On the surface, she appeared gentle and refined, yet she carried herself with an air of superiority, looking down her nose at others. A typical pampered city girl who held mountain folk in contempt. Seeing that Lao Luo dared not harm anyone, and that the foreman had arrived, she immediately found her courage. Hands on her hips, she raised her shrill voice and began spewing nonsense. You mountain people are truly barbaric and uncouth, showing no respect for the law. It's merely 2 rabbits. What a trivial matter. Yet you dare to pull a gun and threaten someone. This is nothing short of banditry. We are urban youth answering the call to come to the countryside for construction. We are key talents being cultivated by the state. What right do you backward mountain farmers have to point guns at us? This is pure lawlessness. This matter won't end here. We will report this to the commune, to the district. You'll be arrested and publicly criticized. She grew ever more arrogant as she spoke, her saliva flying each sentence, demeaning mountain folk and elevating herself. Clearly they had stolen the game and behaved shamelessly in the first place. Yet somehow the blame ended up falling on the mountain people. Turning reality upside down and counterattacking. They played these games with masterful skill. The surrounding educated youth, swept up by her rhetoric, began stirring restlessly, chiming in to further defame Lao Luo and the local people. Wang Yongli stood to one side, watching with cold detachment. The warmth in his eyes gradually sank, and killing intent alongside hostility slowly rose within him. Lao Luo was honest and hardworking, earning his living through his own efforts without harming a soul. Yet these city youngsters had snatched his mountain goods, humiliated him, smeared his reputation, and now they wanted to report him for public criticism. No such unreasonable thing existed in this world. Before the foreman could open his mouth to mediate, Wang Yongli stepped forward and walked directly to the female youth. Tall in stature and commanding in presence, having spent years navigating treacherous mountain terrain and possessing hands that had known violence, his gaze turned cold, and his oppressive aura filled the air instantly. The female youth felt a chill run down her spine under Wang Yongli's piercing stare, yet she still maintained her arrogant posture, chin raised defiantly. What are you staring at? You mountain brute. Did I say anything wrong? Slap. The first strike was swift and decisive, laden with full force. It spun her halfway around, sending her glasses flying. They hit the ground with a crisp click, shattering into the mud, and her cheek instantly swelled red. She was utterly stunned, covering her face with wide eyes of disbelief fixed upon Wang Yongli. Every educated youth present, the foreman and the workers, fell instantly silent. The entire clearing was deathly quiet. Coming to her senses, she opened her mouth to cry out and throw a tantrum. Slap. The second strike followed immediately, harder and fiercer. It obliterated whatever arrogance and haughtiness remained, drawing a thread of blood from the corner of her mouth. After those 2 devastating blows, she was thoroughly subdued. The most aggressive male youth nearby tried to step forward to help, but Wang Yongli kicked him with such force that he flew several meters away, collapsing onto the ground and groaning while clutching his stomach. The other restless educated youths immediately ceased their agitation. Wang Yongli fixed his cold stare once more upon the female youth, his voice as frigid as mountain ice, devoid of any emotion, yet resonating with undeniable authority. First, whatever is on this mountain snares traps game belongs to the one who labored to set them and kept watch through the long nights. Stealing another's hard-won harvest makes you a thief and a ruffian entitled to no justification. Second, no one owes you city-educated youths anything. Coming to the countryside was your duty. Contributing to construction was your responsibility. Nobody begged you to come. Do not wield your status as a weapon, nor believe yourself superior simply because you hail from the city. Third, When an honest man is robbed, insulted, and bullied to the breaking point, his desperation drives him to fire. You were not even wounded. That alone shows restraint and compassion. Yet you distort the truth and strike first. You are the one who truly deserves punishment. Fourth, do not threaten me with the commune or party discipline. I care nothing for such intimidation. Find someone else to coddle you. Today I make this clear: anyone with foul speech and crooked thoughts, I will deal with them wherever I find them. With that, Wang Yongli's chilling gaze swept across the dozen young men and women before him. An absolute silence fell over the scene, and no one dared to breathe heavily. The educated youths confronted with Wang Yongli's cold and ruthless eyes were completely cowed. Their earlier arrogance had vanished entirely. Heads bowed, they lacked the courage even to meet his gaze. The foreman's heart raced with panic, fearing Wang Yongli might strike again and trigger a major disaster. He hurried forward to smooth things over, yet not a single word of reprimand left his lips. He understood clearly in his mind from beginning to end the fault lay entirely with the educated youths. Any man with a quicker temper, or if Wang Yongli had not been present, this would have been far more than 2 slaps. Moreover, this was supposed to be working hours. Instead, they had sneaked off to roast meat. Such behavior deserved punishment. It was also necessary to teach these ambitious yet unskilled youths a lesson, curb their arrogance early, and prevent them from causing trouble daily and disrupting normal production order. Under Wang Yongli's stern demands, the educated youths apologized to Lao Luo, paid compensation, and only then departed under the foreman's leadership. Yongli, thank you. I'll take responsibility for the beating. If they come looking for trouble, I'll face them. At Lao Luo's words, Wang Yongli waved his hand, pulled out a cigarette, and offered one to Lao Luo. No worries, they wouldn't dare to sue. If they did, they'd have to explain why they got beaten. Lao Luo tried to hand the roasted rabbit to Wang Yongli, but was refused. After extinguishing the campfire, the two parted ways. The day's events were far from over. Given the temperament of those educated youths, there was bound to be more trouble brewing. Yet Wang Yongli felt no concern. Once word of those 2 slaps spread, the educated youths would learn that this forest was home to a man named Wang Yongli. He didn't reason with words, he laid down the law with fists. Wang Yongli aimed to make them understand that in these woods, the one who sets the rules could solve problems far more effectively than the one who argues. Having not visited the Xingyanling for a long time, Wang Yongli rode Dabiao with unrestrained joy. Of course, he didn't forget his main purpose: securing plenty of game into his space. With the help of the 3 beasts, capturing large game was almost effortless. By late June, wild boars had moved from low altitudes to mid-slope mixed coniferous and broadleaf forests. This was the so-called mountain ascending phase, so Wang Yongli bagged several wild boar herds. What pleased him most were the striped piglets and 1 to 2-year-old juveniles, the year-old sinks. Especially the piglets, whose meat was tender, firm, marbled with fat, and free from the gamey rank and dry taste of older boars. The difficulty with wild boar meat lay in its heavy blood, stubborn, gamey odor, firm texture, and tendency to become dry. But Wang Yongli discovered that soaking the meat in spiritual spring water for about an hour eliminated the gamey smell and greatly improved the texture. Such piglets were perfect for roasting suckling pig. Passing by a river fork, he also caught plenty of fish and stored them in his space. The most impressive catch was 2 Kaluga sturgeons, commonly known as sturgeon. These creatures typically dwelled in slow-moving currents or whirlpools at the bottom of rivers, such as between sandbars or in river forks. Fierce in nature, their strength could capsize boats, and there were records of them overturning fishing vessels. These creatures were astonishing in size, living fossils from the age of dinosaurs, having survived on Earth for about 130 million years. In his past life, the Longjiang River basin had yielded a freshwater fish measuring 5.6 meters long and weighing 2,000 gene. Of course, the 2 he caught weren't that large, only about 300 to 400 gene each. To secure them, Wang Yongli had dived underwater several times. It was fortunate that his body had undergone multiple transformations, though otherwise he would never have been able to touch these giants. In a few decades, these creatures would become a nationally protected species. On his way out of the mountains, he encountered a brown bear mother with 2 cubs, and Wang Yongli unhesitatingly collected them into his space. Near the logging area, Wang Yongli took